Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1752 to chapter 1796. A river appeared. At first, it flowed slowly, but then, it became rapid, surging and roaring as it rushed towards Yifan. The river of time, this wasn't a true river, but the embodiment of a type of law. The flowing aura of time covered the sky and earth, releasing tens of thousands of thunderous roars. Carefree Celestial being fought with his life on the line. He could only release one last attack. This was the most dazzling moment of his life. He had reached the most powerful state with unparalleled offensive power. The brilliance drowned out the cosmos. No one could see clearly. At this moment, Yun Zhen used the river of time to slash not only Yifan, but also himself and the entire cosmos. He wanted to use the river of time to destroy this place and open up a path in the cosmos to communicate with the other world. This was the last heaven-defying attack. Boom, a world-shocking collision occurred. This place was covered in layers of mist. The immortal river surged and the primal chaos surged. When everything ended, Carefree Celestial being staggered. His entire body was covered in blood and the precious vase in his hand shattered. Tens of thousands of Tao wailed in the world. Everything was ruined and unrecognizable. He had failed in the end. He had created the line character and stepped into the domain of time, but in the end, he was defeated by this Tao law and killed by time. He released the final attack, injuring the enemy, splitting the sky, and also killing himself. Yifan's celestial emperor body formed from the phenomenon was obliterated by the river of time, turning his true body into withered bones. The primal chaos cauldron also decayed. His true body was sent flying and the energy cauldron was broken into pieces. Yifan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had avoided the attack of time, but he couldn't avoid the fluctuations of the unparalleled divine power. He suffered extremely serious injuries. His entire body was covered in blood, but just now, he had also released his most powerful attack. Tens of thousands of laws exploded and blasted into his opponent's body. Yifan knew that Carefree Celestial being wouldn't be able to live much longer. Whether it was the slash of time or the primal chaos, they had both injured his primordial spirit. Yun Zhen was now old and didn't have the energy to defy the heavens. Hee haha, Carefree Celestial being laughed towards the sky. His expression was complicated and his emotions were difficult to understand. The space between his brows had long split open and blood flowed out. At this moment, the river of time flowed in reverse and smashed into his body. Boom. He was incredibly old, his entire body's flesh withered up, turning into white bones. Time had worn him away. All of a sudden, he exploded and turned into space dust. A person who studied time was ultimately defeated in his own field. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. Just now, all of the Tao was almost hacked apart, turning this place into a land of disaster. All of the stars turned into fine powder. Apart from Yifan and his weapon, there was nothing left. The curtains fell on this battle, and it ended in a way that shocked everyone, but also made them want to remain silent. The celestial being of a generation fell, turning into smoke, once again proving to the world that time was merciless. Even the most powerful supreme being would reach their end one day. Yifan was in the independent cosmos, absorbing the divine force storms of all directions to repair his body. He suffered heavy injuries, but his life wasn't in danger, so he could recover. A celestial being had died, killed by Yifan in the cosmos. This was a super major event with far-reaching effects. After a moment of silence, the entire cosmos erupted with commotion. Yifan defied the law to attack the celestial being and actually succeeded, establishing an immortal legend that shook the 10 wastelands. The cosmos was no longer calm, triggering a great commotion that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unmatched expert shone with dazzling radiance, dazzling past and present. Yifan put away the fragments of the immortal tear-green golden vase and the dried branch, disappearing from this place. He appeared in another ancient region and began to frantically devour spiritual essence to repair himself. Through the spell formation, through the eye of the formation, the cultivators who were observing him from many star fields away trembled and shouted out. Attacking a life-restricted region was something they didn't even dare think about in the past, but after this battle, the people of the world were shaken. Yifan's performance toppled their understanding. This was as if they had returned to that glorious and brilliant desolate era where heroes emerged in large numbers. The people of the restricted regions became silent. Yi Fan rose up in this way, first killing the overlord body, and then killing the unfettered celestial being. How could they not feel restraining fear? This was a battle accomplishment that made them feel apprehensive. A supreme being who had ascended was still defeated. Everyone thought of themselves. What would they do if they had to face a divine body one day? Living in this kind of era made the people of the restricted regions feel extremely uncomfortable. Their lives were under threat. As existences of this level, when had they ever thought about their own safety like this because of a single person? This made them furious. In the void, Yi Fan sat cross-legged for several days. He finally recovered and didn't suffer any destructive injuries. With his current blood energy, treating serious injuries wasn't much. When Yi Fan opened his eyes again, electricity appeared in the void, and the cosmos trembled because of him. He comprehended quite a bit from this battle, experiencing the terror of Great Emperor Wuk. What he said isn't without reason. When a type of technique reaches its peak, it is enough to become unmatched under the heavens. If you focus on one domain, there will be a day when you will rise above the 9 heavens. Yi Fan said to himself. The other party entered the domain of time from the line secret art, reaching great heights, leaving him greatly shaken. Meanwhile, he cultivated many types of techniques, and wanting to cultivate all of them to the peak was easier said than done. However, everyone's path was different, and he wouldn't waver. He understood his own path, and he had to unswervingly continue down it. Several days later, Yi Fan returned to Big Dipper. His appearance caused a huge commotion. He came again. Could it be that he still wanted to enter the restricted region to fight against ancient supreme beings? Everyone was stupefied, all of them revealing looks of disbelief. As for the few restricted regions, the atmosphere was tense. There were cold gazes staring at them quietly. If Yi Fan really went too far, they naturally had to come out and fight. In the end, Yi Fan entered the great wasteland where the Sea of Reincarnation was. Only the mountain gate was left, and the true sea was gone. It had been razed to the ground. From this day forth, the Sea of Reincarnation will no longer exist in this world. Yi Fan's voice sounded, shaking the boundless great earth. His large hand reached out, turning this place into fine powder, making this life-restricted region, the Sea of Reincarnation, completely turn into the clouds and smoke of history, becoming a thing of the past, never to be seen again. Only now did the people of this world know that with the death of the unfettered celestial being, the Sea of Reincarnation was destroyed, not a single person left inside. A life-restricted region was gone just like that? The entire world was shocked. Wiping out a supreme being was shocking, but flattening a life-restricted region made everyone tremble even more. This was a magnificent feat since the dawn of time. Heavens, one of the 7 great life-restricted regions actually disappeared all of a sudden, forever flattened. The great completion holy body Yi Fan really defied the heavens after all. The world was in an uproar. News spread to every region. This was an unimaginably glorious feat. The destruction of a restricted region truly had too great of an effect. Everyone knew that this wasn't the work of Yi Fan alone. During the ancient era, the Void Emperor fought all over the place, entering the Sea of Reincarnation more than once, personally killing 1 or 2 people. Meanwhile, during the darkness chaos 300 years ago, the Sea of Reincarnation also lost a supreme being. After more than 100,000 years of continuous deaths, only then did Yi Fan have a chance of flattening this place. It could be said that flattening a life-restricted region wasn't something a single generation could accomplish. This was the result of great emperors working together. This allowed everyone to see hope. The darkness chaos was too terrifying. If the remaining restricted regions only had 1 or 2 people left, then in the future, they might very well be flattened one after another. Just like this time, the Sea of Reincarnation disappeared, truly never appearing on Emperor Burial Star again. How many heroes were buried in the restricted regions? How many heroes' blood splashed across the ancient land? I hope they can be flattened in the end. This was the wish of many people. Yi Fan made a circle around Big Dipper. No one in the remaining restricted regions uttered a word. The restricted region heirs that were roaming outside all fled back to their families, not daring to appear again. Not long ago, they still wanted to unleash a great slaughter on the celestial court, wipe out Yi Fan's inheritance, but now, they completely lost their temper, not daring to meet Yi Fan, only able to stay far away. Yi Fan restrained his own aura and walked about the great earth, walking through every great desolate land, searching for old memories. Unfortunately, the great rivers and mountains were preserved, but Gai Joyo, white-clothed divine king, and the others would never return. Yi Fan was emotional. He silently offered sacrifices in some old places, but he couldn't find any corpses. He could only reminisce in the places they roamed about when they were alive. Brother Yi. The Jade Lake Holy Lady appeared, her exceptional appearance carrying a complicated expression. She invited him into the Jade Lake. Not long ago, they were competitors of the same generation, but now, the other party was already a legendary figure who could fight against supreme beings. Yi Fan nodded and entered the Jade Lake, wanting to take a look at the Stone King. No matter how he calculated, the divine fetus should be born within 5,000 years. Now, he was no longer afraid of this woman, regardless of whether she was good or evil. At the level of the holy body, Yi Fan was confident that he could suppress her. Oh, will she become a supreme woman in the future? Yi Fan stared at the 9 orifices divine fetus. Inside the sparkling strange stone sat a woman with her eyes closed. She was a bit afraid of his arrival, and her body trembled slightly. I hope to be able to fight alongside you in the future. A divine thought was transmitted from the stone as a reply. Yi Fan smiled, nodded, and didn't say anything. The news that Yi Fan had entered the Jade Lake spread throughout the Big Dipper, and the eastern wasteland was in an uproar. Many great powers were moved, and the masters of the great sects all moved to the Jade Lake to pay their respects. On this day, no one knew how many people came, and the Jade Lake's mountain gate was almost broken. If they weren't allowed to enter, many people would directly sit outside the mountain gate, unwilling to leave. Please allow us to have an audience with the master of the celestial court. Everyone longed to see the great holy body, and even the people of the same generation as Yi Fan in the past were like this. The people of the Jade Lake were in a difficult position. Now, Yi Fan's status was very different, and he was someone who was at the same level as the ancient emperors. He couldn't be seen casually, and they were afraid of offending the great holy body. Yi Fan sighed softly. Time had changed a lot. In the past, the saintess of the Jade Lake could joke with him, but now it was like this. Not only this peerless saintess, but the others were also like this. They were in fear and trepidation towards him, and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This wasn't the result he wanted, but it couldn't change the fact that the ancient emperors were so high that everyone could only look up to them, and they didn't dare to blaspheme them. Yi Fan met everyone, and he even lectured for 3 days. Dispelling everyone's doubts, discussing cultivation methods, and explaining the true meaning of the Great Path. During this period of time, quite a few people came from the outer realms. After hearing that he was lecturing here, many experts came with the heart of a saint. Yi Fan saw a few familiar people, such as the great Xia Prince Xia Yiming, the white-clothed little nun, and a young girl who resembled Princess Yudai. Only after asking did he find out that she was the porcelain doll he met in the past, Princess Yudai's child. My mother passed away during the darkness chaos. She sadly shed tears. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the Tao platform and lectured. Scriptures filled the sky, scattering down and turning into a large rain of light. Everyone was greatly moved, and they entered a state of Tao comprehension. Within the crowd, Feng Huang's expression was complicated. She was also listening from below. This realm was difficult to reach in this lifetime, and she could only sigh softly. Yi Fan lectured on scriptures and laws, expounding on the true meaning of the great Tao that existed in the world. He explained many wondrous principles and made many people feel enlightened. For 7 whole days, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the cliff. The Tao platform there emitted a precious radiance, and he looked dignified like a Buddha or a great demon. His chanting reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, making people unable to extricate themselves. Tao lotuses grew one after another in the void, sparkling and translucent petals fell from the sky, divine springs gurgled on the ground, and the entire jade pool was overflowing with light and color, drowned by the boundless energy of the Tao. Those who came to listen to the scriptures all benefited. Those who benefited greatly felt their hearts become empty and directly comprehended the Tao, breaking through to another realm. Those who benefited less also comprehended secret arts and scriptures, deepening their understanding. This kind of accumulation was greatly beneficial to their future cultivation. This was the cultivation of a great completion Saint Physique. After several days of lecturing, a large group of people broke through. This trip was not in vain. Many people from the outer realms rushed over, filling up the empty space outside the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Yi Fan's realm wasn't something they could look up to. He was truly high up above, comparable to the ancient emperors. Now that he had become a legendary expert, he could sweep through the cosmos for 100,000 years. At the end of the 7th day, Yi Fan stopped lecturing. A group of people came to greet him. Looking at the familiar faces and their respectful gazes, he knew that some things had changed with the passage of time. It would be difficult to return to the past. Even friends like the Xia Prince and the Jade Lake Saintess were very strict with him. This was enough to show that something was wrong. He didn't deliberately correct them and continued to drink and chat with them like before. After a long time, some of his old friends finally relaxed and no longer felt pressured by his identity and cultivation. Yao Yuekong came and laughed heartily. He and the Xia Prince poured wine into Yi Fan's mouths. Of course, those who had met him a few times and weren't too familiar with him weren't so relaxed. All of them sat upright and still, speaking carefully and cautiously. Meanwhile, the phoenix directly left and didn't come forward to meet him. "Brother Yi, are you going back now? Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Yao Yuekong asked. Yi Fan finished the wine in his cup and said, "Are you still treating me like an outsider? If you really want to see me, then go to the Celestial Court. The door is always open for you. We fought side by side before, so there's no need to be like this." In the end, he directly said this. "Alright, we're being unreasonable. No matter what, you're still our brother Yi. Even if you surpass the Empyrean level in the future, it won't change the time when we roamed the Eastern Wasteland together. Brother, you should be like this. We will definitely go to the Heavenly Court. We might just stay there and not leave." Yao Yuekong and Prince Xia Yiming of the Grand Xiao laughed out loud. They felt like they had returned to their younger days, when they dominated the Eastern Barren Lands and the Central Plains, and the stone gambling competition in the Northern Region Divine City. "Brother Yi, this time, your divine might is matchless, wiping out a restricted region. The effects are too great, you have to be careful yourself. I'm sure the other forbidden zones will be especially wary of you. They might have some tricks up their sleeves," the Jade Lake Holy Maiden said. "There's no need to worry. At the very least, they won't dare for the next 8,000 years." Yi Fan said as his eyes shot out towards the forbidden zones. "Senior Yi, after you leave, will they come out? For example, those children of the forbidden zones?" a young man asked timidly. "Yes, uncle. My mother died in the darkness, and one of my uncles was killed by those people not long ago." Princess Yudai's child, the porcelain doll, had already grown up and was about to cry. This child was very outstanding and had long since become an outstanding talent in the Big Dipper. However, she was indeed not a match for the children of the Forbidden Zones. She didn't have a good impression of the Forbidden Zones at all. In the past, when he was in the Beidou Star region, there were two people among the younger generation who had left a deep impression on Yi Fan. One was a young monk from the Western Desert, and the other was a porcelain doll. They both had cultivation wisdom roots that ordinary people could not reach. "Don't worry, I won't let them cause trouble." Yi Fan had already gotten up. He stood on the stone cliff and released a sound wave. It wasn't that loud, but it engulfed the entire ancient star. "If the children of the Forbidden Zones dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble, I will definitely wield weapons and slaughter them." These words weren't all that resounding and could be said to be quite calm. However, they still shook the various regions. This was a type of declaration, but also a type of warning. Yi Fan had established rules for the great Forbidden Zones. Intolerable bullies. The expressions of those in the Forbidden Zones immediately changed. Those were the heirs of Emperor Dao experts. When had they ever been ordered around like this? Even their fathers wouldn't act like this. Meanwhile, Yi Fan didn't give them any face. He strictly warned them that if they dared to overstep, they would inevitably suffer a great disaster. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He rose up and tore open a golden crack in the heavens, disappearing from the Big Dipper star region and returning to the celestial court. Not long after, people discovered that the children of the Forbidden Zones had come out. Everyone was shaken. Could it be that Yi Fan's words didn't have any effect? Could it be that they had developed rebellious thoughts and wanted to bathe the world in blood? However, they were thinking too much. These people didn't make a move. Moreover, several days later, several of Yi Fan's disciples came to the Big Dipper star region to gain experience. Yi Tong and Xianxia had obviously come for the children of the Forbidden Zones. They wandered around everywhere. One was about to break through, and the other was a battle-crazed madman who had received orders from his master to come here to guard the place. He's so awe-inspiring. He sent a few disciples here. Does he think he can intimidate us like this? Some people were dissatisfied and raised their eyebrows. However, that was all they could say. What else could they do? Could it be that they really had to provoke the people of Yi Fan's faction? Perhaps the great success Divine Physique was just lacking this kind of excuse. The children of the Forbidden Zones discovered with sorrow that ever since Yi Fan killed the unfettered celestial being, he could truly be called a supreme in this world. Even their fathers didn't want to provoke him. If they had a falling out, that person would definitely slaughter his way into the Forbidden Zones and forcefully force an ancient supreme being to ascend. Once their lifespan was reduced like this, it might be difficult for them to continue living in this world. Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant reputation. The people of the Big Dipper star region discovered that they were overthinking things. Many days had passed, and everything was still peaceful. Moreover, since Yi Fan's disciples had come, what else was there to worry about? The children of the Forbidden Zones were all subdued, not daring to act unbridled. Hua Hua, the third disciple who was the least diligent and had wasted too much time, was also going to cross tribulation. He chose to do so outside the Big Dipper star region. Komatsu carried a type of curiosity as he walked through the eastern wastelands, following his master's past footsteps. He wanted to see just how he reached this point. Yi Fan's 4 great disciples all appeared. Everyone became completely at ease, because they discovered with shock that the restricted zone child was purposely avoiding these people. In the end, he chose to travel further away or return to the Forbidden Land, not staying in the same region as them. Time passed slowly, several hundred years passing in a flash. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also reached 1,000 years of age. He mocked himself for becoming someone of the older generation, but his blood energy became even more exuberant. It was because the great success of the Divine Physique, along with several hundred years of consolidation and Tao comprehension, his body's condition reached its current peak. He had never been this powerful before, truly becoming unmatched in divine might. During this period of time, he tried several times, advancing towards the great Emperor realm. He wasn't satisfied with just reaching half his body in, wishing to squeeze the other half in as well. In the end, Yi Fan broke through again. He sublimated to the extreme, reaching the highest peak of his life, achieving the Tao through a different method. Unfortunately, he was just like his predecessors in the past, still lacking, unable to completely step into that domain. The great Tao was like shackles, restricting his steps, preventing him from taking the ultimate leap. Comparatively speaking, he was even stronger than several hundred years ago. After the great perfection of the Divine Physique, it sublimated to the extreme, truly unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. I might have reached the limit of what the Divine Physique can reach in this life. If I want to break through, it really is too difficult. Based on the path I deduced, 9 deaths 1 life, difficult to achieve anything. There was already no path ahead. After several hundred years, Yi Fan achieved the Tao through a different method, standing at the very peak of the human race's divine physique. After arriving here, he could only face endless darkness. The path was already cut off, an abyss ahead. Now, he needed to continue the path, so how was he supposed to change it? He was thinking to himself. Those ancient great sage bodies all stopped here, not a single one able to break through. Now, it was his turn. Could it be that he was also going to be stopped here? The broken path of the divine physique, I want to continue, I want to change it. He thought about it day and night, exhausting all of his efforts, using primal chaos as a furnace, almost melting himself away, but he still didn't succeed. The path ahead was broken, and it was difficult to step over. During these years, many things had happened, and one of them had a huge impact. Xianxia and Yitong had fought against the three otherworldly deities, and the two of them had completely wiped them out in the Ziwei Star region. This matter caused a huge uproar, and it even caused a large hand to stretch out from the undying mountain, grabbing towards the two of them and almost grabbing them away. Yifan was startled, and he came out at the right time. His true body stepped on the heaven and earth, and with a stomp, he shattered the large hand. This storm was extremely huge, and the entire universe was trembling. A battle between supreme beings was about to erupt, and the atmosphere in the universe was extremely tense. In the end, that supreme being restrained himself and said, "See you on the flying celestial planet." During this terrifying conflict, people also learned that the flying celestial planet was about to undergo a strange change. After several hundred years, perhaps an opportunity for the ancient supreme beings to appear was about to appear again. Stone Emperor, could it be that you're still alive? At that time, Yifan's eyes were ice cold. He sensed the aura of another person from that person's body, the Stone Emperor. The storm had passed. For 100 years, and Yifan stood at the forefront of the broken path of the Saint Physique. He was not afraid of a battle with the archaic emperor, but he also had to make preparations. An earth-shattering battle was about to arrive. On the flying celestial planet, the central seal was cracked, and all kinds of flying celestial lights shot out. Auspicious clouds illuminated the world, and one could vaguely see the great scene of the immortal domain. Will the demonic earth that was sealed in the Age of Legends be the opportunity to become an immortal? Legend has it that an immortal once descended on the flying celestial planet and suppressed several great demon sovereigns. Is he going to appear this time? Before the previous wave had subsided, another wave arose. When Yifan was about to reach the end of 1,000 years, the flying celestial planet underwent a strange change, and it attracted the attention of the powerful races of the major galaxies. The Forbidden Zone was also no longer peaceful. A golden age, hee haha. Someone laughed bitterly. The so-called rise of kings and the arrival of a golden age was truly a type of irony. It hadn't even been 1,000 years, and a supreme being was going to appear in this world again? A golden age will appear, and it will arrive after several thousand years. There will be a magnificent scene of 100 vessels vying for the current. In the end, they will compete for the great Tao, and there will be a confrontation at the peak. Those who become emperors will appear in the future, someone predicted. And this time, a supreme being was going to appear in this world again. Who would care about what would happen after several thousand years? Whether or not an immortal could be seen after the chaos? The only fortunate thing was that there was a powerful holy physique, Yifan. He had once killed the ancient celestial being who had ascended to the extreme. Now, he was the ruler of the mortal world and was unrivaled. He was a person of this era. His blood energy was as vigorous as the sea, suppressing the cosmos and starry rivers. He was in his prime, and this was far superior to the ancient emperors. No one dared to fight against him. Perhaps he could intimidate the emperors. However, this was only a bit of consolation. Most people were still trembling. After all, there was only one holy physique, and the number of ancient supreme beings was unknown. Is this battle really coming? Immortal ascension again, how many people have you harmed? I hate the golden era, I hate this immortal path, I hate all those who have achieved the Tao. You all should die. Many people were cursing in every part of the world. Miserable winds and miserable rains filled the world, and many people were in fear. The dark turmoil had left them with wounds that had yet to truly heal. Many generations of mortals had changed, but many cultivators had lived through that era. Many people had lost their loved ones and felt bloody pain. I hope that this era's flying immortal star will explode and turn into the greatest calamity since ancient times. It will bury all the supreme beings and end the dark turmoil of the mortal world. A white-haired elder roared while weeping blood. During the great battle on the path of immortality, it was fine if the supreme beings died. However, if they needed to replenish their essence energy because of the tribulation, it would be an unbearable burden. There had been too much blood and pain in the past. When the path of immortality flourishes, the lower-level cultivators suffer. When the path of immortality declines, the lower-level cultivators also suffer. Someone sighed. The vision and hopes of the supreme beings had nothing to do with the lower-level cultivators. The ones who would suffer in the end would be the weak. The flying immortal star underwent a strange change. Its mysteries hadn't even been revealed yet, but the entire cosmos was already restless. There had never been a world like this before. Not even 1,000 years had passed, yet the path of immortality was about to become chaotic twice. This was a miracle that had never happened since ancient times. In the eyes of the lower-level cultivators, this was an unprecedented great demonic tribulation. Those who had experienced it personally and faced endless blood and bones still trembled when they thought about it. As soon as the clues appeared, the powerful clans began to frantically move. They couldn't experience another great tribulation. Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was the most desolate? Which star area was isolated from the rest of the world, would become their target. An unprecedented great migration of the universe had begun. Many life-ancient lands and powerful races disappeared, heading towards the desolate borders of the cosmos, entering dead star systems no one had ever set foot in before. The cosmos was the first to enter great chaos. The celestial court did not panic. Even though there were all sorts of rumors in the outside world recently, they still followed their orders. Everything was stable, and no one was panicking. The holy body Yifan might not be able to protect the entire universe, but it was enough to protect the celestial court. All the celestial soldiers and celestial generals firmly believed that the road ahead would not be bleak. Only the upper echelons of the celestial court were a little nervous, because the Black Emperor, Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, and the others knew that Yifan had a knot in his heart. He missed his good friend Jizi, Jiang Taishu, and Gai Zhouyo, who were as important as his father, and he couldn't forget them. He had to take revenge. In particular, when he received the news that the Stone Emperor was still alive, Yifan had been sitting there for 100 years, gazing at the undying Big Dipper. People knew that once the war started, he would definitely rush over and find a chance to kill the Stone Emperor. I'm ready for the war, but before that, I'll open up 10 pure lands for you. No one will be able to discover or break them. The celestial court will split into 10 parts and hide in them separately, Yifan said. Everyone sighed, knowing that he had made up his mind to fight. Perhaps in the end, he would not only be facing an ancient supreme. This would be a bloody battle between great emperors. Don't worry, I'll come back alive because I definitely can't die. The vast battle map that I've mentioned before has yet to be unfolded, but it will definitely come true. Yifan promised. This was the truth. He really couldn't die, or else many people would die because of him. The children of the restricted areas would definitely start a massacre against the battle divisions of the celestial court. As long as he was still alive, it would be a kind of deterrence. In the end, no one would dare to make a move, and they would have to constantly attack to protect everything. Cult Master, we have a feeling that the great tribulation of the flying celestial planet this time will be very special, but we don't dare to deeply calculate it. Gu Lin and Gu Fei walked over. Nearly 1,000 years had passed, and this pair of siblings had become the most mysterious divine diviners of the celestial court. Have you also sensed it? Asked Yifan. This pair of siblings were indeed astonishingly talented. During this period of time, he had also been constantly deducing and grasping the secret word for. He hoped to occasionally have a flash of inspiration and see a corner of the future. He had always been trying to capture it, and he had always felt that this time would be extraordinary. Hearing them say this, the others were also astonished. The Black Emperor pondered for a long time, but unfortunately, he, who was originally the most intelligent, had exhausted his ability to predict the unknown due to the previous time when the space between his brows had lit up like fire. He could no longer use the secret word for to deduce anything. Use your talents to boldly deduce the future. I'll bear all the terrifying consequences, said Yifan after some thought. His strength had reached this realm, and he had the confidence to resist the most terrifying great tribulation in the world. Under his protection, he could shift the cause and effect of the disaster to others within a certain range. Won't this be very dangerous? Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others all frowned. They were afraid that an accident would happen to him. Don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it's just the strongest attack of a great emperor. It won't be difficult for me, said Yifan calmly. Gu Fei and Gu Lin looked at each other. Finally, under Yi Fan's encouragement, they calmed down and sat cross-legged on a huge white turtle shell. They faced each other as if they had transformed into yin and yang, and began to deduce. They were originally spiritual children, and yin and yang stood side by side, mutually resolving calamities. Now, with such a promise from Yi Fan, they could naturally be at ease and act boldly. Everyone retreated, far away from this isolated island floating in the universe. Mist pervaded the air, and a mysterious aura emerged. This place had become a field of chaos. The white turtle shell was found by Yi Fan when he was traveling in the chaotic universe 200 years ago. It was suspected to be the remains left behind by the black turtle before achieving the Tao, and it had an indescribable power. At this moment, milky white brilliance flowed and blended with the chaotic chi, drowning the siblings. Runes lit up one after another on the turtle shell, turning into mysterious scriptures that lined up here. Apart from using their own divination techniques, Gu Fei and Gu Lin were also operating the former secret word. The two were connected to the Tao heart of heaven and earth, and at this moment, a wave of light appeared in front of them. It was as if they had seen a corner of the blurry future. Yes, even Yi Fan could feel an aura of the future spreading out. Boom, in the center of the sky, a beam of immortal light from the absolute beginning struck down, intertwined with five-colored divine light and flowing with the essence of primal chaos. It was incomparably terrifying, and then it gathered lightning from all directions, covering the area below. Everyone was shocked. This was the divine tribulation of a great emperor, and it was definitely an unparalleled lightning that could injure an ancient emperor. It was difficult for them to imagine what Gu Lin and Gu Fei had seen to actually trigger such a calamity. It was too much to use it to strike down two people with low cultivation. Rise! Amidst the endless emperor's tribulation, Yi Fan shouted loudly. His vision expanded and covered this divine island, protecting the siblings. He reversed the situation and directed all the calamity towards himself. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The universe seemed like it was about to dry up. Yi Fan's fist power overflowed into the sky, forcefully resisting the unparalleled divine tribulation and defeating it. Fortunately, this great tribulation was just a strike from the heavens, and it wasn't a boundless and endless emperor-level divine punishment. When the light disappeared, the divine island was unharmed. However, there were many cracks on the white turtle shell. This shocked the people who rushed over. However, when they saw that the pale-faced Gu Fei and Gu Lin were unscathed, they finally relaxed. What did you guys see? The Black Emperor asked. The others were also very nervous as they looked at the siblings. It was a vast expanse, extremely blurry. There were many lights and shadows, but I couldn't see clearly. This is an unpredictable future. Gu Fei's face was completely pale as he spoke. Yes, the future cannot be predicted. Gu Lin also spoke like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. This time, it was definitely not a small matter. Was it already like this before they could even predict it? This kind of calamity was too terrifying. The road ahead made them feel uneasy. Voila, suddenly, the white tortoise shell shattered, turning into pieces that scattered all over the divine island. The island was unharmed, so why did it shatter? Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was the remains left behind by a supreme being before achieving the Tao. It was sturdy and undying, yet it actually broke apart just like that. This is a divine armor, a divine object of innate divination. It divined the future. Suddenly, the siblings cried out loudly. They understood a corner of the future from the shattered tortoise shell. They were incomparably shocked, and even their lips began to tremble. What happened? Everyone asked. There will be a great calamity. A few of the most powerful emperors and emperors will die. When this sentence was spoken, everyone's minds were greatly shaken. As expected, it was going to be another bitter battle. What else? Hua Hua asked. We are going to see immortals in this world. Someone has become an immortal. Gu Lin and Gu Fei loudly spoke the ultimate secret they had seen through. With just this sentence, the entire cosmos rumbled like thunder, making the heavens shake violently. Many cultivators from all over the world raised their heads and looked towards the sky in confusion. They were incredibly bewildered. Someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world, and it was on that star with the same name. This news was earth-shattering and shook the celestial court. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. Since ancient times, how many human emperors and emperors of powerful races sought immortality? They wanted to break into another world, break through the undying, and seek immortality. However, they all failed. Now, someone was saying that someone was going to ascend to immortality in this world and would succeed. How could they not be shocked? This was unprecedented since ancient times. A miracle was about to take place. Immortals were going to appear in this world. This was a great event that had never happened before. The celestial court was in an uproar. They were incomparably shocked. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The greatest opportunity to become an immortal was going to appear in the near future. If they could grasp it, then they would create history. This time, the flying immortal star's great calamity exceeded my expectations. Yi Fan sighed softly. He felt that it was necessary to change his strategy. If there really was hope of becoming an immortal, he naturally had to bring along the celestial court's troops. Rumble. In the ancient flying immortal star's central sealed area, stone tablets rose from the ground one after another. They towered above the surface, tall and majestic, mysterious and ancient. On top of them, there were many densely packed words engraved. It was unknown which era they belonged to, and it was impossible to understand them. Is this a cemetery of immortals and demons? Can we fight our way into the immortal world from here? An ancient supreme being transformed into a void image and arrived here ahead of time. Since there is hope of becoming an immortal, then we have to make other preparations. I will open up the 10 great pure lands. You all wait quietly. If I get the opportunity to become an immortal, I will guide you all through it together, Yi Fan said seriously. They had to fight for it in this era. The prophecy of flying immortals had actually appeared, and history was about to be created. Everyone in the life forbidden zone would definitely come to conquer it. Needless to say, there would be an unimaginably intense clash soon. All the emperors would rise up and fight for the path of immortals. Perhaps they would fight until the universe was shattered. Father, you must be careful. A young girl was full of worry. Hundreds of years had passed, and little Violet had grown up. She was elegant and beautiful, but now she was a little worried. She was very similar to Jizue. Usually, she was playful and cute, full of youth and vigor. She was well liked in the celestial court. Yi Fan rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry. I messed it up," little Violet mumbled, her black hair flowing with luster. The group of children had all grown up, each of them stunning geniuses, surpassing their parents. Many of them had surpassed their parents, making the celestial court more and more prosperous. The only one that didn't change was little Nan Nan. She was still so young, fair and tender, cute and innocent. She was still the little one that everyone wanted to protect. "Uncle, let us go with you to the path of immortals." Li Heishui's boy and Dongfang Ye's child were the most active. They all revealed hopeful expressions. They didn't want to enter the path of immortals, they clearly wanted Yi Fan to bring them there to experience it. "You guys better behave." Dongfang Yi knocked their heads one by one. The celestial court was full of talents with endless potential. When the group of children grew up, they would be able to support the sky and prosper. Next, Yi Fan started to get busy. He was opening up the sky. Chaotic energy surged, and the myriad energy cauldron rose and fell, absorbing all the innate essence in the pure lands he had opened up. At his level, opening up a divine domain was naturally not a problem. It wasn't difficult to decorate it with real stars, because people at this level could do so. Yi Fan wanted to establish 10 great pure lands for the celestial soldiers and generals to take refuge in. During the process of splitting open the sky, his disciples and the important figures of the celestial court were all watching. This was not a small world, but a true divine realm. It was worth observing and comprehending. Yi Fan's magic force surged as it derived life and death, established the absolute beginning, stabilized the world, and recreated stars. The methods he revealed were truly admirable. When splitting open the sky in the primal chaos, one would occasionally come across some strange materials. Some of them were extremely precious, and it was difficult to find a second one. However, apart from great emperor-level characters, it was impossible for others to split open the sky and earth like this. It was shocking that Yi Fan wanted to open up 10th heaven. Ding! A light sound rang out. When the 8th layer of heaven was opened, a streak of scarlet light flickered, colliding with the all-life source cauldron. It actually didn't shatter, and there was even flowing light that flew out. We dug up a primal chaos immortal treasure. Hua Hua cried out, extremely excited. He wasn't as fast as the Black Emperor. With a swipe of his paw, Big Black directly pressed down on his bald head. He rushed over first and opened his mouth to bite. In terms of treasure-snatching ability, apart from Duanda, no one could compare. Uncle Black Emperor, what are you doing? The group of children all looked towards him. I forgot, we're all on the same side. The treasure rots in the pot and can't escape. It's just a conditioned reflex, the Black Emperor said embarrassedly. Little Z, Yan Xiao, Dongfang Chongqing, and the other children all snickered. Meanwhile, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Dongfang Yi, and the others were relatively calm. It would be strange if Big Black didn't have this kind of reaction. It really is a celestial material. When the Black Emperor took out that treasure from the primal chaos, everyone was shocked. Phoenix blood crimson gold. Everyone's eyes were burning. It was actually Phoenix blood crimson gold. This was a material used by great ancient emperors to refine weapons. No one would have thought that they would actually obtain such a large piece when splitting open the sky and earth. That's not right. This isn't an innate piece of essence. It has been refined by someone. Look, this is a section of a halberd. There are even ancient Dao marks. How long ago did this fall? The Black Emperor was shocked. Everyone surrounded him. Even Yi Fan was shocked. The primal chaos was filled with innate things. If it wasn't in the big universe, how could there be a weapon fragment? It's an Emperor Law remnant mark. Yi Fan said after appraising it. This halberd had fallen countless years ago, and there were still Dao marks within it that hadn't been destroyed. How is this possible? Could it be that a supreme warrior fought here, broke his weapon, and was buried in the primal chaos in the end? Impossible. The Black Emperor shook his head. He had been watching Yi Fan split open the sky and earth. The primal chaos here was like an ocean. There was no path, and there had never been a battle. It could be said that this was an innate land. Before, no one could come here, and it had always been this desolate. Then what is going on? Uncle Yi, hurry up and open the sky. Let's see if there are any more immortal treasures here. A child shouted excitedly. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He caressed the broken halberd and felt the boundless power of time. This type of Emperor Law was shockingly ancient. It didn't belong to any legendary emperor. He continued to split open the sky and earth, excavating another pure land. He didn't obtain any more Phoenix blood scarlet gold, but he dug out a small half of a broken tablet. There were a few words carved on it, but unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single one. Words that surpass the era of legends, no one can recognize them. This was the consensus of everyone. Even if they found someone to look at it, they could only shake their heads. It's the same as the words on the tablet in the underworld. It's from the same era. Yi Fan sighed. When he spoke these words, his mind was greatly shaken. Was this history of annihilation? Was this a reincarnation? Several great eras were buried here, and this was the remnant. At that moment, Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. This so-called reincarnation cycle was even more vast than he had imagined. It buried the universe and returned to the primal chaos. Later on, the universe was reopened, and there were different civilizations and developments. Was it really like this? When he thought of this possibility, his whole body turned cold. The so-called change of eras had been overturned countless times. Immortals, in the end, Yi Fan thought of this word. Only by living forever and breaking through eternity could one understand everything. Otherwise, one would be a flower in the universe, blooming and then withering. Even a great emperor was only the most beautiful flower in the world. Even the universe has an end. When the heaven and earth change again, what will be left? The only way is to jump out, Yi Fan said softly. This unexpected discovery had greatly moved him. Uncle Yi, hurry up and open a few more layers. Maybe you can dig out a pile of treasures. Dongfang Chongqing smiled. What does a child know? Don't talk nonsense. Dong Fengyi rewarded him with a slap. Even for a great emperor, it would be very strenuous to continue such a large-scale creation of heaven and earth. This was because this wasn't a small world but a true vast pure land. It wouldn't be a problem for one to be sealed inside for countless years. In the end, this part of the phoenix blood halberd was given by Yi Fan to the mountain phoenix. This old quasi-emperor's strength had improved greatly in these years and had become one of the top forces of the celestial court, one of the protectors. This harvest made the old mountain phoenix extremely happy and excited. Do you need me and my daughter to go with you? Xianxia asked before they parted. Her expression was gentle. After cultivating to the late stage, the terror of the origin spirit body was undoubtedly revealed. Perhaps her cultivation wasn't that heaven-defying, but if she walked together with a supreme expert, she could increase the power of the other party's laws. Moreover, she could absorb the origin source of heaven and earth, allowing supreme experts to recover faster. It could be said that she was close to an immortal and was naturally protected. It was fine if the origin spirit body wasn't complete, but once it succeeded, it would be an existence close to an immortal. This was the conclusion that the Black Emperor and Yi Fan had deduced in private. This kind of physique was too rare. Since ancient times, there were only 2 or 3 of them, and they all died young. Now, Xianxia had this kind of innate bloodline, and Little Purple had also inherited it. That was why both mother and daughter hoped to travel with Yi Fan and lend him a helping hand. No need, wait for my return. Yi Fan shook his head firmly. He didn't want his wife and daughter to take risks. After arranging the matters of the celestial court, he set off and headed straight for the flying immortal star. On the great star, there were many wild beasts and barbaric birds flying across the sky. The primitive ancient forests were densely covered, the great mountains were magnificent, and the waterfalls were like the Milky Way hanging down from the 9 heavens. This was a magnificent world. But recently, it wasn't peaceful. All the experts were restless, and all the strange beasts and birds were roaring and crying. The abnormality at the center was becoming more and more terrifying. One could directly hear the roars and ancient monuments. Demonic energy and immortal mist rose together. The most important thing was that there were supreme beings who appeared and came here to observe. They were preparing for the great battle that was about to happen. Yi Fan came without any concealment. The sea of stars was shaken, and the tens of thousands of spirits on the flying immortal star were greatly moved. The arrival of a divine physique that achieved the Tao was even more terrifying than the ancient supreme beings. This was because his blood energy was vigorous. Moreover, through actual combat, he had killed the ascended celestial being. There was no need to doubt his prestige and divine might. These are all sealing steels. Yi Fan sighed softly. Now that the seal had loosened, these monuments had left the depths of the earth and appeared in the world. It was obvious that the seal below couldn't be maintained for much longer. It could no longer suppress this secret land, and all the secrets would be revealed. He didn't recognize the inscriptions on the monument, and only a few words could be vaguely made out. Yi Fan stared at them. They were the emperor. Characters representing the extreme of the Tao. They were the same in ancient times and were used to suppress this place. They weren't the essence of the 9 emperor characters from the Tao scriptures, nor were they the emperor characters from the extreme Yin Mother scriptures and extreme Yang Immortal scriptures. Those characters only represented a type of sealing Tao. They resonated with the great Tao, rumbling and resounding through the ages. Yi Fan watched for a long time, but he didn't take action. He entered outer space and sat in an expansive void, overlooking the great star below to defend it. Just like that, time passed quickly. An entire 49 years passed. He didn't move at all. Apart from comprehending the Tao, he gazed at the flying immortal star. During this period of time, the incarnations of supreme beings came and left. The great life-restricted regions all took action. There were unmatched existences that came to observe this place, wishing to find out what was going on. Everyone was waiting. Wind blows before a great storm. Everyone knew that the seal of this place was about to be completely destroyed. The secrets of the Earth's core were about to appear. However, not a single person went to undo the seal first. The emperors were all extremely patient, all of them waiting. They were actually waiting for the arrival of this heaven-defying great era, waiting for the immortal path to open. Yifan wasn't the only one who sensed something. The various great life-restricted regions' imperial Dao supreme beings were able to reach that level, so how could they be ordinary? They also used secret methods and forbidden techniques to understand an indistinct future, guessing at some of the shocking results. Walala, the sounds of iron chains shook the heavens. It was as if immortals and devils were about to appear, as if they were currently crossing realms from immortal domain to push open that tightly locked great gate. Everyone knew that the moment was about to arrive. The critical point of a shocking change was not far away, the atmosphere was suffocating. The tens of thousands of spirits on the flying celestial star trembled. All kinds of wild beasts and birds were wailing. The saint-level existences brought their clansmen and moved away. They no longer dared to conspire and fantasize. In reality, most of them had left long ago. Over the years, the paragons had manifested themselves as void gods to fight here. No matter how heaven-defying the sages were and how much they desired to enter the immortal domain, they couldn't compete with those people. Yifan's eyes opened and closed. He sat cross-legged in the cosmos and stared at the huge star in front of him. He saw the 36th clan moving away from the flying celestial star. The great clans moved and covered the sky as they rushed towards the starry sky. There were huge beast venerables and divine birds that could suppress the sun and moon. These were all Kunlun's remnant races. Even powerful beings like them had to bow their heads at this moment. Ancestor, I hope you can win. Yifan was shocked. He was in the void and actually sensed a hornless dragon's telepathy. He captured the psyche ripple. This was shocking. Was there an ancestor of Kunlun's remnant races under the seal? Something was not right. The time didn't match. He extended his divine will and probed the great desolate beasts. He also sensed the thoughts of a few other divine bird clans. Unfortunately, he didn't make any shocking discoveries. These remnant races only felt that this place might be related to their ancestors. The universe was undergoing a great migration. The last batch of chi practitioners on the flying celestial star and Kunlun's remnant races were the slowest. Fear had spread throughout the years and the other regions had already moved. Even the celestial court was the same. The 10 great secret realms were opened. The Black Emperor, the human demon, Yi Tong, and a few other important figures personally led the teams to seal everyone in. Boom! The last monument appeared on the flying celestial star. It was even taller than the others. The densely packed runes flickered on its surface. With its appearance, the entire monument forest seemed to have come to life. The earth rumbled and all the monuments moved. A world-shaking change took place. Yifan sat in the starry sky and his brows twitched. The mountains and rivers had changed. The steel forest at the center of the ancient land moved, outlining a boundless territory. There were 9 dragons within, all of them charging through. The terrain rose and fell, the mountains and valleys changing, revealing their original appearance. 9 great dragons coiled about the ancient land at the center, countless small mountains in their surroundings rumbling. These were 10,000 dragons. 10,000 dragons had to enter the ground and enter another world. This was the true topography of the flying immortal star's sealed land. Only now did it appear. Dense mist rose and the roars of immortals and devils were faintly discernible. They shook the high heavens. No one had expected the shocking change to happen so quickly. After 49 years of continuous evolution, the final moment directly triggered the grand scheme. The seal of the flying immortal planet was about to be removed. Demonic energy surged, immortal energy erupting. Over 10,000 dragons seemed to have revived, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They transformed from mountains and rivers into tangible bodies, wishing to shatter the everlasting and enter the immortal realm. The clanking of chains broke the silence and became clearer. This was not the sound of a door lock, but more like the movement of shackles. Someone was trying to break free. There was something alive inside. Boom, an enormous sound rang through the air. An expanse of dazzling radiance shot out from the underground world, tearing apart the void. A passage appeared, large amounts of light flying out. The immortal path has appeared. It was unknown who was the first to cry out in alarm. All those who experienced the great calamity of the Northern Dipper knew that this was an immortal path's reign of light. The passage was a great crack in immortal domain. It had appeared before in the past, and now, it appeared again. It really is related to immortality. This place is going to open up another path, someone said with a sigh. A figure silently appeared in his original location. There was a supreme being who hurried over. His body was extremely indistinct, those outside unable to see him clearly. It was clearly an Imperial Tao Supreme Being. The restricted area of the Northern Dipper swayed, rumbling like thunder. There were people who were going to appear again, about to hurry towards the flying immortal star. After waiting for so many years, they finally waited for this era. They had to resist, seize fate from the heavens, strive for the undying and long life. If they missed out on this era, they might not have another chance. An enormous dong sounded. The great earth below was muffled, making one's heart tremble. Then, rubble flew into the sky, many giant monuments exploding, turning into dust. The great cracks of the immortal path extended outwards, exploding with the central sealed land at the center. It was as if a bullet pierced through glass. Roar, finally, a world-shaking roar sounded, accompanied by the sound of great chains. There was a colossus that struggled free, about to appear in this world. I am going to achieve immortality in this era. This was a type of tremendous fluctuation, shattering the heavens. Yi Fan activated the Origin Immortal Eyes, seeing an inconceivable scene. There was a giant snake below that was like a stellar stream, just too large, entire body resplendent. However, immortal chains pierced through its body, locking it down below. Apart from this, there was another piece of immortal source that was far from its body. However, it struggled free from within, clearly only revealing its massive body after breaking free. Hua Snake, one of Kunlun's ancestors. It is still alive, waiting here. The supreme being that stood here said quietly. Hong, great winds and clouds moved. Within Origin Ancient Mine, an expanse of resplendent multicolored light erupted with undying auspicious brilliance. A great purple dragon soared into the sky, covering the heavens, shaking up the past, present, and future. This was especially the case when a dragon cry sounded, making all directions tremble. It quickly turned into a purple-haired male with a medium build. He wasn't all that majestic, but he was intimidating, imposing even without being angry. His purple pupils were deep like a sea, and then they suddenly erupted with two streaks of purple lightning, tearing apart the cosmos, shaking up the boundless stellar streams. This was an archaic emperor. In the depths of the starry sky, purple golden radiance erupted. Bell sounds rang through the air. A great dragon rushed through the endless star systems, directly entering the Great Dipper, descending. The one who slept the most deeply has woken up, never appearing in this world before. He only appeared today, turns out he was still alive. An expert in the restricted region said with a sigh. The bell sounds were long and drawn out, purple light surging. A great dragon spiraled about above the middle-aged male's head. That was the 10,000 dragon bell. It was overjoyed and moved, never expecting its master to still be alive. Correct, the middle-aged man was the 10,000 dragon emperor, someone who was believed to have died in a seated posture in history, someone who had long ceased to exist. Now, he appeared in this world. This made everyone feel deep reverence. Origin Ancient Mine was terrifying after all, deep and immeasurable. There was actually such a great deity hidden here, someone who shouldn't exist in this world. The divine body is in great trouble. Since he woke up from his slumber, how could he not get revenge? His daughter was ruthlessly killed by that divine body. A supreme being said with a smile. The divine body most likely doesn't care anymore, right? What if he has good relations with that restricted region lord? If he truly wants to seize the immortal path, it will all be a life and death battle. Another person said with a sigh. At this moment, the stellar streams exploded. There were people from Immortal Tomb who rushed into the heavens as well. Then, they hurried over with the 10,000 Dragon Emperor, destroying everything in their path. Once their auras were released, nothing could stop them. Even great stars were turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, they arrived on Flying Immortal Star. Together with the one from before, 3 figures immediately appeared in this chaotic land, staring at the Immortal Path world. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice cold. He fiercely raised his head towards the star domain Yi Fan was in. Two streaks of purple lightning shot out from his eyes, illuminating the void. However, he didn't take action, instead suddenly turning around, facing the sealed land again. Huashi, that's Kunlun's ancestor. Wasn't he killed by the Emperor Zun? Why is he still in this world? The supreme beings from Immortal Tomb were shocked. Back then, the Emperor Zun was unmatched throughout the 9 heavens 10 earths, and then he attacked Immortal Mountain Kunlun, seizing the Immortal Bell, provoking the supreme beings they named themselves. However, they couldn't stop his footsteps. It was rumored that Huashi was killed, but now, he reappeared in this world. Hong, the enormous snake body underground moved about, smashing apart mountains and rivers. It wanted to struggle free, shouting, "I want to achieve immortality. The immortal path of this world will be opened for me." It's gone mad. Why did the Emperor Zun leave it behind? Moreover, it was sealed in a precious immortal source. If it was left for the enemy, wouldn't that be a waste? There were supreme beings who were confused. However, no one said anything. These 3 individuals all felt restraining fear towards each other, all of them separating, staying quite far from each other. For the sake of seizing the immortal path, there might be an ultimate battle between them. Dong, suddenly, there was another explosion from the depths of the seal. As a large piece of the immortal source disintegrated, a Taoist with disheveled hair rushed out. His 4 limbs were shackled, and he raised his head and roared. His hair had long turned gray, but that kind of power shocked the 3 supreme beings present. They were all astonished. There was an indescribable power vibrating out. At this moment, mountains and rivers were destroyed, all living things withered. Endless plant essence and the vitality of all living beings flowed out, converging towards him. "Break!" The 10,000 Dragon Emperor shouted. Heaven and earth exploded, law swept out, isolating the front because he discovered that this strange Taoist also wanted to absorb his essence. This was a terrifying person, causing the 3 great supreme beings to shiver. As an expert of this Tao, the gray-haired Taoist was definitely not a nobody. He was very dangerous. Nirvana celestial being. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor said word by word. Just now, he made a move, colliding with that person's power. He felt that kind of great Tao and immediately knew who it was. One of the 9 great celestial being from the legendary era. No one dared to look down on him, not even the ancient emperors. No one would have thought that a supreme being was suppressed here. It was simply unimaginable. Even the 9 great celestial being had been captured. This was a major event that would shake the ages. Outside the starry sky, Yi Fan's immortal eyes flickered. He muttered to himself, "Things are getting more and more interesting. Even the celestial being is still alive here. Is the immortal ascension ancient path really going to appear?" Immortal music rang out, the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Dense multicolored mist rose. Strange movements came from the depths of the seal. A mysterious creature was awakening, about to appear in this world. Is this arranged according to the era? Huashi, celestial being, and then? Are we really going to meet an immortal? The existence from the immortal mausoleum muttered to himself. Boom. The supreme fluctuations were ferocious and tyrannical. The immortal mist surged, but it could not conceal the aura of the creature below. It was extremely terrifying and indescribable. This can't really be a creature from the immortal domain, right? But why was it sealed here? Weng, the void trembled. In the depths of the seal, densely packed symbols appeared, shining outwards. Immortal light tore through the heavens, making one's soul become unsteady. What kind of seal is this? It's so ancient. No, that's not right. This is the origin seal. Heavenly Lord of Void Destruction and Huashi were only sealed here later. That living being was already here before that. This type of sealing method is so powerful. Is there someone like this in this world? Could it be that it was suppressed by an emperor? However, the timing doesn't match. At this moment, even the supreme beings in the restricted region sighed in admiration. They felt that this place was too mysterious. This place exceeded their expectations, having secrets they didn't think they knew about. This was like an immortal well, surging with milky white immortal energy, mysterious and unfathomable. Immortal multicolored light flew out from the depths of the Earth's core, tens of thousands of streaks of auspicious light and tens of thousands of symbols densely packed together, leaving everyone shocked. This was already not just the profound mysteries of formation patterns, but also a powerful personal imprint. Someone used a remnant mark to seal this place, displaying unrivaled divine might. It was precisely because of this that the immortal well seemed incomparably terrifying. Who exactly was it? The first person everyone thought of was an emperor-sovereign. Perhaps only he could be this heaven-defying. However, in reality, this was not the case. The power of the seal had existed for a long time, and there were undying traces at the heart of the formation, flowing with an ancient aura, everlasting and undying. It's the ancient desolate tower. The great supreme being's expressions changed, recognizing that diagram. It was exactly the same as the legendary ancient desolate tower. Even though it was a diagram, it also possessed that kind of aura. Could it be that the legends are true, that there was an indescribable and recorded chaotic ancient era? There was an even more ancient immortal dynasty. The expression of the supreme being from the immortal mausoleum changed, his face full of seriousness. What kind of seal was open today? It was becoming more and more unfathomable. It was difficult to trace back the years, endless without end. What exactly happened in the past, whether or not there was an immortal descending into this world, it was already impossible to confirm. They could only imagine. Hong, the center of the seal split apart, the symbols shattering on their own. The sound of iron chains rang out, and dazzling light shot out. A tattered mountain of flesh flew out. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but it was wrapped within an old bag. In addition, there was a sparkling substance that flew out. That was something similar to an immortal source, something that was originally used to seal it. A vermilion bird? Everyone was shocked. They felt a scorching heat, and that mountain of flesh split apart, revealing an expanse of scarlet redness. Flames jumped about, and a vermilion bird's head reached out. Its gaze was vicious, making one feel as if their skin was being cut by blades. Kacha, as the mountain of flesh broke apart, a scarlet body that was like blood was revealed. This was an enormous wolf's body, but scarlet scales covered the surface of its body, and its tail was that of a dragon. What kind of monster was this? It was scarlet like blood and covered densely in scales. It had the head of a vermilion bird, the tail of a wolf, and the tail of a dragon. A vicious aura surged out. This was a creature that didn't belong to the ancient emperor's knowledge. Could it really be a supreme being from the chaotic ancient era that was sealed until this era? Dao friend, which era are you from? The 10,000 Dragons Emperor asked. What they received in response was a loud and long cry. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like the roar of a dragon. It was deafening and rushed into the heavens. The stars above exploded and the river of stars collapsed. This was a type of supreme aura that covered heaven and earth, unstoppable, if not for the flying immortal star's great formation, as well as the three supreme beings standing guard. This place would definitely have been crushed into powder. Nothing would have remained. Those individuals frowned. There was something wrong with the supreme experts in the sealed land. Their primordial spirits had all suffered serious injuries, not all that normal. It was difficult to communicate with them. Immortal ascension, hee haha. I am the only one. In the end, the prehistoric creature let out a creepy laugh. It was almost crazy like a snake. The only one that looked normal was the celestial being of Nirvana, whose eyes were closed. What happened today was destined to shock the universe, and it was extremely likely that it would change history. Huashi, the celestial being from the Age of Legends, and the mysterious creature from the Age of Chaos all broke out of the seal at the same time. No one knew what secrets they had. They blocked the path of immortality. Kacha, the formation patterns were shattering. Immortal light became resplendent. The great earth rumbled, continuously caving in. Great cracks spread from immortal domain, revealing the depths of the sealed land. The path of immortality reappeared, a rain of light scattered down, accompanied by large amounts of pure white flower petals, sparkling and translucent. This was a dreamlike world, one that made one's heart tremble and feel intoxicated. In that instant, the Supreme Being's minds all became absent-minded. The dream of immortality was something that many emperors struggled with since the ancient times, but in the end, they all failed. Now wasn't the time to be absent-minded. The true battle had arrived. There was no luck to speak of on this path. They could only fight their way in, there were no shortcuts. Immortal Ascension Road. An enormous monument towered below the stellar river, slowly rising from the sealed land, standing on that path of light. It looked just that high and unapproachable. Immortal Tao laws. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor cried out in shock. The only chance to achieve immortality might have truly arrived. It was in this era. The three supreme beings in front of the path spoke softly, their eyes shining with deep divine light. Qi, the supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum, was the first to rush in. He saw the abnormalities. There weren't any obstructions on the immortal path, so perhaps they really could smoothly enter. This era belongs to me. Huashi cried out loudly. Its enormous body was like a stellar river, resplendent and dazzling. It immediately swept over, coiling around the path of immortality a step ahead. It was drenched in ascension light, its aura becoming even more terrifying. It directly took action against the supreme being from Immortal Mausoleum, releasing the most terrifying attack. Swoosh, the other supreme being avoided them, disappearing with a flash, entering even deeper. He stepped on the great golden path, looking at the Immortal Ascension monument in front of him, his expression excited. Tao friend, you can achieve immortality in this era, but you have to pass through my trial first. Suddenly, the Nirvana celestial being opened his eyes. Gray hair scattered about, a terrifying aura spreading, making heaven and earth tremble. Without a doubt, he was still clear-headed. If this supreme being wanted to go over, he had to fight against him. Both sides immediately entered a deadlock. In the end, that prehistoric creature locked onto the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. No one could calmly go over, the immortal path blocked. Walala sounds rang out. Iron chains moved the heavens. Regardless of whether it was Huashi or the Nirvana celestial being, they were all locked up. It was difficult for them to leave this place, but a great battle was enough. In reality, everyone began to doubt if those divine chains could lock down their revived selves. Are you really going to stand in our way? Yes. The path of immortality cannot be crossed by emperors. If there is you, there won't be me. It is just this cruel. What is there to say? Let's just fight. The one who spoke was a white tiger in the starry sky. It threw itself over murderously. Another supreme being from the Big Dipper restricted region arrived, turning into a white-haired Taoist, his nature unyielding. There was no way to avoid this battle. It directly erupted. The seal was strange to begin with. With these three blocking them, they could only fight their way over and get rid of them. Tao friend, I have come to lend you all a helping hand. Let's step into immortal domain together. At this time, another figure appeared, moving on the moon and stars, crossing over from the Big Dipper, entering the Ascension Immortal Star Domain. His entire body shone. Even though he was in human form, he had all types of wild beast characteristics, for example, Kuan-Pung wings, barbaric ox horns, Qilin armor. When all of these were combined together, it seemed extremely strange. Beast God, everyone knew who he was. He came from the Divine Ruins, an archaic creature who achieved the Tao, known as the Beast God. His magical force was vigorous, deep and immeasurable. 5 great supreme beings moved out together. They were going to move together, intimidate the world, however, their numbers didn't stop here. A streak of immortal radiance tore through the everlasting from origin ancient mine. Another figure tore through the void murderously, phoenix cries shaking the heavens. Heavens, could it be an undying immortal phoenix? Cries of alarm sounded from all parts of the cosmos. Everyone saw a giant phoenix move through the sky, stellar rivers extinguished, unable to stop it from spreading its wings and taking to the skies. When it descended on Ascension Star, it turned into a weaponed phoenix wing gilded hoe. Its brilliance was resplendent, within the golden color there was a bit of blood, illuminating the heavens. Phoenix cries sounded unendingly, shattering the endless starry sky. The aura was berserk, making even Yi Fan's mind tremble in outer space. This was actually a weapon. Another type of long life method appeared, there were supreme beings who turned themselves into weapons. Of course, it wasn't a complete transformation, but rather just for the sake of living a bit longer, merging the primordial spirit with the Tao weapon, becoming a special life form. Turns out it is a Tao friend from Blood Phoenix Mountain. I heard that you took a different path, but the amount of time you can remain clear-headed for isn't much. Have you been well these past few years? The beast god asked. Not that well, about to become a pure weapon. This world is my only chance, or else my divine senses will forever be sealed, forever ignorant. The Phoenix Wing Gilded Ho spoke. It was Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancestor. Later on, it stepped onto a different type of long life path, entering Origin Ancient Mine, never appearing again. The world was greatly shaken. Those who were originally thought to have died were actually in the restricted regions, not even Blood Phoenix Mountain themselves aware that their ancestor was alive. Father. In the depths of the distant star domain, a blood-haired, indistinct figure stood there, his fists tightly clenched. He was precisely Huang Shudao. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Origin Ancient Mine was too astonishing. Just what kind of supreme beings were hidden inside? No one could see through them, unable to guess. Right now, 6 great supreme beings personally appeared here, unknowingly forming an alliance. They were going to advance the path of immortality together, face the 3 individuals in front of them, their confidence great. Last time, not a single one of them appeared, not agreeing with the opportunity from hundreds of years ago. However, this time, they all stood out, proving that their judgment was extremely extraordinary. These 6 individuals were definitely terrifying to the extreme. Right now, just the surging aura alone made many great stars in the starry sky forever dim, turning them into ashes. They were breathing in and out innate spiritual essence, adjusting their bodies' conditions, wishing to fight their way in with their most powerful bodies. There were some who looked coldly into outer space, giving Yifan a look, but didn't take action. If he didn't come down, not compete with them, then he wasn't their opponent. After experiencing the great calamity last time, the number of supreme beings seemed to be a bit lacking, but every single one of them were terrifying figures, their strength still incomparably great. A great battle erupted. The 6 of them slaughtered Huaxi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures together, making this place erupt with commotion. Without the immortal path symbols, everything would inevitably turn to ashes. Heaven collapsed and earth split, ghosts wept and deities howled. The immortal path was extremely ruthless, everything was empty. Right now, only strength was the most fundamental principle. The star system shattered, a rain of light filling the skies, immortal energy pure white, violently spreading. No matter how strong Huaxi and the others were, they still couldn't stop these 3 individuals. However, shocking changes took place. The seal's formation patterns appeared, the aura surging like a sea. An ancient formation platform appeared, all of the auras released by everyone being devoured. Meanwhile, Huaxi, Nirvana celestial being, and prehistoric creatures' blood energy surged frantically, extracted. The 3 of them were incredibly shaken. What is this? The white tiger Taoist was shocked. It's the aura of an emperor. The Phoenix Wing Gilded Ho moved, scarlet multicolored light surging, sharp blades flickering with cold light. What, the emperor, he, is still alive? This was shocking news. The ancient land rumbled with noise. A wave of boundless aura surged, resonating with heaven and earth. Large amounts of stellar seas were extinguished, all of the essence energy frantically surging, filling this place. Emperor! Suddenly, Nirvana celestial being cried out loudly, going crazy to the extreme. He seemed to have recovered from his slightly normal state, completely clear-headed. His head of gray hair danced about chaotically, continuously exploding the heavens. A wave of boundless blood energy took form. It was as if an unmatched ruler had revived. Everyone, hurry and take action, stop him from coming out. The white tiger Taoist roared loudly. So what if he is an emperor? No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than all of us combined? Does he want to seize all of our hopes at the entrance of the immortal path? Kill him. The beast god roared. A powerful aura spread outwards. A void figure took form, incomparably dignified, overlooking all living things. He towered in front of the path of immortality, standing at the center of the ancient land, as if he was going to receive the kowtow of all living things and the worship of emperors. What kind of person was this? He was incomparably powerful as soon as he appeared. This was just a void figure, yet he seemed to have absorbed a small half of the 9 heavens 10 earth's spiritual essence. At this moment, all things in the universe withered away. Everyone could feel the great Tao becoming higher and higher, essence energy drying up. All of the divine traces, natural laws, and foundational energy frantically surged towards the flying immortal star, about to forge a golden body there. How could this be? Didn't Emperor Zun die? Why did this type of thing happen? The 10,000 Dragon Emperor was shocked, but he had no choice but to believe what he was seeing. The most terrifying person in the world was the last celestial being from the legendary era. Later on, it was rumored that he abandoned all divine techniques, natural laws, and even cultivation, thus disappearing. When he reappeared in the world, he was an infant, nurtured by heaven and earth. As soon as he was born, he devoured the essence of all living things in the universe, becoming supreme and incomparable. As for what happened later on, the entire world knew about it. He was unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, walking the most glorious path. No one could stop him even half a step, the 9 heavens 10 earths all bowing down to him. Ever since then, he became known as Emperor Zun, ending the reign of the celestial being supreme in the legendary era. He became the most respected person throughout all of history. The dead still want to stir up trouble. There is no true reincarnation in this world. Since you've already died, then don't stir up trouble again. Kill. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb roared, attacking forward. Correct, since you've already declined and died, then don't ever appear again. The beast god shouted, also attacking crazily. The ones here were all the most powerful ancient emperors of their era. They never respected the heavens, never respected the earth, only themselves supreme. Even though Emperor Zun's reputation had been great since the ancient times, they still couldn't truly be intimidated, choosing to take action ruthlessly. As for the Nirvana celestial being, he went even more crazy. His gray hair danced about, mouth roaring, all types of forbidden methods endless, slaughtering forward. This is a supreme pure land that was sealed during the chaotic ancient era, and it is indeed a land of immortal ascension. When Dizun broke through Kunlun, he didn't kill me and instead sealed me here to be used for his own resurrection. Huashi muttered to himself. He was no longer ignorant and recalled the past. The people of my era all died. The master of the ancient desolate tower suppressed me and guarded the immortal path. After that, that person who was no weaker than the desolate heavenly emperor came and rearranged everything, the prehistoric creature muttered to himself. His mind was in great turmoil, feeling very unstable. When these words were spoken, everyone became stupefied. Just how ancient was that? There was someone who was as powerful as an Emperor Zun, that's right, how could the master of the ancient desolate tower not be strong? This was too shocking. The ancient desolate tower was an immortal equipment, and the prehistoric creature was sealed by its master. This revealed too many secrets. No one had expected to see such a miracle. Everything that happened today was too mysterious and shocking. The venerable sovereign had passed away and died at the end of the mythological era. How could he reappear after such a long and endless period of time? This didn't make sense. However, that indistinct void figure wasn't fake. Who else had this type of dignity, daring to look down on the emperors, waiting for them to submit? Hong, the 10,000 dragon bell danced in the air, sweeping over. Purple gold light was dazzling and astonishing, making this place erupt. The white tiger roared into the sky. The white-haired Taoist's eyes also released cold lightning. Everyone went on a killing spree and charged forward together. Back then, the venerable sovereign's battle accomplishments weren't just for show. The younger generation of emperors all heard of him, so they didn't dare to be careless. If the immortal path was taken away because of his resurrection, it would be too vexing. The world collapsed, and the sea of stars shattered. The Nirvana celestial being was the most furious. After its consciousness recovered, it went berserk. However, there was an indescribable power in front of it. The formation platforms were incomparably terrifying, breaking down everyone's attacks and turning them into divine power that entered the void figure's body. You dare steal our essence energy and resurrect? You were originally a dead ghost, yet you want to reincarnate in someone else's body? Stop dreaming. Hong, an even more terrifying attack unfolded. The formation platforms in front of it finally collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. The void figure also became much fainter, but the essence energy gathered here didn't decrease. Ah! Suddenly, Huashi roared. Blood flowed from between its brows, and its primordial spirit burned. Its body flew out like a rain of light, entering the ruins. No! The prehistoric creature cried out, feeling incomparably horrified. The expression on its face froze, and its entire body cracked apart, continuously bleeding. Essence energy leaked out, primordial spirit quickly splitting apart. Venerable Sovereign, you really are ruthless. The Nirvana celestial being sat down. Blood blossomed from his body, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared between his brows. His primordial spirit was exploding, and all of his life's imperial essence energy flowed into this chaotic land. They had a common characteristic, and that was that the immortal iron chains on their bodies burned and melted, becoming a type of unknown forbidden natural laws. It broke them down, sending them to the end of their lives. Everyone's fine hairs stood on end. Even the ancient supreme beings were disappointed and frustrated. The venerable sovereign was too powerful. Even after sealing the three of them, even after endless time had passed, it was still difficult for them to escape death. When the venerable sovereign was at the peak of his power, he already laid down this type of contingency. If something unexpected happened to him one day, he wanted to use this place to resurrect. Kill! Everyone shouted loudly. They had to stop this type of situation from happening. They couldn't let the strange venerable sovereign reincarnate in someone else's body. The terrifying aspects he displayed made everyone feel uneasy. Kill! The 6 great supreme beings used imperial Tao natural laws, holding weapons to suppress and kill. There was naturally no one in this world who could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The chaotic land turned into ruins. Symbols were erased, disappearing without a trace. However, there was a type of imprint that continued to linger about. At the same time, the snake transformation, Nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. There were restrictions within their bodies, so this type of fate had long been decided. It wasn't surprising at all. With a honglong sound, 3 waves of boundless essence energy merged together, rushing towards an immortal well in the chaotic land. They immediately merged together, forming a storm, and then they formed void images. Imperishable immortal formation. There are terrifying formation patterns arranged here, and they still haven't been destroyed. Does he really want to revive? Kill! 6 supreme beings of Daos moved at the same time, turning this galaxy into ashes. The flying immortal star also collapsed, and only this sealed land was left undestroyed. There are the Tao traces of that heavenly emperor from the chaotic ancient years, as well as the divine laws laid down by the venerable sovereign. The 2 powerful merged, forming a type of undying magical text. It truly is shocking. They did everything they could to take action. They didn't believe that the 6 supreme beings couldn't destroy everything here. Hong, that void image exploded again, but a moment later, it reappeared, reforming again, undying and imperishable. Refine him, someone suggested. When they thought about how the one being refined was the venerable sovereign, they all felt an indescribable emotion. The most terrifying person was actually being trampled on by them like this. The 6 immortal flames rushed together, turning into the most terrifying great furnace, surrounding that void image. It burned fiercely, and supreme laws weaved about, streak after streak. Something's wrong, he needs our Tao flames. Hurry and withdraw them. What a great venerable sovereign. He needs 5 or more Emperor Tao experts to help him ignite his divine flame and create hope for revival. They were all extraordinary people, all knowing the heavens and the earth. As soon as they entered the situation, they quickly woke up, all of them quickly backing up. However, that flame couldn't be extinguished, because the snake transformation, Nirvana celestial being, and the prehistoric creature all exploded. Their flesh and essence energy all filled in, and now, it was ignited, replenishing the venerable sovereign's needs. He achieved his objective. Impossible. With us here, he can forget about revival. The 6 of them took action again, suppressing and killing the void image in front of them. With a Wunlong sound, the chaotic land surged with beams of light that covered the sky. Those were immortal Tao divine chains of order. At this moment, they interweaved together, turning into a great net, outlining unmatched natural laws, surrounding this divine flame. What powerful natural laws is this? The natural laws of the Heavenly Emperor formation from the chaotic ancient era and the later venerable sovereign imprints? Everyone attacked viciously. That void image still couldn't become clear in the net. However, at this time, the universe changed. There was a mysterious aura flowing everywhere. What is that? In various parts of the universe, a few powerful races trembled. They saw streak after streak of green light, tearing through the starry river, rushing into the distance. Heavens, those are weapon fragments. How can there be such powerful fluctuations? It's too terrifying. This is an immortal artifact. Multicolored light rushed into the heavens. The universe was greatly shaken. Green light covered the sky in many places, illuminating eternity. That type of aura made everyone tremble, their bodies shaking. It was too powerful. It's the fragment of the immortal ascension cauldron. It really is it. All of the fragments are actually gathering towards the flying immortal star. Finally, someone recognized what the green multicolored light was. It was the green cauldron of the past. This time, it was going to recombine and become one. On the flying immortal star, the 6 supreme beings naturally sensed it. They were all shocked as well. Simple and ancient fragments flew over one after another. Right now, they were all burning, immortal light dazzling, leaving them greatly alarmed. Chong, chong. The green fragments merged together, once again forming a cauldron. It was simple and mysterious, 3 feet and 2 handles, dark green as if it was covered in rust. It gradually took form. In outer space, Yi Fan was shocked. He could sense that the portion of the cauldron he controlled back then was also inside. Now, it truly merged into one. In the chaotic land, the venerable sovereign divine flame was undying. It merged with the interweaving net of natural laws, and then entered the cauldron together. It carried out refinement and refinement, becoming an immortal cauldron again. The venerable sovereign couldn't revive, but his cauldron reappeared, obtaining new life, woo-woo. In the cosmos, strand after strand of mysterious natural laws flew over. They were similar to deities, and they also entered the cauldron. The natural laws and deities within the cauldron reappeared. Good. This cauldron's reappearance couldn't be better. It can be used to break through the immortal past barrier and help us become immortals. Venerable Sovereign, rest in peace. We will step into the immortal world in your place. The beast god said ruthlessly. Within King Chong's sounds, the immortal ascension cauldron reappeared, truly becoming one. All of the cracks closed, completely refined by the divine flame. Suddenly, the green cauldron trembled. The mouth of the cauldron aimed towards a certain direction in the cosmos, frantically devouring. Not only did the cosmos' spiritual essence surge over, there was also a mysterious reaction. Within the primal chaos immortal earth that Yi Fan established, the divine child suddenly cried out miserably. The immortal source that sealed him exploded. Everyone was given a fright, and then they looked at him in shock. Silly child, what happened to you? Li Tian shouted. Even though they often tidied him up, everyone was actually quite concerned about the little fatty. They had long developed deep feelings for him. I'm in pain. I can't help but want to fly away, leave this place. The divine child cried out in alarm. Hold him down. Everyone walked up together, wanting to hold him down. However, there was a mysterious type of great power that appeared, blasting everyone flying and pulling him away from this place. Everyone was anxious. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor or Hua Hua, even though they often ridiculed the little fatty, they had long regarded him as a family member. How could they allow anything to happen to him? Sister Nan Nan, save me. At the crucial moment, the divine child called out to the little girl. The little girl had long since run forward, always trying to catch the divine child, but she was still a step too late. She could only watch helplessly as he flew away. Woo-woo. I don't want to die, save me. These were the last words the little fatty cried out. divine child, don't despair. In the future, me and Big Brother will definitely save you. The little girl shouted with tears in her eyes. In the damaged flying immortal star's sealed land, light flashed. The divine child appeared and entered the cauldron's mouth. Save me! Divine child cried out loudly, his face full of fear as he struggled within the green copper cauldron. In outer space, Yifan's large hand reached down, wishing to grab him. Unfortunately, everything happened too suddenly. He was already a step too late, and the supreme beings below also took action. The 10,000 dragon bell soared into the sky. A large purple dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, biting towards his wrist. Another phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet multicolored light, also hacking over, domineering under the sky. Within the King Chong sounds, Yifan's large hand was stopped. However, in that instant, everything already became fixed, unable to be stopped anymore. The green copper cauldron erupted with radiance. The little fatty disappeared, entering the cauldron's walls. Divine child! Yifan cried out loudly, leaving behind a sigh. The little fatty and the cauldron merged into one, producing a miraculous transformation. With a wing sound, the green copper cauldron trembled. The immortal radiance that descended was like a silver river, brilliant and dazzling. A figure sat within the cauldron, his appearance dignified. When his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions. That was the divine will contained within the immortal ascension cauldron. Now, its soul was complete. Yifan was silent, not saying anything for a long time. In reality, he had long sensed this, just that he never received confirmation. Divine child was formed from the divine will within the green copper cauldron. It's really amazing. He actually broke free and became an independent life form. I transformed into a weapon, yet he wanted to become a true person. The phoenix-winged golden centipede was disappointed and frustrated, carrying a type of bitterness and helplessness. Divine child was the divine will of the immortal ascension cauldron. Back then, after the cauldron shattered, he used unmatched immortal methods to break free, striving to evolve into a true life form. However, he paid a disastrous price, his past cultivation and abilities almost completely lost, even losing his memories. Now that the immortal ascension cauldron was reforged, he was summoned back. Everything that was lost condensed once again, the divine child naturally recovered as well, refined into the cauldron's core divine laws. Hee ha ha ha, it really is the will of the heavens, the immortal ascension cauldron was reforged today, reappearing in this world. Isn't this to help us fight our way into immortal domain? The beast god laughed loudly, but his gaze was extremely cold. That's right. Back then, Dizun was precisely the one who established the universe, using unmatched magical power to break through the immortal path's barrier, wishing to use this to become an immortal. However, it was a pity that he failed at the last moment. Now, we are here to help him realize his dream. White Tiger Daoist also laughed, but it was still a bit sinister. No matter what, Dizun was dead after all. Even if he had left behind a contingency plan, he could not really be resurrected. However, his cauldron of ascension immortality had been reborn and had reappeared in the mortal world, which was great news for the 6 great supreme beings. Kill! They roared loudly, rushing towards the immortal path together, activating their divine force together. They activated the green copper cauldron, pushing it to the very front, wishing to open up a path of immortality. A great collapse immediately took place in this place. The starry rivers of the cosmos broke apart. They were frantically devouring essence energy. The great star systems grew dim and almost dried up. Boom, on that golden path, another stele appeared. There were some imperial characters carved on it. Only ancient emperors could read them, others couldn't understand them. These could also be said to be the laws of the immortal Tao. Without reaching the corresponding realm, one would never be able to understand them. 2 or 3 people achieving immortality in a single life. This sentence was extremely short, but it was as if a boulder smashed into every single supreme being's heart. All of them immediately felt restraining fear, taking precautions against each other. Even though they were advancing, the atmosphere immediately changed. Regardless, we have to advance first and fight our way in. We'll talk after we reach the end. Correct, these inscriptions don't have much meaning. Imperial Dao laws erupted. This place erupted. After experiencing the great calamity last time, they were especially careful. They operated the cauldron of ascension with all of their strength as they charged forward. Soon after, a grand immortal pass appeared. There was an indistinct figure standing guard there, unexpectedly possessing the strength of a great emperor. There was someone overlooking them, looking down on the endless heavens. So powerful. Is this the true immortal pass this time? A great battle took place here. It was just like last time, incomparably bitter, making even the ancient emperors and great emperors risk it all, fiercely attacking forward. The cosmos was in chaos. The great stars were rapidly changing, essence energy quickly decreasing, all of it surging towards flying immortal star. It was devoured by the supreme beings, providing them with the path of immortality. Everyone was anxious and fearful, feeling like a tremendous disaster was about to descend. Prosperity, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Decline, the lower-level cultivators suffered. Regardless of what kind of unforeseen event it was, for lower-level cultivators, it was a type of disaster. The goals and visions of the higher levels, for those at the lower levels, were always great upheavals. Yifan watched as they fought their way into the path of immortality, not following them. Immortality was what he desired. However, there was an extremely cruel reality. Those individuals carried great hostility towards him, because he was a supreme being of the present world, full of blood energy. He was feared by these individuals. Apart from this, Yifan still didn't complete his mission. There was a knot in his heart, and that was because he had to get revenge for his good brother GZ, the white-clothed divine king whose kindness was as great as a mountain, as well as Gai Joyo. He had been watching Big Dipper Undying Mountain this entire time. Stone Emperor didn't appear, not coming out even now, most likely because he had some misgivings. Or was it to say that Stone Emperor was waiting for an opportunity, wishing to enter only after the path of immortality was about done? However, if he did this, he might suffer the joint suppression of those 6 supreme beings. After all, they grasped the immortal ascension cauldron, and they paid quite the price. They definitely wouldn't allow this type of person to take advantage of others. It's time. Yifan stood up, making his way through the shattered starry river. A great path of immortal light stretched across the cosmos, connecting to Big Dipper. He quickly arrived by following this path. He passed by many star systems along the way. Many powerful clans sensed him, and they were all overwhelmed with shock. Immortality was imminent, yet the human race's holy body Yifan didn't face it, and instead headed for Big Dipper. What was he trying to do? Divine light shone in tens of thousands. Everyone knew his objective. The great path of divine light reached the eastern wastelands, and he descended into Undying Mountain. He is going to attack the restricted region at this time. Is he going to demand an explanation for his old friend? Every single mountain in Undying Mountain was terrifyingly black. Some were like sword blades that towered into the clouds, others like barbaric oxen lying on the ground. Mists curled about them, and the atmosphere was majestic. One could see a stone person that was missing an arm picking medicine, and one could also see a stone crow that was missing a claw flying. These were all holy spirits, and they looked extremely strange. You finally came. An overcast roar sounded from the depths of the mountain. I've come. Yifan shouted. The meaning behind this shout was different. He stared at the great black peak at the very front. His head of black hair moved about even though there was no wind, and his eyes were brilliant and intimidating. He walked forward step by step. This restricted region had previously been soaked in blood. The Void Emperor had killed 1 or 2 ancient emperors from Undying Mountain, shocking the world. In that era, the Void Emperor's situation was extremely difficult. He had previously come with the resolution of certain death, because there were several ancient sovereigns lingering here. They weren't something a human could contend against. It was precisely during that era that the Void Emperor established the supreme dignity of the human race. It was inviolable. Even if it was just one person, it was enough to intimidate the heavens. He spent his entire life fighting. Now, it was different. In Yifan's era, the supreme beings were already old, and the ancient emperors in the mountain had long withered to the lowest number. When he entered, his mood was completely different. The void has also come before, but he still couldn't flatten Undying Mountain. In the end, his flesh was torn apart, and his entire body was covered in injuries. You came as well, do you also want to die? A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. The great emperors of the previous generations fought under the heavens, wiping out most of the spirit in the restricted region. How many of the supreme beings are left who can fight? In this era, I have to thank them, allowing me to enter Undying Mountain as if I was walking on flat ground. Yi Fan was incomparably confident. The people in the mountain were silent, but they were inwardly furious. Yi Fan was looking down on them, believing that Undying Mountain wasn't as great as it was in the past. Did he even think that he could come here for a stroll? The void fought a bloody life, and Great Emperor Wuxia came here to walk his dog. Today, I will completely flatten you all. Yi Fan roared loudly, speaking out his life's wish. You dare? A loud shout sounded from within the mountain. All of the enormous black peaks began to rumble, as if the gods of thunder were raging. Why wouldn't I dare? Stone Emperor, get your ass out here. The all-life source energy cauldron floated above Yi Fan's head. His feet stepped on the great golden path, arriving in the depths of Undying Mountain. There was an expanse of towering mountains here, surrounding this place. No one knew what was inside, and it became this world's greatest secret. And today, Yi Fan came. He was going to forcefully unveil Undying Mountain's final mysterious veil. Mist pervaded the surroundings of this tallest black mountain. Back then, a headless horseman already startled Yi Fan and the others into quickly escaping with the help of the Great Emperor's formation patterns. Time passed quickly, and now, he relied on himself to come here. He was going to carry out the ultimate battle, making everyone deeply moved. It was a pity that the people of the past had already passed, unable to return. Hong, Yi Fan's foot crushed a mountain, smashing it into pieces. Rubble flew in all directions, shaking the entire eastern wastelands. Not long ago, there was someone who dared to be so simple and crude, directly flattening Undying Mountain, killing the supreme beings and rulers within. The events here quickly shook up the cosmos. Even the flying immortal star's great event couldn't conceal the storm here. Was the restricted region going to be wiped out again? Yi Fan's divine might shook the world. You can't forget, is it because you want to get revenge for Ji family's people and Jiang family's people? Their blood wasn't bad, but unfortunately, you couldn't drink it, dying in battle just like that. Up ahead, a tall demonic figure towered, facing the mountain entrance. This was the innermost depths of Undying Mountain, one that exceeded everyone's imaginations. It wasn't some terrifying demonic earth, but rather a paradise, pure and natural. There was a peach garden, fallen petals everywhere. There were a few thatched cottages, returning to their natural state. An old tortoise was crawling about, slowly moving towards the back of the thatched cottage. It was actually the 10,000-year-old divine medicine black tortoise. A messy old man leaned against the wall. He was extremely old, but at this moment, his hands were sharp, grabbing the black tortoise medicine to prevent it from slipping away. Then, he put it into his bosom. There were two more supreme beings in Undying Mountain. One was Stone Emperor, tall and heroic, towering in front like a demonic god. In his hands was a black heaven-art halberd, killing intent surging. The other was precisely that elder, his old eyes blurry. He slowly stood up and said, "You all fight, I'm leaving. I don't have much time left, I don't want to step into the storm again, only wishing to leave some of my descendants a path of survival." He actually wanted to withdraw. Meanwhile, Stone Emperor was expressionless, not expressing anything. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his immortal eyes releasing strand after strand of radiance, seeing through what was going on. The elder was in the process of transforming into the Tao, his primordial spirit extinguishing. Even if he was given divine medicine, even if he was devoured by the creatures of the entire cosmos, it would still be difficult to reverse this. This person had lived for too long. There was already nothing in this world that could stop his decline and death. Perhaps, it could be said that this was a dead person, at most having a few years or even a few days of life left. He would inevitably transform into the Tao, turning into dust, nothing left behind. Yi Fan didn't stop him. There was no meaning in fighting someone who was about to die, and the other party didn't have any supreme being fighting strength, so he could be given a chance to choose a tomb. However, Stone Emperor definitely couldn't be let go. Sigh, I've said it before, don't be too murderous. In the end, there will be retribution. Did you see what happened? The elder shook his head, carrying a type of helplessness and sigh as he walked towards the peach blossom forest. There were more than 10 people there, all of them extremely young. Some were sealed in the source, some standing there woodenly, staring at Yi Fan and Stone Emperor. Let's go. From now on, there is no more undying mountain in this world. The greater situation cannot be stopped. This old man is about to die, seeing a corner of the future. In the future, you all can live peacefully, this isn't a bad life either. With a swing of his large sleeve, everyone was collected inside, and then he left without even turning his head back. Then, he collected a small mountain outside. Immortal tears flickered with green golden radiance. From then on, he never appeared in this world again. This was the choice of a supreme being, yet in the end, it was actually like this. It was outside of Yi Fan's expectations. In the end, he actually got over it, not even taking a look at the path of immortality. Stone Emperor didn't say anything. When one reached this cultivation realm, there was nothing they didn't understand, nothing they didn't understand. He naturally understood that type of state of mind, but everyone was different. Undying Mountain and the Void Bloodline are mortal enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. You are the son-in-law of the Void Emperor's bloodline, as well as a divine body. Only death can await you. Stone Emperor finally spoke, his voice cold and arrogant. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, pointing a finger at him. Do you still think that the darkness was chaotic back then? Since I came, it was precisely to remove your head. Several hundred years ago, the void returned, the eternal universe reappeared, still an expanse of blood. Today, I don't want to tangle with you any longer. 10 moves is the limit. If I can't kill you, then I will end my own life. Stone Emperor said coldly. How egotistical. Not even the unfettered celestial being dares to treat me like this. Even an old stone like you is worthy? Yi Fan knew that he was extremely strong. Even if he wasn't the most powerful creature since the ancient times, he wasn't too far off. However, his face still fell. He had this type of confidence, and he also had this type of ability. After several hundred years passed, he advanced even further, reaching great heights. He could be said to be unmatched under the heavens. In the past, when he and his companions entered the life-restricted region, they would tremble with fear, acting carefully, not daring to act carelessly. Now, everything was different. They could fight against this type of person. Ha ha ha. Brat, you were lucky enough to keep your life that year. Return it today and end your life once and for all. The Stone Emperor laughed loudly, insufferably arrogant. His hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the universe. He brandished the great halberd in his hand and hacked forward. Yi Fan soared into the sky and entered the universe. He did not want to destroy the Big Dipper star region. He had too many feelings for this place. The Stone Emperor also charged toward Ling Tian. The direction of the halberd in his hand didn't change, and he continued to slash toward Yi Fan. Black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the galaxy. Forbidden Zone battle. The people of Big Dipper trembled. The small cultivators at the lowest level couldn't escape their homes. When they saw this scene, there wasn't a single one of them who didn't feel their bodies go cold. I believe that Senior Yi can defeat him. Everyone prayed. The major powers had long since retreated, leaving behind only the sects with no foundation. They had no way to enter the star field. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan and the Stone Emperor passed through countless galaxies and entered the desolate border of the universe. They stopped one after another. Wung, the great halberd hacked down, releasing a buzzing sound. Dragon patterns appeared, and a black dragon soared up, pouncing murderously at Yi Fan. That ancient halberd had a spirit, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. This was the most powerful imperial attack. Dang, a myriad source energy cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head. Source energy flowed out from the opening of the cauldron, crushing the universe in all directions to resist the great halberd. Meanwhile, he himself released a long roar and also attacked. He immediately used the Heavenly Emperor fist, smashing toward the space between the Stone Emperor's brows. Victory and defeat were decided in 10 moves. When it came to life and death, there were no empty moves to speak of. In a bloody battle, all of them had to be trump cards. Hong, the Stone Emperor, had been domineering his entire life. He had seen Vicious, Void, Wuxia, and others. He had experienced too many years, and he had never been willing to accept his age. When he clashed with Yi Fan, he also clenched his fists and struck back. This was a great confrontation that could collapse the heavens and split the earth. This collision alone destroyed a large expanse of the Sea of Stars and the border of primal chaos, turning this place into a source of destruction. Under King Chong's sounds, Emperor Dao laws erupted. Millions and millions of strands of immortal light erupted, auspicious brilliance shining in tens of millions of streaks. The two individuals were greatly shaken up, flying out in retreat one after another. The Stone Emperor actually advanced, rising to the extreme while fighting against Yi Fan. This strike was incomparably terrifying. It continuously shook, truly wishing to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste. One could see just how much restraining fear he felt towards Yi Fan. Otherwise, how could he have advanced so quickly? This was the same as stepping onto a dead end. After fighting against Yi Fan, regardless of whether he won or lost, he wouldn't be able to live. Perhaps only by entering the path of immortality and immediately becoming an immortal would he be able to survive. Pooh, when Yi Fan backed up, blood splashed out from his body. The Stone Emperor also staggered backwards, suffering a heavy blow. Blood continuously flowed out from the corners of his lips. So it turns out to be like this. Back then, you suffered serious injuries, your blood energy withering away. Your injuries are difficult to recover from, so you can only decide life and death within 10 moves. Yi Fan sneered. No wonder the other party spoke such arrogant words. This was actually a type of helplessness. The Stone Emperor had great Dao injuries that still hadn't fully recovered. Back then, he fought bloody battles under the heavens, devouring all life forms. Later on, the Wasteland Lord came, unmatched under the heavens, killing an ancient emperor that had advanced, forcing him to decisively return to Undying Mountain, unable to replenish his life force. Emperor seals the world. The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. In that instant, the surging divine force froze. All of the chaotic energy in this cosmos became still, imprisoned for eternity. This was one of his unmatched forbidden secret techniques. It evolved from petrification, able to seal for eternity, freeze the body of a great emperor, and then carry out a slaughter. Sure enough, Yi Fan couldn't budge an inch. His entire body seemed to have sunk into a swamp, encountering great trouble. The primordial spirit is immortal, my heart is eternal. He muttered softly, shaking his own natural laws with difficulty. Right now, it was difficult to comprehend the supreme physical body, but the space between his brows shone. His primordial spirit merged with the Tao. Struggling free. Yi Fan roared loudly. His primordial spirit flickered, igniting the starry sky. The golden little figure was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably dignified. One hand held the cauldron, the other hand displaying the power of time. In an instant, it rushed over, rushing murderously at the Stone Emperor. At the same time, because his primordial spirit struggled free, his physical body also erupted, shattering the void. Blood energy covered the cosmos, immediately leaping out, slaughtering the Stone Emperor. This was a great confrontation of secret techniques. Yi Fan merged the forward character secret, moving character secret, eternity imprint, and others, creating a type of great time method. With the primordial spirit as the main attack and the physical body as a shield, it was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Hong, an intense collision rang out. King Chong sounds rang through this place. Regardless of whether it was the all-life energy cauldron or the black gold halberd, they were both greatly shaken. Sparks flew everywhere, and at the same time, blood splashed out from the bodies of the two supreme experts. Kill. Yi Fan's primordial spirit and physical body rushed towards the Stone Emperor at almost the same time. At that moment, they reached their limits and became one, once again becoming a single entity. A strange evolution and transformation took place. It was as if a great bell of time was ringing in a drawn-out manner. His entire body suppressed downwards. Hong, the Stone Emperor, flew out horizontally, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was no longer in his prime. In this second great confrontation, he suffered a great loss. The most important thing was that the injuries within his body were stirred up again. His old injuries relapsed, and strands of imperial blood splashed into the starry sky. It was a ghastly sight. He was unconvinced, and even more unconvinced. In the past, Yi Fan was no different from an ant in his eyes. He wasn't worthy of being his opponent even with the help of the corpse of a divine physique. He was slaughtered until his blood dyed the starry sky. However, in less than 1,000 years, the other party actually suppressed him so powerfully. What kind of experience was this? How could he endure this? Use my imperial blood as a living sacrifice, he roared loudly. With a wing sound, this part of the universe was ignited. Time and space were all within the range of his forbidden secret technique. Blood dripped from the Stone Emperor's body, dyeing the universe red. Then, it rumbled and ignited, releasing Dao cries. In a split second, Yi Fan was submerged. He couldn't evade this at all. Pooh! Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow. He exploded in the sky. This was one of the Stone Emperor's most terrifying methods. It was known as a living sacrifice, and it was created precisely for the sake of dealing with the descending immortals one day. He used his own blood and life as a primer, using this as a sacrifice to destroy his enemy. Yi Fan recovered. His body reformed, and his expression became serious. This was only the third move, yet he already suffered a great loss. Of course, even though the limit was 10 moves, it couldn't be discussed so simply. It was because every single move was greater than hundreds to over 1,000 moves, and they were all trump cards that could immediately decide life and death. The Stone Emperor's blood energy was limited, so he was destined to use this type of method to deal with his enemy. He wouldn't be able to persist for too long, and he still had to save a portion of his energy to challenge the path of immortality. Blood continued to flow. The Stone Emperor's forbidden secret technique was still being used. The Stone Emperor would rather harm himself to destroy Yi Fan. Hong, Yi Fan displayed his celestial emperor fist, causing heaven and earth to collapse. He swept out the natural laws and the void, creating a pure land for himself so that he wouldn't be affected. At the same time, he brandished his celestial emperor fist. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all of the suns, moons, and stars in the cosmos resonated with it. They erupted with precious splendor, surging from various regions. He continuously attacked, destroying the remaining divine chains of order. Stone Emperor, no matter what methods you have, you are definitely going to die today. Yi Fan roared. When he thought of his old friends, it was as if he returned to the dark age of chaos. That kind of despair and grief lingered in his heart. He was no longer powerless. He stood at the peak of the most powerful, and he could get revenge for them. Hong, Yi Fan took the initiative to attack. The Stone Emperor was locked in place for eternity. His left hand formed the eternity imprint, and his right hand formed the space imprint. The space between his brows circulated the forward imprint, and the travel imprint was like a rainbow beneath his feet. He turned into a sphere of fiery light, burning fiercely as he slaughtered his way over. Pooh! This time, Yi Fan achieved a great victory. He blasted the Stone Emperor apart. So many powerful secret techniques were used at the same time, and they were fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even someone as powerful as the Stone Emperor couldn't hold on, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. I will use my divine blood to forge immortality. The Stone Emperor shouted loudly. He wasn't in a hurry to recover his body, and only protected his primordial spirit. Then, he released this kind of demonic sound, shaking the endless heavens. There was a type of strange power that was boundless. A figure that was like a demonic god walked over from the distance. The aura of time flowed about him, and it was incomparably terrifying and powerful. My next life, display all of your profound mysteries and kill him. The Stone Emperor roared loudly. That person immediately became extremely terrifying. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He didn't believe in an afterlife and only believed in this life. How could the other party display this kind of technique? No, it's his self-Tao. He can actually use it like this and display this kind of power. Yi Fan was greatly moved. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Stone Emperor was a heaven-warping genius. He solved a difficult problem for Yi Fan, making Yi Fan's heart suddenly become clear. During these years, he had always been researching the past self and the Tao self, but it was difficult for him to convert them into actual combat strength. The Stone Emperor opened up a new gate for him. Even though he was excited, right now, he was also facing extreme danger. Yi Fan always felt as if he was restricted, as if he was sealed. Sure enough, he encountered a great disaster this time, directly being killed twice. Blood scattered outwards, dyeing this entire cosmos a scarlet red. However, he finally struggled free. He attacked with full force, blasting that self-Tao god and devil apart, turning it into ashes. The Stone Emperor trembled intensely. He had already reassembled. His face was pale, and he suffered another serious injury. He knew that things didn't bode well for him today. He continuously used forbidden techniques, yet they all failed. It seems like there's no need for 10 moves. In a battle of life and death, the final move. He shouted without any joy or worry. The final move was unleashed, a solitary smoke rose up from the great desert, and a round sun set over the long river. A stone man rose up from the ground, roaring through the mountains and rivers of stars, and the cosmos collapsed. This was the scene of the Stone Emperor's birth. At that time, the heavens trembled for him, and the cosmos trembled for him. As soon as he was born, his might suppressed the endless great world. He obtained the blessings of the heavens, and his divine Tao laws were unmatched. He was born in accordance with the will of the world, and all types of secret techniques and forbidden divine abilities reached perfection on their own. His magical power was boundless. And at this moment, he displayed the ultimate divine technique. Its name was High Heavens. Recreating the scene of his birth, he was nurtured by heaven and earth, the child of the heavens. The ultimate divine ability was immeasurable, toppling mountains and overturning seas. All things revived and withered, and the Tao of the cosmos resonated. Hung long, rivers of stars overflowed, and endless great stars covered heaven and earth as they surged like ocean waters. Natural laws and divine chains of order interweaved, connecting the past, present, and future. It was as if the heavens were angry. An enormous stone man rose up behind the Stone Emperor, and then it merged with him. It held a heavenly halberd that flickered with metallic luster, and then it hacked down. The ultimate attack, the cosmos lost color, and all ages collapsed. Regardless of whether it was the flying immortal star or the other star domains, all of the experts were horrified. This kind of attack was too unyielding and powerful. How were they supposed to defend against it? Yi Fan naturally used all of his methods as well. Irregular phenomena, secret techniques, and other things merged together. That area became a golden sea. Immortal kings and celestial emperors descended into the world, becoming one with him as they slaughtered forward. In the end, nothing could be seen. It was a blazing and boundless expanse. The sun, moon, and stars exploded one after another, and the edge of the cosmos was destroyed. Endless light became the only thing left. The deity said, "Let there be light," and this was the creation of the world. The primal chaos exploded, and the great cosmos trembled. Within the boundless sea of light, two figures gradually appeared. A heavenly halberd was dripping with blood, and it almost hacked Yi Fan in half, embedding itself in his body. Saint blood scattered across the starry sky. Yi Fan staggered, and he almost collapsed into a pool of blood. Saint blood flowed like a river, dyeing this place red. The Stone Emperor stood tall and majestic. As he faced Yi Fan, his thick hair danced in the wind, making him seem like a deity. However, at this moment, the Stone Supremacy's eyes dimmed. One hand wielding the halberd chopped down at Yi Fan, the other hand dripping with blood was doing its best to grab onto one of Yi Fan's palms. The two supreme martial artists stood facing each other. Even though Yi Fan's injuries were extremely severe, one of his hands still ruthlessly sliced into the space between the Stone Emperor's brows, directly entering his brain. Blood dripped down from that area, creating a ghastly sight. His palms were glowing. That was an immeasurable amount of divine power burning. The immortal foundation of the Stone Emperor crumbled. Cracking sounds rang out unceasingly as the Tao fruits in his life dissipated. His eyes dimmed, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, his life was about to end. Ah, with a final roar, the dim eyes of the Stone Emperor widened in anger. He spat out a mouthful of innate essence that transformed into a white chi wave that gushed towards Yifan. At the same time, the great halberd in his hand trembled violently, wanting to cleave the heavily injured Yifan to death. A cold light tore apart the grand cosmos sea. Open! Yifan roared, the sound of his Tao echoed out, shattering the innate essence. His right hand ferociously pushed out, causing the head of the Stone Emperor to explode as a flower of blood sprayed 3,000 feet into the air. In addition, treasured light radiated from his body as scriptures rang out unceasingly. His other hand transformed into a Heaven Empyrean fist and punched downwards. Kacha, Yifan used his ultimate power to shatter the ancient halberd, turning it into pieces of black gold. They were dyed in his blood as they scattered into the cosmos. Pooh! The entire body of the Stone Emperor exploded, transforming into a mist of blood that transformed into the most terrifying reign of emperors in the world. Although this battle only lasted for a few short moves, it was extremely intense. Yifan suffered heavy injuries. How could he be weaker than an emperor? Once he went all out, he would be invincible under the heavens. Yifan didn't say anything. He sat there cross-legged and rapidly healed his injuries. His hands moved about, drawing back the blood light that the Stone Emperor wanted to wash away, enveloping him within. This was the blood essence of an emperor, the strongest immortal treasure in the world. He used it to heal his injuries. The changes on the path to immortalization were imminent. He didn't have time to rest and had to recover as soon as possible. And given his cultivation base, the forbidden secret arts he grasped were heaven-defying. He naturally knew how to neutralize Tao injuries. Even if a paragon was old and weak, the blood essence he left behind was still extraordinary. Yifan bathed in the blood light, his entire body glowed as he rapidly recovered. Hong! Suddenly, there was a mysterious force that drew over from the flying immortal star. It wanted to seize the blood essence and have a share of the delicious soup. He suddenly opened his eyes. The cauldron above his head flew out, suppressing and severing that pulling force. Then, primal chaos surged at the mouth of the cauldron. It fiercely turned around, sucking in all of the blood essence. 3 blood pills were refined in almost an instant. Yifan swallowed one. Scriptures continuously appeared between heaven and earth, and he even more so seemed to be soaked in blood. Scarlet multicolored light filled the sky, and all types of Tao symbols appeared. His appearance was dignified. In the end, he stood up, completely recovering. His eyes were like 2 streaks of cold lightning. He put away the black golden halberd fragments and took large steps to leave the desolate border of the cosmos. He hurried back to the Big Dipper star. Just now, that final move made all parts of the cosmos tremble. Almost all cultivators were terrified. They felt a type of great Tao descend, as if the heavens were going to destroy the world. However, they didn't know the final result. At this time, Yifan appeared. It was clear that the great battle had reached its final conclusion. He slaughtered the Stone Emperor. The divine body killed another supreme being. The Stone Emperor's era has come to an end. Who would have thought that the Stone Emperor's life would end just like that? In the end, he was killed by someone. The entire world was shocked, especially the Big Dipper star domain. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. A generation's unmatched Stone Emperor was killed just like that. The divine body's might and fighting strength left everyone shocked. They all felt their blood boil. What kind of great achievement was this? He killed the person who brought the greatest harm to the darkness chaos. The Stone Emperor has been slaughtered. This roar rang through the entire Big Dipper star. The great earth of the eastern wastelands trembled. The people of the world cheered. Yifan arrived at Undying Mountain. He collected the spoils of war to prevent others from taking away the fruits of victory. It was because from now on, the entire Undying Mountain would become an ownerless land. There was a divine spring here, as well as a Tao comprehension tea immortal tree. It was a world's divine treasure, as well as the undying medicine Yifan wanted the most. And he tried to collect it. He discovered that it was quite special. This Undying Mountain didn't enter the magical artifact and was extremely sturdy. Not entering reincarnation, Undying is the foundation. An enormous monument floated up. Yifan suddenly recalled that Undying Mountain's origins were mysterious. It was just like Kunlun and Mount Meru, a divine mountain of the universe's origin. It was completely different, one of the most bizarre places. This really is a good treasure. No wonder this is the only place that can raise the Tao comprehension tree. It originated from here. Yi Fan released a great roar. He pulled up the entire undying mountain with a single hand. Under rumbling sounds, he left the great earth of the eastern wastelands and directly soared into the sky. So heavy. He was extremely shocked. Only he could move it. If it was any other quasi-emperor, they might not necessarily be able to do so. This black mountain was even heavier than many stellar rivers. The entire world was shaken. One of the 7 great life-restricted regions had its name removed once again. This time, it was still Yi Fan's doing. He was truly a matchless deity. He killed a supreme being, making everyone tremble. From now on, there will be no more stone emperor in this world, nor will there be any more undying mountain life-restricted regions. This has created history. It will forever be recorded in the annals of divine battles. The entire world was shocked, all of them discussing this incomparably. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered with these things. He held Undying Mountain with a single hand, and with a few flickers, he disappeared from the cosmos. He entered the sea of primal chaos, sealing the source divine earth. Only after an hour did he appear in this world. The path of immortality has changed. Someone is going to achieve immortality? Yi Fan was shocked. In the flying immortal star, a rain of light scattered down endlessly, covering that place, turning it into the most holy land. Yi Fan quickly rushed over. There was actually going to be a result in this world. The supreme beings turned against each other. At this time, the path of immortality was fought. Until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The number of immortal ascension slots was limited, so they were going to fight over those 2 or 3 slots. Is it because of the immortal ascension cauldron? It was actually conquered so quickly. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He descended into the sealed land, stepping onto that great golden path. An endless rain of light scattered down, making him feel as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He felt the carefree feeling of ascending to heaven. Correct, as soon as he stepped into this place, every single pore relaxed, expelling the impure energy of this cosmos, absorbing the unique aura of the path of immortality. His entire body became light, about to float. A shattered immortal past towered before him, long shattered. He directly entered. Corpses were everywhere, all of them gods, devils, and immortal spirits. These were formed from natural laws, yet they were also real. Up ahead was a primal chaos cave, and then there was a reincarnation gate. The blurry immortal domain realm was faintly discernible. The supreme beings slaughtered their way inside, their eyes all red. Yi Fan released a light sigh. He had to enter, because the primal chaos cave was about to close again. If he didn't take action now, he would never have another chance. He took action with full force, sweeping away all obstacles, making this path clear. Yi Fan stepped foot, signifying that he was participating in the immortal ascension battle. The blurry immortal domain realm was only a projection. The supreme beings broke through the barrier, opening up a path, fighting intensely on the great immortal light path, advancing. This naturally left Yi Fan alarmed. He truly saw hope. One person had already died, killed in a miserable manner. Now, only the immortal Tomb Ancient Sovereign, 10,000 Dragon Emperor, White Tiger Daoist, Beast God, and Phoenix-Winged Golden Lion remained. The immortal ascension cauldron opened up the path at the very front, breaking through the immortal domain realm's barrier, continuously advancing, closing in on the immortal domain realm. Yi Fan's arrival naturally drew everyone's hostility. There were immediately several streaks of immortal light that flew over, slaughtering their way towards him. An intense great battle erupted. This place became a chaotic battlefield. The 6 of them didn't care for their own safety, all of them rushing to the very front. Perhaps there really were only 2 or 3 people who could achieve immortality, the ones behind them had no hope. Suddenly, a vast fluctuation came from outside the immortal path. That was the lightning tribulation. It actually spread here from the distant depths of the galaxy. The Quasi-Emperor has 8 layers of heavenly tribulation, and it is an incredible chaos tribulation. He is going to evolve into a giant dragon. He really chose a good time. On the immortal path, a supreme sighed. Gotcha, another great tribulation came. The vast galaxy shook, and countless star domains were destroyed. Another person, even more terrifying. He can be considered a young dragon. It is actually the Yin-Yang Great Sovereign Tribulation. This is the tribulation of the Quasi-Emperor's 9 layers of heaven. The white tiger Taoist's eyes flickered. Great changes had occurred in the outside world. 2 people had consecutively crossed tribulations, using the time when they were not present to break through. He is not a person of the present world. What era did he endure and actually cross the tribulation now? Rumble, thunder sounded incessantly. There were actually people continuously crossing tribulations, choosing this time to do so. Most of them were Quasi-Emperor's 7 or 8 layers of heaven, but there were also a few who had the vast 9 layers of heavenly tribulation. This was shocking. Something like this had never happened before. There were actually so many unrivaled heroes crossing tribulations at the same time. There is Dao Yi, the sacred prince, Huang Shudao, and other familiar auras. There are even more mysterious and unknown people. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. This was only what they sensed. The universe was so vast, and there were always some people who couldn't be sensed. Only a few fluctuations spread out. It was unknown just how many peerless geniuses were using this opportunity to cross tribulations. The most terrifying thing was that none of them were ordinary quasi-emperor tribulations. They were all special heavenly punishments that shocked endless eras. This group of juniors really can endure, choosing a good time. The beast god sighed softly. Hong, suddenly, the most violent sound interrupted the conversation on the path of immortality. Yi Fan and all the other supreme beings trembled. Great Emperor Tribulation, there was actually someone who was going to become an emperor at this time and cross endless divine tribulation. Immortal light covered heaven and earth, leaving the ancient venerables on the immortal path shocked. What kind of miracle was this? After so many years, someone was going to become an emperor silently, all of this happening so suddenly. There were no clues at all before, no signs at all. It came too quickly, abruptly, exceeding the calculations of the supreme beings. I didn't sense anything before. Who is this person? Why is he suddenly going to become an emperor? He never appeared in my memories. The great battles on the immortal path weren't that intense anymore. All of this exceeded the supreme beings' expectations. They were hostile towards each other, on guard against each other, but when they encountered this type of thing, they felt a type of danger. In this world, there were people they couldn't calculate on, people who transcended their grasp. They were even more terrifying than the variable Yi Fan. Hong Long, endless divine tribulation surged. The desolate edge of the cosmos shattered, surging into the great cosmos. Countless star systems turned into smoke and dust, a type of unmatched natural law spreading. At this moment, 10,000 Tao wailed. All types of divine chains of order in the cosmos were going to be suppressed, thus forming a new human Tao. He was going to be high up above, overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths. Is he going to succeed? As long as he makes it through the lightning tribulation, another formidable unmatched figure will appear in the endless past. The phoenix wing gilded hoe released a light sigh. It thought back to its glorious past, and then thought back to its current declining self, feeling indescribable sadness and nostalgia. It is a bit familiar, as if it appeared in history before, but I can't remember who it was. He should have undergone some changes. Who exactly is it? The supreme beings were extremely sensitive. One of them caught a trace of a familiar aura, but they couldn't recognize who it was. All of their minds jumped. Hong, the great emperor tribulation surged, spreading through the entire cosmos. It was extremely tyrannical, surging towards all directions. This was the forging of a single emperor Tao, wishing to suppress the world of mortals. As long as this person achieved the Tao, all those who came after him couldn't become emperors in this life. They could only wait until 10,000 years after his death. This left everyone shocked. The heavenly geniuses all trembled. In this world, there were ancient princes, the most stunning heroes, geniuses of all types of inheritances. This was the great accumulation of endless generations, all of them reviving in this world, appearing. Meanwhile, this person achieving the Tao was the same as cutting off everyone's paths. How could it be like this? Why now? No, I am unwilling. In the universe, there were quite a number of people undergoing tribulations, including Fire Qilin, Taoist Divine Silkworm, Yin Tianda, Divinity, and so on. Which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? But now, the great sovereign tribulation had suddenly appeared. It was simply a disaster for them. They were in despair, unable to see the light, unable to see hope. Their path was cut off. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens? God, you are so unfair. Just give me another 100 years. Why is it like this? I've already seen the light and I want to push open that door, but you, the heavens, mercilessly closed it for me. There were people who were facing tribulation everywhere. Some were silent, others crying out in grief, unable to accept this result. The great emperor tribulation was truly too sudden. There wasn't the slightest sign before this. If it was any other great world, this person's name would have definitely shaken the world a long time ago. He would have made a name for himself and slaughtered his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, he suddenly erupted. Today. Boom, the heavenly tribulation shook the world, suppressing everything, drowning out endless star systems. It was as if the world of mortals was being wiped out. The natural laws of the great Tao were arranged, continuously changing. This world's supreme expert's Tao became the only one, suppressing all inheritances, ruling over this part of the universe. Thunder rumbled, chaotic energy surged, blazing electrical radiance danced about. Every single streak crossed several star systems, incomparably large. This left everyone shocked. Is this the great emperor tribulation? It's too terrifying. In the heavenly punishment, within the endless lightning radiance, a golden figure stood alone, fiercely resisting, conquering the great Tao. He wanted to merge his own unmatched imprint with the universe, becoming the only one. An endless sea of lightning poured over, every single one of them just that terrifying. Comparatively speaking, those exceptional heavenly geniuses' quasi-emperor tribulations weren't enough at this moment. Even though they were rarely seen since ancient times, how could they compare to the great emperor tribulation? A long cry sounded. A streak of fiery light burned the heavens. A golden figure seemed to have broken through the restrictions of endless time, streaking across a large half of the cosmos, continuously attacking. It's a divine bird. Someone saw an emperor ascending figure, revealing a look of shock. This didn't belong to the human race, a fiend race great emperor was about to appear. Who cares who he is? None of this has anything to do with us. What he is fighting over is the position of a great emperor, while what we are fighting over is the immortal ascension fruit. The great battle on the immortal path continued. The great supreme being's attitudes were cold. If it was in the past, they would stop them, take action, but now, they couldn't care less. From a certain perspective, what they said was also the truth. They had an even higher goal. Immortal domain loomed over them, right before their eyes. If they fought their way in, then they would create history, become the ultimate immortal since ancient times. Kill. Everyone rushed forward. The bitter battle continued. Yi Fan joined, becoming the main target of attention. From time to time, powerful beams of light swept over. Of course, everyone was on guard against each other, looking for opportunities to take action against others. It was because they were all opponents, so right now, there was no way they could unite against a common enemy. Alliances weren't stable, and they were short-lived. In the outside world, the great emperor tribulation became even more intense, actually affecting the immortal path. This left everyone shocked. It was clear that this person's tribulation was extremely grand, affecting this place. He is moving, using extreme speed to evade the lightning methods, doing his best to accumulate power, wishing to make it through. The White Tiger Taoist said. Is he that strong? Just barely qualified. Only if he can make it through will he be a great emperor. If he can't make it through, then he's nothing more than a pile of dung. The beast god's voice was extremely cold. The great battle on the immortal ascension path reached a boiling point. Yi Fan had long seen blood. The supreme beings all advanced, standing in the most powerful domain, unmatched under the heavens. This was an intense great collision. Each time they clashed, there would be blood that splashed high into the air. Even though their words were still rather calm, killing intent had long reached the heavens. Everyone had to be on guard against each other. The divine bird released a long cry, the universe trembling. A great emperor was rising up. He was enduring torment, making it through with great difficulty. A golden figure moved through the skies within the lightning flames, flying past the immortal ascension star system, bringing with it large amounts of tribulation light. A golden crow, there was actually someone from this race who achieved the Tao. On the immortal path, everyone felt a tremendous pressure. That type of aura was too terrifying, extremely powerful, as if raging flames were burning their bodies. I have some impressions. Back then, there was a quasi-emperor who faced 9 heavenly tribulations. The disturbance was tremendous, waking up those who were asleep. They wanted to take action against him, but in the end, he entered his great Tao immortal platform, so no one moved against him. Later on, he suffered bitterly for several thousand years, finally passing away in meditation. Hee haha, what a golden crow, truly scheming, actually hiding it from supreme beings. Back then, he clearly studied a rebirth method, going through a lot of trouble for the sake of starting a second life, using his life and Tao foundation as a gambling stake, all for the sake of becoming an emperor in this life. The supreme being's eyes flickered with cold light. If it wasn't on the immortal ascension path, they definitely would have taken action. At this moment, Yifan also knew who this person was. He sensed that type of aura, he had seen it before. It was that golden egg in the depths of Heavenly Weapon's ancient star. Back then when he went to temper himself, he found the Wang Ziwen and made a shocking discovery there. That was the training ground of ancient heaven. The entire star was the head of the spirit treasure celestial being. And in the depths of the earth, the flames of the supreme being immortal platform were still burning. There was even immortal liquid flowing. There was a golden egg there that was absorbing everything, protected by a crow, the great sage. All of these things flashed through his mind. Yifan was greatly shaken. The one who became an emperor was actually the Golden Crow race's old quasi-emperor. There had always been rumors about how formidable the old quasi-emperor was, yet he never revealed it. Only later on did people learn that he passed away in meditation. But now, it seemed like the methods of the Golden Crow race's old quasi-emperor were heaven-defying. He gambled everything from his first life, allowing himself to undergo rebirth, living a second life. This was a type of terrifying strength, but it also required a type of boldness. What a pity, I missed this opportunity back then. Yifan softly spoke. Hong, the immortal ascension cauldron shook violently, the laws on it igniting, causing the myriad dragon emperor, beast god, and the others to be shocked. They worked together to control it. The divine laws sealed on it were about to be exhausted. The cauldron attacked on its own, its power even more astonishing, but it was now a bit out of their control. The great Tao of immortal light was resplendent. A figure appeared in the green cauldron, a bit similar to the divine child when he grew up, but it was countless times more powerful than him. It was incomparably dignified, intimidating the universe. This was the deity within the cauldron, and it was even more so exactly the same as the Emperor Zun of the past. This was the first time Yifan saw the appearance of the Emperor Zun. Of course, he knew that this couldn't be the Emperor Zun, just like the deity in his cauldron, merely imitating his appearance. The green cauldron trembled, immediately shattering the barrier before it, smashing its way in. Dang, suddenly, an intense tremor rang out. It was unknown what the immortal ascension cauldron struck, but a clear sound rang out, shaking the great supreme beings. There was something blocking the path ahead, lying in the rain of light. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but become sluggish, their resistance slowing down, all of them looking forward. That was a monument that had existed for a long time. It was different from the immortal paths, steels, reincarnation gates and other things they saw before. It wasn't formed from interweaving natural laws, but rather a true substance. A true monument appeared on the path of immortality. This was just too shocking, making everyone feel excited. Are we going to enter a real world and not a projected region? It is because we are seeing a real monument. White Tiger Daoist trembled, his head of white hair standing on end. This made everyone suspect that they had fought their way into immortal domain. This monument was extremely ancient, as if it had existed for such a long time. There was an indescribable feeling to it. There were a few characters on it that weren't archaic divine characters, but rather characters from the chaotic ancient years, impossible to make out. The only fortunate thing was that there was a section of emperor text. This was the highest immortal text that hadn't changed since the ancient times. Only those who reached this cultivation realm could comprehend and understand it. After crossing this monument, perhaps one might truly achieve immortality. There was actually this line of words, carrying a bit of doubt and uncertainty, as well as a bit of a desolate sigh of regret after reaching the peak. Someone had previously slaughtered his way here, so close to immortal domain, and then left behind this monument. Did he fight his way in? Everyone felt a wave of apprehension. He is Ancient Wasteland Tower's master, Heavenly Emperor Huang. It was because they saw that imprint. A tower was engraved at the very bottom of the monument. That was like a name, leaving those of later generations with endless fanciful thoughts. It was a period of time that was destroyed, one that was even more ancient than the legendary era. There had never been any records of it, so no one knew what kind of period it was. Only the 9 great celestial beings had said that it was the disappeared chaotic ancient era, a period of reincarnation forgotten, a resplendent period of time lost in the long river of time. This was a stele that wasn't formed from natural laws, but rather an ancient object that stood on the path of immortality. They had never seen this type of entity before. Moreover, it was established by Heavenly Emperor Huang, so its influence was just too great. That was a chaotic period of time that couldn't be verified or understood. However, everyone knew that the experts of that period were extremely terrifying, or else how could an immortal artifact like the ancient Wasteland Tower be left behind? Did Heavenly Emperor Huang achieve immortality? This was a question that left everyone bewildered. That person had previously reached this place, yet the ancient Wasteland Tower was still left in the mortal realm. Did he succeed? Chi. A string of bloody light erupted. Yi Fan's left rib split open, a bone broken. This was an enormous white tiger claw. The white tiger Taoist attacked him fiercely and accurately. In this place, their attacks didn't stop, moreover becoming even more intense. It was because those who passed this Dao stele might achieve immortality. There were only 2 or 3 spots, so how could they not fight to the death? In reality, not only was Yi Fan injured, everyone's bodies were already covered in blood. After fighting so intensely, they were all riddled with scars, bathed in imperial blood. During the attack just now, the white tiger Taoist turned into his original form. A portion of his enormous tail was broken off, grabbed by Yi Fan, currently using it like a whip. Hong, an intense collision sounded. The phoenix wing gilded Ho and beast god collided, immortal light erupting in endless streaks, a rain of blood scattering everywhere. The supreme beings from the immortal tomb fought a great battle against the 10,000 dragon emperor. Terrifying auras covered heaven and earth, spreading everywhere. Every single person was covered in blood, their weapons all damaged. Suddenly, in that instant, the 5 archaic emperors seemed to erupt at the same time, rushing murderously towards Yi Fan. Their movements were synchronized, wishing to kill him. It is time. Let's get rid of him first, and then we'll fight over the spots. They felt great restraining fear towards Yi Fan, because he was a present-age supreme being, his blood energy like a sea. He was superior to them, able to fight for a long time, while they couldn't. Their time was limited, and they feared that they might end up helping the divine body Yi Fan for nothing. Hong, Yi Fan's hands moved. A wave of resplendent immortal light erupted, blocking in front of him. That type of aura shocked past and present, even making the 5 great supreme beings' expressions change. It was the immortal ascension cauldron. It flew back in reverse. Under Yi Fan's guidance, it protected him. Green multicolored light overflowed into the heavens, immortal Dao laws dancing about, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and 10,000 realms. You've taken advantage of me. The primeval venerables deduced what was going on. The god in the cauldron had transformed into a divine child in its ignorant years. Although it had returned to its original position, it still remembered him. In the past, no one knew that the tool deity of the celestial ascension cauldron was in the hands of Yi Fan. Now, after forging the cauldron, they finally understood. Do you think that you can defeat the 5 of us just because you have a cauldron? What a joke. Even if a venerable sovereign comes back to life, you won't be able to defeat us. With a droning sound, 5 types of supreme grand Tao laws surged out mightily and swept forward, drowning Yi Fan within. The immortal ascension cauldron trembled and radiance poured down. Yi Fan attacked without holding anything back. Pooh! Blood rained down. He was seriously injured. Even though he had the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of 5 Imperial Realm Masters. In the present world, who could fight against 5 emperors alone? That wasn't realistic. Unless one became an immortal, they would undoubtedly die if they didn't. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal ascension cauldron was floating above his head. It could weaken his attacks and carry out his defense. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have much luck and it would be difficult for him to survive. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The situation wasn't looking good. He had hurried to enter the Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate before they closed. He already had this type of understanding. Becoming an immortal was definitely a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had to risk his life. However, those people's alliance was definitely not solid. If there was a chance, they would definitely eliminate their competitors. He didn't hesitate. His body and the immortal ascension cauldron became one. Green multicolored light erupted, rushing towards the path of immortals. There was no path left, so a great golden path was forcibly opened up, piercing through the terrifying barrier. Hong, he charged through that monument. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared in front of him. A vast world was right before his eyes. Could it be that he had become an immortal and entered the immortal domain? The others naturally wouldn't let him ascend to immortality first. They advanced side by side, also rushing in, observing the great world all around. Ancient trees reached into the heavens, great rivers overflowing. This really was a vast world. In addition, there were divine birds flying about, immortal beasts roaring, their steps making the great earth rumble. Did we achieve immortality? The white tiger Taoist cried out loudly. He transformed into his enormous original body. He couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, collapsing a mountain peak under his feet. His terrifying body crushed heaven and earth, the scene incomparably astonishing. Everyone stopped, no longer fighting. Did they achieve immortality just like that? It was too sudden. They had barged into a strange world. Something's wrong, our body's conditions haven't improved. Even though the aura here is many times stronger, it isn't the immortal realm, said the beast god. The others even more so closed their eyes, carefully sensing their surroundings. A moment later, they were disappointed, revealing incomparably sorrowful expressions. This place still isn't the immortal domain, produced by natural laws. Only, it is too real, almost fooling us all. This was a cruel reality. They fought their way in, yet they didn't see the results they hoped for. This wasn't the immortal realm, making them feel despair. In that instant, everyone stopped fighting, forgetting to fight with everything they had, all of them silently deducing. I've deduced it, this place is, in front of the immortal realm, we've arrived. Almost at the same time, everyone opened their eyes, divine light erupting from them. Even Yi Fan was no exception. There was a heavenly gate right in front of them. Once they stepped in, they would become immortals. They rushed into the depths of this world together, finally seeing a heavenly gate. Several people tried to break through, but in the end, they all failed. No one could move it. It was like an undying monument, towering at the limits of the world, impossible to open at all. Use the immortal ascension cauldron. Several supreme beings pressed over, having Yi Fan take action. Yi Fan faced them coldly, but he really did take action. He also wanted to see if he could open it. The heavenly gate swayed under rumbling sounds, but it still didn't shatter in the end, failing. There are words that appeared. Requires, the sacrifice of an Emperor Dao expert, and only then will this gate open. This is the only path that leads into immortal domain. These were Emperor symbols. Even though they were profound and unfathomable, they couldn't stop them. This made those individuals look at each other in dismay, their eyes erupting with cold light. Otherwise, they would have to get rid of at least half of them, and only then would there be enough spots. It seemed like they had to fight with everything they had. When Yifan saw those people stare at him again, wishing to use him as a sacrifice, he said with a cold smile, "Everyone, I haven't truly achieved the Tao yet, are you all not scared of being useless? Moreover, do you all really believe the words engraved on the heavenly gate to be true? Who knows if this isn't the greatest scam since ancient times? Even if it's a scam, now that we've already reached this step, is there still any way out?" The beast deity said, his eyes releasing cold light. They already didn't have a path of retreat, already ascending to the extreme. After this battle, they most likely wouldn't have the ability to step on the immortal path again. Now was the last chance of their lives. Perhaps there were traps ahead, even fake, but they didn't have a choice. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to advance. Kill. A great battle erupted. Yifan was the target they wanted to eliminate, but they all had selfish motives. They understood that he was only achieving the Tao through a different method, fearing that his sacrifice would be useless, so they secretly searched for other targets. This type of battle was mutually restraining, on guard against each other. As a result, the battle was extremely painful. In the end, there were people who ambushed their allies after all, a chaotic battle erupting. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb also became the target. Apart from this, the White Tiger Daoist didn't have it easy either, almost coughing out blood. A chaotic battle erupted, heaven and earth collapsing, this world of natural laws almost collapsing. If not for them being so close to the immortal realm, unmatched symbols flickering about, the battlefield and immortal path would have completely disappeared. In the outside world, heavenly punishment sounded. The great cosmos trembled, all types of light flying about. At this moment, all clans knew who was going to achieve the Tao. Everyone saw an enormous golden crow, a strand of imprint gradually merging into the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one could stop it. His Tao fruit had already been formed, forever engraved in this world. After this tribulation, he would inevitably become an unmatched great emperor. The great tribulation continued. In the endless sea of lightning, a golden crow whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold weaved about in the cosmos, attacking the 9 heavens above, exploring the 9 netherworlds below. He was creating a legend of achieving the Tao. Ha ha ha. On Huasong's star, all of the important figures of the golden crow race were laughing loudly, some even crying. This result shocked them all, moving them to tears. This was a miracle. They thought that the old golden crow had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he was actually going to become an emperor? The clansmen all thought that the old golden crow was cultivating in isolation, only they knew that the old ancestor had disappeared for many years. There had been no news of him for a long time, and he had most likely died. However, today, he returned powerfully. He's become an emperor. I want to see how that human race's divine body can still act so arrogantly. Indeed, my clan's old ancestor has become a great emperor. As the master of this world, no one can stop him. His blood energy is exuberant, not something those old supreme beings can compare to. Many people from the Golden Crow race were excited while gnashing their teeth. They were full of hatred towards Yifan. The other party had killed too many of their race's experts in the past, yet they were powerless to resist. My Golden Crow race's glory will illuminate the endless ages, and no one will be able to resist. The experts from all over the universe were all silent. A Golden Crow Great Emperor was about to come into being, and the entire universe's situation was about to undergo great changes. I was wondering why a great emperor would suddenly appear and reach this realm without a sound. Turns out it was him. In his first life, he ruled the world and fought until the 9th layer of the Quasi-Emperor, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had long accumulated enough, and this era naturally belongs to him. Sigh. Naturally, there were people who felt regretful. Among them, Yin Tianda, Fire Qilin, Divine Venerable, and Divine Silkworm Daoist were the most regretful. They also had hope, and it wouldn't take too long. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's rise had cut off their future path. Dong, the sound of the bell lingered. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was refining his own weapon in the lightning tribulation. It was a large golden bell, the same color as his body. It was forged from the Tao Tribulation's gold and was very suitable for him. So powerful. He actually forged his own weapon when becoming an emperor. He even prepared such supreme immortal materials. Everyone sighed in admiration. They knew that the Golden Crow Great Emperor was very bold, or perhaps it could be said that he was very ambitious. In the endless lightning, a large bell took shape. It shone with resplendent golden light and illuminated the 33 layers of heaven. The long bell's fluctuations were heard throughout the universe. The large bell took shape and crossed the tribulation together with him. As long as they could endure it, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. However, the old Golden Crow was also anxious. He had become an emperor and was about to reach the Great Circle, but he also sensed the changes on the path of immortality. He knew that if the Immortal Pass, the Chaos Cave, and the Reincarnation Gate were completely closed, the people of the outside world would no longer have a chance. Becoming an emperor isn't my goal. I also want to become an immortal, to be number one throughout the ages. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was determined. He let out a resounding cry that shook the entire universe. He spread his wings for a few days, carrying the large golden bell and endless heavenly tribulation as he charged towards the immortal pass that was about to close. In front of the heavenly gate, Yi Fan, the myriad dragon emperor, the white tiger Taoist, and the others were bathed in blood. The battle had already reached a climax, and every one of them was heavily injured. Their bodies were covered in blood, and even their immortal platforms were cracked. Yi Fan was naturally the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to eliminate him in advance, but with the protection of the Immortal Ascension Cauldron, he never died. In reality, there was another important reason. Yi Fan had a blood pill refined from the body of an ancient supreme being, which was comparable to a divine medicine. If he didn't take it in time, he might really have died long ago. In this intense battle, he was heavily injured several times, but after swallowing the blood pill, he immediately recovered. He was full of energy, giving him a great advantage. Otherwise, he would already be a dead man. No matter how powerful someone was, they couldn't block the repeated attacks of several supreme beings. He came back to life several times, and because of this, he changed the battle situation. Because he almost killed another person, the Supreme Emperor from the Immortal Mausoleum was covered in blood, and the flame of his life was about to extinguish. Because the supreme beings were also plotting against each other, constantly killing each other in the dark, they weren't truly allies. As a result, their own people were also within the range of being killed. Apart from this, the White Tiger Taoist also suffered heavy injuries. And the Heavenly Gate required the sacrifice of a true cultivator, so these two people naturally replaced Yi Fan as the target. The sound of flesh and bones turning into paste and blood splashing could be heard. The supreme being from the Immortal Mausoleum was killed by everyone, and his blood was everywhere. Yi Fan also had a part to play in this. Reality was just this cruel. His allies took action against him, and his enemies also took action against him. In this place, once he weakened, it meant that he would be killed and become everyone's target. Survival of the fittest, the strong preying on the weak. At this moment, it was truly an indescribable irony. Boom! Large amounts of flesh and blood flew up together, landing on that immortal gate, causing it to shine brilliantly, a crack vaguely appearing. Seeing this, everyone took advantage of this opportunity to attack the heavenly gate together, hoping to open it and fly in. At this time, the Immortal Ascension Cauldron was also smashing on its own. It didn't need anyone's sacrifice, it wanted to destroy this heavenly gate, proving an undying world, and see what exactly was in that world. Unfortunately, that crack was extremely bright, continuously releasing dense immortal light, but it just couldn't be opened. There were some who wanted to turn into a streak of light and enter, but they suffered serious injuries. Changing their bodies was useless, unable to pass through that gate. There were formless natural laws suppressing it. It's still not enough, we have to sacrifice another person who achieved Tao, the 10,000 Dragons Emperor said. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Yi Fan and White Tiger Taoist. The two of them were the best targets. If the two of them died, then the remaining three could become immortals. White Tiger Taoist laughed bitterly. He knew that he was in more danger than Yi Fan because he was old and frail. After fighting for so long, he was about to withdraw from his strongest domain. It would be difficult for him to hold on for long. Fellow Taoists, we've worked hard for our entire lives, but what if it's all for naught in the end? Our performance today is even worse than that of a mortal? How ironic. The beast god was dismayed. Because we no longer have a chance. In this life, we can only carry out this final struggle. Some people are quite patient. It seems like they've made up their minds not to come out in this life, still choosing to remain silent. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor revealed a bleak sigh as he gazed in the Big Dipper's direction. This made Yi Fan's heart tremble. There were still ancient emperors who hadn't appeared, not appearing yet, the forbidden region still unending. This made one's blood run cold. What were those people waiting for? Were they still not going to acknowledge this life? Hung Long Long, the heavenly tribulation was deafening. A great explosion sounded from behind. A streak of golden light tore through eternity, making every single supreme being's heart jump. How daring, actually daring to come here. You've only just become an emperor, not even at the consummate level, yet you dare enter the immortal path, ruining our important matters. You are courting death. The supreme being's reactions were all different. Their words were extremely blunt, but immediately afterwards, their expressions all changed. The Golden Crow Great Emperor didn't enter at the end of the tribulation, but rather forcefully barged through the blazing heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, perhaps even able to injure them. The Great Tribulation rumbled, extremely vast, making their hearts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but resonate, about to enter the heavenly punishment. This was a terrifying great disaster. Even though they felt resentment inside, they had no choice but to avoid the brunt of the attack. They felt a sense of alarm, or else they really might fail miserably. Endless divine tribulation spread out, drowning out this place, boundless and without limit, even the immortal path behind them shattered. It was just too terrifying. Everyone here, apart from Yi Fan, had all previously experienced this type of terrifying great tribulation. When they entered, it was fine if they didn't resist, but once they did, they might once again experience the feeling of crossing tribulation when they were young. However, they were already old. Even if they advanced, in the most powerful domain, they still couldn't endure that type of great tribulation again. It was because that would continue for an extremely long time, exhausting the last of their strength. Even though they were furious, berating it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Golden Crow really knew how to scheme, choosing this time to enter truly making them unable to endure it. No one had thought that a Golden Crow would change everything here. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was full of ambition. He was unwilling to let the immortal path be sealed and become an outsider, so he rushed over before he had completely succeeded. He didn't stop for a moment, spreading his wings and striking the heavenly gate, displaying a power that shocked everyone present. Blood chi surged into the sky. Even though the Golden Crow Great Emperor had also suffered serious injuries in the lightning tribulation and was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was unparalleled. He used all his strength to strike the gate. The most terrifying thing was that endless heavenly tribulation descended, all smashing onto the immortal gate. It was incomparably violent, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, everyone was covered in blood, passively enduring the lightning strikes. They wanted to resist, but they were afraid of crossing the tribulation, and it would be too unbearable if they didn't. Yi Fan decisively retreated with the green cauldron, leaving this place. However, this heavenly tribulation was too vast. During this process, he was continuously struck. This made him smile bitterly. In the past, he had used this method to attack great enemies from above and suppress them from below. He never thought that there would be a day when someone would also use this method to deal with him. Even though he had never feared the sea of lightning in the past, using the heavenly lightning to temper his body, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it now. It was because this was a great emperor tribulation, the most terrifying lightning in the world. If he drew the flames to himself, it would be extremely bad. He still wanted to fight for the immortal path, so he didn't have time to deal with these things. The other supreme beings also retreated, arriving at the border of this fake immortal domain. Fortunately, this place was vast enough, comparable to a vast star system. They watched coldly from the sidelines. In the process of retreating, everyone was struck by lightning. Their faces were covered in dirt, and some even had their skin torn open, dripping with blood. This was because they didn't resist with all their strength, fearing that they would attract the heavenly tribulation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor let out a long cry, resonating with this world. He was like an immortal king, golden light shining endlessly. He attacked the heavenly gate many times, using the Great Tribulation to attack. Amidst rumbling sounds, the crack in the immortal gate widened a little, but it didn't shake in the end. Dang, the great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The golden crow divine bell forged from Tao Tribulation gold began to burn. Tao ripples rushed out, passing through the crack, about to enter immortal domain. Overestimating your own abilities, not even truly reaching the consummate level, yet you already vainly wish to achieve immortality. I believe you won't even know how you died. The Supreme Being sneered. The Golden Crow Great Emperor came just in time. They prepared to sacrifice him alive. Everyone, including Yi Fan, prepared to take action, using forbidden methods to kill the old Golden Crow in front of the heavenly gate and carry out a blood sacrifice. However, those who became emperors were all intelligent, especially now that he obtained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's entire body was cleansed by the Tao, instantly understanding that he couldn't achieve immortality. Moreover, if they continued to delay, there would definitely be a great disaster. He carried the endless Great Tribulation, turning around and returning. Kill. The great Supreme Beings took action, but their expressions also changed. The endless heavenly tribulation arrived, drowning them out again. Hong, under the brilliant radiance, an intense great battle erupted here. The Supreme Beings were a bit gloomy, not daring to attack with full force out of fear of the divine tribulation descending upon them. However, despite this being the case, this place still erupted, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed. Pooh! The Golden Crow Great Emperor exploded, his entire body covered in blood, golden feathers flying everywhere. However, he quickly reassembled his body, releasing a mournful cry, rushing outwards. Dang, the great golden bell swayed, and then it exploded with a honglong sound. His Tao artifact had just been born, yet it was directly shattered, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood splashed onto the heavenly gate, making that place rumble. The crack became larger again, as if it was going to open. The Fiend Race Great Emperor roared angrily. Wind and lightning raged, chaotic lightning radiance erupted. He didn't hesitate to incur a destructive disaster, guiding the Great Tribulation to descend, hacking towards everyone. It had to be said that this truly made others feel restraining fear. However, what kind of people were these Supreme Beings? They all came from this step as well. They used forbidden secret techniques, launching attacks again. Even though the Golden Crow Great Emperor fled into the distance, his body continuously exploded 3 times, each time collapsing after reassembling. Blood dyed this place red, but he still managed to escape with the great bell fragments. He was lucky to survive, but he might not be able to reach perfection. His current state isn't good, but he asked for it. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he dares to compete with us. His ambitions are too great. The people behind all sneered. Suddenly, the myriad dragon emperor's expression changed. He discovered that there was blood at the corner of Taoist White Tiger's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Not only was the Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood sacrificed on the heavenly gate, but a portion was also devoured by Taoist White Tiger. He was the closest just now, so he obtained this opportunity. Originally, he was one of everyone's hunting targets, and he was already extremely weak. In the end, after replenishing his essence blood, he actually recovered more than half of his strength. You all saw it too. That Golden Crow isn't considered perfect, but his blood is also useful, widening the opening of the heavenly gate quite a bit. Why don't we calm down and send the divine body on its way first? The beast god suggested. I have no objections. Taoist White Tiger nodded. After drinking the blood, he gained confidence, and had long since calmed down. He was no longer afraid. Then it's settled. We'll get rid of him first. Before that, we're not allowed to attack each other. This time, we have to abide by the agreement, said the myriad dragon emperor. The purple gold emperor weapon above his head flickered with terrifying light. Human race's divine body, we want you to help us open this gate. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet light and let out a merciless roar. The 4 supreme beings cut off the path to immortality and blocked Yi Fan there. Each of them revealed their killing intent, and they wanted him to attack the heavenly gate. Otherwise, they would kill him together. Yi Fan's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, that green copper cauldron descended and appeared in his palm. It was sparkling and translucent, and it shone with auspicious light. Boom! Suddenly, before Yi Fan could do anything, the heavenly gate behind him slowly opened, revealing a bizarre and dazzling immortal world. The heavenly gate opened, a boundless world appearing. Was that a mortal domain? The mountain peaks were boundless, as tall as the heavens. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, giving off an ancient feeling, as if they had already grown for millions of years. However, why was there a layer of mist pervading the air? It seemed extremely far away. Everyone wanted to see through it, but it was too vague, impossible for them to understand. Hong, a resplendent rain of light poured over, as if divine flowers were blooming one after another, resplendent and fervent. The radiance illuminated the endless ages, crossing over the entire history of creatures. Is this really a mortal domain? In that instant, there were ancient supreme beings whose voices were trembling. After hiding for millions of years, did they finally see a mortal domain? It left everyone pleasantly surprised and alarmed, feeling like this wasn't real. Is this a mortal domain, the place we all dream of entering? 10,000 Dragon Emperor said. Supreme beings had also been young before, also like Yi Fan, blood energy surging like a sea, standing at the very peak of their eras, revered by all life, lofty sentiments endless, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. They had dreams, passions, grand ambitions, but all of this was ultimately erased on the path of immortality, giving up and letting go of too much. Their loved ones, friends, beauties, they all left them one after another, turning into yellow earth. Only they themselves, for the sake of survival, did everything fair or foul, living with great difficulty, enduring torment. What was the reason? It was all for this moment, to ascend to immortal domain, truly achieve immortality. Now, the time had come, their dreams becoming reality. Why did their eyes become blurry? There were tears that scattered down. Daughter. 10,000 Dragon Emperor released a heart-tearing lung-splitting roar. He looked towards immortal domain, and then suddenly stared at Yi Fan, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. For the sake of achieving immortality, he gave up everything, including Dragon Girl. When she died, they were all asleep, unknowingly accumulating power. Now, when he looked back, he felt endless pain. Ha ha ha. White Tiger Daoist roared with laughter, almost going mad. His head of snow-white hair was like a mess. In the end, even tears came out from his eyes. How many old brothers, how many companions had previously fought alongside him, risking life and limb with him? In the end, he succeeded, while those closest to him had long become withered bones, lying on that path of death. He ascended to the peak, yet there was no one to accompany him in this dazzling scenery. At this moment, why do I feel so disappointed, even feeling a bit of pain? Another supreme being released a long, bleak sigh. He was clearly standing at the most glorious peak, but he lacked the people of the past. He was lonely and independent, without kinship, friendship, and love. He only had a few opponents left. Could it be that the most important thing is the journey? At the instant my wish is fulfilled, there's only the loneliness of eternity left. I'm unwilling to accept this. I yearn to share glory with all of you. I wonder if time can turn back again. I want to bring all of you here, to enter the immortal realms with me. Boom, and muffled thunderous noise woke everyone up. The immortal ascension cauldron flew out, wishing to smash into immortal domain, but in the end suffered a heavy blow. There were immortal Tao symbols flickering about that entrance. Huh? What happened? The few of them were shocked. The immortal ascension cauldron was stuck in front of the heavenly gate, unable to advance or retreat. It violently trembled, symbols about to be engraved on it one after another, changing all of the divine chains of natural laws within the cauldron's walls. Is this the baptism of immortal ascension? Stop it. Several supreme beings roared. This was achieving immortality. The rain of light was endless, all of it entering the green copper cauldron, making it look more and more divine. Many symbols were engraved on the cauldron walls, wishing to make it transform and sublimate. Several great supreme beings slaughtered their way over, wishing to stop all of this. It was because the number of immortal ascension spots was limited. If the green copper cauldron occupied a spot, then they would lose a bit of hope. At this time, not even Yi Fan was their greatest enemy. Hong, blazing light rushed over, all of it striking the cauldron. Several individuals joined hands, wishing to shatter it. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't watch with folded arms. Forget about everything else, just from his relationship with the divine child, he couldn't just watch as the forbidden secret methods were displayed, killing those great supreme beings. This place immediately became chaotic, a chaotic battle erupting. Divine techniques flew about, natural laws covering everything densely, interweaving streak after streak, forming a brilliant web of light. Am I destined to become an artifact? I don't want to go in like this, help me break free. Suddenly, a divine will transmitted from the immortal ascension cauldron, directly entering Yi Fan's sea of consciousness. At this crucial moment, the will in the green copper cauldron was full of unwillingness and unyielding, wishing to transcend. It wasn't willing to just be a weapon. Hong. The green copper cauldron was struck out by those supreme beings, difficult for it to remain for a long time. Roar, a white tiger rushed over, entering the heavenly gate, replacing the green copper cauldron. In the end, the same thing happened, stuck there. Immortal Tao symbols flickered, entering his body. This was a type of bitter pain, actually about to erase his original great Tao, the order of another realm about to replace it. However, how could the Tao of a great emperor be destroyed just like that? It was an intense confrontation. All of the white tiger Taoist's flesh exploded, symbols flickering. He almost exploded on the spot. This was a type of painful transformation, making one's blood run cold. It was as if he was going to be crushed and then reconstructed. An endless rain of light rushed out, entering the white tiger's body, as well as the flesh of Yi Fan and those supreme beings, incomparably pure and holy. Yi Fan had a type of realization. It was just like what he thought when he established the Tao back then. When he broke free from the original universe, everything would no longer exist. Meanwhile, would the past laws and Tao still hold? Now, it did. Everything was going to be erased. This was a type of terrifying great tribulation. No one knew if the transformation would succeed. Wanglonglong, the beast god, Blood Phoenix Mountain's supreme being, and 10,000 Dragon Emperor took action together, not wishing for the white tiger to achieve immortality and unleash the most terrifying attack. Pooh! The giant white tiger exploded, its entire body covered in blood. Then, it rushed back, reconstructing its body in the distance, full of hatred and anger. It was interrupted like this, leaving him furious and helpless. He couldn't change this reality. Transformation needed time, but no one gave him the chance. Just like that, 10,000 Dragon Emperor, as well as the Phoenix-winged Golden Ho Supreme Being from Blood Phoenix Mountain entered the heavenly gate one after another, but in the end, they were all blasted out by others. If they wanted to enter and transform, this process needed time. There was no way at all. No one was willing to let others achieve immortality first, so these individuals were stuck at the heavenly gate. Only Yi Fan didn't try, staying together with the immortal ascension cauldron, hoping to find another way to break through. He wasn't willing to achieve immortality alone, because there were too many things he was worried about in this world. Meanwhile, these supreme beings had long abandoned everything. They only had a single goal in this life, and that was to enter immortal domain themselves. I suspect that this type of baptism will bring about inestimable changes. After all, it is to erase all traces of our imperial Tao. If there are any changes, our entire life's cultivation will go up in smoke. The beast god frowned. Wu, I suggest that we let one person enter first, see what kind of changes will happen to him, and then stop him at the final moment. The white tiger Taoist said, staring at Yi Fan. Those individuals immediately understood his intentions. They were going to use Yi Fan as an experimental subject. For the sake of safety, they definitely had to do this. Yi Fan was an expert at this level, destined to be a threat. Using his heaven sacrifice gate might be the best choice. The four of them surrounded him together. Do you think you can make me stay just because you all want to? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He held the immortal ascension cauldron in his hand, taking millions and millions of steps with each step, hiding into the distance. Then, he took another step, unexpectedly leaving into the distance without even turning his head back. He was going to rush out of the immortal path and enter the original great cosmos world, abandoning everything here. Those individuals were stupefied. They then gave each other a look. Chase, leaving him behind will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, I truly feel that only an Emperor Dao expert can be at ease as an experimental subject, or else I will always feel apprehensive. Makes sense. If our Imperial Dao foundations are erased, yet we still can't achieve immortality, then wouldn't that be the most laughable and tragic conclusion? The immortal path was greatly shaken. Everyone slaughtered their way out, chasing after Yi Fan together. It was incredibly intense, divine light illuminating the starry sea. Within the mortal realm, everyone was shaken, all of them stupefied. What happened? Supreme beings clearly fought their way into the immortal path, so why did they slaughter their way out? Could it be that the darkness chaos happened again? When they thought of this possibility, everyone's faces became pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. If this was the case, then this really was a world-ending battle, bitter slaughter, emperor blood illuminating the starry sky. Yi Fan, do you think you can escape? The universe is boundless, there is no place for you. Hurry up and step on the immortal path with us. The beast god shouted. The people of the world didn't understand why he said this. Immortal ascension was a good thing, so why did the sacred body Yi Fan withdraw, even making several ancient sovereigns chase after him? There was definitely a great secret. Kill. Everyone slaughtered their way forward. Yi Fan's feet moved with the Rho symbol art, breaking through the starry river, about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Even the ancient sovereigns couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. Do you think you can escape? The white tiger Taoist sat down and began to make deductions. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold and ruthless. He can escape, but it won't be easy to catch him. However, he still has family and friends. Let's capture them one by one and see if he will turn back. These cruel words were cold enough to freeze the cosmos. They weren't just talking. They actually sat down together and began to make deductions together. Symbols flew up one after another, illuminating the cosmos, resplendent and intimidating. N? Yi Fan was shocked. For supreme beings joined hands, making a shadow appear in his heart. He quickly flew towards a certain region. I feel like he left behind a few imprints in this cosmos, establishing a few primal chaos realms. It's quite secretive. I found one. Let's lock onto it together, we can find it. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, paying close attention and preparing to fight a bloody battle. Hong, suddenly, a primal chaos world exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, countless casualties. Several supreme beings were like demon kings, trampling the space apart. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Little Purple and the others fell out. They were all incredibly bewildered, and then they began to tremble because the blood energy of supreme beings covered the skies. You all are courting death. Yi Fan roared. He sensed the abnormality, immediately arriving at the scene, standing in front of everyone. Big brother! The little girl cried out from the back. No one expected that a supreme being would slaughter his way here. A gargantuan crisis descended. It's all my fault. The immortal ascension cauldron blamed itself. It knew that when it was reforming, the divine child was summoned away, leaving behind an opening when he broke through this primal chaos world. That was why the supreme beings found it now. Why aren't you running anymore? The white tiger Taoist laughed coldly. You killed my daughter, slaughtered my clansmen. Do you still have a day like this? We'll settle this together, wipe out 10 of your clans. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's voice was deep and cold. With a pu sound, the heavenly soldiers and generals in front of him were trampled into bloody paste. With his strength, any random movement could destroy a star domain. He purposely did this, wantonly displaying his might. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The people I kill all have reasons to die, while you all, for your own selfish desires, for the sake of immortality, trample on all living things. In my opinion, none of you will become immortals in this world, all of you dreaming of breaking heaven's gates, forever having no fate with it. Yi Fan shouted, standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the immortal ascension cauldron and all life source energy cauldron quickly collected people, protecting a group of old friends. Big brother, I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The little girl walked up. Even though her little face was full of childishness, she was extremely serious. All of the Supreme Being's expressions changed. They stared at the little girl, all of them seeing that she was extraordinary. This was an unmatched Great Emperor's Dao fruit. Hung. Someone released a cold snort, pressing forward. The great Supreme Beings trampled through this realm. In the end, there were still quite a few heavenly soldiers and generals that landed near them. Right now, the four of them were extremely ruthless, raising their hands and grabbing forward. They were establishing their might. Even though they saw the little girl, even though Yi Fan was blocking in front of them, they still took action. Pooh! Bloody light erupted, lives howling in grief. These individuals cruelly crushed over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals in front of Yi Fan's face. Blood surged high into the air, the blood-soaked white bones turning into ashes, the scene too horrible to endure. Yi Fan couldn't save these people. They were too far away, right in front of those individuals. He could only watch as their souls scattered. Killing intent surged in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Even though most of the troops were protected by Yi Fan into the cauldron, this type of tragedy still happened. Over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals died miserably, making a raging flame burn within him. You all are bad people. The little girl pointed forward with her fine and elegant finger. Even though her large eyes were flickering, she also seemed extremely angry and emotional. Those heavenly soldiers and generals were all big brothers for her, extremely familiar with them. They died just like that, making the little fella furious. There is no need for the little girl to fight. Yi Fan gently rubbed her head, putting her into the immortal ascension cauldron as well. The little girl was strong, but when facing so many supreme beings, there was a chance that she would be in danger. Shua, Yi Fan brought everyone away, not fighting an intense battle with them. Where do you think you are going? The four great supreme beings roared. They chased downwards, using everything they had to lock onto a strand of Yi Fan's imprint, wishing to kill Yi Fan. Just like that, they crossed large amounts of starry seas, entering countless star systems, causing great destruction. In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He faced the immortal ascension cauldron and said, "You leave." He released a divine will, telling it a set of coordinates, having it seal everyone into another primal chaos realm to carry out hibernation. Meanwhile, he himself stopped, stopping the four great supreme beings, cutting off their path forward. Oh, it's good that you stopped. Follow us to the immortal's path. Otherwise, if we chase after that cauldron now, it won't be able to hide. What's there to say? Kill them all. Drag them onto the path of immortal ascension and use their blood to enlighten them. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor was the most heartless of all. His daughter had died in the hands of Yi Fan. If not for the sake of becoming an immortal, he would have made his move long ago. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? I'll go with you to the path of immortalization, Yi Fan said calmly. He believed that as long as the immortal ascension cauldron entered the primal chaos realm this time, it wouldn't leave behind any traces of flaws. It was because it had already reconstructed itself, no longer the divine child of the past. Now, all they needed was time. They couldn't let the four great supremes continue their pursuit. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was still determined to kill, the remaining three stopped him. Not allowing him to act on his emotions, they surrounded Yi Fan and forced him to step onto the immortal path. Oh, where did that golden crow go? It would be even better if we could capture it as well. He should have finished crossing the tribulation. He must have gone into hiding after being seriously injured. He only left a portion of his imprint in this cosmos. This great emperor of his is a bit flawed and can't be considered complete. Heh. The Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate hadn't closed yet they were forced in again. They stood in front of the Heavenly Gate and wanted to force Yi Fan inside. They wanted to see the results. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. There were people in the Immortal Gate who were currently transforming and breaking through. It's two people. One was a monk with a kind expression and dignified appearance. The other was an elder who was transcendent and otherworldly. He gave off a type of inaction and natural feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized these two. One was the Sakyamuni Buddha, and the other was the old man. During the darkness chaos back then, these two people also participated in the battle. However, they didn't fight in close combat, but only used techniques from a distance. Towards these two deities, he felt extremely complicated emotions. He had always wanted to find them and had many questions he wanted to ask them. However, now that he himself was in the Supreme Being realm, he discovered that he no longer had to meet them. Moreover, the original hope, reverence, and other things had long disappeared. You all really are quite fast, wishing to seize this chance to rush into immortal domain. Aren't you all a bit too optimistic? Hong, one of the four, took action, about to kill them. The Sakyamuni Buddha and the old man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies shining. They were stuck there, only able to passively deal with the situation. Wu, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look first. They are just starting to transform, isn't this the result we were hoping to see? It's fine as long as we stop them at the crucial moment. The White Tiger Taoist sneered. Those two entered at the same time. Right now, all of their bones were shattering, flesh destroyed and reconstructed. Their Tao foundation was being destroyed, and mysterious symbols were pouring in. Wu, the Tao traces are about to be erased. Could it be that what replaced them is the immortal Tao foundation? The four great supreme beings all watched in shock. Even Yi Fan's eyes revealed a strange light. We shouldn't accidentally let them achieve immortality. At that time, it will be a great disaster for us. That won't happen. Even though there are mysterious symbols pouring in, I don't feel like they are becoming stronger. In front of the heavenly gate, several people were carefully observing. They wanted to comprehend the final secrets of becoming immortals. Wu, these two's origins aren't small. I almost made an error in judgment. I feel like they are a bit familiar. One is the corpse of the celestial being revived, and he almost achieved the Tao in a different way. He is the moral celestial being of the mythological era. When the beast deity spoke this name, everyone's eyes erupted with radiance. Yi Fan was speechless after hearing this. It really was like this. His previous speculation had come true. The old man was once an ancient celestial being, and he could be called a Tao sovereign. The Tao scripture might have been left behind by him. This monk's flesh is that of a present world person, but his divine sense is a bit strange. It is as if it was born from some type of mental power. The Dragon Emperor frowned. He is half an Amitabha Buddha. The White Tiger Taoist suddenly said. His eyes erupted with radiance as he stared at the Sakyamuni Buddha. Everyone knew that the Buddhist divine abilities were unrivaled. There were many secret methods, and the use of mental power in particular had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. There had been rumors that the Amitabha Buddha had never truly died. His divine will lived in the hearts of all living beings, and one day, he would reunite and reappear in this world. He only gathered half of it, and he broke free from the past. It can be called the Amitabha Buddha's reincarnation, and it can also be said to be his demonic shell. Where is the other half? The great Supreme Being's words were universally shocking. It was because they were too powerful, and because they understood enough, they immediately made this type of deduction. Yi Fan was speechless. Only today did he completely understand the origins of these two legendary ancients. The immortal laws have begun to erase their great emperor's traces. The two of them both encountered unimaginable disasters. The old man's flesh was destroyed, and the Sakyamuni primordial spirit was almost extinguished. This made the Supreme Being's blood run cold. However, there were new symbols that were replenished, and as much as they were extinguished would be reignited. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was a bit strange. The Amitabha Buddha's will and the Tao sovereign's flesh are both going to be baptized? There won't be any great emperor's traces left behind. Those individuals sighed with astonishment. When they thought about themselves, wouldn't they suffer a double baptism? Their cultivation would be completely lost, replenishing immortal domain's natural law divine traces left them worried. Their transformations should stop here. Don't let them truly achieve immortality. It was because at this time, everyone discovered that the two of them were becoming more and more resplendent, as if they were going to burn. They shed their mortal bodies and exchanged their bones, undergoing intense transformations. In addition, they released a type of supreme aura. Hong, this was a disaster. The two of them were blasted out, their bodies covered in blood, almost blasted to pieces. Even though Yi Fan tried to stop them, wishing to lend them a helping hand, he still failed, forced out. The two of them suffered serious injuries, almost completely erased. Gotcha. After the two of them reassembled, they actually broke apart many times. This world didn't seem to accept them, the immortal domain natural laws that were replenished useless in this world. What is going on? They seem to have suffered serious injuries because of this. The great supreme beings were alarmed, feeling more and more reverence towards Heaven Gate. Chi, the Sakyamuni and the old man chose to temporarily join hands, the two of them holding hands. One's divine will was overturned, the other's flesh seriously injured. Only by joining hands like this could they display the power of a single person. Even though they suffered a disaster, they were still extremely calm, not saying a single word, not saying much. Something is strange. Why is immortality a bit terrifying? Could it be that once one crosses it, they will never be accepted by the original world? The Beast Emperor's eyes were cold. He felt like something wasn't right. Human race's sacred body, it is your turn now. Go and achieve immortality. The White Tiger Taoist pointed, forcing him in, wishing to continue observing. It was because the Sakyamuni duo's changes were too strange, a bit alarming. You all aren't scared that I might accidentally achieve immortality, and then destroy this gate in another realm, destroying all of your hopes? A hint of ridicule appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Sigh. When it heard these words, the phoenix wing gilded hoe released a light sigh, not replying. Instead, it looked through the endless void, wishing to see through Big Dipper's great restricted regions. They actually haven't come yet. Could it be that they still don't believe us? Woo, we wish to use the sacred body as an experiment, yet they think we are also experimental subjects. The Beast Emperor frowned. We can't care so much anymore. How will we know if we don't try? We already don't have much time, the Dragon Emperor shouted, wanting to force Yi Fan in. Yi Fan was naturally unyielding. A great battle began. Laozi and Sakyamuni also joined in, causing this place to immediately erupt, blood splattered everywhere, and countless immortal lights danced about. Boom, the immortal ascension cauldron smashed over, returning once again. Father, we've come to help you. Little Violet actually came as well. Not only her, but Xianxia also came. The two of them had special constitutions, and with the help of the immortal ascension cauldron, they arrived in front of Yi Fan and entered his phenomenon. They immediately mobilized all the light and essence energy in the world to replenish Yi Fan's needs. Their bloodlines were too special. One was a Yuan spiritual body, while the other was a Yuan spiritual sacred body. The source of all living things was connected to them, forming a kind of bridge that allowed Yi Fan to communicate with the source. At this moment, with the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, Yi Fan was actually about to successfully counterattack and escape from this place. Blood splattered everywhere, and the battle was incomparably intense. Little Violet and her mother hid in the immortal ascension cauldron, while the cauldron floated within Yi Fan's phenomenon, drawing upon the source of all living things and releasing immortal Tao law fragments to protect and help Yi Fan. The situation was turning for the better, and Laozi and Sakyamuni were also fighting. However, something shocking happened again. The auras of two primordial beasts covered the sky and earth. Another two supreme beings had appeared, and together with the beast god and the others, they blocked Yi Fan, wanting to force him into the path of immortals. You two go in. Yi Fan suddenly made such a decision, and let Xianxia and his daughter enter the heavenly gate. Yi Fan. Xianxia called softly. When Yi Fan came alone, she knew that he was most likely in danger, and she wanted to live and die with him. But her daughter was also unwilling to leave. Were they finally going to face this situation now? There won't be any danger. You two go in. Yi Fan's tone was firm. He directly flipped the cauldron and pushed the two into the heavenly gate. Huh? How could this be? Almost at the same time, everyone was shocked. The mother-daughter pair seemed to have expended almost no effort. Runes flickered all over their bodies, and they stepped through the heavenly gate, walking into the immortal domain. What? Why is it like this? Could it be because they haven't become emperors and don't have the foundation of the imperial Tao, so they don't need to be killed? The white tiger Taoist went crazy. Impossible. They haven't become emperors, yet they aren't restricted. Have they become immortals? I can't accept this. The beast emperor roared. The two girls became immortals, entering the immortal realm. This made the supreme beings go mad with hatred. How could it be like this? How could people who hadn't become emperors pass so easily? They were naturally unwilling, frantically taking action, wanting to fight their way in, even wanting to kill the mother and daughter pair through the heavenly gate. Unfortunately, it was useless. None of the natural laws could pass through the heavenly gate. They would be baptized, broken down and reconstructed. Yi Jizue cried out, wanting to rush back. She didn't want to become an immortal, only wanting to be together with Yi Fan. She knew that it would be difficult for Yi Fan to enter, forcefully passing through would put her life in danger. Why could those with weaker cultivations pass through, while those with stronger cultivations had to suffer so much? No one could understand. Father! Little Purple also cried out, rushing back with Jizue, but they were stopped by the rain of light. They began to shine from head to toe, quickly completing a baptism. They were holy and pure, unable to pass through. The heavenly gate became unstable, actually showing signs of collapse. This made everyone anxious. 2 or 3 people could become immortals in one world. This was like a demonic curse resounding in everyone's hearts, making the supreme beings nervous and anxious, feeling extremely uneasy. No matter how they attacked, they just couldn't pass through. If they wanted to become immortals and cross the heavenly gate, they had to accept the baptism. A great battle couldn't be avoided. Yi Fan wanted to see his wife and daughter one last time, but he suddenly felt a wave of sadness. This was actually going to be an eternal farewell. It was too sudden. Everything today was not up to him, he was forced to this step. Becoming an immortal was originally a beautiful wish, and now it came true. However, he had to be separated from his wife and daughter in 2 worlds, not a bit of beauty or auspiciousness at all. It only made him feel a wave of coldness, his mind becoming unstable, a wave of uncontrollable sorrow surging out. Father, we want to be together with you. Little Purple cried out, but she couldn't pass through that gate, blocked by the rain of light. Their transformation was complete. Yi Fan. Jizue reached out her hands, her eyes full of tears. How could they separate so suddenly? They only came to help out, yet they became immortals just like that. If they had a choice, they wouldn't be willing to become immortals at all. This was a type of great grief, they would never be able to meet Yi Fan again. The great supreme beings roared out. They felt even more pain inside. They waited for endless ages, yet this was the result? Sovereign Dao sovereigns could not become immortals, yet 2 mortals in their eyes had taken that step. The unstable gate of heaven was shaken by the attack, but it was still difficult to open it. The supreme being was sad and helpless. She had schemed for her whole life and used all kinds of means to survive until now, but she was left with regrets. She watched the fireworks of a prosperous era, but in the end, it was all empty. Kill! The few of them charged forward with all their might. Yi Fan also wanted to gaze at his wife and daughter for a moment longer, but the 4 venerables were in the way. This battle was unavoidable, and it was even more intense than before. Unfortunately, there was no result in the end. Seeing that the gate of heaven was unstable, they became even more anxious. One more spot. The white tiger Taoist, the beast emperor, and the others rushed forward together, wanting to fight their way in. They blocked the heavenly gate together, neither going up nor down, and were stuck there. Boundless light of the Tao rushed over. Yi Fan took action coldly, slapping forward with the immortal ascension cauldron. As a result, the 4 of them cried out loudly, attacking again. They were full of hatred, grief, and madness. At this critical juncture, if they didn't charge in now, then they really wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, with Yi Fan guarding outside, they couldn't do anything unless 3 of the 4 of them helped one of them guard this gate. Dao friends, since you all came, if you aren't willing to fight over this immortal gate, could you help me hold back the others? If I become an immortal, I will definitely guide you all into the immortal domain. The 4 of them couldn't hold back any longer. They seemed to have transmitted sound at the same time, asking for help from the 2 great supreme beings who rushed over. Now, anxiety spread throughout their hearts. Every single one of them was drenched in cold sweat, anxious to the point where it was difficult to endure. The two of them sighed. They knew that they couldn't enter in this world no matter what. The gate of heaven was already unstable, and there wasn't enough time. Meanwhile, they still hadn't reached their peak, so they didn't want to waste their lives here. They calmly turned around to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye, decisively leaving. "Ah, holy physique, what exactly do you want?" the beast god roared. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, the holy physique would instead become their greatest obstacle in advancing into the immortal domain. "Even if I don't take action, only one of you can enter. How are the other three going to face this? Will you just watch?" Yi Fan asked in reply. As he said these words, he kept looking at the other realm within the gate of heaven. There were two pairs of hands that were trying their best to reach out, but they couldn't reach it no matter what. "Benefactor, you should go in. We will help you block for a moment." Shakyamuni and the old man walked over, actually about to take action. Several hundred years had passed, and these two people had long reached great heights. They were many times more terrifying than they were in the past, and they had the qualifications to fight a great battle against a supreme being. "Father!" Little Violet shouted with hope, her face full of longing. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He looked at his wife and daughter, and really wanted to take a step forward. However, he thought of those promises. He had to lead the celestial court into battle. If he left, what would happen to those people in the future? He didn't need to think to know that if he became an immortal now, the four supreme beings would definitely launch the most terrifying dark chaos. Not a single person from the celestial court would live, and they would all be found and killed. Taking a step back, even if these four people didn't have much life left and might not be able to hold on until they found the celestial court, there were still Supreme Emperor Dao powerhouses in the life-forbidden zone. They had great enmity with him, and if he wasn't here, the celestial court would still die. Yi Fan. Jizuyu's white face was full of despair and sadness. She knew that she understood Yi Fan, and understood his heart. What else could she say now? She could only let out a heart-shaking cry. "I will become an immortal, see you in the future." In the end, he only said these 8 words. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and his eyes were a little blurry. These 8 words determined the rest of his life. This was a separation of life and death, and it meant that they would be separated forever. Perhaps it could be said that they would never see each other again. The path to immortality couldn't be opened all the time, and the next time might be millions of years later. These 8 words were as heavy as a mountain, suffocating Yi Fan, and his body was trembling. "Father, I really can't leave you." Little Violet cried. Jizuyu's eyes were already blurred by tears. She was filled with helplessness and sadness. She said softly, "I've been very happy these years with you. I will wait for you." "Ah," Yi Fan roared, and his black hair stood on end. He was sad and helpless. He wanted nothing more than to smash the sky with a punch, break through the heavenly gate, and kill his way in, but he couldn't. "Seniors, please become immortals and take care of them for me." In the end, Yi Fan roared these words and pushed Shakyamuni and Laozi in. He suddenly turned around and faced the 4 supreme beings alone. "Father!" Little Violet's face was covered in tears as she struggled and shouted. "Your father made his own choice. The brothers and sisters of the celestial court can't leave him. He has to fulfill his promise, and in the future, we will meet again." Jizuyue comforted her, but her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Her tears kept flowing. They looked at him in a daze, enduring the pain. Shakyamuni and Laozi didn't want to become immortals like this, but Yi Fan used the immortal ascension cauldron to smash them in. They were blocked in the gate to be baptized and transformed. The beast god, dragon emperor, white tiger Taoist, and the others were naturally furious. In their despair, they displayed their strongest battle strength and fought here. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood. He collapsed several times, but he refused to retreat and used the immortal ascension cauldron to resist. Boom! Inside the heavenly gate, a flood surged out. It was formed by a rain of light. It swept Jizuyue and Little Violet away and they disappeared into the golden sea. Those were their last 2 cries. They waved their hands with all their might, sad and helpless. Their tears fell like rain. Tears rolled down Yifan's eyes as he shouted, "I love you all." He wasn't someone who was good at expressing his emotions. He had never said these words until this moment. He faced the world inside the heavenly gate. Jizu smiled. It was a happy smile, but also a sad smile. They had known each other for close to 1,000 years, but she had always understood his feelings. At this moment, she wanted to shout something, but in the end, a golden rain of light drowned them. Boom! The heavenly gate collapsed. The lower half of Shakyamuni and Laozi's bodies were cut off on this side, while the upper half entered the celestial domain. They had narrowly passed this stage. There are only 2 or 3 people who can become immortals in one life. I can't accept this. An eternal lie. The 4 supreme beings roared angrily and attacked Yifan in a frenzy. At this time, the path of immortality began to collapse. Endless cracks extended outwards. The heavenly gate closed, and everything would no longer exist. This world had ended. Boom! With a final loud sound, the entire path of immortality exploded. A rain of light scattered everywhere. It was like a dream, and nothing was left. The 4 supreme beings rushed up and chased after Yifan in a frenzy. They wanted to fight to the death with him. They were in complete despair. There was no longer any hope in this life. They had worked hard for their entire lives and fought for thousands of years, but in the end, it was such a disappointing ending. There was no chance of ever stepping on the path of immortality again. How could they not feel grief and fear? I want to be free. I don't want to be an ignorant weapon anymore. I'd rather be an ordinary person and break free. The Immortal Ascension Cauldron said to Yifan. All right, I'll help you. Yifan said. He stared at the 4 supreme beings and wanted to borrow their hands to break the cauldron. He really wanted to use this chance to kill the 4 of them. Heavens, someone really became an immortal. Ascending with multicolored light, immortal ascension in broad daylight. At this moment, a rain of light scattered down from the path of immortality, rushing towards various parts of the cosmos. It was incomparably brilliant, and it looked as if there were immortals dancing. It was as if the immortal world was opening and linking up with this world. When he saw all of this, Yifan could only sigh in sorrow. His face was full of sadness. It was too sudden. He was separated from his wife and daughter just like that. Would he ever meet them again in this life? The next time the path of immortality opens, it will be 1,000,000 years from now. Within the life-restricted region, there was a long sigh. There was regret, as well as desolation and helplessness. This time, their deductions were wrong. This world really could achieve immortality, yet they missed it. Achieving immortality and building the Tao in 1,000,000 years, ha ha ha. Yifan laughed loudly. Tears even flowed out. This time, it was actually an eternal farewell. Kill. The 4 supreme beings were incomparably crazy as they slaughtered over. The path of immortality came to an end, the conclusion leaving everyone regretful and shocked, exceeding everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the intensity of this final battle also exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heaven collapsed and earth split apart, ghosts wept and deities howled, stellar streams becoming dim. The 4 great supreme beings wanted to kill Yifan, because they had already completely lost all hope. Moreover, they had long advanced to their limits, unable to make it through this era, so they wanted to vent and get revenge. Meanwhile, Yifan also wanted to kill them, fearing that an unprecedented darkness chaos would descend. They slaughtered their way from one region to another, not stopping until one side was dead. Right now, there wasn't much superfluous words, they could only make their enemies fall, make them bleed dry. Everyone was horrified. Yifan could fight 4 supreme beings alone? This was simply like a legend, too unreal. Impossible, unless he is an Emperor Supreme being reborn, how could he have this type of strength? It's the Immortal Ascension Cauldron, it actually revived, forged anew, reappearing in this world. The Immortal Ascension Cauldron rumbled, continuously smashing about, releasing millions and millions of strands of green multicolored light in the cosmos stellar streams, devouring the great cosmos spiritual essence, facing the 4 supreme beings head-on. In the end, it surrounded Yifan within, withstanding all of the attacks. Yi Fan only needed to activate this cauldron, he didn't have to fight a bloody battle against those supreme beings. For great emperor-level figures, when they took action at full force, they could naturally destroy the star domain, but it was difficult for them to shatter the immortal ascension cauldron, even though the four of them were working together. Kill. In the end, the sound of an emperor magical artifact shattering rang out, blood splashing through the starry sky. No one knew what kind of miserable battle happened. This world was boundless, no one able to approach the edge of the cosmos. The 5 great experts fought crazily. Pooh, Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even through the cauldron, he was still blasted apart once, his entire body covered in injuries. Dao traces interweaved, affecting his body. Gotcha. In the end, the immortal ascension cauldron couldn't hold on anymore, cracks appearing on it. This battle was a head-on clash, it did everything it could to find an opportunity to break free. The 4 great supreme beings also shed blood, and the most important thing was that time was almost up. They were going to fall from their sublimated states, thus no longer existing. Correct, this time, there was no more suspense. Even if they could devour endless life essence, it still wouldn't be enough. They had endured for too long, moreover had already advanced, unless a miracle happened. Boom, in the boundless heavens, the star domain exploded. Meteors flew everywhere, creating an expanse of primal chaos. The star domain was completely blasted into chaos. Is this battle going to end the world? All life trembled. The intensity of this battle wasn't any weaker than the most terrifying darkness chaos. If this continued, the universe would be blasted apart, and at that time, all clans would suffer disaster. He could clearly feel that the battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, many planets with life would be affected. Finally, a supreme being released a great roar. He was completely wiped out, falling from the peak. His entire body's endless brilliance completely turned into darkness. He was smashed by the immortal ascension cauldron, exploding in the sky. Crack. Meanwhile, the cracks on the green copper cauldron were getting bigger and bigger, and it looked like it was about to break apart. The other 3 supreme beings attacked frantically. They wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them even if they had to die. In their eyes, Yi Fan deserved to die 1,000 times for destroying their hopes of becoming immortals. If they did not kill him with their own hands, it would be difficult for their anger to dissipate even if they died. Boom, in the end, brilliant light danced about, and the immortal ascension cauldron exploded. It finally broke apart under the intentional attack, turning into countless fragments that rushed into the distance. The deity struggled free and released a long roar. It sublimated to its limit and gave an imprint to Yi Fan. Then, its body cracked, and that terrifying aura quickly faded. Streak after streak of supreme divine laws flew away, turning into flowing light and disappearing into the cosmos. A fair and chubby little fatty struggled free. He was only 2 or 3 years old, and he was full of confusion. He turned into a human and became a true creature. This was a reincarnation. In the end, he still broke free from the cauldron, and it was useless even if Dizun arranged a contingency plan. Yi Fan carried him over, and then put him into the broken myriad chi cauldron, into the immortal platform between his brows, and did everything he could to protect him. Today, if it wasn't for the immortal ascension cauldron, he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight against the 4 supreme beings. He was still a junior and hadn't truly become an emperor, so it was impossible for him to resist the joint pursuit of 4 Emperor Dao experts. However, it was precisely the existence of the immortal ascension cauldron that changed everything. Yi Fan single-handedly suppressed this great upheaval, making them nurse a grievance. Another person screamed and exited the sublimation state. His entire body became dim, and he was killed by Yi Fan's fist. He turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Of course, the blood essence of the 2 who died was also collected by him at the same time. He didn't leave anything for the other 2 to prevent them from prolonging the time of their deaths. The situation was already over. The remaining 2 sighed deeply. The 4 of them actually couldn't kill Yi Fan. What face did they have left? They were all once archaic emperors, unrivaled under the heavens. Unexpectedly, such a day would come. The immortal path came to an end. The ultimate battle began, and no one knew what happened in the end. They only saw light diffuse, and the desolate edge of the cosmos collapsed, A small portion of the supreme races saw some light and shadows through the ancient formation, and heard mournful long cries and wild songs. This battle ended, and for a long time, no one dared to step foot to see the results. Until half a month later, someone gathered his courage and went there. He saw a miserable scene there. There were countless star fragments, and the cosmos was dyed red with blood. This was all the blood of supreme beings. After they exploded, their bodies might become the size of star systems, but now, not a single piece of bone or flesh was intact. It was a scarlet-red expanse that was too horrible to endure. We found the flesh of supreme beings. Can we refine it into a divine pill? The people who came here were trembling with fear. Their hearts were full of hope and fear. Where is the holy body, Yifan? Could it be that he died in battle? What a pity. Another person said softly. The darkness didn't erupt in the end. Who would have thought that it would end like this? When a portion of experts hurried over, the peace was broken. Many people wanted to collect emperor blood to refine the longevity divine pill. There's a corpse over there, there's a person. Suddenly, everyone was horrified. In the endless broken star ruins, there was a tattered corpse that moved. It slowly sat up, its entire body covered in terrifying injuries. He originally lacked life force and was just like a dead person, but the moment he sat up, a powerful heartbeat naturally sounded, shocking those in the distance until they backed up in horror. Pooh! Many people coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, quickly leaving into the distance. It was because that person was too terrifying. It was just an aura that was naturally released, yet they already couldn't endure it. It was shocking. This was the power of an ancient great emperor. The human race's holy body didn't die, he won this decisive battle. This news swept through the cosmos like a tide, shocking everyone. This battle accomplishment was too glorious, simply a bit surreal. Yifan's life force slowly recovered. He dragged his injured body, standing in the starry sky. After waiting for half a month, no one else appeared. He gazed at this terrifying battlefield. For supreme beings had died, but his heart was empty. The heavens are protecting the world. The holy body won, the darkness didn't erupt. Yi Tiandi is unrivaled. Cheers sounded from all directions. Meanwhile, there were a portion of experts watching from the periphery of this battlefield. They were full of reverence, their bodies trembling. Yifan silently watched all of this. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed towards this cosmos. The remaining blood energy was gathered over, absorbed into the all-life source energy cauldron. The battlefield was shattered. There were many weapon fragments, but most of them were completely ruined. Even the divine gold immortal materials were beaten into scrap metal, losing their original divinity. It was because in this final battle, the supreme beings went crazy, becoming one with their weapons, exhausting everything, obliterating their divinity. There weren't many usable weapon materials, extremely limited. As for the green cauldron fragments, their spirituality didn't decrease, they didn't lose the characteristics of immortal gold. Unfortunately, after exploding this time, they weren't whole again. Even someone as powerful as Yifan only received a small half, the rest scattered throughout the cosmos. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yifan laughed loudly, laughing until he coughed intensely, blood flowing out from his mouth, his eyes also becoming blurry. In the end, this was the result. Those who wanted to become immortals didn't succeed, they all died, those who didn't want to become immortals entered immortal domain. What kind of ending was this? It was truly a great irony. Purple moon. He softly called out. They actually parted like this, the next time the path of immortality opened would be 1,000,000 years later. How was he going to meet her again? When he thought of how good she was, when he thought of her appearance, Yifan released a long desolate sigh. They were going to be separated forever just like this. How could he accept this? He still remembered how lively she was when they first met. Her large eyes were intelligent, little canine teeth sparkling, always so optimistic, mischievous, and cute. Then, there was also parting. They looked at each other through the starry sky, she made a wish under the night sky, waiting for his return. The past cheerful laughter, the past voice and smile, it seemed like it was just yesterday, but it was difficult for them to truly appear again. There was also little purple, they were separated more often than not. Yifan often went into seclusion, or went out to experience and comprehend, rarely accompanying her. In the future, it would be difficult for him to see this lively and cute daughter. His wife and daughter had already become immortals, creating an unprecedented miracle. This should be something worth celebrating, but Yifan staggered and stumbled, not knowing where he was going in the cosmos. The path of immortality has been severed, what a dream. Even now, are you all still fighting? Yifan laughed, cried, and roared, shaking the 8 desolates, reaching the life-forbidden regions. Thank the sacred body for suppressing the darkness chaos, avoiding a catastrophe. Ordinary cultivators couldn't hear his roar, because it was only directed at the supreme beings. They were celebrating, believing that after this battle, the cosmos would be peaceful for a long time, no longer needing to worry. Yifan's entire body was dripping with blood as he staggered back. The seal of the 9 great chaotic realms was undone, and the celestial court's troops all reappeared in the world. He had previously left behind an order that no one could come into the world unless he returned, because no one knew what would happen in the battle of immortality and when it would end. Master, you're injured. Yifan, what happened to you? Are you all right? A group of people rushed over. I'm fine, I'll be fine after a few years of rest. You don't need to worry, said Yifan. He had long suppressed his blood energy and the fluctuations of his own divine power. Master's wife and Little Purple, why haven't they returned? A few of his disciples had a bad premonition, and everyone looked over when they heard this. They've become immortals. Yifan wanted to laugh, but a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What, become immortals? Everyone was shocked. Yifan, are you all right? His good brothers were all very worried. I'm fine, as long as the forbidden region is not destroyed, I will not die. This life, I will fight to the end. Yifan's words were sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were resplendent, deeply affecting everyone. Plants withered and flourished. Wind, snow, and green buds came and went. The human world changed, and it was unknown how many generations of people passed away, turning into dust. The river of time never returned. It kept moving forward, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Great changes had also taken place in this world. People talked about the path of immortality and longevity. In the past 500 years, the world was in an uproar. All cultivators were discussing this, and immortal ascension became the hottest topic. Someone had become an immortal, breaking the ancient legend and shocking the human world. At first, people didn't believe it, but the truth came out from the restricted area, from the celestial court, shaking the entire cultivation world. The unattainable immortal world had been successfully entered. The threshold that couldn't be crossed in the past was now difficult to stop. How could people not tremble? At the same time, all the cultivators were excited, like travelers who had staggered in the darkness for a long time finally seeing a beacon of hope. Their confidence was greatly boosted. But was it really like this? Yifan didn't know. For so many years, he had been silent, spending most of his time sitting on a towering black cliff, quietly comprehending and pondering. Sometimes, he would sit there for decades. Most of the time, he didn't move at all, as if he had passed away in meditation, becoming a part of the mountain. He was neither happy nor worried. His eyes occasionally opened and closed, as if the passage of time was flowing. This was the undying mountain. The great peaks were majestic, and the cliffs were as black as ink. They towered into the sky, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. The former restricted area for life had now become an important place for the celestial court. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Back then, when the undying mountain was first established in the celestial court, the whole world was shaken. Yifan flattened this restricted area and turned it into the courtyard of the celestial court. It was truly an unrivaled heavenly might. There was no doubt that the current celestial court had already become a colossus. Few in the mortal world could rival it. Of course, the restricted area for life would forever be a great enemy of the human world. No matter how powerful the power, no matter how glorious the inheritance, they would still feel a headache and fear when facing the ancient supreme beings. In addition, another powerful force had risen in the past 500 years. They wanted to establish the demon celestial court only because of the appearance of the golden crow, the arch. After 500 years of cultivation, the Golden Crow Great the Arch kept going through tribulations to make up for the flaws he had in the past. The entire universe was filled with his aura. It was as if the sky and the earth had become one. This was the most terrifying omen. The Great Emperor was known to be unmatched, but it wasn't just empty words. It was because he would suppress all Tao, become the sole sovereign, enjoy an era of unmatched glory. The flame mulberry star had become a holy land of pilgrimage in recent years. All the leaders of the demon clans led their elites and geniuses to pay homage to the current demon monarch. If not for someone defying the heavens and becoming an immortal in this world, the Golden Crow becoming an emperor would have been the hottest topic in the past 10,000 years. This was a miracle. The supreme being of the demonic race who had lived 2 lives had finally attained the Tao. How many people could actually see a living great emperor? Meanwhile in this world, everyone was fortunate enough to see him cross tribulation, becoming an unmatched existence. All of the races in the universe's 8 wastelands trembled. Regardless of whether they had any relations with the Golden Crow race or not, they all had to pay him an audience. That was because no one wanted to offend a true great emperor. During these years, the Golden Crow race ruled over the world. They ran amok and looked down on all the other races, becoming an unparalleled royal race. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that there was still a Yi Fan in this world. He had an invincible divine physique that could kill a supreme being in the Forbidden Region. He had taken away a portion of the Golden Crow Great Emperor's power. In reality, during these years, there were even more people who came to the Celestial Court to pay their respects. Yi Fan had truly killed his way to an invincible and glorious battle record. He dominated the world and was even more terrifying. At this moment, when he opened and closed his eyes, he could see the 8 wastelands. He saw people fighting in the depths of the universe. Flames surged into the sky and golden crows filled the sky. They were currently fighting against the disciples of the Celestial Court. In the end, flames flashed. A disciple of the Flower Court held an alms bowl and sucked in a powerful golden crow to suppress it. During all these years, only the people of the Celestial Court dared to do this. Otherwise, who else would dare to do this? With the Demon Emperor overseeing the place and the Golden Crow race with the imperial blood, their aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Everywhere they went, all races had to retreat. Only the Celestial Court dared to make a move. They didn't cause trouble, but as long as there were golden crows that provoked them, they would forcefully suppress and kill them or tame them as mounts. Therefore, these 2 great powers weren't very harmonious and their relationship was more or less tense. Yi Fan turned his head and looked in the other direction. At his level, he naturally didn't need to come into being to travel the 8 wastelands of the universe. He could see all the galaxies in the universe. There were 9 flood dragons pulling a carriage. It was majestic and domineering, and the aura of an emperor spread out. The great Tao rumbled, and many sages accompanied it. This was a group of people, and every one of them was extraordinary. Their momentum was great. The 9 flood dragons traversed the universe, and the sages were their soldiers. It was as if a divine king had descended to the lower realm to patrol. However, at this time, someone rushed over and shouted, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the only prince of the Golden Crow race. You've crossed the line. Do you want to patrol the Celestial Court?" The person who stopped him was Xianxia. 500 years had passed, and his blood energy was monstrous. His magic power was as vast as the sea, and he had long since become invincible. The only thing that hadn't changed was his temper. He was still the same as before, a battle maniac. In the past, Dai shot for 9 consecutive days, and only 1 golden crow survived. That was the person in the carriage. He escaped back to Huasong planet and was the only descendant of the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that the Demon Emperor had risen, his status was naturally indescribable. However, he was also someone that the Celestial Court wanted to get rid of. Pang Bo, Zhang Wencheng, Hua Hua, and the other Earthlings wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. That was because Dai had a high status in their hearts. He was a hero. These people were indignant, and many people in the Celestial Court were infected. Xianxia and Hua Hua were close, so he naturally wanted to help him achieve his wish. Humph. A cold snort came from the carriage. It was very dissatisfied with Xianxia. "I'm just patrolling the demon divine realm. What does that have to do with you? You've crossed over. If you want to fight, then come. I've been waiting for it. Xianxia laughed out loud. Boom. He stretched out a hand and directly attacked. The current celestial court was not afraid of any major powers. Since the other party had crossed the line, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Crack. The carriage shattered as a golden rainbow rushed out. The golden crow prince's eyes flickered with a cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out a volcano seal. It contained an extremely terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. Is this a treasure your father refined for you? Truly amazing. It's actually formed from the fire spirit mountain. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Xianxia laughed uproariously as he slammed his palm down onto the enormous volcano imprint. Lava surged, and the mountain exploded. Even the wrinkles on the imprint vanished. The saints were aghast. This person was simply the second Yi Fan. This was a weapon refined by the demon emperor for his son, yet it was destroyed. Just how powerful was his body? Are you forcing my hand? The golden crow prince snorted and stood up from the cracked carriage. A golden bell appeared above his head, emitting a divine sound that reverberated throughout the ages. It was the demon emperor's weapon, the imperial bell. What a great treasure. This bell is a good match for my senior brother, Yi Tong. I'll give it to him as a weapon, Xianxia said. Little friend is joking. The voice of an emperor came from the bell. Afterward, a huge golden beam flew out and cut this area into two halves. This was demarcating the boundary. The bell then shook once more. Multicolored light filled the sky as it brought everyone back to the demon realm. Xianxia smiled and didn't chase after them. During these years, he had been suppressing himself quite a bit. He wanted to break through one day and then fight the imperial bell with his bare hands. In the divine garden of the celestial court, Yi Fan was sitting cross-legged on a black cliff. He had witnessed everything in the cosmos with a calm expression. In another part of the mountain, there was a lush green and full of vitality. There was an ancient tree flickering with multicolored light. Its trunk was as straight as a dragon. A group of young and energetic children were meditating there, earnestly comprehending the Tao. This was another generation. Among them were Li Heishui's grandsons, Dong Fengye's fourth-generation descendants, Li Tian's great-great-grandsons, and the descendants of heavenly generals. All of them had boundless potential. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree flowed with brilliant colors, only able to grow an undying mountain. Now, it became another undying immortal tree of celestial court. After so many years, the celestial court had prospered, shaking the cosmos and the 10 Desolaces. Each of their descendants was more stunning than the last as they grew up. Oh? Yi Fan was astonished. He turned around to look at a certain region and revealed a strange expression. His gaze pierced through the endless river of stars and saw the scene there. A boundless heavenly tribulation had appeared. With just a single strike, tens of thousands of stars were destroyed, turning that place into a shattered land. It was boundlessly terrifying and boundless. Yi Tong was undergoing tribulation. The 9 heavenly tribulations descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. They were boundless and immeasurable, shaking the entire cosmos. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Everyone knew that the celestial court was becoming increasingly powerful and unstoppable. Even Yi Tong was about to enter this domain. In the future, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. Who could stop him? Last time, he already broke into the 9 heavenly tribulations, but he forcefully suppressed it. This time, could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to enter the Emperor realm? This wasn't just one person's guess. Hong. The Great Tribulation was boundless. The stars in the sky flickered as if they had been ignited. Yi Tong entered the peak of the 9 heavenly tribulations and attacked unhindered, shattering the 33rd layer of the heavens and reaching the 9 underworlds. He struggled in the boundless cosmos, wishing to break through the undying, slaughter out a brilliant and resplendent future. What a powerful heavenly tribulation, what a terrifying younger generation. Don't tell me that he really is someone who can conquer the restricted regions? Quite a few people felt restraining fear. Ah, Yi Tong roared out. The Great Tribulation continued for who knew how long. Gods and devils roared between heaven and earth, groups of stars trembling chaotically, all types of irregular scenes appearing. In the end, there was even an indescribably horrifying flying immortal irregular scene. This is an omen of becoming an emperor. In the past, all those who had this type of scene appear later on, all of them achieved the Tao as a supreme being. Great senior brother crossed tribulation, taking that step. Only, I wonder if he can attack the imperial pass along the way. At this moment, many people in the celestial court became excited. Xianxia, Flower, and the others all rubbed their fists and palms together, truly wishing to be in his place, all of them incredibly excited. In the end, Yitong rushed into the heavens, scattering the sea of lightning, piercing through the heavenly tribulation, defying the heavens. It was as if he was going to shatter the 33rd layer of the heavens with a single breath. And? At this moment, there were people in the restricted regions who couldn't sit still anymore. A few people opened their eyes. Was this the rhythm of achieving the Tao? Hong Yifan was still sitting on the stone cliff, but he took action. A palm slapped out, piercing through the heavens, directly obliterating a streak of light that rushed at Yitong. After not appearing for 500 years, have you all forgotten about me? Whoever dares take action against my disciple, I will flatten your entire restricted region. That voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to shake up the great starry seas. 500 years had passed, yet Yifan still hadn't appeared. Many people suspected that he might have been crippled in that immortal ascension battle. They never expected him to be this powerful today, making the hearts of all clans tremble. In the past, he slaughtered out an unmatched reputation, truly the #1 reaper of the restricted region, supreme being's head, unmatched under the sky. Who didn't fear him? Even if a true great emperor appeared now, it still wouldn't be as resplendent as him, making countless people feel reverence, not daring to make him their enemy. The heavenly tribulation shocked the skies, the entire cosmos moving in response. Yitong continuously attacked, transcending the 9 heavenly tribulations. Then, he actually attracted even more terrifying lightning radiance. Is he really going to try to enter the great emperor realm? Everyone was shocked. The celestial court really was too terrifying. Not only did they have a Yifan overseeing it, his disciple also grew to such a terrifying level. What were they supposed to do? Forget about them. Even the supreme beings in the restricted regions revealed looks of worry. It was because if this continued, Yifan would have a right-hand man. In the future, he might really flatten the restricted regions. Right now, Yifan was alone, without any helpers. If he wanted to make a big move, he had to consider the serious consequences. However, if his disciples all stepped into this domain, then what else did he have to worry about? Xiao, a streak of divine light rushed over, hacking towards Yitong. It was incomparably terrifying, even more so than lightning tribulation. There was an ancient supreme being who took action, but he didn't reveal his aura, only releasing a streak of destructive light to disturb Yitong, not let him smoothly touch the emperor realm. Yifan's large hand originally reached out, but then he retracted it. Back then, when he faced tribulation, he almost died, also suffering all types of torment. He hoped that his disciple could endure this trial. Dang, a long and drawn-out bell sound rang through the air. Yitong opened his mouth, spitting out a divine bell. That wasn't a true bell, but rather something condensed from sun divine essence, forged from natural laws. Pop! The divine light was undying, piercing through the great bell, making it immediately explode between heaven and earth. It turned into a golden storm, the natural laws turning into fragments. Moreover, that divine light didn't stop, still rushing towards Yitong, making him face the even more terrifying lightning radiance, entering a life-and-death situation. What a heavy hand, just like how they dealt with me back then. Yifan muttered to himself. However, he still didn't move. Beams of light crisscrossed as Yitong used all kinds of secret techniques to attack and move about in the sea of lightning, using the heavenly tribulation to exhaust the power of the divine light. Boom! Suddenly, a huge palm of light slapped down, covering the entire heavenly tribulation, covering everything below. Chi! A jade rui tore through the sky and descended. It looked gentle, but upon closer inspection, the streaks of fine light it released were actually stellar streams. This left one shocked. Yifan didn't make a move. He just observed carefully to see which forbidden zones they came from. It was clear that even existences as powerful as the restricted regions now felt great misgivings towards Yifan's wrath, all of them severing their connection with those divine laws. There was no source, no root, no way to trace them. 4 or 5 beams of light danced in the air. Yitong coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was on the verge of breaking apart, and he even exploded a few times. The Great Tribulation continued. Yitong finally avoided those attacks. As time went on, all of the beams of light and weapons condensed from natural laws were obliterated under the lightning radiance. He condensed sun god blood, roaring angrily towards the sky. His reconstructed body was incomparably sturdy. He did everything he could to leap out. Not only did his flesh soar, his cultivation realm also leapt up. He did his best to explore the Great Emperor realm. He wanted to enter this domain. Even though it was incomparably difficult, he was still trying to break through. Hong, between heaven and earth, wind and lightning raged. Chilly winds roared angrily, divine lightning surged. Immortal void figures descended, unleashing a massacre in all directions. The scene was bitter, making one shiver inwardly. This was the unavoidable tribulation of becoming an emperor. This wasn't even the true emperor tribulation. Yitong took a step out with difficulty. Not good. Someone in the life-restricted region said softly, feeling that the situation wasn't good. With the Golden Crow Great Emperor here, others couldn't become emperors, but most of their bodies could enter this domain, or even achieve the Tao through a different method. At that time, they would truly be able to follow Yifan into battle. An unmatched holy body already made people feel uneasy. If there was another person, then all the supreme beings wouldn't be able to sit still. In that instant, the divine firmament was unsheathed, and a sword was brought out. The clouds in all directions moved, slaughtering 10,000 creatures and surrounding the stars. The killing intent of that sword was too heavy. Someone condensed a supreme divine law, and it was even more terrifying than the attack from before. It could kill with a single thought, and even the quasi-emperor couldn't block it. Yitong resisted and continuously evaded. Meanwhile, at this time, the others also brought out their killing lights. They all appeared out of thin air and directly suppressed downwards. Yifan no longer remained indifferent. A myriad energy cauldron flew out from the crown of his head, descending there and blocking all attacks. The primal chaos in the cauldron was like a sea, devouring all types of killing lights. The most shocking thing was that there were many dark red bloodstains on the cauldron. They were bright red and glistening, reflecting the figures of several people. This was actually the unfettered celestial being, the Stone Emperor, the White Tiger Taoist, the Beast God, and others. Although Yifan hadn't become an emperor, this cauldron had drunk the blood of many primeval sovereigns. It had long evolved and reached an unimaginable level, dissolving all types of killing lights. Without waiting for the divine light to appear in the sky again, the myriad energy cauldron reversed and instantly left, descending in the sky above Huasong planet. It rumbled and shook down a terrifying beam of light. At this moment, all the Golden Crow experts of Huasong planet were trembling. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. All the creatures on the entire planet fell limply to the ground. They couldn't help but kowtow, trembling with fear. What is the meaning of this, Tao friend? In a huge land of magma, there were golden Huasong trees everywhere. A palace floated above, and an emperor's might covered the sky and earth, blocking the cauldron's energy. I hope you won't interfere when my disciple is crossing the tribulation. This emperor didn't take action, said the Golden Crow Great Emperor. Even though he was the current Great Emperor, his glory had been stolen. This made the entire Golden Crow race very resentful, but they had always been ordered not to provoke, so they restrained themselves. From the bottom of their hearts, they were very unconvinced. In the past, they had never encountered such an era. As long as a great emperor appeared, who could resist? Everyone would come to congratulate him. But in this era, an anomaly appeared. He wasn't a great emperor, but he was a supreme being in the world, enjoying the same glory. The entire Golden Crow race was furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. On the Undying Cliff, Yifan didn't express his opinion. He didn't investigate whether the old Golden Crow had taken action. The myriad energy cauldron flew away, heading straight for the Big Dipper star region. The matter here naturally shook the universe. This was the first time the two supreme beings had clashed. Many people had been looking forward to it for 500 years, but in the end they couldn't wait for the battle. The saint physique is too strong. It has taken away the glory that a monster emperor should have. Many people discussed in private. Living in the same era as Yi Fan was really bad luck for a great emperor. Even a great emperor would feel embarrassed because he was too strong. Perhaps he can be called the most powerful saint physique in history. Who dared to look down on a great emperor like this? There had never been such a person before, yet Yi Fan intimidated the present age's great emperor like this. This type of thing had never happened since ancient times. When one had just achieved the Tao, who wasn't the most powerful in the universe, the myriad energy cauldron rushed over a large stretch of the starry river, descending into the Big Dipper star region. The people of the world were shaken. This cauldron represented Yi Fan, and now that it appeared here, its divine might was like a sea. Everyone trembled, and there were even some who were disappointed and frustrated. Back then, the saint physique competed with them in the same era, but now, the difference was like heaven and earth, standing side by side with ancient great emperors. His power was so great. His true body didn't appear, but a single artifact made the world submit. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, because they saw this cauldron rush straight for the immortal mausoleum. Its power erupted, and the boundless sea of primal chaos descended, as if it was going to destroy that place. Then, this cauldron went to the divine ruins, Origin ancient mine, and other places. It similarly erupted with power, as if it was going to fight. This is a warning that life is restricted. In the cosmos, the old clan leaders of the various great races all felt their mouths go dry. It was too shocking. Just how powerful is the human race's saint physique? Someone in the outside world sighed. A cold snort sounded from the restricted area, but no one came out to fight. The myriad energy cauldron floated above the Big Dipper, intimidating everything here. It patrolled, and its power made all the races in the cosmos dumbstruck. No one attacked Yi Tong anymore. He struggled with all his might, and he really wanted to jump into the great emperor domain. In the end, he stretched out a portion of his body, but it was difficult for him to take even half a step further. The lightning stopped there, making him sigh. After this matter, there wasn't a single race in the cosmos that wasn't shaken. Yi Fan's powerful performance and Yi Tong's rise made everyone feel that the heavenly might couldn't be provoked. Master, could it be that you still can't become an emperor? Komatsu asked. Several people came up the black cliff, and they were all from the next generation. Yi Fan shook his head and said, someone achieved the Tao one step ahead of me. I've always been looking for a way to break it down. I feel that Master can kill that golden crow. Even though he is very strong, I believe that Master is even stronger. The battle maniac Xianxia said. He isn't the most terrifying, the most unpredictable thing is this cosmos. Yi Fan pointed at the dome of heaven and said, now, one Tao is supreme, and 10,000 Tao are united. It's almost unbreakable. It had been 500 years, and Yi Fan had never walked out of the undying mountain. This made the disciples, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian very puzzled. They had always thought that his injuries hadn't recovered, and now, he finally let out a long breath. It seemed like he was thinking about an even higher Tao fruit. You all should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful in everything. In the end, Yi Fan said these words. This made everyone's hearts tremble. They felt that he was warning them. Could it be that something was about to happen? They all revealed doubtful expressions. Master, is the great battle about to begin? Yes, the great battle is about to begin. Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast and deep galaxy. The great battle of the forbidden region. Everyone was shocked, and then their blood began to boil. They were so excited that they trembled. Yi Fan had once drawn a vast battle map for them. Could it be that it was about to begin now? These people were all nervous and expectant. It's not that I want to provoke a conflict. I've made many deductions in the past 500 years, and I clearly know that a great danger is about to descend. When Yi Tong transcended the tribulation, I became even more certain that there are people who are afraid that I'll flatten the forbidden regions one by one. They want to deal with me. Everyone was stunned, and at the same time, their hair stood on end. This definitely wasn't a supreme being who wanted to take action, right? They've always been waiting, hoping to clash with the Golden Crow Great Emperor. At that time, they can take care of me, but I've never given them the chance, Yi Fan said calmly. Master, will it be very dangerous this time? I have to hurry up and break through. On the day of great success, I'll be able to fight against their imperial weapons with my bare hands. Xianxia clenched his fists. There's no need to worry. It's not certain who will kill who. Today's forbidden regions are no longer the same as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. After Great Emperor Ruthless, the Void the Arch, and Great Emperor Wuxia, the number of supreme beings has decreased sharply. Our ancestors have already won a vast war, and after experiencing 2 great tribulations of immortal ascension, there aren't many supreme beings left. I'll definitely have a chance to flatten them in my lifetime. Everyone trembled. Flatten all the forbidden regions? This was like a fantasy. No one had ever done it since ancient times. Our ancestors shed their blood, sacrificed their lives, and set foot in all the forbidden regions. They've already laid a solid foundation. If I can't flatten them in my lifetime and leave them for our descendants to deal with, then I'll really be letting down those deceased great emperors. 100 years passed. Yi Tong tried to cross the tribulation again, hoping to step into the Great Emperor realm and defy the heavens to change the laws of the Great Tao in order to stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Unfortunately, he failed. In the following years, he persevered, wanting to break the unchanging curse. In a situation where there were great emperors who achieved the Tao first, he still wanted to make the final leap and realize the legend of all great emperors coexisting. The result was tragic. He was seriously injured again and again, on the verge of death. He shed blood in the cosmos, unable to change the current situation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's imprint had long been imprinted in the great cosmos' heavenly heart. Now, the Tao was supreme and the myriad Tao was united. It was blessed by the heavens, and no one could shake its foundation. Even if he died, this Tao would not scatter for 10,000 years. From a certain perspective, this was already not him suppressing it, but rather the embodiment of the heavens' laws, and during these years, Yi Fan also moved out, entering the life-restricted regions several times to confront the primeval sovereigns. He even fought against the incarnations of a few people. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his might shaking the cosmos. He would definitely obtain something each time. He would either bring out the prehistoric monolith from the restricted regions, obtain the immortal divine spring, or move the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. During this period of time, great tribulations would happen from time to time, especially when Yi Fan confronted the restricted region's supreme beings. There would be supreme lightning tribulations in the sea of primal chaos, and no one knew who was crossing them. In the blink of an eye, 700 years had passed since the Battle of Ascension ended. Yi Tong crossed the tribulation again, and most of his body entered the Great Emperor realm. He hoped to advance a step further. And this time, the heavenly tribulation was unimaginably powerful. The entire cosmos was shaken, and endless rivers of stars were smashed apart. Yi Fan had no choice but to come into the world and create the world, creating the sun, moon, and stars to prevent the great cosmos from being damaged. The performance of the master and disciple pair shocked everyone in the great cosmos. The great life-restricted regions were all silent, unable to say anything. Those great stars were like fireworks that bloomed one after another. Even though they were beautiful, the moment they withered was so sad. The great tribulation of the cosmos shook the world. Yi Tong's great tribulation was unprecedented for him. The heavens and realms were filled with lightning, shaking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan silently took action, creating the stars of fortune in the shattered sky ruins. Gods and devils were subdued, all life trembling. One was destroying a world, one was creating a world. The entire world was shocked. This time, no one came to interfere. In fact, ever since Yi Fan used the cauldron of myriad qi to intimidate the forbidden area, no one else dared to make a move. They were afraid that they would anger Yi Fan and cause him to immediately start a battle in the forbidden area. Because these people weren't ready yet, silver snakes danced wildly, and the chaos was like an ocean. The entire starry sky experienced a great calamity that was rarely seen since the beginning of time. Yi Tong's body was covered in blood, and he was suppressed by the great Tao. He kept attacking, but in the end, he could not withstand the suppression of the heavens. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell down. Senior brother. In the distance, Xianxia shouted. She wanted to rush over, but Komatsu held her back. Endless symbols descended from the sky, every single one of them a type of powerful Tao mark. They all smashed onto Yitong's body, piercing through him, turning him into a sieve. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. This was even more terrifying than having one's body crushed and bones crushed. This was the punishment of the heavens, the result of being suppressed by all Tao. He suffered great Tao injuries that couldn't be healed, his entire life possibly crippled because of this. There was someone who became an emperor first and conformed with the will of the heavens. It is difficult to change, and the legend cannot be broken. Forcefully breaking through will only cause one to suffer the most terrifying backlash. Since ancient times, no one has been able to transcend, and it is difficult to coexist as an emperor. No one has succeeded since the beginning of time. A cold voice sounded from within the forbidden region. Yifan frowned, and no one dared to approach. He was the only one who rushed in and caught his disciple who fell from the sea of lightning. During this process, the endless primal chaos lightning and immortal shadows struck his body, but only wisps of smoke rose. They couldn't injure his body at all. This result was shocking. Yifan hadn't displayed his true strength for so many years. Even when he went to the forbidden region, he didn't reveal his trump cards. No one knew exactly how strong he was. Now, the lightning couldn't invade his body, and the 10,000 techniques couldn't touch him. He had suppressed all the supreme experts in the present world. Yitong, wake up. Yifan hugged his disciple's broken body and called out with Tao sounds. Master, I'm afraid I can't go on. Haste makes waste. Becoming an emperor really can't be forced. It's difficult to defy the heavens. Yitong smiled bitterly, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the most terrifying thing was that every bloody hole had a type of supreme great Tao divine symbol. That was the result of the suppression of the supreme Tao marks. The result of the 10,000 Tao backlash was extremely terrifying. There had been more than one case in the past, because as long as there was a great emperor in this world, it was destined to be extremely glorious. Outstanding talents would appear in large numbers, and there would definitely be people who were unconvinced and wanted to defy the heavens, vainly wishing to become an emperor. However, the final result was that almost everyone became crippled, and no one could succeed. Hold on, I will extend your life and pull out the 10,000 Tao traces. Yifan shouted with Tao sounds. His entire body shone, and the 10,000 techniques all appeared, immediately submerging this place. Hong, at this time even the heavenly tribulation couldn't invade, and it was also about to disappear. Yifan was like a god whose entire body was covered in flames. Both of his hands supported his disciple, and endless divine laws revolved, entering Yitong's body, doing everything he could to disperse the great Tao symbols. This is the will of the heavens, such a thing actually happened. Since ancient times, only a few people were able to recover, but looking at his appearance, it's too serious. His life is finished. The heavens want to end the celestial court's lineage. What an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Someone in the life-restricted region muttered. Such a situation actually happened, and it caused the celestial court, which was at its peak, to suffer a huge blow. If the restricted region took action, it would save a lot of effort. After all, it was equivalent to Yifan losing a great helper. Master, I've let you down. I originally hoped to fight alongside you, but now I've become a burden. Yitong's eyes were filled with tears, and he was full of regret. Don't think too much. With me here, those demons and monsters won't be able to do anything. Yifan said in a low voice. He didn't want Yitong to think too much. His divine laws surged as his essence blood gushed forth, healing Yitong's injuries and doing his best to extract those runes. However, those runes were the most terrifying suppression from the heavens. Regardless of Yitong's immortal foundation or his sea of reincarnation, they were all occupied and couldn't be erased. The great Tao scriptures in Yifan's body rumbled. He was like a great furnace, incomparably hot, unceasingly radiating multicolored light that blasted towards Yitong's body. But every time a rune was erased, a portion of Yitong's body and immortal foundation would be damaged as well. This caused him to frown. Such a suppression was too terrifying. The silver runes had already fused together with Yitong. If he wanted to extract those runes, he would definitely have to destroy his own disciple. With a swishing sound, Yifan hugged his disciple and vanished from his original location. He was as fast as an immortal, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. He broke through the boundless constellations and returned to the celestial court. How can this be? None of them expected that something like this would actually happen. It was too unexpected. Senior brother's talent is unparalleled in the world. Why would such a calamity befall him? Today, the atmosphere in the celestial court was filled with sorrow. Everyone was sighing in sorrow. The more they understood, the more their hearts turned cold. There was no solution to this. External force was basically useless, one could only rely on their own body to tide through it. Although Yifan was like a god, he was also silent today. For several days straight, he tried to expel the runes for Yitong, but in the end, he still didn't succeed. He could only temporarily preserve his disciple's life. My good disciple, you have to endure this. Li Tian's eyes turned red. Although he was unrestrained and usually wasn't a proper person, right now, his true feelings were revealed. Yitong wasn't only the disciple of Yifan, he was also the disciple of Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the Black Emperor. They were the ones who raised him up and imparted all sorts of techniques to him. Several days later, Yifan exited seclusion. He was extremely silent and the hearts of everyone sank. His life can be preserved, but as for his cultivation, we will have to depend on his good fortune. When this news circulated out, the celestial court was in an uproar. Many people felt sorrow and regret. When the news spread to the outside world, the whole world was in an uproar. How could such a thing happen? The celestial court was flourishing with each passing day. Its brilliance illuminated the universe and was revered by the entire world. Now, such a grievous news had actually spread out. It felt very unreal. Yitong's collapse was equivalent to cutting off one of Yifan's arms. Could it be that it was declining after reaching its peak? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. The celestial court had been too glorious these past few years. As the most powerful saint physique in history, Yifan had repeatedly killed ancient sovereigns. This was enough to shake the ages, and every matter was destined to be recorded in the most important historical records. In this world, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everyone has a time when they are strong, and there is also a time when they are past their prime. Everything is the result of natural changes. When the sun is in the middle, when the moon is full, it will be waning. Nothing can escape. The celestial court is showing signs of decline. After this happened, people in the outside world quickly came to this conclusion. This caused people to ponder deeply. Perhaps this was the result of the heavens trying to balance the world. The news of Yitong being crippled in the heavenly tribulation spread throughout the various regions, causing a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, and people vaguely felt that something might be happening. Haha, this is really retribution. Isn't the celestial court powerful? Now that they have crippled one of their top experts, I think they are not far from defeat. Even the heavens are not on their side. They are delusional enough to go against the heavens. My ancestor has already become an emperor. Who can overthrow him? I actually hope that the Saint Physique Fan will come to defy the heavens and break through the Tao, and also walk on that path. Carefree laughter came from the Golden Crow race. Many experts clapped their hands in joy. They felt that the Golden Crow race's best era had arrived. Perhaps the celestial court would really head towards decline. However, this kind of sound was quickly suppressed. The Golden Crow the Arch appeared and looked down at the entire Huasong planet. He was extremely dignified and shouted that they should not be rude. The most shocking thing was that he opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of the origin of the flames, sealed it in a divine crystal, and handed it to a Golden Crow saint. He asked him to take it to the celestial court and give it to Yifan to heal his disciple. The Arch, why are you doing this? As an emperor, if you are as narrow-minded as you might as well become a demon, the Golden Crow the Arch shouted. When this news spread to the outside world, everyone in the universe was extremely shocked. Many people felt respect for him. This was the true demon the Arch. The Golden Crow the Arch had achieved his Tao through fire, and Yitong had the body of the sun. Their origins were similar. In addition, this time, Yitong had been injured because she had defied the Golden Crow Thearcha's heavenly core mark. She had been punished by the heavens. If she used her origin to heal, there might really be hope for her to recover. After taking the divine crystal, Yi Fan was silent for a moment. He asked someone to send the Golden Crow Saint away to express his gratitude. The battle is about to begin. Yi Fan turned around and said this. The entire celestial court was greatly shaken. Yi Fan held the divine crystal in his hand. There was a flame burning within, and an exuberant aura of life seeped out. This was the supreme origin flame of a true great emperor. He immediately went into seclusion, placing this flame into the all-life energy cauldron to refine it hundreds and thousands of times, using secret methods to refine it. It was because this was the essence of an emperor, the foundation of this heaven's core imprint. He had to refine it no matter what. After 2 hours, an immortal flame appeared in Yi Fan's hand, illuminating his palm until it was transparent. His blood vessels and other parts could be clearly seen. Yi Fan placed this flame between Yitong's brows, burning several symbols to protect his sea of consciousness, causing it to become resplendent. The flame merged into his disciple's flesh. Master, how is he? Xianxia, Hua, and the others watched anxiously. Yi Zi, you must save little Tong. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others were all emotional. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. For the next several days, Yitong remained unconscious, sinking into the deepest level of hibernation in order to protect himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also displayed unmatched divine abilities. During these past few days, all parts of the cosmos felt a terrifying great Tao law surge, shaking 10,000 regions. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They knew that this was Yi Fan's method, but it was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They hadn't seen him go all out for 700 years, but who would have thought that his Tao skills would become even more profound and world-shaking? In the end, he silently left, directly entering the Big Dipper, descending into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone was alarmed. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Could it be that he was furious because his disciple was about to die, and wanted to flatten the forbidden region? Even the ancient sovereign in the forbidden region was shaken. This wasn't an unreasonable guess, because he had this kind of previous record. The Sea of Reincarnation and Undying Mountain had already been flattened by him. Everyone was shocked. However, after Yi Fan entered the absolute beginning forbidden region and approached the origin ancient mine, a great battle didn't erupt. Chaotic energy surged there, auspicious light flowing through the mysterious ancient mine. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all going to be sucked into the divine mine. It was extremely shocking. You should know that by forcefully borrowing the celestial source and the grand beginning life stone in this confrontation, you will have to pay 10 times the price in the future. A cold voice sounded. I'll wait. Yi Fan walked out, hugging a giant immortal source, as well as a life stone. It was carved into the shape of a coffin, and flew towards Big Dipper. Everyone was stupefied. Then, they came to a realization. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to seal his own disciple with an immortal source, and leave it for the future to resolve the calamity. At the same time, everyone sensed his power, daring to come to Origin Ancient Mine to seize stones. In reality, this was indeed the case. Yi Fan used a supreme magic power to turn his immortal origin into liquid in order to seal Yitong. Senior brother. Yitong. Many people cried out in grief, finding this result hard to accept. At the last moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor sent over another ball of Emperor Flame. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. After seriously refining it, he poured it into Yitong's body and sealed him. A genius of a generation was going to temporarily disappear from this world just like that. The celestial court was in great pain, and many days passed in a sad atmosphere. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a commotion. Everyone was discussing this. Some sighed, some were happy, some were sad, and some took joy in others' misfortune. Their private reactions were all different. Without a doubt, the Golden Crow Great Emperor's performance was remarkable. The people of the world felt that he had great boldness and was not narrow-minded because of the friction between the Golden Crow race and the celestial court. He was worthy of the demeanor of a great emperor. Many people were in admiration, and they became more and more respectful towards him. Under the restraint of the demon emperor, the experts of Huasong planet did not take joy in others' misfortune. Their relationship with the celestial court was instead much better, and there were signs of reconciliation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor is worthy of being someone who achieved the Tao. Many people sighed, praising him. The world was in an uproar, and a great wave was set off. On a black cliff in the Immortal Mountain, Yifan stood at the forefront and looked at the horizon. He had not spoken for a long time. "Master, are you confident in this battle?" Xianxia asked in a low voice from behind. His eyes were clear. "I've deceived the heavenly secrets 2 or 3 times, and they have many people. They should have already made up their minds and are ready," Yifan replied. Just as he said, there would definitely be a battle. Because Yitong had fallen, he had lost his right-hand man. The Forbidden Land had been preparing for many years, and they would not let go of such an opportunity. Xianxia frowned and said, "The Golden Crow Great Emperor sent the Empyrean origin flame. It's a good thing for senior brother, but it also destroyed the dream of the Forbidden Land Supreme being looking forward to a great battle with you. I think this is also the reason why the battle has been brought forward." "Master." Huahua flew over from afar, revealing an anxious expression. "There are children of the Forbidden Land returning to Big Dipper. There are cries of surprise coming from there. They seem to have obtained a great harvest." His bald head was shiny, but his face was full of worry. Some Forbidden Land children had left for many years, and they actually knew nothing about it. "There's no need to blame yourself. There are primogenitors in the Forbidden Lands. It's easy for them to hide the heavenly secrets," Yifan comforted. "I hate myself. The great battle is coming, but why haven't I reached the 9th heavenly layer? I can't help Master." Huahua beat his chest, hating himself for not working hard enough these years. He had enough talent, but it was difficult for him to devote himself to cultivation. "Brat, are you showing off?" Dong Fengyi, Li Tian, Peng Bo, Yan Yishi, and the others had all arrived. Li Heishui directly slapped Huahua's bald head and said, "If you think your cultivation level is too low, how can I endure it?" "Senior brother Yitong, he..." Komatsu opened his mouth in the back. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the cliff fell silent. "Yi, don't tell me you're going to fight alone again?" Peng Bo asked. He was very strong, but it was still too early for him to fight an ancient supreme. "Don't worry, this time, we'll flatten at least one Forbidden Land," Yifan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Seeing his confidence, they finally let out a sigh of relief, dispelling the haze in their hearts for many days. "This time, let us attack the Forbidden Land. We can't beat the big ones, but can't we catch the little ones in the Forbidden Land?" someone said. On this day, the entire celestial court disappeared, hiding from the boundless sea of stars and disappearing without a trace. The world was shocked, everyone realized that something big was about to happen. Could it be that they were going to fight an ancient supreme? In the past, Yifan had done this before, hiding all the heavenly soldiers and generals and unleashing a massacre on the path to immortality. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was about to arrive. "Holy body Yifan, are you impatient?" A cold voice sounded from the Big Dipper Forbidden Land. The heavenly dome trembled. Everyone was terrified. They knew that the bad premonition had come true. A storm was rising again, a Forbidden Land battle really was going to happen, divine ruins, immortal mausoleum, and others were all rumbling. Supreme being energy pervaded the air, shaking up the entire Big Dipper region. It was like a heaven-overflowing sea, shocking everyone. One could see an ancient beast raise its head in immortal mausoleum. It was like a divine lion, its entire body flickering with scarlet multicolored light. It walked out from a great tomb, on its back an old woman dressed in strange clothing. This place was known as Immortal Mausoleum. There were enormous tombs everywhere, impossible to find out what era they were left behind from, difficult to trace back. Even though it was a great tomb, after it split open, there was immortal energy that pervaded the air. The blood-colored divine lion's entire body was resplendent with scarlet multicolored light. It carried this old woman with a head full of sparse white hair, her aura shocking the world. Immortal Mausoleum actually emerged from Immortal Mausoleum, it truly is unexpected. She is still alive and well. There were people from other restricted regions who sighed. Everyone says that Immortal Mausoleum is the most mysterious, possibly the cemetery of immortals left behind from the chaotic ancient era before the legendary era. Immortal Mausoleum became an emperor early in the archaic era, always living in seclusion, making her extremely mysterious. At the same time, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly in the divine ruins. An ancient war chariot flew out, endless chaotic energy spreading outwards. A middle-aged man sat on the chariot, his black hair falling over his shoulders, blood energy exuberant, eyes like blazing lightning. It's the spiritual god. Someone cried out in shock. The spiritual god was the past spiritual emperor. He was a holy spirit, but he wasn't a stone man that achieved the Tao, but rather flesh and blood formed from a wave of innate spiritual essence. If Longma knew about this, he would definitely be alarmed, because they were the same type, spirits produced by heaven and earth spiritual essence. However, one had a horse body, while the other had a human body. The spiritual emperor cultivated in seclusion within the divine ruins, sleeping this entire time. He didn't look old at all, instead giving off a heaven-overflowing blood energy feeling. As soon as he appeared, the world of mortals was shaken. Legendary battlefield battle. The war chariot rumbled, chaotic energy surging. The spiritual emperor spoke, directly disappearing from the Big Dipper. In the cosmos, Yi Fan didn't say anything else, directly taking steps, hurrying towards the battlefield. It was because this battle was unavoidable to begin with, dragging it out wasn't a solution either. The other party might very well directly unleash darkness chaos. Legend battlefield, this was. A boundless starry sky, spacious, deathly stillness the eternal theme. There were almost no complete stars here, all of them broken. There were meteorites everywhere, star ruins everywhere. This cosmos had long been beaten into ruin. The most shocking thing was that occasionally, enormous corpses could be seen here, stretching across the endless blue skies, undying this entire time. However, their essence blood had long been completely drained. The essence had already been lost, only the form remaining. Yi Fan was speechless. Not only were there the corpses of ancient ancestors from various clans here, he even discovered the remains of holy bodies. One could imagine just how bitter the battle here was back then. Every single one of these skeletons had gargantuan origins, quite possibly the most powerful ancestor of a clan. If they were brought out, it would definitely shake the world. If one carefully traced them back, they would draw out extremely glorious legends one after another. Of course, this couldn't have been produced from a single battle, but rather the result of accumulating from the legendary era until now. Youngster, you are quite strong. In my memories, you should be one of the most powerful great sage bodies in history, but you are also quite arrogant. The spiritual emperor said. Sigh, Grandma was also the focus of attention, respected by everyone in the universe. Now that I look back, it really is a great dream. Elder Xian sighed softly, and then said, at that time, my style was unmatched, my beauty crowning the world, full of youthful energy just like you, believing that there was nothing in this world that a goddess like me couldn't do. She revealed a look of reminiscence. When she spoke these words, it made others feel incomparably strange. It was because right now, her skin was sagging, incredibly aged, teeth about to fall out, extremely ugly. In the end, it was just a dream. Elder Xian suddenly opened her muddy old eyes, staring at Yi Fan, saying, youngster, you are quite stunning, but it is a pity that you came, and now you are going to die. Who hasn't died before? Yi Fan said. But your wife and daughter have become immortals. Another figure appeared, surrounding Yi Fan at the center. It seems like you all are quite confident. Are you not scared that the past tragedy will repeat itself? At this moment, Yi Fan also revealed powerful and fierce killing intent. In the past, he killed many supreme beings alone. After so many things happened, if we didn't have the confidence to kill you, would we even take action? A fourth person appeared. A bad feeling emerged inside Yi Fan. When the four of them gathered, it actually made his blood run cold, sensing great danger. In a daze, it was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even immortals' corpses. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged on the ancient war chariot. His black hair was like a river of stars, bright and dense. His eyes were cold like the edge of a blade. He slapped the weapon on his leg. With a wing sound, an incomparably sharp spiritual blade flew over like a waterfall, hacking towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan revealed a look of surprise. This blade looked ordinary, but it was exceptionally sharp. It released the Spirit Emperor's undying will and killing intent, traversing through the vast sky. Immortal feathers fluttered about, holy and flawless. They followed the blade radiance, drawing out an undying aura. It was incomparably enormous, as long as a river of stars. Ascension power, flying immortal radiance. The Spirit Emperor is unparalleled as expected. Even we are in awe. Old Fairy spoke, revealing a look of surprise. The Spirit Emperor's attack made everyone's hearts jump, and everyone felt a wave of coldness. Yi Fan's feet were like nails rooted in the void, not moving at all. Meanwhile, his body was like a soft willow, moving with the blade, drawing out a beautiful arc to avoid the sharp radiance. Then, his hand struck out explosively. 10,000 types of symbols appeared at the same time, forming a great Tao suppression. Dang, an expanse of blazing lightning erupted in the void. Unmatched blade energy surged, clashing with Yi Fan's fist, producing the most resplendent light. The universe shattered in all directions, heaven and earth exploded, and the mythical battlefield shook violently. Even though it was vast and boundless, it still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Over 10,000 types of symbols collided with the flying immortal divine feathers, mutually obliterating each other and quickly extinguishing. The originally shattered sea of stars turned into ashes. This kind of unrivaled divine might made everyone tremble. If the Quasi-Emperor was here, he would definitely be terrified. Just a strand of this kind of aura was enough to kill them over 100 times. This was also the mythical battlefield. There were Tao marks left behind by the ancient deities of the heavens, making it hard to decay. If it was another star system, it would definitely turn into ashes, turning into primal chaos, and nothing would exist. In the end, the saber chi disappeared, and the Taoist talisman also disappeared. Only a silver spirit saber and Yi Fan's fists were left. At first glance, the two seemed to be equally matched, but the real outcome was unknown. A strange laugh rang out. The old immortal took action, and a jade scepter flew out from her sparse hair. Fine light flickered, and every streak of light was like a starry river that covered the sky and earth, suppressing the mythical battlefield. This type of heaven-defying method left one horrified. Destroying the starry sky, splitting open the world, and other things weren't difficult at all. For her, it was just too easy, shocking the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was no longer a jade scepter. It was clearly the pressure of a real universe, and it wanted to use the supreme laws of the world to suppress Yi Fan and turn him into powder. Yi Fan stood there, unmoving. His avatar was activated, and a vast world appeared as well, clashing against the gentle jade scepter in the sky. A great silent collision erupted. The aura of all things being destroyed spread in all directions, completely destroying this place. In the distance, there were more than 10 enormous corpses that hadn't been destroyed even after 10,000 years. It was unknown just how many li they were long, but now, they turned into ashes. There was a small half of a corpse that belonged to the holy physique bloodline. Even though its flesh was sturdy and undying, at this time, it was still torn apart like paper, completely destroyed. One could imagine just how terrifying the collision between the two was. Of course, these skeletons had long lost their immortal essence, refined by others. They weren't as sturdy as before, but compared to normal divine materials, they were still far superior. This time, Yi Fan didn't move. He put away his avatar, and the jade scepter also withdrew. What a good holy physique. I can't help but admire you. You haven't cultivated for that long, yet you are actually powerful to this degree. As expected, you have the ability to defy the heavens. A large man with a dragon beard walked over with a divine bow in his hands. He casually pulled back the bowstring. There was no arrow attached, but a vibrating sound rang out, making one's soul shatter. This type of method left everyone horrified. An empty arrow pierced through the heart. Not having an arrow was even better than having an arrow. It made even Yi Fan's expression change. When he faced this person, he felt a type of danger. This mustached man gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if he had experienced so many eons, and the aura of time was heavier than everyone else. Corpse Emperor. He announced his name. At this cultivation realm, he slaughtered the heavens, thinking that he was the sole ruler. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't treat others politely at all. However now, he took the initiative to announce his name, proving the respect and apprehension he felt towards Yi Fan. It's you, the Corpse Emperor from the underworld. Yi Fan was shocked. He had previously visited the underworld, fighting against Hell's suppressing emperor, understanding many secrets. There was a giant from the underworld who left, entering Origin Ancient Mine, calling himself Corpse Emperor. Correct, it's me. The large man nodded. His origins were extremely strange. He was the second person in this world to turn from a corpse into a living body, ultimately achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor. He was extremely powerful. It was rumored that he was dug up by someone from the depths of the underworld. As for what era he belonged to, it was impossible to say for sure. There was an ancient monument accompanying him, and based on those characters, it should be a corpse from the chaotic ancient era. From a corpse to an emperor, this type of person was extremely terrifying, another matchless expert after the underworld empress. He naturally had his own terrifying aspects. Wang, the bowstring without an arrow trembled again. He continuously pulled it 8 times, but in the end, it was empty 7 times, making one's primordial spirit shatter. The 8th time, it turned into a streak of corpse energy, descending from the heavens. That wasn't a normal arrow, but rather a boundless waterfall. It was boundless and boundless, unknown just how many li in length it was. It even submerged the ruined starry river. From a corpse to an emperor, the corpse emperor's body still contained death energy, even more vast than a sea of stars. If the quasi-emperor made contact with even a bit of it, he would turn into pus and blood, exploding and dying. Now, the endless death energy surged over. Yi Fan released a long roar. Dragon-shaped blood energy rushed out from the top of his head, and the all-life source energy cauldron flew up. It could devour all creatures, and the corpse energy was actually a type of replenishment. It wasn't limited to spiritual energy, and it could even absorb the primal chaos of all living things. Holy body, you really are quite daring. I believe with your ability, you should be able to guess that we came into the world with a determination to kill you, yet you still dared to come. The speaker's tone was especially forceful. His words were resounding, making everyone's minds tremble. This was an unmatched expert, and even the supreme beings felt a chill down their spines. It's actually the great Peng Emperor. Grandma Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the one who came into the world from that place would be the Peng Emperor? The Corpse Emperor also sighed in admiration. There's nothing I can do about it. My luck is quite bad, and I drew this lot, so I had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. The golden-winged great Peng Emperor said coldly. His figure was majestic and tall, his head of golden hair fluttering about. He walked out from the dark cosmos, and golden light immediately shone endlessly, illuminating the entire ancient battlefield. It was as if he was cast from gold, filled with a type of demonic nature. His gaze was sharp, and in his hand was a divine sword with a total of 28 segments of the god-striking whip. His divine might was matchless. This time, one person from each of the 4 great restricted regions came out to kill Yi Fan. The ones who came out were all well-known unrivaled figures. Wang, the great Peng Emperor, brandished the golden divine whip, crushing the cosmos. It released woo-woo terrifying whistling sounds as it struck towards Yi Fan's face. It was cold and emotionless, and over 10,000 great Tao symbols erupted. This person could only be described with one word, powerful beyond compare. Dang. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head flew up, colliding with the great Peng Emperor, erupting with a terrifying aura. The two ruptured, and the shockwaves directly extended towards various parts of the ancient battlefield. It was as if a terrifying wave was overflowing into the heavens, incomparably majestic. This was a type of universe wonder rarely seen since ancient times. Hong Long, the great Peng Emperor, was extremely conceited. The golden divine whip in his hand could kill deities and even demon kings. His bravery was unstoppable, and he didn't stop after taking action. He continued to slaughter his way forward. Yi Fan fought fiercely against him. It was a battle between deities the moment they met. Clearly, the great Peng Emperor was a battle maniac. Even though he was a supreme being, his nature didn't change. He wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with Yi Fan. Streak after streak of golden light tore through the cosmos sea. The golden divine whip continuously brandished about. Great Peng Emperor, don't forget that we came into being to kill him. We didn't come to satisfy your battle intent. Grandma Xian reminded. I remember. The great Peng Emperor retreated and stopped his attacks. Yi Fan frowned. He knew that he had encountered a great enemy. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Emperor or the great Peng Emperor, their strength far surpassed his expectations. None of these four were weak, and they were worthy of being peerless emperors. Saint. Physique, strictly speaking, you aren't our opponent. Even though you killed a few supreme beings in the past, it was only because their blood energy was dried up that they were ground to death by you. Today, you won't have another chance. The Corpse Emperor shouted. Only after fighting will I know that you all can't kill me. Today will be the day you all take your heads. Yi Fan said coldly. What a pity for a hero like you. The Spirit Emperor sighed. With a hong sound, a terrifying forbidden land appeared behind him. The southern heavenly gate towered majestically. This was precisely the divine ruins. It was as if he had crossed over 10,000 stellar rivers to arrive here from the Big Dipper star region. In reality, this wasn't the true divine ruins, but rather the supreme imprint of this life-forbidden region. All of the Tao marks were released, and they were imprinted here from the Big Dipper star region, laying down an unmatched divine formation. Then, behind Grandma Xian, an enormous grave rose up like a mountain, extending into a large expanse. Even though it was a cemetery, it flowed with immortal aura and auspicious light. This was a mortal mausoleum. It was separated by a sea of stars, engraving Tao marks, recreating the scene of the Forbidden Region, making this place Grandma Xian's main battlefield. Then, an ancient mine appeared. It was pitch black, deep and immeasurable. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, vast like a hibernating dragon. However, immediately afterwards, the ancient mine took in and sent out the starlight of the cosmos, making this place shine resplendently. The Corpse Emperor towered in the absolute beginning Forbidden Region. This was also engraved from Tao marks, forming an unmatched divine formation, turning this place into his main battlefield. Yi Fan sighed. Even though the great Forbidden Regions didn't truly cross over, they moved the most terrifying Imperial Tao formation over, truly reappearing. It was as if the great Forbidden Regions were standing here, surrounding him. Hong, finally, an enormous sound rang out. The 9 mountain ranges were vast and boundless, connected to a giant island, suppressing downwards. They appeared behind the great Peng Emperor, the scene astonishing. Yi Fan's expression changed again and again, the light in his eyes shining brilliantly and then dimming. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw the most mysterious Forbidden Region Heaven Dome, also known as Heaven Burial Island, he was still shocked. Heaven Burial Island was an enormous island that floated above the eastern wastelands. Normally, it was hidden in the void, impossible to see. Its main body was like a giant coffin, while the 9 mountain ridges that extended outwards were like 9 true dragons, majestic and majestic. They possessed an extremely imposing aura that shook one's heart. Every time Yi Fan saw it, he would be endlessly bewildered. It was because this was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling a coffin he saw back then, to the extent where it could even be said to be carved from the same mold. The 9 dragons pulled an enormous bronze ancient coffin, its whereabouts unknown. Yi Fan had searched many times before, but he didn't find anything. Now, Heaven Burial Island appeared, leaving him shaken. The 4 forbidden areas appeared together, standing majestically and forming a 3-dimensional formation that surrounded Yi Fan. Although they didn't physically descend, this kind of imprint was no different from the real scene. The mountains and rivers were majestic, and the great formation appeared. It was truly a land of destruction. Yi Fan was in deep danger. He was trapped here, and each forbidden area was an imperial formation that firmly locked the mythical battlefield. It could be said that he had no way out. If he wanted to escape, he could only kill his way out and be dyed in imperial blood. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to the other 3 forbidden areas. Only the last one, although he had been there a few times, was still shrouded in fog. "Young man, you won't be able to escape today," the Spirit Emperor shouted. That silver blade emitted strands of holy splendor as it hovered beside him, exuding a heaven-devouring aura. The myriad chi cauldron above Yifan's head bobbed up and down. There was a bright red liquid flowing on the walls of the cauldron. The blood of the past supreme beings hadn't dried up yet. The phantoms of the Stone Emperor, the unfettered celestial being, and the beast god appeared, engraved on the cauldron. "I've lived until now because I killed and not because I was scared. My cauldron hasn't tasted the blood of a supreme being for many years. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content." These words were sonorous and powerful, shaking the entire starry sea and spreading to the outside of the mythical battlefield. All the powerful races in the universe were trembling. They had been paying attention to this great battle, but they didn't dare to approach. No one knew why, but now, they finally heard the voice. With a honglong sound, the 4 great restricted areas closed up, turning this place into a vast restricted battlefield. Although you're not the first to make the people in the forbidden areas join hands, you're not simple either. You deserve to be proud. Even in the most glorious history of deities, there will be a place for you. The 4 supreme beings each represented a land. They were well prepared and swore to kill Yifan. "I'm really curious about the mysterious origins of the high heavens, also known as the Burial Island, a forbidden zone." No one expected that Yifan would suddenly say these words when the battle was about to begin. He wasn't worried about his own life and death, but wanted to find out the secret. "It's so ancient that no one knows about it," the great Peng Emperor said coldly. Burial Island was a mysterious place. Even the supreme beings of the various forbidden regions couldn't explain it clearly, because the great Peng Emperor and the others didn't find anything when they entered. They only knew that it had existed for an extremely long time, experiencing countless great tribulations. It was as if it was a divine land that buried the heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that might be able to slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long-lasting aura that could give one vitality, preventing them from declining prematurely. This type of transcendent divine land naturally became a precious land that supreme beings needed the most, turning into a great life-forbidden zone. This was what Yifan had learned from others. He didn't know the specific secrets, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the 4 great masters didn't know either, and even if they did, they couldn't be bothered to tell him. Kill. Right now, killing Yifan was the most important thing. The great Rock Emperor roared. The golden whip in his hand streaked across Heaven Burial Island and slashed down, wanting to kill Yifan. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In the end, Stone Emperor, Beast God, and unfettered celestial being will all end up like you. I'll kill all of you." Yifan also roared. He was incomparably domineering. His long black hair danced about chaotically, making him look like a demonic god. The Celestial Emperor's fist reappeared in the world after so many years. He slaughtered his way towards the Rock Emperor and forcefully clashed with the golden whip. The 4 great experts moved together. The ruins of God, Ancient Origin Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, and Burial Island all trembled. Endless symbols extended out, covering this part of the cosmos. Everyone stood in their own direction, on their own main battlefield. They were all too familiar with their respective forbidden regions. Those formation patterns could make them stronger, but they would also injure Yifan. This time, they were extremely meticulous in killing Yifan. "Do you think you can kill me like this? It's not like I haven't been to these places before." The all-life source cauldron above Yifan's head transformed into the Celestial Emperor's fist, slaughtering in all directions. It was as if a Celestial Emperor had descended into this world. Divine light shone endlessly as he forcefully shook the forbidden regions. "Today, you will undoubtedly die." The Corpse Emperor drew his bow. There were still no arrows, but killing intent surged. The instant the bowstring was released, Yifan felt as if the space between his brows was being cut by a blade. The all-life source cauldron descended, blocking the formless arrow in front of his brows. Then, the line secret art spun, and he directly slaughtered his way over, entering the absolute beginning forbidden region to kill the Corpse Emperor. However, the heart-palpitating aura that appeared earlier appeared again. It was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scenes of immortals falling. Everything before his eyes was scarlet red. At the same time, a streak of exceptionally sharp sword energy shot out, flying towards Yi Fan. He quickly retreated, but despite this being the case, a streak of blood still flew out from his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the aura of this place completely changed, becoming completely different. Killing intent seeped into the bones, a bitter aura covering heaven and earth. The world became a blood-red expanse, the smell of blood assailing the nostrils. Even the 4 great forbidden regions were the same, all of them dyed the color of blood. Hazy bloody mist swirled about, extremely astonishing. Baleful energy overflowed into the heavens, killing intent boundless, 4 killing swords hung in different directions, entirely dark red in color. The killing intent they released was terrifying and astonishing, making even supreme beings shiver inwardly. Every single killing sword had an indistinct imprint, the terrifying diagram of slaughtering immortals recorded on them. It made one shiver inwardly. That type of aura spread, the coldness seeping into the supreme being's bones. Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. He recognized what these were. They were the legendary era's spiritual treasure celestial beings' 4 killing swords, able to kill immortals, kill emperors, nothing they couldn't cut through. The heart-palpitating feeling he felt before was precisely because of the 4 immortal swords' hibernation. They were the world's most terrifying vicious weapons, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, passed down until now, creating endless bloody calamities. It is rumored that these are vicious weapons that have been soaked in immortal blood. Today, the 4 of us will send you off with them. You can also be considered to be looking down on the world. Old Immortal said coldly. Yi Fan didn't say anything, instead raising his head towards the heavens. There was a formation diagram slowly moving, chaotic energy hazy, great down-natural laws spreading, covering the entire legendary battlefield. This made his pupils rapidly contract. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram also appeared. The danger zone was already established. If Pangbo was here, he would definitely cry out in alarm. The heaven-reaching sect masters' 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram were all gathered together, unmatched under the heavens. Who could stop him? Even though Yi Fan didn't have the heaven-reaching sect master's definition, he also knew that it really wasn't far off. The killing formation left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being could be considered number 1 since ancient times. It was because he created the group's secret character. His attainments and formations were unmatched in this world. His entire life's essence was left behind in the killing formation diagram, together with the 4 killing swords that were rumored to have soaked in immortal blood. It was unmatched under the heavens. It was rumored that as long as the sword formation was complete and controlled by a great emperor, it could definitely kill a peak imperial Tao supreme being. Meanwhile now, there were 4 supreme beings controlling this ancient number 1 killing formation. Who could break through it? Being trapped within, even if it wasn't a situation of inevitable death, it was more or less the same. This was a great crisis. Yi Fan was trapped deep within the formation, encountering the most terrifying calamity since he was born. A single mishap would result in his body and soul being destroyed. During these years, you guys have truly gone through a lot of trouble, hiding from heaven's mysteries, operating natural luck, always searching for the 4 swords and the formation diagram. In the end, you guys finally obtained them. Yi Fan sighed softly. No wonder the life-restricted region waited until today before taking action with such confidence. Not long ago, they found and refined the last immortal sword, finally having no more misgivings. You also sent people to search, but how can you compare to us? The corpse monarch sneered. During all these years, Yi Fan had indeed prepared all kinds of backup plans, among which, he had to obtain the 4 immortal swords and the formation diagram, but he still didn't obtain anything. This is your end? Do you really think you are unmatched under the heavens? Becoming enemies with the restricted region, it is still difficult for you to escape the fate of death. In the past, I didn't take you in because I was too lazy to touch you. The spirit monarch roared, activating the immortal sword. A streak of bloody light immediately flew over, slashing towards Yi Fan. Kill. The other 3 great supreme beings took action at the same time. The 4 immortal swords shook, tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic sword radiance hacking over. Bloody light filled the skies, drowning out this place. This was a fatal blow, not even the greatest hero able to block it. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rose and fell, releasing dang-dang sounds. It was riddled with scars from the 10,000 swords, suffering a heavy blow from the number 1 killing formation of past and present. Meanwhile, if not for this cauldron's defensive strength being astonishing, Yi Fan might have already suffered many sword injuries, unable to evade at all. The formation diagram swirled, the 4 swords shining, possessing heaven-defying war immortal power. This wasn't only the embodiment of the secret formation, but also the embodiment of the ultimate profound mystery's numinous treasure. Celestial being spent his entire life researching formations. It turned into the most powerful killing formation, activating a great killing tribulation at this moment. Yi Fan roared angrily. Irregular scenes were displayed, the all-life source cauldron covering his body, resisting and attacking this first killing formation. He slaughtered his way towards a corner, wishing to break through this formation. At this time, all types of secret methods were displayed, his body actually showing signs of turning into primal chaos. However, at this moment, the 4 great supreme beings steeled their hearts to kill him, doing everything they could to operate the great formation. Moreover, every single one of their weapons were separately suspended above the formation gate, merging with the 4 swords, increasing the formation's power. Apart from this, the imprints left behind by the 4 great restricted regions all revived at this time, turning into 4 great formations, vaguely showing signs of resonating with that formation diagram, crushing forward together. There was no way out of this situation of inevitable death. The 4 great supreme beings controlled the improved version of the first killing formation, unable to break through it no matter what they did. Yi Fan entered the most dangerous situation. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a passive state, unable to dissolve it even if he wanted to. This wasn't something a human could do. Dang, the all-life source cauldron was pierced through. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared on his body. This was the first attack. What followed was a torrential storm of attacks. Sure enough, the formation diagram revolved, the aura becoming increasingly powerful. With the 4 supreme beings controlling it, the 8 weapons moved in unison, immortal light shooting out, the killing tribulation boundless, no one able to contend against or dissolve it. Even with Yi Fan's tremendous divine abilities, blood still blossomed within the formation. The instant the all-life cauldron was broken through, he faced the first killing formation directly, suffering several tens of streaks of primal chaos sword radiance. Blood dyed the great formation red. Even though Yi Fan had the ability to connect the heavens and move the earth, he still couldn't do anything alone. This wasn't something a human could contend against. With so many supreme beings controlling the first killing formation since ancient times, it was useless for anyone to face it alone, difficult to contend against. Ha ha ha. Old Fairy laughed loudly, but her eyes became increasingly cold. In this kind of killing tribulation, if you can still survive, then that really is heaven-defying. Not only am I going to defy the heavens, I'm going to kill all of you. Yi Fan shouted. Blood splashed 3,000 feet high. This was a true portrayal. Yi Fan was trapped in the formation and suffered from hundreds and thousands of sword chi. He was seriously injured. The situation was extremely critical. Ling Bao Tianzuan was a peerless figure in terms of his attainments in the field of formation inscriptions. His formation diagram contained boundless murderous intent that drove the 4 swords to shoot out. They were indestructible and even great emperors would be slashed into pieces. Yi Fan was covered in blood. The wounds on his body were terrifying. There were no less than 20 bloody holes in his front and back. Scarlet blood sprayed everywhere. Each drop could pierce through a quasi-emperor. A cornered beast struggling in vain, the spirit emperor said coldly. Now, they had the absolute initiative. Once the number 1 killing formation was activated, it was controlled by 4 emperors. It could be said that it was invincible. No one would be able to stop it. Fight! Yi Fan shouted. His hands moved as he used the battle saint technique. A fiery red divine cauldron flew up. It was the eternal universe cauldron. It gave off a fiery light that could burn down the star domain. Then, an ancient mirror rose and floated above his head, shining with immortal light. Next, a sharp immortal sword shot out. The Tai Sovereign sword took shape and slashed the heaven and earth. All kinds of extreme weapons attacked the killing formation. Yi Fan used all his methods in hopes of breaking it. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the formation and were all destroyed by the sword light. At this time, the formation rumbled. The world seemed to have been refined. The killing intent of the heavenly killing formation filled the air. The four gates of the formation were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were the four swords shaking, but the other four weapons also completely fused in, increasing their power. Qi. On one of the gates, the Spirit Emperor's silver divine sword shot out. The sword Qi was like the sea as it slashed towards Yi Fan's body. The myriad Qi cauldron had long been broken. The sword Qi permeated the air and rushed into Yi Fan's body, causing him to tremble violently. He kept retreating, leaving bloody footprints in the air. With the support of the formation, the power of the silver sword was many times stronger. It was indestructible. The moment the sword Qi entered his body, Yi Fan almost exploded. Buzz. The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as a beam of divine light shot out. The Corpse Emperor's longbow that was hanging on the other formation gate released its might, shooting out a resplendent beam of light. Yi Fan struck out with his hands, shattering the beams of light. However, the bowstring trembled continuously, and the beams of light were endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was immediately exhausted. With a pu sound, his shoulder was pierced through, followed by his abdomen, chest, thigh, and other parts of his body. They were all penetrated by the terrifying light beam, and only the dozen or so arrows aimed at his forehead were shattered. Yi Fan had fallen into a hopeless situation. The killing array's reputation was not in vain. It could indeed be said to be world-shaking and difficult to break. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. The immortal slaying sword diagram that Pang Bo had been longing for had really appeared. Since ancient times, killing had always been the most important. Now that it was fully activated, gods would kill gods, and immortals would kill immortals. At this time, the four immortal swords all flew up, leaving the formation gate, entering the formation to slaughter Yi Fan, leaving behind the other four to protect the formation. Every single immortal sword was bright red and replete with moisture. A bloody aura assailed one's face. When facing any one of them, it was as if one was in a sea of blood. Heaven overflowing scarlet light flew about, vast and boundless. No wonder there were people in the world who said that they could kill immortals, kill immortals. This type of aura was too ferocious, the baleful energy incomparable. Emperor artifacts were unmatched. The number one vicious weapon turned into four streaks of bloody light, piercing through the air, leaving behind endless great Tao symbols in the sky. They clashed intensely with Yi Fan, and in the end, they shattered it, killing it until it exploded. When they saw Yi Fan reconstruct his true body with a single thought, the four great supreme beings were all moved. This was the first time they felt that the divine body was so difficult to kill, its vitality too great. Is he purposely shedding blood to comprehend sword intent? This is courting death. Spirit Emperor sneered. How daring, using blood to devour sword intent. Even in this type of situation, he still doesn't know the difference between life and death. Old Immortal also said coldly. Yi Fan indeed felt a sense of powerlessness. This boundless killing formation was difficult to break through. No matter how great one's magical force was, under the four supreme beings' control, they could only suffer a disaster here. At this time, the blood he previously shed all began to shine in the void, arranging strange patterns and deriving great Tao divine laws. Using your own blood to form Tao imprints to help you comprehend? It's useless even if you shed all of your divine blood. If you want to defy the heavens, you can only die. Great Peng Emperor sneered. He activated the formation and seized the opportunity to attack. Yi Fan sighed. He felt deep admiration towards the spiritual treasure celestial being. This type of formation pattern was indeed unmatched from past to present. It was difficult to break through. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. His entire body began to shine, including the damaged cauldron. Irregular phenomena, 9 secrets, Celestial Emperor's Fist, 5 elements divine light, and all of the other secret techniques and profound mysteries appeared, interweaving together. Then, chaotic energy surged, violently colliding. The radiance broke through the eternal, refining the void here, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron. Yifan evolved his own Tao, transforming in this desperate situation, almost transforming into the Tao. He evolved towards the primal chaos to ultimately transcend. The cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, the immortal scriptures burned, transforming into flames to refine an unmatched precious body. This was a terrifying transformation. 10,000 Tao resonated, turning into symbols and entering the primal chaos flame to refine the cauldron. It was going to burn out a true self. Back then, when Yifan fought against the unfettered celestial being, he was forced into a dangerous situation by the latter's unmatched divine speed. He had evolved his own Tao like this, devouring the attacks of the outside world. Now, it was even more dangerous than that battle. He could die in battle at any time, so he evolved his own great Tao once again to resist. This type of technique was extremely dangerous. Advancing at the edge of transforming into the Tao, even if it wasn't 10 out of 10 deaths, it wasn't far off. There was a high chance that he would become primal chaos, forever returning to nature. However, the cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, containing 10,000 Tao. This type of technique was truly terrifying. It devoured all energy, turning the attacks into cauldron flames to refine the floating flesh precious cauldron. Chong, 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 10,000 streaks of sword energy flew out. The 4 immortal swords shook with xing sounds. The sword energy carried bloody radiance and chaotic energy. They all struck that cauldron, causing King Chong sounds to ring out. At this moment, the damage they inflicted on Yifan wasn't that great anymore. All of the beams of light entered the light cocoon, becoming a part of the cauldron flames to refine that true body. This result made the 4 great supreme beings suck in a cold breath of air. This type of method was truly heaven-defying. It could actually break through the number 1 killing formation since the ancient times? Impossible, no one could break through this formation. This was especially the case when the 4 of them were in charge. If it really was broken through, then Yifan would truly be comparable to a war immortal. Honglong. The great Peng Emperor took action. His bearing was astonishing. He was tall and sturdy, and his head of thick golden hair fluttered about. Even his pupils were golden in color. He was incomparably intimidating. At this moment, the space between his brows erupted with light. The golden whip broke free from the formation gate and directly entered the killing formation. It crushed heaven and earth as it smashed towards Yifan. This unrivaled strike wasn't just the activation of the formation diagram. It was also the great Peng Emperor's ultimate attack. With the addition of 2 factors, it was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Boundless golden light surged. The golden whip was like a living war god descending into the primal chaos. It struck Yifan's body cauldron, emitting a loud sound. With a pu sound, he was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Streaks of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Then, his body split into pieces, almost exploding into pieces. Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't give him a chance. The great Peng Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. This madman had an indescribable wildness and killing intent. The 4 of them circulated their magic power together, activating the formation diagram. The 4 immortal swords were revived to the extreme. They were glistening red, and the blurry diagrams on the swords reappeared. They were slaughtering immortals. The scene was astonishing. Within a vast immortal domain, the formation diagram and the 4 killing swords slaughtered in all directions. Bloody light rushed into the heavens, dyeing the world red. And now, the formation diagram pressed down. The 4 swords slashed down with unparalleled might, splitting apart the primal chaos. Yifan's body finally couldn't withstand it and was split apart once again. The divine sound of the great Tao rang out. Chaotic light surged. Yifan reconstructed his true body with great difficulty. All kinds of light danced about, turning into a furnace that wrapped around him. The scriptures rang out endlessly. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras, as if 100,000 gods and devils were roaring, or as if all the ancient people were offering sacrifices. It was mysterious and terrifying. A powerful aura spread out. Good brat, you still want to perfect your Tao even at death's door. You want us to become your cauldron? Are you a martial idiot or do you not know the immensity of the heavens and earth? The great Peng Emperor shouted. Yifan was indeed audacious. Even when he was in a dangerous situation, he still used a supreme technique. All things were his cauldron, tempering his body. He truly comprehended a bit of sword intent. Also, our secret techniques were also absorbed. If this continues, he might be able to transcend. The Spirit Emperor frowned. He is a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most powerful divine body in history. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance. So what if he absorbed and refined a portion of the profound mysteries? He still can't break through the number one killing formation. Together with our techniques and Tao, he will undoubtedly die. Hong Longlong, Divine Ruins, Origin Ancient Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, High Heavens, which was also Heaven Burial Island, the four great restricted regions suppressed over together, resonating with that formation diagram. Endless formation patterns extended, about to suppress Yifan to death. These methods were used together. No one could hold on. Even if Yifan was a heaven-warping genius, establishing that Tao, it still wasn't enough. Chaotic energy exploded. The cauldron became unstable and was on the verge of breaking apart. Overestimating your own capabilities. You want to resist the number one killing formation alone, as well as our joint attacks. The situation was already set. The four great supreme beings all released a breath of relief. If they continued any longer, Yifan would undoubtedly die. However, this opponent was truly shocking. He actually persisted for such a long time. It was a bit heaven-defying. The cauldron flames tempered it. Scriptures rumbled, incomparably vast. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on the body of the cauldron. Even though it did its best to absorb the 10,000 Daos and comprehend the profound mysteries of the four great restricted regions, it still couldn't hold on for much longer. There had never been anyone who dared to be so daring, borrowing several sovereign realm experts to cultivate, using their unmatched profound mysteries to temper one's own body, turning it into a Tao flame. This was simply dancing with one's life. Suddenly, Yifan released a long roar, shattering the chaotic light cocoon. Then, with a shake of his hand, an immortal treasure diagram appeared. It came from the primal chaos dragon nest, the place where the vicious person was buried. When this diagram unfolded, an immortal flame completely formed from symbols appeared, burning down the endless starry sky. A portion of the killing formation's boundless killing intent was melted away. You actually collected the immortal flame. The corpse monarch was startled. This was the immortal flame of the 10th layer of the fire domain. Back then, the ancient desolate tower had floated there, borrowing it to refine its body and repair its cracks. Later on, it entered the flying immortal star's sealed land. The existences in the Forbidden Zone were somewhat afraid of this flame, because in the past, those who possessed it did not have a good ending. This time, they had also tried to search for it, but in the end, they did not find it. Unexpectedly, Yifan had taken it away. The spirit monarch's expression changed immediately. He said, "There is an immortal flame's origin. In that case, there might be hope for your disciple. He might not be completely crippled." "You're wrong. I've never been crippled." A loud shout came from the void, and boundless golden light erupted. Yitong was like a golden sun crashing over. With a loud boom, he directly killed his way to one of the killing formation's gates. The great rock monarch sneered and said, "So what if both of you are here together? You still cannot break the first killing formation. All of you will die." Boom, however, just as he finished speaking, an extremely ferocious and tyrannical fist force suddenly blasted over. It rushed into the formation gate and sent him flying, blood flowing everywhere. An unparalleled expert with disheveled hair and a majestic figure appeared. It was actually the old madman that he had not seen for many years. "If one person can't do it, then can 4 people take the immortal swords from your 4 swords gates?" Another thunderous voice rang out. The demonic human appeared with a white bone club in his hand. He swung it down and smashed it into another formation gate, sending Grandma Xian flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked the human world. No one had expected such a thing to happen. "You all actually unknowingly reached this cultivation realm?" The corpse emperor was shocked. These changes were too sudden, exceeding his imagination and expectations. How could those who were much weaker than them succeed? Only those who weren't too far off could make them cough out blood. Do you all think you can kill my master after preparing for so many years? Not only do you all have confidence, we have also been waiting for this moment. Yi Tong shouted. They had endured for so many years just for the sake of breaking through today's situation, killing the supreme beings in the restricted region, quelling the hidden darkness chaos with a single battle. Good, you all truly have some methods. You all reached this cultivation realm, yet we actually didn't know about it and were deceived. Immortal Grandma was furious. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and stared at the human devil. Now, everything was clear. Yi Fan hadn't appeared in the world for several hundred years, sitting in Undying Mountain, waiting for the people at his side to break through and reach the realm where they could fight supreme beings. Then, he would defeat them in one battle. During these years, the restricted region had been searching for the spiritual treasure Celestial Beings formation diagram and the 4 immortal swords, hoping to kill Yi Fan with the smallest price, not losing a single person. Meanwhile, how could the other side not be like this? They were also seeking the safest battle. Finally, the day they waited for finally arrived. Their cultivation realms matched, so they didn't fear the ultimate battle against them. No wonder the heavenly mysteries became chaotic several times in the past few hundred years, unable to be divined. Moreover, there would occasionally be a great chaotic tribulation. I originally thought that it was the great young body persevering, but it was all an illusion to hide the fact that the ones crossing the tribulation were actually you all. Sacred body, your cultivation is terrifyingly profound after all, tricking us all. The Spirit Emperor stared at Yi Fan at the center of the great formation. I fear that it is also related to this immortal diagram, using it to hide the heavenly mysteries. The great Peng Emperor's expression was cold as he stared at the sparkling diagram scroll that seemed to be forged from stellar radiance. This diagram had been passed down since ancient times, from the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era. It had passed through different owners, for example, Celestial Being, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Vicious. There were originally only stars on the diagram, nothing else. It was unknown what era it came from, but a few other imprints were produced on the back of the diagram, as well as the marking of immortal ascension. This diagram was extremely mysterious, terrifyingly ancient. Some people said that it was the imprint of this cosmos. There were others who said that it originated from the ancient chaos era, refined by a heavenly emperor. It recorded the entire great cosmos' divine traces, possessing the ultimate profound mysteries. Do you all really think that we are meat on the chopping block? This era is different from the past, not even supreme beings can do as they please. Yi Tong shouted. Ha ha ha. The great Peng Emperor laughed heartily. His golden hair was resplendent and dazzling. He was like a heavenly deity, exuding an unrivaled and unparalleled aura. Even if you guys aren't simple, you are still far from being a match for a supreme being. You've only just touched the threshold. He looked down on the world. This was a type of unmatched confidence. Forget about the fact that these people hadn't reached the peak of the domain yet. Even if they completely achieved the Tao, strictly speaking, they still wouldn't be a match for an ascended supreme being. So many people have come to die, let's catch them all in one go. Spirit Emperor said. Even though they were shocked, they were, after all, once ancient emperors. They quickly calmed down and announced that they were going to eliminate everyone. Moreover, after calming down, they stared at Yi Tong, the old lunatic, and the others with burning eyes. To them, this was simply a great medicine of the mortal world. If they could harvest and refine it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. The great Peng Emperor's meat must be delicious. However, the human demon's words immediately incited their anger. The food and great medicine in their eyes actually had such thoughts. It was simply arrogant to the point of making one's hair stand on end. This was disgraceful. Someone dared to eat an Emperor realm expert? Since ancient times, no one had ever been profaned like this. You're courting death. The Corpse Emperor roared. You're the ones courting death. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. A monkey covered in dazzling golden light descended from the sky, swinging down with an immortal iron rod in his hand. Clang, even though the Corpse Emperor was known for his indestructible golden body and was immortal through myriad tribulations, the space between his thumb and forefinger split open after being struck by this iron rod. Blood stained the area as he retreated. The sacred prince had arrived. His eyes were fiery and his blood energy was as vast as the ocean. His battle intent was high, as if he was an undefeatable god of war. Good, 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 I've underestimated you all, the Corpse Emperor said coldly. He suddenly pointed at Yi Fan in the formation and said, even if the four of you came, it would be difficult to save him. He's destined to die in the killing formation. You've overestimated yourself. My master entered the formation only to use you to cultivate. Now that we've arrived, it only proves that his cultivation has ended, Yi Tong said. After hearing these words, even though the four supreme beings were transcendent, they were still enraged. Since ancient times, who could make use of them? This was simply looking down on them too much. He was merely a saint physique. No matter how powerful he was still not a true great emperor. Yet, he dared to act like this was too much. Of course, they understood that Yi Tong was purposely mocking them. There shouldn't be such a madman in this world who dared to enter such a desperate situation to comprehend the Tao. All of you are ants. All of you must die. At this moment, perhaps this was the only sentence that could show off their dignity, as well as how they looked down on their opponents. You're all too conceited. At the center of the formation, Yi Fan borrowed the protection of the runic flames and the immortal diagram. His body rumbled as he recovered from his injuries. This is a golden era that has never been seen since ancient times. So what? The great Peng Emperor roared. In this era, all of the geniuses from the various eras will awaken in this era, and they will all live in the same era. In such an era, even supreme beings can't do as they please. It's not an era where you can start a dark upheaval or destroy the world. Yi Fan shouted with an incomparably cold expression. If you're a dragon, coil up for me. If you're a tiger, lie down for me. If you want to display your supreme prestige in this era, I'm sorry, but what awaits you is a great confrontation between the strongest geniuses of all ages. He pointed at the human demon, Yi Tong, the sacred prince, and then at the four prime venerables. Do you think they're weaker than the sacred Sun Emperor and the Emperor of Fighting? Do you know how many people like them there are in this era? If you don't understand what a true golden era is, you can only decline and perish in this era. The true meaning of the golden era is finally being displayed at this moment. What monarchs rising together? What myriad bloodlines competing? None of this is real. This era will suppress the supreme beings of the forbidden regions until they can't even raise their heads. This is the true meaning of the golden era. If you don't obediently lay low, all of you will be finished. Yi Fan's words were deafening. They rushed into the distance, leaving the mythical battlefield and spreading into the cosmos, affecting the true forbidden regions of the Big Dipper. Without a doubt, these words had an extremely powerful impact, causing the hearts of all the venerables to turn cold. Perhaps these words weren't false. There were indeed many terrifying heroes in this era, Dowie, Zhang Byron, the Emperor, there were truly many of them. Some were the descendants of the great emperors. Presumably, when they underwent their final tribulations, they had their father's trump cards to hide. There were also some whose identities were unknown to this day. Even the prime venerables might not be able to guess their identities when they paid close attention to them. This era was different from the past. The true meaning of the golden era was finally being displayed. Boom! The inevitable battle erupted. The human demon had become younger and more vigorous. Due to the great increase in his strength, his hair was now black and his body was no longer withered. In fact, he had become much stronger. He was like a primitive man with his upper body naked. He wielded a white bone club and smashed against a formation gate. He stared at the great Peng Emperor and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He let out a primitive hunting cry as if he was about to hunt a ferocious bird. This kind of provocation naturally infuriated the great Peng Emperor. The two fiercely collided and their battle intent soared into the sky. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. The decisive battle had begun. Yi Tong attacked. His entire body was covered in blazing flames. The fruits of his comprehension over the past few years were completely displayed. He rushed towards another formation gate and attacked the Corpse Emperor. This was because this supreme being had corpse energy within his body, while he had an extreme yang body. The all-encompassing essence flames of extreme yang filled the air, just enough to resist the corpse supreme being who had death energy within his body. The essence flames of extreme yang drowned the formation gate. The flames of battle raged and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Tong was fighting with his life on the line. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. A matchless aura spread out, shaking the ancient skies. This was a type of fist force that was too tyrannical and unyielding. The old madman attacked. His left hand was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his right was the heaven shrouding divine seal. His hands transformed into a fist and a seal that shook the mortal world. It was ferocious and tyrannical as it directly attacked the spirit emperor. This kind of method was shocking. It caused the formation gate to rumble and sway. The monkey smiled bitterly. His opponent had already been chosen, so he could only turn around and face Grandma Xian. He didn't hold back at all. His battle Saint Chi surged as he swept through the world with his staff. Little monkey, even if your father comes back to life, he will only be of the same generation as me. You dare to rebel? Grandma Xian glared. Witch, stop flaunting your seniority. I'll send you on your way. The battle was incomparably intense. The 4 immortal gates were all swaying, and the entire mythical battlefield was trembling. The great formation had lost its controller. The formation diagram was still revolving, but it was no longer as overflowing as before. Yi Fan shook the immortal treasure diagram and swept it towards the 4 immortal swords, wanting to snatch them away. The great formation-breaking battle began. Strictly speaking, the 4 supreme beings were naturally stronger than the fighters. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. This was because there was someone else coming from the sky. A seemingly bashful and pure youth sat there. His large eyes were like black gemstones, and his face was ridiculously beautiful. He was as calm as a boulder as he sat in the void. He began to draw upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, coordinating with Yi Fan from the inside to break down the number 1 killing formation. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This youth had a type of immortal aura that was deep and immeasurable. He seemed even more mysterious and terrifying than Yi Fan's eldest disciple. Don't you guys like to fight in groups? We're here. We'll fight you 4 as a group and torture you all until you go to heaven. Another tall figure appeared. He was incomparably majestic, ostentatious and domineering. It was precisely the warmonger Xianxia. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. The holy physique Yi Fan truly made ample preparations. If he wanted to flatten a restricted region, he could do it with his current manpower. Xianxia immediately swooped down and joined the battle. This place immediately erupted with commotion. Holy physique, hand over your life. Right at this time, reinforcements came from the Supreme Being's side. Huang Shudao, who had been missing for many years, appeared. He wanted to get revenge for his father. It was because during the Immortal Ascension battle 700 years ago, Yi Fan shattered the phoenix-winged golden hoe that his father turned into, killing him cleanly. He was originally someone who lived for the Tao, someone who went crazy for the Tao. He was a madman who focused on cultivation, but he couldn't resist the interference of his family. Today, he rushed over to unleash a massacre. How lively, count me in as well. Daoi, who had been missing for many years, appeared, blocking Huang Shudao and fighting intensely against him. Do you all want to destroy the cosmos? There were people standing in the distance, transmitting sound from the distance. More people arrived, and the battle situation became more and more complicated. The one who spoke was Zhang Byron. He had an ordinary physique, but his true cultivation was unfathomable. His origins were mysterious, and no one knew. What a blood-boiling battle. After this battle, the structure of the world will be completely rewritten. Another person appeared, standing in the distance. He didn't come over either. Old thing, your doomsday is here. Xianxia shouted. His divine physique was now complete, and his golden body was immortal. His surging blood chi was extremely majestic, and his fist power was unparalleled. He moved around the battlefield, attacking 4 formation gates in a row to break down the great formation. Boom! At this moment, the crazy old man was going crazy. He went from white-haired to middle-aged, and then to a teenager. The rapid transformation was astonishing. However, his aura was even more terrifying. His 5 great secret realms all shone, each with a true self sitting cross-legged. The divine light of the five elements shook the sky and tore apart the sky. The young crazy old man was ostentatious and domineering. His black hair stood on end as he punched forward, shaking the boundless universe. He was going to kill the spirit emperor. Woo, the pure and holy silver blade whistled as it stabbed towards the crazy old man. A silver spirit dragon took form and rushed forward. With a pu sound, the young crazy old man let the silver dragon penetrate his body. He activated the attainment formula, and his speed became even faster. He directly arrived in front of the spirit emperor, and a matchless punch landed on his body. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere. The heaven and earth were dyed red with their blood. It could be said to be extremely bitter. This was a battle where both sides suffered. In order to kill the enemy, the crazy old man disregarded his own life. In fact, this was also the most effective method, because the forbidden secret techniques and methods of the archaic emperors were unparalleled. The only thing they lacked was blood qi. This kind of reckless attack was the most useful. Both of them staggered backwards, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Xianxia saw the crazy old man using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and was immediately overjoyed. He descended to kill the spirit emperor together with him. Kill. The young crazy old man's body shone. The 5 selves sitting cross-legged in the 5 great secret realms all opened their eyes. At this time, a formless energy shocked the world. He transformed into the 5 elements body to fight the spirit emperor. Coupled with Xianxia's attack, the spirit emperor immediately became passive. He revealed a cruel smile amidst the blood, revealing his astonishing snow-white teeth. Extreme sublimation, I'll kill all of you. Jiu Ling Huang was enraged, and was the first to erupt with a terrifying aura. The power of a flawless emperor path expert filled the air. Kill them all and harvest the mortal world great medicine. The other 3 also coldly announced that they couldn't delay any longer. If they continued like this, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The mythical battlefield erupted with activity. The 4 supreme beings frantically absorbed the essence energy of the cosmos, drawing it from the void and drawing it from all living things. It was incomparably terrifying. All of them shone, as if millions of stars were exploding. This place was so hard to open one's eyes. It was completely melted. The sea of divine force was flowing, unmatched auras pervading the air. The monkey, human devil, and the others encountered great trouble. The 4 great supreme beings were world-shattering. This type of divine aura spread, making even their hearts palpitate. This was going to be a bloody battle, an extremely tragic one. Boom, suddenly, a strong presence exploded from the big formation. Yi Fan was trying to break through. Because the 4 beasts chose to ascend at the same time, it disturbed the universe. Even the formation map was suppressed and stopped for a moment. Moreover, the old lunatic, human devil, monkey and the others, as well as Komatsu who flew down, all made a wise decision. They suddenly attacked a formation gate together. With a wing sound, so many people took action. They used the opportunity when the supreme beings were preoccupied to obliterate the formation patterns here. They also circulated the army formula and plucked out an immortal sword with a chung sound. Not good. The great Peng Emperor was shocked. The great formation had a flaw, and it was only a matter of time before it was broken. His entire body shone with boundless golden light. The golden whip in his hand lashed out, slaughtering towards everyone. He wanted to use the identity of an unparalleled emperor to kill everyone here. Hong Long Long, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A golden fist smashed out from the great formation, colliding with the golden whip. An extreme might erupted, and the formation gate was completely blasted open. Half of Yi Fan's body stretched out, his entire body surging with a terrifying aura. His battle spirit swept through the ages, and his divine body supported the world of legends. Resplendent light flowed about, and a supreme aura seeped out. Scram! The great Peng Emperor shouted. His disheveled golden hair stood on end, and even his eyes were wide open. He definitely couldn't let Yi Fan escape because he had truly seen how terrifying he was. This was an anomaly. He hadn't become an emperor yet, but he definitely had the strength to kill flawless emperors. Scram! Yi Fan also roared. It was only a single word, but his aura became even more berserk. At this moment, he circulated the secret art of all. His entire body became sparkling and translucent like divine gold. Even the flow of his blood could be seen clearly. Boom, this tyrannical punch was matchless and unparalleled. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed since he was born. It was unknown if he could ever reach such a level again in this lifetime. Gotcha! The golden whip immediately exploded inch by inch, turning into the most terrifying golden fragments. They rolled back, and many of the fragments pierced into the great Peng Emperor's sturdy body. Blood splashed high into the air. This punch shocked everyone. Yi Fan directly destroyed an Emperor Dao weapon. Such might was rarely seen since ancient times. Only a limited number of people could be so ferocious. It was just a single strike. One had to know that the great Peng Emperor was a weapon forged from Dao Tribulation gold. It was shaped like a divine sword and had 28 sections. It was inscribed with the most terrifying Dao patterns in the world, yet it was destroyed just like that. Roar! Yi Fan's roar shook the world. He rushed out from the #1 killing formation since ancient times. His entire body was freed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. I already told you what a golden era is. Now, you all are still unrepentant. Just let the curtains fall and wither away. This roar spread throughout the universe, shaking all the races in the myriad realms. Everyone's hearts were pounding. They knew that the Saint Physique Yi Fan definitely had the upper hand. He was truly unrivaled. Yi Fan was like a deity as he broke free from the killing formation. He pressed forward step by step, wanting to fight the great Peng Emperor. This kind of unrivaled might caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Kill him. The four supreme beings all advanced to their limits. They roared and charged over together. Originally, they didn't need to exhaust their essence blood like this because the numinous treasure celestial beings killing formation was enough. But now, they had been forced to this step. They could only fight to the death. Kill. The monkey, the human devil, and the young madman were all sharper than the last. They naturally couldn't let Yi Fan fight alone. They all charged forward. Chi. With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal flame formed from runes to Yi Tong. He had his eldest disciple use it as a weapon because it was too compatible with his supreme yang divine body. Walala. With another shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal treasure map to Xianxia. This disciple was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This map was perfect for battle. As for the monkey and the human devil, they both had peerless weapons in their hands, so there was no need to worry. As for the old madman, he wasn't empty-handed either. The first immortal sword that had been seized flickered with bloody light. It had been refined by everyone's joint efforts and was already in his hands. This group of ferocious people charged forward with astonishing momentum. They weren't any weaker than those on the other side. This immediately caused a commotion. As for Komatsu, he walked around the great formation. He was ethereal like an immortal and was different from others. He could practically move heaven and earth. At this time, he was actually summoning the formation diagram to obtain it. The four supreme beings were naturally astonished. They couldn't let him succeed, or else the situation would become extremely dangerous. They fought while activating the formation diagram to obstruct him. Divine light illuminated the heavens and sword energy rushed from past to present. The battle reached its climax. Another great battle that would be recorded in the history of divine wars erupted. It was now reaching its climax. Apart from them, there were others in the distance. Dowie blocked Huang Shudao, but the two of them only coldly confronted each other and didn't take action. I don't care about anything else. As long as there is darkness unrest, I can only take action. Zhang Byron said calmly. Even though he looked ordinary, his words were extremely imposing. This made the four supreme beings frown. This kind of neutral party had already made his position clear. This kind of decision was equivalent to opposing them. Yi Fan went berserk. His entire body was bathed in golden multicolored light like a golden war god. He faced the great Peng Emperor head-on, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Then, he attacked the corpse emperor, clashing repeatedly with this ancient sovereign who was known to have an immortal body. His fists drew blood and his palms pierced through the flesh. All traces of Tao were erased. Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist directly split apart the body that the corpse emperor was so proud of. In particular, the corpse emperor's 6 fingers had long since been broken. Blood splashed everywhere as the severed fingers flew into the air. Emperor's blood splattered everywhere. The heaven and earth became hazy and scarlet. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and there was blood splashing out from his body. However, he seemed to have entered a demonic state and didn't feel anything. There was only indifference as he slaughtered in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan was unrivaled. He had entered a demonic state and went berserk. He slaughtered until his blood was boiling. He abandoned everything else and only had boundless battle intent. He was invincible, he charged at the very front like an arrowhead. The others followed at his left and right, catching up shoulder to shoulder as they fought a great battle against the supreme beings. Elder Immortal, Spirit Emperor, and the others were all dripping with blood. They suffered different types of injuries. They actually found it difficult to contend against these individuals and were a bit weaker in terms of aura. For them, this was simply a type of humiliation. When had the archaic emperors ever encountered such a battle? However, that divine body with disheveled hair was too terrifying. His blood energy was like a sea as if it was going to crush heaven and earth. It made them feel jealous and helpless. Ha ha ha. Heaven-reaching sect master's immortal execution killing formation is finally going to be in our hands. Yi Zi, look good. Loud laughter sounded from the distance. Pang Bo arrived. His eyes were bright as he stared at the sword formation. The Black Emperor also came and was right beside him. His saliva flowed and almost drowned Pang Bo's feet. Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Taoist knows that this formation and I are fated to meet. A fat Taoist priest appeared. His face was flushed red. The wicked Taoist Duanda also arrived. No one dared to look down on him. It was because above his head was a heaven-devouring demonic jar that was rising and falling, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, he was a bit different. An incomparably mysterious imprint appeared between his brows. It was as if endless immortal tribulation was surging, as if a world was undergoing reincarnation. No one expected that his arrival would immediately affect the battle situation. He didn't take action, yet he made someone on the battlefield turn pale with fright. His body trembled intensely. "It's you, it's actually you." The corpse emperor cried out loudly. There was actually a type of fear in his eyes. He directly rushed into the sky and left the battlefield. There was once someone whose true appearance he had never seen before. However, that imprint was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. That person's research on the seal of reincarnation was unprecedented and unmatched. He could be called the founder of this path, and he could completely control those of the corpse Tao. As long as you stepped onto the corpse Tao, even if you formed the seal of reincarnation and bid farewell to the past, you would still not be his match and would definitely be suppressed. It was even rumored that this person could control the seal of reincarnation. That was the greatest secret he had researched his entire life. The corpse emperor rushed into the sky. He didn't want to attack Duanda, but rather to escape from this place. He wanted to leave this vast battlefield at all costs. As a Grand Emperor Tao expert, he didn't want to be controlled by others. He was afraid that this person would advocate reincarnation and take him as a war slave. However, how could it be so easy when he was in the middle of a battle? Especially under Yi Fan's attacks, fleeing in fear was naturally accompanied by great danger. However, he was truly shocked. He roared, "Underworld Sovereign, he's back." Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that the Underworld Emperor? This name was too ancient, and his origins were astonishing. He was the founder of the Underworld realm, the true founder of this path. It was rumored that he and the Emperor Sovereign were both teacher and friend, one of the most mysterious people since ancient times. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he opened and closed them. He didn't stare blankly, instead cold and emotionless. He soared into the sky, operating the travel technique to the extreme. The river of time stopped for him. He arrived in the blink of an eye, a fist smashing forward. The fist power was matchless, penetrating the legendary battlefield. With a pu sound, the corpse emperor's back was pierced through, from front to back, dripping with blood. It was an extremely terrifying scene. He had lost his sense of propriety. Just now, he was terrified and only wanted to leave, but in the end, he suffered a fierce attack. At this moment, his eyes began to burn brightly, as if he had suddenly calmed down. He roared, "At worst, I'll cut myself again." Ah, he roared towards the sky. A pure white halo flew out from within his body. It was precisely the famous seal of reincarnation. It was incomparably holy, but he had actually abandoned it. He didn't fear Yi Fan, but rather the underworld emperor, fearing that he would control his life and death. Now that he was seriously injured, it seemed like he was throwing caution to the wind. Everyone was shocked. That reincarnation imprint was extremely terrifying, even more astonishing than an emperor artifact. With woo-woo strange sounds, it descended towards Yi Fan, about to trap him. It looked incomparably pure and holy, but it made people tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the entire underworld, and there was an icy chill in their bones. The most terrifying thing was that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, divine power was about to enter Yi Fan's body, imprison him, and then destroy him. Yi Fan was fearless. He activated his avatar and locked down this space. His left hand formed a seal to control time while his right hand used the Celestial Emperor fist to destroy everything in his way. Suddenly, Komatsu shouted, "Master, take my sword." It had to be said that Komatsu's methods were exceptional. He plucked an immortal sword from the damaged first killing formation and passed it to Yi Fan. It flowed with hazy bloody radiance and boundless killing intent. Yi Fan was moved. His left hand withdrew the Celestial Emperor imprint, grabbing this sword and hacking forward. No one would have thought that when this sword encountered the reincarnation imprint, it would erupt with waves of scripture chanting. The expiation scripture's supreme profound mysteries were displayed without restraint. This left everyone stupefied. After that pure and holy reincarnation imprint descended, it was blocked by the blood-colored immortal sword. A terrifying gap was cut open and it was actually about to break apart. Specialized in restraining corpse calamity. Hong, at the same time, Yi Fan's Celestial Emperor fist, avatar, and other things all descended. Moreover, the sword shook once more. These methods appeared together, shattering the reincarnation imprint. It turned into pure and holy multicolored light and disappeared. There was a gloominess within the holiness, there was a corpse fiend within the multicolored light. This was a type of contradictory feeling. The corpse emperor screamed miserably. The instant he lost the reincarnation imprint, his essence energy flowed away. He was no longer worried about being controlled by the Netherworld Emperor. However, he had fallen into a terrifying situation. At this moment, he was definitely not as strong as before. He had lost his foundation. Chi. With just a single punch, Yi Fan pierced through the corpse emperor. After that, he waved the long sword in his hand, causing a scarlet multicolored light to rush into the heavens. The peerless immortal sword chopped off the corpse emperor's head. Pooh! The young madman arrived and punched out. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably tyrannical. The corpse emperor's head was smashed into meat paste, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Xianxia also arrived. She picked up the corpse and tossed it to the human demon. "Old man, this is your prey. It's crispy after being roasted." Pooh! The human demon didn't even look at it. He smashed down with his cudgel, turning the corpse into a bloody mist. A dignified emperor had died just like that. This was shocking. Everything had happened too suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Duanda. Was he the emperor of the underworld? Boundless celestial being, this humble Taoist was only passing by. Duanda felt a little guilty. He felt somewhat baffled, especially when the great rock emperor, the immortal matron, and the spirit emperor glared at him. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him together. He wanted to slip away. Kill. Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to attack. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Even if there was something strange, it wasn't the time to stop. He pounced towards the great rock emperor. The battle situation had been completely changed. The three paragons were now in a passive position. They felt very uneasy as they stared at the heartless Taoist in the air. If he really was the Netherworld Emperor, things would be troublesome. It could be said that Yi Fan and the others had the initiative and the upper hand. On the other side, the Komatsu's progress was also very smooth. He had picked up another immortal sword. Scarlet multicolored light danced in the air, overflowing with killing intent. Dang, the drawn-out sound of a bell resounded throughout the universe. A large golden bell descended from the sky. It was incomparably brilliant and drew out strands of Tao waves that spread towards the mythical battlefield. The golden crow the arch descended from the sky and joined the battle. He had also arrived and stood on the side of Yi Fan and the others, facing off against the immortal matron. In any case, this was a present age the arch. Any supreme from the forbidden region would be apprehensive of him. He was an expert on the same level as them. The most important thing was that his vitality was abundant and far surpassed theirs. There's no more suspense in this battle, right? Everyone thought so. Yi Fan's side occupied the absolute initiative and the outcome was already decided. Boom. However, terrifying fluctuations came from the Big Dipper's direction. A supreme being was about to appear with astonishing aura. This caused everyone to draw in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the most terrifying divine battle in history was about to occur? This battle cannot affect the other planets with life. Zhang Byron spoke. At the same time, a few more figures appeared. One of them was actually the Arch, someone that Zhang Byron had once regarded with great importance and apprehension. He was also staring at the Big Dipper, his aura surging. Are you really going to carry out a world-destroying battle? We'll accompany you to the end. The void split open, and another old monkey appeared. The victorious fighting Buddha had also arrived. It could be said that the lineup of the mythical battlefield was super powerful. Almost half of the strongest experts in the universe had come. Those who aren't afraid of death, come out and scram over here. I'll kill all of you. Duanda roared, shaking the universe. However, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be bluffing. He didn't manage to scare the others, but he himself was a little scared. He stood beside Pang Bo and the Black Empress, and one of his hands unconsciously pinched the large black dog's tail. Woof. The Black Empress turned around and bit. Boom. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. In the ancient desolate forbidden land of the Big Dipper star region, the Great Empress awakened. She stood in the sky and looked down on the several forbidden regions. At this moment, the divine senses and auras of the other 4 forbidden regions were all blocked, and they couldn't sense them anymore. The most terrifying confrontation took place there. The Great Empress soared into the sky and faced the 4 forbidden regions alone. Her fine black hair danced in the wind as she looked down on the world. She possessed a truly supreme elegance and peerless beauty. Ha ha ha. The Great Rock Emperor laughed bitterly. He was fighting against Yi Fan, and he was laughing so hard that he was coughing up blood. He laughed so hard that tears were almost flowing out. He said, I've waited for 10,000 years, and this is actually the ending. What a golden era. Are all the forbidden regions going to end just like this? He laughed crazily, and his voice was hoarse as he said, a golden era. Haha, I think this is going to be the most tragic era. Not only will the forbidden regions end, but you guys will also kill each other. So many outstanding talents, what did they wait for this era for? How pitiful, I can already see the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The Great Rock Emperor roared sorrowfully as he fought with Yi Fan. On the other side, the Golden Crow the Arch was fighting fiercely against Senior Celestial. As for the Spirit Emperor, he was the most miserable. He was surrounded by the human demon, the monkey, the young crazy old man, and the others. His body was covered in blood, and he was about to die. Clang, Komatsu picked up the 4th immortal sword, but at this time, the formation diagram suddenly tore through the void and disappeared. This was an unforeseen event. Many people were shocked, and they didn't know why such a thing would happen. The most mysterious and terrifying killing formation diagram had left the mortal world once again. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The more he fought, the calmer he became. It was like a true celestial emperor had been revived, and he was invincible as he continuously attacked. Boom, he sent the great rock emperor flying with a punch, and a large amount of blood splattered. Without waiting for the great rock emperor to stabilize, he had already rushed over like a ghost and stomped down, shattering the great rock emperor. And this strike also caused the entire mythical battlefield to be torn apart. The great rock emperor roared angrily. He reformed his true body and turned into a golden great rock. With a flap of his wings, the stars in the universe collapsed, and his golden feathers shone resplendently. This battle was world-shaking, and it shook the river of time. It was extremely tragic, and it was lamentable that no matter how powerful the great rock emperor was, he still fell under the feet of Yi Fan. Blood splattered as Yi Fan tore it apart. The massive great rock emperor's body crushed the universe. The primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it couldn't avoid Yi Fan's unrivaled fist and was blasted apart. He was bathed in the great rock emperor's blood. He was incomparably cold as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. He was like a demonic god, and his messy hair was stained with blood as he walked forward step by step. Boom, Yi Fan's leg swept out, sending Grandma Immortal, who was fighting against the Golden Crow the Arch, flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as she was heavily injured. Then, the Golden the Arch Bell descended, shaking her body into pieces. After that, Yi Fan didn't even turn his head and turned to another battlefield. With a loud roar, he struck out with his strongest attack. He transformed into a blazing bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and pierced through the great rock emperor's body. Blood splattered 3,000 feet, Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others' attacks arrived, drowning the great rock emperor. The battlefield was silent. The 4 supreme beings had all been killed. Not a single one survived. Blood was everywhere, and the mythological battlefield was covered in scarlet. In the distant sky, those who hadn't attacked fell silent. Huang Shudao had already turned and left because he knew he wasn't Yi Fan's opponent. The others also sighed. Yi Fan was an anomaly. He hadn't become the Arch yet, but he already had the unparalleled elegance of killing a flawless Emperor Dao expert. He's a special one. He has the strongest saint physique in history. He might be able to become someone like Celestial the Arch Huang and Dizun. At this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful and terrifying he was. This battle has ended. Master, what are we going to do next? Xianxia asked excitedly. He was very excited because this was the first time he had participated in such a great battle. His blood was boiling. The battle hasn't ended yet. Yi Fan calmly said. He looked at the distant Big Dipper and said, since we've already taken action, we should flatten 1 or 2 forbidden areas. The mythical battlefield was torn apart. There had never been such a bitter battle like this before. So many experts participated in the battle, yet 4 great supreme beings died at once. Blood was everywhere, and the corpses of supreme beings lay in disarray. Yi Fan was cold and tyrannical. He towered in the heavens, overlooking the endless heavens. His head of black hair danced about chaotically. He was like an unrivaled demonic god that looked down on the world. This battle was extremely bitter. He personally killed supreme beings. He was powerful to the extreme, leaving behind an unerasable impression on every expert here. Forget about everything else, just him alone was enough to threaten the existence of the restricted region. There had never been so many unrivaled geniuses who appeared at the same time, yet he still shone with resplendent radiance. He was an anomaly, the most powerful divine body in history. This battle was extremely bitter. The previous archaic emperors shed blood, but it ended in a depressing manner. Yi Fan was cold, but he wasn't emotionless. This battle only happened because their standpoints were different. Otherwise, why would he unleash such a massacre? The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything. Many people were moved. After all, those were archaic emperors. Every single one of them had an extremely glorious past, suppressing the cosmos and intimidating the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were unrivaled in the heavens above and earth below. Every single one of them was outstanding. They were young, hot-blooded, and protected all life. Their radiance illuminated past, present, and future, and no one under the heavens could contend against them. However, they still passed away in the end. They staggered through the years, struggling on the path of longevity, but in the end, they changed, ending their lives in decline. If one seriously thought about it, every single one of them was extremely lamentable. They were so resplendent in the past, passing through the sea of blood on the path of emperors, becoming one of the most powerful individuals since the ancient times. However, in the end, they still ended up like this. Time is like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. The path of longevity is enchanting. This is the opening scene of Blood and Bones, a sorrowful painting. Yi Fan sighed softly. When these words were spoken, everyone was moved. The decline of emperors and emperors was a modeled painting dyed in blood. How much bitterness, how much suffering, how much glory, all of it was buried under this sigh. The army marched forward. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he led the troops toward the Big Dipper Star region. They were really on their way to the forbidden land of peace. Everyone was shocked. Just how bold was this? Since ancient times, there had never been such a crazy person. He wanted to end the legend of the restricted region, uproot the ancient taboo land. Kill. The large black dog barked madly. Ever since he had been forced to leave the Big Dipper galaxy, he had only returned once or twice, and there had always been a knot in his heart. In this life, the only thing I can do is fight and settle all of the troubles of the later generations. The roar shook the heavens. The lineup of the celestial court was truly powerful. It was comparable to the mythological era, where all kinds of experts coexisted. Now, they had gathered together to attack the Big Dipper Star region, wanting to enter the forbidden zone of life. Along the way, the various races of the universe all trembled. Just how terrifying of a great army was this? Since ancient times, who dared to do this? The 7 great life-restricted regions were like aloof and remote deities that needed people to offer sacrifices and worship. Who dared disrespect them? Who could conquer them? The entire world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was nervous and afraid. There was anticipation and fear as they watched Yi Fan and the others. He really is a variable. In this era, perhaps the most powerful person in history will emerge. The Big Dipper Emperor's aura surged, and a murderous aura spread throughout the ages. Above the forbidden zone of life, there was a bronze celestial palace. Auspicious Qi curled around it, and celestial light cascaded down. A woman of unmatched beauty stood there. The large hole in the bronze palace had long since been repaired and refined. Meanwhile, the ancient origin mine, high heavens, celestial mausoleum, and divine ruins, the 4 great forbidden regions, also released powerful auras, forming a terrifying confrontation. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The female empress was proud and aloof, and she was ready to unleash a strike at any moment. Her body transcended the mortal world, and there was actually an aura of immortality. Her appearance couldn't be seen, her immortal appearance couldn't be seen, but at this moment, Duanda who came with the troop couldn't help but shiver. It was because above his head, that heaven-devouring evil jar was shining on its own, flowing with life energy. The Black Emperor and the heartless Taoist exchanged a glance, and then quickly shifted their gazes away. They tightly shut their mouths, not saying a single word. Saint Physique Fan, you are too overbearing. You are bullying others intolerably. A loud shout transmitted over. It's not that I am bullying others, but rather that you all don't know how to restrain yourselves. This cosmos isn't your breeding ground. In this great golden era, you all can no longer do as you please. Yi Fan shouted. He was extremely dignified, as if a celestial emperor had descended into the lower realm. Even Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the other disciples felt a terrifying pressure when they faced him. Not to mention the others, all the supreme experts who followed the Big Dipper and paid close attention to this great commotion sighed inwardly. Yi Fan's great power had already been established, and no one under the heavens could stop him. When we were protecting this cosmos as emperors, your ancestors were still prostrating and praying beneath our feet. Yet now, you want to rebel? Another voice rebuked angrily. I respect your first era. During your dying years, the dark upheavals of the past have devoured countless creatures, making the heaven and earth grieve for you all. Yi Fan's expression was calm, but his voice was cold. He thought of Jizi, Gai Jiuyo, and the white-cloaked divine king. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a type of pain and regret. He said, after experiencing the world dyed in blood, I once swore that I would be able to flatten the forbidden regions in my lifetime, and that there would no longer be any dark upheavals. Arrogant. The great emperors of the previous generations have already established a solid foundation. How many supreme beings are left? In this lifetime, I will fight to the end for the sake of flattening the forbidden regions of life. Yi Fan's voice shook the great cosmos. This kind of oath was both shocking and exciting. At this moment, his voice echoed throughout the great star regions. The unrivaled will and the will of the heavens were in harmony, causing the great cosmos to rumble and tremble for him. Kill. Yi Fan took action. The life-restricted region he chose was the Divine Ruins. Historical remains were everywhere here, with the remains of the celestial court from the legendary era. There were towers and palaces, some buildings engraved with formation patterns personally engraved by emperors. Back then, ancient heaven broke apart, splitting apart in the divine war. Many divine lands fell into the 8 wastelands of the cosmos, and this was one of the most important places. Hung, heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan's large hand reached out, forcibly uprooting the divine ruins, placing it into the great cosmos stellar river. This was simply matchless divine might, ignoring the supreme beings inside, forcefully uprooting mountains and rivers, digging up this place, shaking heaven and earth. The people inside took action, but they couldn't change this reality, unable to stop everything. They reached out a large hand, smashing over murderously, but in the end, it was blasted back by Yi Fan. Kill. The monkey shouted loudly. He held the immortal iron rod, his expression bold and powerful, all of the golden fur on his body standing on end. He was the first to slaughter his way in, because this place had his race's immortal peach tree. This immortal medicine wandered about aimlessly, ultimately seized by the people of the Divine Ruins. Now, he was going to get it back. At the same time, the victorious fighting Buddha also took action. Even though he was already extremely old, right now, he was just as valiant and domineering. A divine ape fist smashed down, shocking heaven and earth. For the sake of flattening the restricted region, no one would hold back. The young man, old lunatic, Komatsu, and the others all slaughtered their way over, entering the divine ruins, using their most powerful methods to attack. A figure rushed out, shattering a giant immortal source block in the sky, directly ascending to the extreme, forced to fight a great battle here. He shouted loudly, "Dao friends, if you all aren't going to take action, then when are you all going to wait? Could it be that you really are going to wait for him to break you all down one by one?" He was actually the only one left in the divine ruins, exceeding everyone's expectations. However, in Yi Fan's deductions, this was also the reason why he chose this place as the first battlefield. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Origin, ancient mine, immortal tomb, and high heavens all trembled intensely. Several powerful auras rushed into the heavens, someone about to emerge. However, a great Wenglong noise sounded. A giant bronze immortal palace flew up, illuminating the past, present, and future, immediately separating the divine ruins from the outside world. Immortal artifact. At this moment, people in Origin, ancient mine, high heavens, and immortal tomb all cried out in alarm, staring at the bronze immortal palace in disbelief. An exceptionally beautiful empress stood on top. A true immortal artifact. These words made everyone tremble. The 3 great restricted regions immediately became quiet. They immediately thought of many things. This time, I will only destroy the divine ruins. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The human heart was always like this. The 3 great restricted regions hesitated for a moment, as if they were weighing their options. It was because the price of appearing in the world was too great. Yi Fan decisively took action. He was like a dragon leopard, vigorous and swift, crossing through the air, joining the battle. He stepped down from above, domineering heaven and earth, no one able to stop him. He forcibly shattered all of the formation patterns in heaven and earth, stepping on the divine ruins supreme being's fist that smashed towards the sky. The two collided, as if heaven and earth were at peace. At first, an auspicious aura shocked the heavens, but immediately afterwards, bloody light splashed in all directions. Yi Fan and him both used all of their strength, condensing over 1,000 moves into the most powerful strike. Pooh! In the end, the divine ruins supreme being's fist exploded, badly mangled. He staggered backwards. Kill! Yifan released a great roar, taking action again. The two were like divine dragons attacking each other, colliding intensely. Blood splashed out from time to time, dyeing the universe's blue skies red. Hong, in the end, a loud sound rang out. Yifan's palm sent him flying, and then the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being swept out. Bloody light pervaded millions and millions of li, cutting him in half at the waist. Now, he no longer took action. He rose into the air, arriving beside the bronze immortal palace, facing the three great restricted regions together with the Empress, silently confronting them. In the back, the monkey, human demon, and the others took action together, drowning out the heavily injured Divine Ruin's supreme being. This was especially the case when the Golden Crow Great Emperor's divine bell descended. With a dang sound, cracks appeared on his broken body once again. This battle came to an end. The last supreme being of the Divine Ruins was killed. The great universe rumbled, his Tao scattering, his spirit turning into ashes. The entire world was shocked. Another supreme being finished his life. The first half of his life was glorious, the second half was sinister, accompanied by a pitiful struggle. In the final moment, there was only desolation and that shocking smear of blood. Time is like a blade, cutting down heavenly geniuses. Yifan said softly, looking at the origin ancient mine, immortal mausoleum, and the last few great restricted regions. The glorious opening, the blood-dyed scroll, and the miserable conclusion made the unmatched emperors in the restricted regions fall silent. There were too many emotions in their hearts. They thought of many things. They had once been revered by all clans, previously matchless and unparalleled, once proud and unyielding, but now, what was left of them, was time truly like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses? Yifan saw the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. This empress seemed to have transcended, standing out from the masses. The atmosphere in Big Dipper was very tense. This was a confrontation between great emperors, and a storm could break out at any moment. It was so oppressive that it was suffocating. A cold snort sounded. In the end, no one from the three great restricted regions appeared. The Divine Ruins had already become a thing of the past. At that time, they didn't have time to take action, and now, there was no need for them to do so. The great battle had ended, and the ruins of God had been flattened. From then on, it had become a thing of the past. The gods in this forbidden area could no longer appear in the world. Yifan turned around and looked at the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. How could he not know who this was now? Emperor Ruthless, the most talented person since ancient times, she wore white clothes, quiet and aloof, that type of temperament impossible to find in this world. When she was quiet, she was like a virgin, but once she became fierce, even the great cosmos would tremble. After more than 200,000 years passed, she was still as magnificent as before, the passage of time not leaving behind the slightest trace on her body. Her current state was shocking, not even the supreme beings in the restricted regions aware of this. This was a path of transformation that shocked even immortals. From the demon body to the divine core, her life was filled with legends. Even now, there were still many things that were unknown to others. She was glorious to the extreme. Since ancient times, how many people dared to call themselves celestial emperors? She was one of them. Too many legends, left behind too many unsolved mysteries for future generations. She was as agile as an immortal. She floated into the bronze immortal palace and disappeared. The entire ancient palace sank into the ancient restricted region. All the gods had been killed, and there were no more ruins of God. The people from the celestial court entered this restricted area and cleared away the dangerous formation patterns here. They were going to move it away and turn it into another courtyard of the celestial court. This would be the most glorious spoils of war. This ancient tree wasn't all that tall. It had grown for endless years, yet it was only 1 or 2 meters tall. This left everyone astonished. This was the ancient peach tree of immortality, a true immortal herb. It wasn't as tall as the impure tree in the Jade Lake. The old tree bark split apart like dragon scales. Even though it wasn't tall and sturdy, it was bold and powerful enough, displaying an ancient aura. How many years has it been? I didn't expect to see my clan's precious medicine again. The victorious fighting Buddha said softly. His expression was absent-minded as he thought of his father and older brothers. He thought of the past. Time truly passed by like smoke. The monkey also didn't move for a very long time. There were too many emotions in its heart when facing this tree. The end of this battle shocked the universe. The ruins of God were removed, and an even larger courtyard appeared in the celestial court. An old peach tree was planted in it, and there were often children running around there. After this battle, the world was greatly shaken. The celestial court's divine might was vast and mighty, spreading to all realms. No one could contend against it. Who could match such a glorious battle record? Yi Fan's name shook the universe, and he was called the uncrowned emperor. There had only ever been a generation like this where someone could sweep through the restricted regions and even flatten the sea of reincarnation, Undying Mountain, and the ruins of God. Their achievements were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, no one able to erase them. The world was in an uproar, only calming down after several decades. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented golden age had arrived, one that was different from the past. Yes, even the supreme masters could not threaten the human world. As the sacred physique Yi Fan said, even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. This was a period of glory. A large number of geniuses emerged from all clans, making this great world appear even more resplendent. Heroes emerged in large numbers, and experts were as common as trees in a forest. However, the celestial court still stood alone, incomparable. There were several experts who could fight against supreme beings overseeing this place. Who could compare to them? Their next generation was similarly stunning as well, establishing a brilliant reputation in the various star domains. They flourished and flourished, making everyone sigh in admiration. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial court flourished day by day, having several supreme beings in one clan. This was something only the legendary era could compare to, establishing an undying legend. Even though not a single one of them became an emperor, not a true unmatched emperor Dao expert, every single member of the celestial court firmly believed that they would definitely create history, with several emperors existing side by side. Now that they thought about the grand battle diagram Yi Fan drew, it actually became real. It was simply like a dream. Conquering the life-restricted regions was no longer just empty talk. There were still restricted region children in this world, but now, they were so low profile that they almost disappeared. No one dared to stir up trouble anymore. On the contrary, during these years, many of the younger generation of the celestial court, such as Li Tian's great-grandson, Dong Fengye's fourth grandson, Li Heishui's descendant, and others all rushed towards Big Dipper without any fear. These people followed the footsteps of their seniors. A large number of disciples of the celestial court wanted to walk the path that Yi Fan and the others had walked, wanting to personally experience that type of Tao comprehension. Just like that, Big Dipper suddenly became incomparably prosperous. Heroes of the ancient paths all headed over, mainly driven by a large number of the younger generation heroes of the celestial court. A storm was brewing here. There were the descendants of the supreme deities, Yin Tianda's descendants, and the Fire Qilin's children. In the blink of an eye, another generation of heroes flourished. During this process, the paths that Yi Fan walked, such as the Eastern Wasteland, the Divine City Remains, and others, all became places where people stopped. It was to the extent where gambling once again became popular. Bits and pieces of the mining sect, the establishment of the celestial court, all of them were excavated by others. What left everyone the most speechless was that there were people who actually hurried outside a mortal tomb. There were also people who gazed at Origin ancient mine, moving around it. There were restricted region children who came out in anger, but they didn't dare unleash a great slaughter. It was because among these younger generation, not only were there heroes from great star systems, there were also direct descendants of the celestial court. They were scared of provoking a great war. Once the celestial court slaughtered their way over, that would be a great disaster. Even their fathers felt restraining fear towards that terrifying divine body. When news got out, the older generation figures were all speechless. This was simply a bit inconceivable. When had this type of thing ever happened? The restricted region actually had such misgivings, actually understanding how to be flexible. This was completely different from their past style. One has to understand that in the past, once someone disturbed them, they would inevitably die without a burial ground. They had always been executed no matter how far away they were. However, now, the restricted regions were doing everything they could to avoid conflict. There was only one reason, and that was that they were scared of Yi Fan slaughtering his way over, not wishing for a great battle to happen. What kind of power was this? Everyone couldn't help but release a long sigh. In the battle of the past, Yi Fan slaughtered out a brilliant name, even the restricted region lord feeling worry, not willing to lightly start a war. Everyone almost developed a type of illusion. Who exactly was the restricted region supreme being? The current situation was too different, completely different from the past. Of course, there would occasionally be conflicts. That day, Li Tian's great-grandson returned to the celestial court covered in blood, asking for reinforcements. "Grandfather, hurry and set out. Our people have been captured into a mortal tomb. There are restricted region descendants who want to unleash a massacre." "What? Order the generals, slaughter our way to their door." Li Tian erupted with anger. The first person he sought out was Yi Tong. That was his good disciple, someone he was extremely proud of. Then, the warmongering Xianxia heard the news and hurried over, conveniently dragging the human devil along, telling him to go hunting. When the celestial court's army arrived majestically, the Big Dipper shook and the four poles of heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked. How many years had it been? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out again? Xianxia and the others arrived outside the immortal tomb, seemingly ready to charge in. If not for Yi Tong's steadiness, perhaps the other two warmongering maniacs would have already killed their way in. For so many years, the world had respected the celestial court, but the restricted region actually stirred up trouble again. Naturally, it incurred the wrath of the masses. The immortal tomb reacted very quickly. An old servant appeared, and after seeing the group, his expression changed greatly. Then, he quickly revealed a smile and said in an extremely courteous manner, "Everyone, I believe this is a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Release our children," Li Tian shouted. In the end, the disciples of the celestial court were all released, and the person who had attacked was also escorted out and reprimanded by the old servant. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a huge uproar. The restricted region actually took the initiative to lower their heads. This was truly a rare sight. At this moment, everyone knew that the celestial court was no longer able to contend against them. It could be described with a single phrase: a sovereign descending upon the world. After this incident, the celestial court's prestige was unparalleled for a period of time. It was comparable to the ancient heaven at the end of the Legend era. Their grandeur was too strong, and they were unrivaled under the heavens. Even the restricted region was unwilling to provoke them. In the following years, the human devil and Xianxia moved out to search for the whereabouts of a few people. They were all children of the restricted region who had wandered outside. There were people from the high heavens, and there were also people from the destroyed restricted regions like the Undying Mountain. Back then, when Yi Fan was in seclusion for 100 years, these children of the restricted region went on a killing spree, causing the celestial court to lose a few major combat divisions. Some of these people hid in the restricted regions, but those who wandered outside became the targets of their pursuit. In just a few decades, almost all the people who had massacred the troops of the celestial court had been killed one after another. This caused people to tremble, and the cultivators of the world were both excited and terrified. To the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had experienced that calamity, this was the best news. It made them excited, and they felt that the celestial court's grand battle plan was unfolding. The celestial court was truly too powerful. Now, this colossus was unshakable. The only consolation for the cultivators was that they had never bullied the weak, and their goal had always been to flatten the restricted regions. Boom! On this day, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from the mythical battlefield. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Later on, some people finally went there, but they found nothing. The battle had long since ended. Even after several years, no one knew who had fought there. In the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. It had been 100 years since the ruins of God had been flattened, and he had spent most of his time comprehending the Tao with his eyes closed. "Master, what do you think of the Golden Crow Arch? I feel that he might become a source of trouble. Although he helped us in the battle 100 years ago, the timing he chose was too It was just icing on the cake, Huahua said. It's fine. He will never become a source of trouble, and he will be the arch with peace of mind, Yifan said. Not only Huahua, but the others also felt the same. The golden crow the arch was hard to guess. They always felt that this person looked righteous, but he was also a little deep. Why do you say that? Huahua didn't understand. Yifan picked up a golden feather and said, as long as I'm strong enough, he will never become a source of trouble. He will be the golden crow the arch with peace of mind, and his name will be left in history. Every time we pacify the restricted regions, he will have some credit. Huahua didn't understand, but when she stared at the golden feather, she gradually revealed a shocked expression. This is the divine feather of the golden crow the arch. In that case, the battle a few years ago was between Master and him? Yifan smiled and didn't say anything. The news finally spread. A few years ago, Yifan had a spar with the golden crow the arch. In the end, the demon the arch returned in defeat. He wasn't a match for Yifan. The universe was in an uproar. This made people's hearts jump. Although everyone knew that Yifan was strong enough, he once again proved his invincible might, which shocked many people. The current the arch had been defeated, there had never been a generation like this one. During the peak of the Thearch's life, he had never been defeated. This was an unbreakable realm. In the same generation as the arch who had just achieved the Tao, even the greatest prodigy could only be gloomy. However, it was different in this life. Yifan hadn't become the arch, but he had suppressed the arch, creating an unprecedented miracle. Although people already had a premonition that he had already displayed enough divine might in the restricted regions, it was still very frightening now that it was confirmed. It showed that his divine might was unparalleled. The celestial court's power grew by the day. Yifan was unrivaled under the heavens and even defeated the great emperor of the present age. This shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the myriad realms were in an uproar. The great defeat of the demonic emperor had far-reaching effects. It spread throughout the universe in the next few decades, and there wasn't a single race that wasn't shaken. After this battle, Yifan was like a high and mighty deity. As long as his decree was issued, there wasn't a single race that didn't submit and obey. No race dared to go against the will of the celestial court. And the celestial court didn't become overbearing because of this. It was still the same as before. Eradicating the forbidden zone of life was their goal, and they wouldn't dispute with other great sections. After this battle, the atmosphere in the universe gradually changed. There were too many heroes in this era. Originally, the Golden Crow's Tao and becoming the demonic emperor had extinguished everyone's hopes. Now, Yifan defied the heavens and defeated the great emperor. This made the peerless genius's eyes become clear, and they revealed strange expressions. They firmed the conviction in their hearts. As expected, in the following years, the Fire Qilin, Yin Tianda, and the others all cultivated bitterly, doing their best to increase their cultivation. They wanted to improve even further. The extraordinary years of the celestial court began. It was unrivaled under the heavens, and people from all directions came to worship it. Its illustrious name was sung throughout the universe, and there wasn't a single cultivator who didn't respect it. More than 200 years passed in the blink of an eye after the battle that flattened the Forbidden Zone. Yifan was already close to 2,000 years old, and he was truly an unrivaled warrior. No one could contend against him, and it was difficult to find a worthy opponent in the vast universe. During this period, the celestial court developed rapidly. The saying Bodhi is everywhere, faith gathers, and the establishment of an immortal sect gradually became true. Every day, the altar of the celestial court would have a grand chanting of sutras. There was a cauldron there. After Yifan's myriad chi was recast, it was placed on the altar to receive the power of faith from all directions. The faith inside was like the ocean, and also like the primal chaos, boundless and boundless. The power of faith turned into a vast and boundless liquid, causing the cauldron to be reborn. However, Yifan didn't use a single bit and allowed it to accumulate. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yifan was being nurtured. In the cauldron, the power of faith formed a divine embryo, and a person that looked exactly like Yifan was being born. Monkey told everyone with joy that the victorious fighting Buddha had finally cast aside the last bit of obsession in his heart and returned to the mortal world, walking together with Princess Divine Silkworm. In the end, the two of them lived in seclusion in a courtyard in the heavenly court, the ruins of God. Sigh, time waits for no man. My uncle is really getting old. The monkey sighed softly. Even he was over 2,000 years old. His uncle was already several thousand years old during the primordial era, and he was born 2,000 years earlier than the monkey. Now, he was truly old. Fanli King's most, saints. Great, but Fan King was. The victorious fighting king had been fighting all his life, and it was the same even after he entered Buddhism. He couldn't let go of everything in the primordial era and battled with himself in his heart. After so many years, he finally understood. Now, he no longer had the aura of a cultivator and was like an ordinary old man. He strolled with Princess Divine Silkworm every day, watching the sunrise and sunset together. Accompanying each other in old age made one feel very warm. Yi Fan sighed. The victorious fighting Buddha was really old. Maybe his life was coming to an end and he didn't have many years left to live. He had once prepared to pluck the undying celestial medicine and asked the victorious fighting Buddha to consume it, but the victorious fighting Buddha declined. Is living for a long time a blessing? Look at that forbidden zone. It's so tragic. Every supreme in there has been gasping for millions of years. Do they really not regret it? The victorious fighting Buddha smiled and left with Princess Divine Silkworm. He teased the children in the celestial court under the sunset, and the two of them smiled from the bottom of their hearts. Behind them was a little divine silkworm. Now, it had become a little golden lion. It was only a foot long and followed them like a little tail. It looked charmingly naive and cute. The princess of the god race had once said that this little silkworm had an extremely strange origin. It had appeared mysteriously in the ancestral land, and the transformation it had undergone was exactly the same as the divine emperor of the race in the past. It had truly forgotten the past, and each transformation was a new life. Other divine silkworms could use some methods to preserve their old memories, but it was different. The divine silkworm had once thought that it was another ancestor that had reappeared. Time is really hurtful. Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the other sighed because they could clearly feel that although the old lunatic and the human demon were still full of vigor, they were really old. They were also in the later stages of their lives. All in all, the celestial court could be considered peaceful and warm. Jihaoyue, who had disappeared for many years, had returned. Back then, he had suffered a great defeat in the god race. In the universe, he had fallen into a celestial being formation by mistake and had been trapped for more than 1,000 years. After Ji Qingdao had advanced to quasi-emperor, he had been searching for his parents for a long time. He had traveled the universe in hopes of reuniting with his parents. The call of his bloodline had allowed him to sense where his father had fallen. In the end, Yi Fan had personally broken through the celestial being formation and rescued Jihaoyue. In fact, Jihaoyue himself had almost broken through the formation. He had comprehended Tao for more than 1,000 years, comprehending all the methods of the tribulation-passing celestial being, and had achieved great success in his Xian cultivation. Ziyu. When Jihaoyue heard everything that had happened over the years, tears welled up in his eyes and he said, "Brother didn't protect you well." Yi Fan's heart ached when he heard this. Father, aunt and sister Z have become immortals. You don't have to be sad, Ji Qingdao said as he held his arm. It's my fault. Becoming an immortal is the dream of so many people. This is a good thing. Yi Fan, don't think too much. Thank you for bringing happiness to Ziyu all these years, Jihaoyue said to Yi Fan as he wiped away the tears in his eyes. Jihaoyue was a strong-minded person. After he got out, he immediately went to see his wife. Not long after the family reunited, he went to the god race to battle the great ultimate god. In this battle, with Yi Fan's secret intervention, both sides ended in a draw. All the grievances were resolved the moment both sides fell. After all, that was his wife's brother and his child's uncle. Jihaoyue didn't want to make things difficult for his family. After that, Jihaoyue and his wife went into seclusion in the celestial court. When Duanda heard the news, he rushed over as if his boat was on fire. He sparred with Jihaoyue about the heavenly technique of passing tribulations. He forcefully interfered with the family of three and discussed it endlessly every day. In the end, Xianxia could see that he didn't want the technique, but he wanted the bits and pieces of the ruins. It was as if he wanted to open up some old memories. Sigh, everyone has their own happiness. Even a tomb raider is busy all day, running around happily. How should I plan my life? The big black dog said when he was drunk. Yes, even that monkey seems to be in love. It's said that the six-eared macaque might be a female. Now that the sacred prince is sparring with her all day, I think. Xianxia said with a lisp. In the end, he was hit on the back of his head with a stick, and a huge bump appeared. He was instantly enraged and shouted, "Who dares to sneak an attack on me?" In the end, when he saw the monkey holding a stick and glaring at him from behind, he was very happy and immediately fell asleep on the table, snoring like thunder. "Oh, monkey, you're here. Come, come, come. Let's drink a few cups. I'll talk to you about my life's ideals." The big black dog dragged the monkey to sit down. "What ideals do you have? Just now, you didn't even have a direction in life." "Who said I didn't? Just now, I suddenly thought of many things. Listen to me slowly." The big black dog forcefully poured a cauldron of wine into his mouth, and then smashed it heavily on the table. Unfortunately, it smashed onto the head of Xianxia, who was pretending to be dead. It was so painful that he grimaced and jumped up, cursing loudly. "Don't be noisy. Listen to me slowly." The big black dog's eyes were slightly blurred, and at this time a group of children also ran over to listen to him. "I hope to spend this life peacefully and have a beautiful living environment. For example, plant a path-understanding tree in the backyard and cool off in the summer heat. Make a herb garden in the front yard. Plant a few stalks of true dragon, immortal phoenix, 9 wonders, qilin, long live, and so on. Watch them bloom and wither, and smell their fragrance. That can cultivate one's mind. Oh, of course, it has to be more elegant. I want to set up a bookshelf with at least a few dozen books on it. Otherwise, how can it reflect my erudition and literary talent? For example, the secret books of Di Zun, Great Emperor Wushi, Great Emperor Ruthless, and so on must be on display. There must also be the 9 secrets, Buddhist 6-syllable mantra, and so on. Of course, it's best to get a complete collection of the 18 forbidden techniques, which are the strongest forbidden secret techniques of the great emperors. As for the furniture in the house, I'll use the eternal universe furnace for the stove, the void mirror for the mirror, the undying heaven blade for cutting carrots and vegetables, the myriad chi cauldron for cooking, and the West Emperor Tower as a nest and a birdcage. Raise a bird, I must raise a demon emperor. For example, the golden crow is not bad. Oh, I forgot to dig out a creation origin eye. When I'm thirsty, I'll take a scoop. The Black Emperor talked incessantly, his saliva flying everywhere. The monkey, Xianxia, Pang Bo, Li Tian, Yang Shi, and the others who had just arrived, all looked at each other, their hearts itching. Meanwhile, the group of little kids had already started shouting and scratching their heads. They were also very envious of the Black Emperor's ideals. "You haven't said the most important point yet. No matter what, you have to leave behind a few pups. Otherwise, who will inherit your legacy?" Duanda walked in and chuckled. "Woof, Tomb Raider, tell me, are you the Netherworld Emperor?" The large black dog pounced over in a drunken manner and grabbed him by the collar. Then, he shouted at the others, "Come, charge with me. Press him down and give him the 10 great tortures of the myths and legends. Make him confess." With a swoosh, the group, including the monkey, Xianxia, Dongfengyi, Li Tian, and the others, as well as some young children, pounced over and prepared to interrogate Duanda. "Immeasurable Motherf * King Celestial Being, who took off my Taoist robe, who stole my hairpin." Duanda shouted loudly. His entire body was filled with treasures, yet he was held down by the monkey and the others. The group of young children rushed over and robbed him clean. Even his shoes, socks, and pants were taken off. He was almost completely naked. Yifan arrived at a courtyard alone. This was originally his home, where Ji Ziyue and Little Z lived. But now, this place was very quiet. The laughter of the past were missing. And their voices could no longer be heard. In the courtyard, there was a parasol tree. The lightning phoenix that Ji Ziyue had raised, little thing, lived on top of it. Little big sister and her daughter had left, but little thing was still waiting and protecting it. Big brother Yi, you're here. Little thing had grown up long ago, and his cultivation level was terrifying. Because he had eaten the demon god flower and his own bloodline was astonishing, his progress could only be described as terrifying. He was a great hidden expert of the celestial court. However, he had always been very pure, and his temperament had never changed. He was also very optimistic, and firmly believed that he would be able to meet Ziyue in the future. Yi Fan nodded and greeted him. In the courtyard, there was another plant. It was precisely the demon god flower. The flower had already withered, and it would take 50,000 years for it to bloom again. It was transplanted here by Ji Ziyue. Divine Sun. Little Kair was also here, and she was currently tidying up the courtyard. Little Kair big sister often comes to tidy up, said Little Thing. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He chatted with them for a while, and then he picked up a rotten wooden chest and left. Little Kair stared blankly at his departing figure. She didn't say anything for a long time and her heart was empty. Yi Fan wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't bear to speak. Little Kair saw that the divine sun in her heart had never changed disappear. She murmured, Divine Sun, don't speak. It's just that I can see you every day. I'm very happy, and I don't want to leave this place. After so many years, Yi Fan was finally going to deal with this rotten wooden chest, because apart from the great emperor, no one could touch it. There were 3 types of wondrous flowers in this world. Just like the undying immortal medicine, they were all unique, and they were even more mysterious with astonishing origins. The first was the demonic god flower. The little guy absorbed its essence when he was born, and it was a supreme treasure of the demon race. It bloomed once every 50,000 years. The second was the Tao harmonizing flower, and it was even more precious. It had only appeared once since ancient times, and it was rumored that once it appeared, the moment it bloomed, it could allow one to harmonize with the Tao and become an emperor. One could well imagine how mystical this flower was. Even if it wasn't the world's #1 supreme treasure, it wouldn't be too far off. Unfortunately, it was too rare. It only appeared once during the Age of Legends, and was never seen again. Some people speculated that it needed tens of thousands to over 100 years to bloom once. There was another type of flower that similarly had astonishing origins. It contained astonishing secrets that only the great emperors of ancient times could appreciate. It was precisely the divine flower, representing the pinnacle of beauty. The one inside the rotten wooden chest was precisely one of the 3 wondrous flowers. Back then, Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi returned from Ziwei to Big Dipper. They picked up a rotten wooden chest outside of this region, and within it was actually a divine flower. Once this flower withered, it would turn into a seed. Then, it would break through the heavens and appear in another world. This was the only one in this world. Legend has it that it fell from the immortal world, becoming a supreme treasure of the mortal world. In the past, the divine flower was a weapon of intimidation within the celestial court. They almost used it several times, but they always kept it. Now, it was taken out by Yi Fan, because he had no use for it anymore. Now that he had reached this realm, it was enough to intimidate everything. When the divine flower bloomed, only the great emperors could enjoy it. Legend has it that it was the world's most beautiful spectacle, dazzling and beautiful to the point that emperors would become intoxicated, while others could not see it. If those who were not emperors saw it, their primordial spirit might turn into a rain of light, ultimately heading towards self-destruction. Some people said that it might contain the laws of the immortal world. Yi Fan personally opened the rotten wooden chest and planted a mysterious plant on the undying mountain cliff he normally sat on. It immediately began to sway and release a dazzling rain of light. He used his divine will to only call out a few people, such as the monkey, the demonic human, and the old madman. Only those who could fight against supreme beings could come, or else he feared that there would be a huge problem. Master, what is this? Komatsu blinked his large eyes and asked. Even though many years had passed, he still had the temperament of a newborn, ethereal and pure. This is the world's most beautiful flower. Once it blooms, even great emperors will be enchanted. They are known as gods. Today, I will treat everyone to an extremely beautiful flower. Yi Fan smiled. Then, he put away his smile and warned everyone that if they felt unwell, they shouldn't try to be brave and should quickly retreat. All right. The human devils and the others happily agreed. They were filled with anticipation towards this legendary divinity from the immortal realms. Throughout the ages, not many people had seen it before. Yifan poured the god spring on the undying mountain cliff. The god tree that had just broken out of the god source started to absorb the essence of the sky and earth. Its leaves were sparkling. They had a demonic quality to them. They were absorbing the essence of the universe from space. The flower bud trembled, and then with a sudden pop, a petal bloomed. At this moment, a rain of light filled the sky, submerging the entire cliff. If not for Yifan laying down a grand array in advance, everyone in the celestial court would have seen this scene. Everyone was shaken. There were actually immortal figures dancing within the rain of light. They looked extremely mysterious and made everyone's expressions change. No one wanted to miss out on this. They stared at this flower without blinking. Pop. Flower petals bloomed one after another. They were gorgeous to the extreme, beautiful to the point where they could confuse one's mind. Even those as powerful as the people here were captivated. Their primordial spirits became unstable, about to leave their bodies. This was just too shocking. It was hard to imagine that they were so powerful, yet they were still almost lost. They were like moths flying into a flame under the fragrance and brilliant rain of light. It was as if they were going to sublimate together with it and then merge into the natural laws of heaven and earth. When the last petal bloomed, beams of light rushed into the heavens from the celestial court, piercing through the great cosmos. No one knew what happened here. The outside world was all shocked. At this moment, forget about Komatsu, Little Ting Ting, and the others, even Yifan's body was greatly shaken. He revealed a look of disbelief. Under the beautiful splendor that even great emperors were about to become intoxicated, a tangible fairy flew out. She danced about, guiding one's primordial spirit over. That was the stamen of the deity flower. It was actually humanoid and the size of a fist. It was a vivid and lifelike little fairy that flew about above the flower. She danced about the world of mortals, stirring up the silence of endless ages. Heaven and earth were disturbed, and the river of time was severed. Half a day later, everyone completely left. They already admired that type of extreme beauty, feeling a type of indistinct natural laws and trajectory. If they continued watching, their primordial spirits would become unstable. On the cliff, only Yifan and the little girl remained. One was someone who could truly kill an ancient emperor, and the other was extremely pure and innocent with shocking origins. Only they could watch without any restraints. The little girl propped up her chin and blinked her large eyes. She remained clear-headed from start to finish and wasn't moved by this flower. She accompanied Yifan as he watched. How great would it be if Little Purple was here? This flower really is so beautiful, she said softly. Yifan revealed a strange expression. He originally thought that he was the only one in this world who could look at this flower often and not retreat. He never thought that the little girl would be this powerful. Her large pure eyes were full of admiration, and she wasn't bewitched in the slightest. He calmed down and slowly comprehended. This flower immediately became different in his eyes. It turned into strand after strand of lines, and the rain of light also became indistinct symbols that guided his mind. Yifan sat cross-legged just like that and didn't move at all. This observation lasted for an entire 10 years. He comprehended, created methods, and developed the Tao. His entire being became more and more unfathomable. During these 10 years, Yi Tong and the others also came again, but they wouldn't stay for long and would quickly leave. Only the little girl stayed here tirelessly. Yifan was comprehending the Tao, and she was sincerely admiring the flower. Little girl seems to have seen this flower before. This flower feels a bit familiar, the little girl said softly in unison and said in a somewhat adorable manner. Yifan's heart was greatly shaken. This flower would only bloom again after at least 100,000 years, the divine flower never withered. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. It was sparkling and glistening, and its stamen was like a flying immortal. Different from the legends, it didn't wither after blooming. More than 100 years later, even the little Nan Nan got tired of looking at it. Then, she was brought away. Yifan cultivated in isolation here alone, all the way until it truly withered, turning into a seed. Only after 200 years did he rise up. The seed was as bright as a dragon's eye. It broke through the void and was about to fly away, but in the end, it was caught by Yifan and sealed into a jade jar. If I want to see it again, it'll be 100,000 years later. I probably won't have the chance. Yifan laughed at himself. After he came out of isolation, the celestial court was greatly shaken. Everyone felt that his eyes had become much more profound. They didn't know how much his divine power had increased, but his cultivation was definitely profound. Is the victorious Buddha doing well? He's in good spirits, but he probably doesn't have much time left, the monkey replied calmly. Yifan sighed. People would grow old, get sick, and die. He couldn't change all of this if he wasn't an immortal. Even though his divine power was unparalleled, it was difficult for him to prolong someone's life. The celestial court had the elixir of immortality, but the victorious Buddha wasn't willing to use it. He would rather grow old with the divine silkworm princess. He hoped to leave it for the person who needed it the most. His state of mind was peaceful, and he wasn't afraid of this kind of natural death. The chaotic physique has appeared again. Someone saw him traversing the star field. Not long after Yifan came out of isolation, he heard such news. He was slightly stunned, but he didn't say much. The chaotic physique had appeared again, and the entire universe was surging with a dark wave. Now that Yifan was the ruler of the world, who could fight against him? People kept discussing him. Some people thought that Zhang Bairen might be able to fight him one day. The appearance of the chaotic physique immediately stirred everyone's hearts. This was the most powerful bloodline since ancient times. If they wanted to find an opponent for Yifan, this would definitely be the strongest candidate. No one expected that not long after Yifan came out of seclusion, he issued a decree. He wanted to flatten the forbidden zone of life again with great fanfare. This time, he wrote letters to Zhang Bairen, the Supreme Emperor, Dao Yi, and everyone else who could fight. He suggested that this battle would quell the great calamity of the world in one fell swoop and solve the source of chaos for future generations. The entire world was in an uproar. No one expected him to be so direct. He wanted to go to war without any concealment and called all the experts in the universe to move out together. I have the same intention. The Golden Crow the Arch was the first to respond. He personally went to the Celestial Court to attack the Forbidden Zone of Life with Yifan. After that, Zhang Bairen and the Supreme Emperor responded positively. They wanted to act together with Yifan. This time, they wanted to kill their way into the last Forbidden Zone of Life. Several hundred years had already passed since the last battle. These people's cultivation had all improved again. They were all confident and resolute. The Big Dipper, Ancient Origin Mine, High Heavens, and the Immortal Mausoleum were all furious. What kind of era was this? The outside world had invaded again and again. It was completely different from the past. Since the ancient times, it had always been them who instigated the darkness chaos, but now, they had been transferred over. The contrast was so great that it was difficult for people to accept. No one expected that the influence of Yifan's call this time would be so great. In just a few days, experts from all sides had signed up to participate in this battle. In the unmatched universe, the leader of the world, the Saint Physique Yifan, is he really going to walk the same path as Heavenly Emperor Huang and Dizun? The various races of the universe sighed. They felt that this era would witness a miracle. In the future, there would definitely be a world-shaking event that would shake the entire history of the world. A sovereign descending into the world. Heavenly geniuses from all sides have come to help. The most glorious and brilliant era has arrived, surpassing the legendary era. Everyone in the world was talking about this. The Big Dipper was indescribably oppressive. Terrifying auras circulated through the three great forbidden zones every day. Everyone in the outside world guessed that a world-destroying war was about to erupt and that the forbidden zones were going to join hands. However, the final result exceeded everyone's expectations. The three great forbidden zones silently disappeared one after another, leaving the Big Dipper without a trace. What? Even the forbidden zones are scared of the Celestial Court, scared of the Saint Physique Yifan, and just like that, they went into hiding? The entire world was shocked. This is the human heart. At the crucial moment, they chose to protect themselves. In the end, they didn't join hands. After ascending to the extreme, they were all going to die. It was impossible for them to survive in this great golden era. There were too few ancient supreme beings left, and they couldn't afford to fight to the death. The Saint Physique also had his misgivings. He purposely did this to intimidate the three great forbidden zones, making them step onto this path in the end. They can hide for a while, but can they hide for an entire lifetime? Yi Fan said coldly. He moved out, leading the great army, including the Golden Crow Great Emperor, Zhang Biren, Dao Yi, and the others, slaughtering their way towards a certain region. The victorious fighting Buddha insisted on coming along, because this might be the last battle of his life. He didn't want to die old age in the divine ruins, hoping to die in extreme glory. In the end, the absolute beginning forbidden zone and high heavens disappeared from the world, not discovered. Meanwhile, Yi Fan ordered people to find the immortal mausoleum, and a world-shaking great battle unfolded. Even though it was intense, there was no suspense. Yi Fan swept through this forbidden zone, killing the last two ancient emperors. After returning, Yi Fan secretly transferred a portion of the ancient emperor blood he obtained into the victorious fighting Buddha's body. When the latter found out, he immediately stopped him, but this allowed him to live for another 100 years. 100 years passed in a hurry. The world was peaceful, but the victorious fighting Buddha was about to reach the end of his life. And today, Yi Fan suddenly received a letter of challenge. It was formed from primal chaos energy, and the Tao laws were world-shocking. When this letter flew over, it directly blasted open the celestial court's southern heavenly gate. The primal chaos body was going to challenge the Saint Physique, and they were going to launch the most powerful collision. This news was like a clap of thunder, engulfing the great cosmos. The primal chaos body reappeared, and the world trembled. He was going to challenge the holy Physique Yi Fan. Once the news spread, everyone was in an uproar. It was destined to be a divine battle, a struggle between dragons and tigers. It would affect the structure of the universe. The battle hadn't even started yet. Once the news spread, the various regions were already in chaos. Without confidence, who would dare to compete with the holy Physique? This made people look forward to it. There were many geniuses in the present age, and the accumulations of the past were all concentrated in this era. Everyone wanted to clash and create the most brilliant sparks. Yi Fan had defeated the demon emperor and reigned supreme in the universe. Now, there were still people who dared to challenge him. If they weren't arrogant, then they were truly too powerful. Just because of the primal chaos body, he has the qualifications to challenge him. The most powerful bloodline since the ancient times. Once cultivated to the extreme, he will become an immortal and be revered in the human world. He will be unrivaled. I look forward to this battle. During these years, Yi Fan had been unrivaled in the universe. Not to mention himself, even others felt that it was a bit monotonous. Now that a powerful challenger had appeared, many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In front of the southern heavenly gate, Xianxia stood there. The tower with emperor patterns had been flattened by a piece of paper. Only a letter was stuck in the ground, surrounded by primal chaos. There was only one word on it: fight. Was there a strong hostility? Not really. There was only an unrivaled domineeringness, as well as a belief that he was supreme. This person was extremely confident. The primal chaos body has finally appeared. What kind of shocking performance will it have? The people in the celestial court were all looking forward to it. However, there were also many people who were worried. This was because this type of physique was known as the number one since the ancient times. Perhaps only the innate Tao embryo could compare to it. Yi Fan was very strong. Along the way, he had a glorious battle record that was rarely seen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been mentioned in the same breath as the venerable emperor when he was young. However, the primal chaos body was too famous. It could suppress everything. Such a powerful appearance inevitably made people's hearts pound. The space was noisy and chaotic. Everyone was looking forward to it. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain, unmoved by the outside world. During this period, he only refined the divine embryo in the myriad chi cauldron and didn't let it grow. He left the power of faith on the altar and took the cauldron. 10 days later, in the mythical battlefield, not a single sound could be heard. Yifan stood alone, gazing into the depths of the star domain. Everyone was waiting for this battle, but apart from Zhang Biren, Dao Yi, the monkey, human demon, and a few others, not many dared to come. In the star domain, the heavenly magic eye, heaven viewing divine formation, and other things had long been arranged. The various great clans hoped to see this battle. Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. A streak of blazing lightning tore through the cosmos and entered the battlefield of legends. Primal chaos surged and another person appeared on the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, everything became restless. A terrifying battle was about to break out. Many people clenched their fists, feeling even more nervous than the people present. His true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, only the surging primal chaos. It was as if he stood in an era before heaven and earth were created. All types of symbols appeared, 10,000 Tao resonating, as if he was a ruler. Clang, a bell rang and shook the universe. The golden crow the arch appeared and said, "Fellow Taoists, let's retreat from this battlefield. The final battle is about to begin." Crazy Ol, the victorious Buddha, the fire Qilin, the supreme divinity, Yin Tianda, and the others nodded and left immediately. The battlefield of legends became even more silent. In the galaxy outside, everyone was shocked. This battle was no small matter indeed. Even the arch could only maintain order here and not participate in the battle. No matter what, this battle was destined to be recorded in the history of the most powerful battles between gods. Is the chaotic body really so powerful? Before the final battle, people thought of the intermittent legends that were almost annihilated in the mythical era. During that era, the chaotic body had appeared and existed side by side with the ninth celestial being. This bloodline was known as the most terrifying, causing headaches and suffering for the ancient celestial being. According to legend, if such a physique appeared, achieving the Tao was only a matter of time. One day, one would succeed. Moreover, there was no need to worry about someone achieving the Tao during that era, therefore, there was a rumor that during that era, the celestial being and the Tao venerables who lived in the same era, as the chaotic body, were helpless and had seen blood. Unfortunately, in a certain era, the chaotic body could not mature and was killed by the celestial being while ascending the ladder. The Tao venerables also bled and suffered serious injuries. How could this kind of talent and such a result not shock the world? After the chaotic body died, its body was refined into a supreme array and became the carrier for the Tao patterns carved by the Tao venerables. It guarded the Big Dipper and was used to pave the path to immortality. All kinds of rumors spoke of the supremacy of this physique. "It's that person." Zhang Qingyang and Lan Yushuan stood beside Komatsu and exclaimed. On the way from the Big Dipper to the celestial court, they had seen a person undergoing tribulation. It was this blurry figure with the same temperament. At the same time, Yifan also recognized his opponent and said, "It's really you." "That's right, I'm here to fight you one last time," the person in the chaotic aura said calmly. He was not as strong and arrogant as the outside world imagined. Boom, without any warning, the battle between the two erupted. The chaotic aura spread and drowned out the entire battlefield. The outside world could not see the battle situation between the two. A great collision took place there. It was extremely intense, like a battle between thearchs. The expression of the golden crow the arch who was watching the battle changed several times. What a powerful chaotic body! Its reputation was well deserved. Everyone was shocked. The newcomer did not disappoint them. One had to know that even the ancient celestial being was not this fierce in all the great battles that had happened in this era. Roar! As the battle intensified, the chaotic aura gradually thinned and a blurry scene was projected. A blurry figure was as fast as an immortal. Not only did the laws of primal chaos shoot out, but there were also all kinds of immortal spirits revolving around him, making him look like an immortal king. He rushed forward, shaking the entire chaotic battlefield and causing it to collapse. He drove the azure dragon, snake, vermilion bird, white tiger, Kuan Pung, and other immortal spirits to attack and fight against Yifan. So ferocious. Even Fire Qilin, this stubborn and resolute person, let out a sigh. Every immortal spirit was a type of great Tao formed from the most ancient runes. The chaotic body could drive all great Taos and represented the will of heaven and earth. It could kill until all things were destroyed. Yi Fan punched out again and again. The body of the azure dragon, which was as long as a galaxy, collapsed. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. The vermilion bird wailed mournfully like the sun falling from the sky. The white tiger roared sorrowfully as its mountain-like body fell into a pool of blood. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. Once he used the celestial arch fist, the universe would collapse. This kind of combat power intimidated the human world. One after another, huge immortal spirits fell into a pool of blood. However, there was an endless stream of them. There were also flying serpents, immortal phoenixes, Bian, and others. Shrouding, who had the chaotic body, was surrounded by endless immortal spirits. His palms and fingers slammed down, and the laws were like the sea. Yi Fan's body shook as he began to face the celestial archfist head-on. What a powerful person. Worthy of having the most powerful bloodline. His physical body is not the slightest bit weaker than the most powerful sacred body in history. It really is too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that when the two collided, the web between Yi Fan's thumb and index finger split open and blood splashed out. This was simply unbelievable. What made Yi Tong, Hua Hua, and the others release a breath of relief was that this person's palms and fingers were also stained with blood. He was also riddled with injuries from the celestial arch fist. As for the great Tao laws, they collided like raging waves. Resplendent light continuously scattered about as if immortal flowers were blossoming. Every single flower was extremely dazzling. Alcade, he is actually a Alcade. Everyone was stupefied. When the primal chaos became thin, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. That person revealed his true appearance. His complexion was like jade, and he transcended the mortal world. It was actually a Alcade. Didn't he die in the battle back then? He was killed by the sacred body Yi Fan in the 5th Imperial Pass. How could he return alive and even have a chaotic body? Many people trembled inwardly and revealed expressions of disbelief. It was difficult for them to accept this reality, because many people had personally witnessed that battle back then. When the news spread, all the clans were shaken, especially the cultivators of the northern Dipper Star region. Their emotions were even more complicated. What was going on? In the end, it was actually him who came to fight a decisive battle against Yi Fan. I know. That day, he only used Yi Fan to break through the shackles. That body imprisoned him. Correct. Do you all still remember what he said that day? Everyone's hearts trembled. The scenes from back then appeared in their hearts. That day, the Alcade resolutely fought to the death. His body was stained with blood, but he didn't flee and instead fought a great battle against Yi Fan. It was because at that time, his path had already reached its end. The demonic body had imprisoned his Tao, making it impossible for him to advance any further. The final battle. Whether I break free or transcend, it all depends on this final battle. The desolate words from back then still rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. Even until his death, he was still narrating his own path. The Alcade should die. This heaven-devouring demonic art, this demonic body, has too many shackles. Only Brother Yi can break it. Those were his final words that made everyone's hearts ache. At that time, it was somewhat tragic. Before his death, he seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was both sadness and joy. His expression was very complicated. In the end, amidst his tears, he revealed a sunny smile. He waved his hand at everyone, and his body exploded. There was actually such a true meaning behind it, everyone suddenly understood. Back then, Yi Yaoguang borrowed Yi Fan's hand to be reborn. In reality, after his death, the source of his body turned into 6,400 strands of essence qi that rushed into the universe's 10 desolates. Everyone saw that it actually contained a hope of survival. Alcade! Yi Fan shouted. No, the Alcade has already died. I am the primal chaos. He smiled gently, but there was an indescribable loneliness and sorrow in his smile that was difficult to conceal. No matter who you are, it will be difficult for you to escape defeat in this battle against me today, Yi Fan said. Perhaps, but I still came because this battle was unavoidable. The Alcade, or rather, the primal chaos, was as dazzling as the sun. This sentence alone was enough to express his intentions. This battle was indeed unavoidable. The two of them had known each other since they were young, and too many things had happened along the way. In the end, they were still standing on opposite sides. Only when one of them became the supreme ruler of the mortal world would the other fall. They were both dragons among men, rare geniuses with heaven-defying talents. However, one of them was fated to fall. Boom, the most intense battle erupted. A primal chaos cauldron appeared above the Alcade's head. It was a four-legged square cauldron, while a primal chaos cauldron with 3 legs and 2 handles appeared above Yifan's head. The two of them faced each other with equal harshness. Even their weapons were similar. Their cauldrons slammed into each other. This battle caused the sun and moon to lose their luster, and the mortal world to lose its luster. The Alcade had completely abandoned his original techniques, and his attacks were filled with wondrous principles. The primal chaos method power swept out in all directions. Yifan's Tao actually showed signs of being countered. As soon as his techniques were unleashed, they were absorbed by the opponent's primal chaos light, becoming a part of the Alcade's body. Everyone knew that Yifan had truly met his match. This battle was destined to be difficult. The primal chaos body was indeed frightening. No wonder the legends said that the celestial being had almost died a miserable death even before he had achieved his Tao. Kill. Yifan's eyes shone brilliantly. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and it was covered in blood. However, his willpower was unwavering, and he continued to charge forward without wavering. Boom, their divine power was unparalleled. The earth-shattering attacks from both sides shattered the mythical battlefield, and the shockwaves spread to the outside world. This shocked everyone. Even the supreme battle back then was not this terrifying. Both of them used the All character, increasing their combat prowess tenfold. That's why they were able to unleash such a shocking attack. Zhang Byron sighed. The Alcade had also grasped the All character, but this secret technique was not necessarily the key to victory. Any technique that reached the pinnacle was frightening, but at this moment, both of them were using them at the same time. This battle continued until the heavens and earth dimmed, and the entire universe began to crumble. The mythical battlefield had been destroyed beyond recognition. After exchanging thousands of blows, there was still no clear victor. This was the most terrifying battle that Yifan had encountered since he had ascended to the heavens. In the end, the Alcade transformed into a primal chaos furnace that charged forward, wrapping around Yifan and trying to refine him. Yifan, on the other hand, had transformed into a cauldron. He was first refined within the furnace, and then he charged out, absorbing the primal chaos light into his body and turning it into a cauldron. The hundreds of meridians in his body began to rumble. The two of them continued to slaughter each other. This battle lasted for an entire day, and its intensity was enough to make people tremble. In the end, the two of them fell out of the cauldron, covered in blood. Their bodies were in tatters. What an ending. This time, the Alcade will never be able to live, the Alcade said with a desolate sigh. You can live, Yifan said. He was covered in blood amidst the golden light, and he coughed up blood continuously. However, he was still smiling as he said, the universe is very large, but it cannot contain both of us at the same time. Yifan fell silent. My primal chaos body is flawed, and I can only cultivate it to this point in my life. The Alcade laughed bitterly, as if he was mocking himself, but it also seemed like he was telling Yifan a piece of information. Pooh! He exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He had truly withered away, and it would be difficult for him to appear again in this world. To have an opponent like you. The Alcade didn't finish his sentence, and only his voice echoed throughout the mythical battlefield. The heavenly wind began to blow, and the Alcade, an outstanding talent of his generation, had fallen just like that. This ending caused many people to fall silent. The victorious Buddha has passed away in meditation, someone yelled loudly, breaking the silence. Everyone was grief-stricken. At this moment, all sorts of emotions welled up in their hearts. Heroes had died in battle, and the older generation had withered away. This was the path of a cultivator. The joys and sorrows of the emperor's path and the battles of the world had all been composed into a resounding battle song. The glory that belonged to a single person had been buried with the blood and tears of too many people. They had watched that person rise to the top, watched that person stand at the peak, watched that person overlook the world, but behind him were countless corpses. The path of blood was endless, and he reigned supreme in the heavens and earth. Enemies, friends, and family had all passed away when one reached the peak of glory. When one looked back, what was left? The battle ended, and the Alcade passed away. This made everyone feel complicated. Cultivators spent their lives fighting against the heavens, against the earth, against others, and against themselves. In the end, what did they fight for? What did they leave behind? It was still a pile of bones. Victorious Buddha, wake up! A sorrowful howl rang out. A group of people surrounded the old divine ape, all of them looking anxious. Yifan was covered in blood and dragged his heavily injured body. Everyone made way for him. Even the Golden Crow, the Arch, Yin Tianda, Zhang Byron, and the others didn't have any intention of making a move. At this point, he had an indescribable domineering aura. Even though he was heavily injured, he still intimidated the world. His gaze swept over everyone, making them tremble in fear. The old victorious Buddha's body glowed, and he had already started to transform. As an expert of this realm, no one dared to touch him, or else they would follow him and transform. Everyone revealed a sorrowful expression. He should have died 100 years ago. It was only because Yifan had refined a portion of his sovereign blood into his body that he had lived for another 100 years. This time, he had forced himself to come here just to see the battle between Yifan and the chaotic body. Yifan made a move and executed a supreme secret technique. His right hand drew a beautiful trajectory and kept the victorious Buddha away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rapidly rushed toward the celestial court. Monkey, Komatsu, and the other experts of the celestial court retreated like the tide and followed him. Their hearts were filled with worry. Everyone knew that it was difficult for the victorious Buddha to survive. Perhaps they could only send him on his final journey. The mythical battlefield was silent. No one had expected such an ending. It's a pity for the Alcade. He's worthy of being a hero of his generation. Other than this, what else could they say? The sorrow and joy of cultivators, the fall of experts, and the dimming of geniuses, they might also experience this in the future. The news spread throughout the universe, causing a huge wave. In the celestial court, Yifan placed the victorious Buddha on a divine mountain and ordered someone to invite the divine silkworm princess because there wasn't much time left. Is there really no other way? The people of the celestial court were dejected. Many of them looked at Yifan. The monkey's eyes were filled with tears. He was a staunch person, but at this moment, he couldn't suppress his emotions. His only kin, his uncle, was about to die. This made him incomparably sad. Yifan ignored his own injuries and forced out a stream of essence blood from his wound. It was sparkling and had a sweet fragrance. He wanted to infuse it into the victorious Buddha's body to extend his lifespan. There's no need to waste it. It's time for me to die in meditation. Could it be that I have to learn from the supreme beings of restricted regions, rely on the blood of others to survive? Wait for me. Princess Divine Silkworm came. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she was about to touch the face of the victorious Buddha with her hand. Everyone was shocked. If they touched her like this, they might implicate the divine silkworm princess. Not everyone was as powerful as Yifan. Yifan attacked again. A ball of gentle light flew out from his palm and enveloped the divine silkworm princess, allowing her to approach. Don't be sad. Who can avoid birth, old age, sickness, and death? We have been on the path of heaven our whole lives. Can't you get over this final destruction? The victorious Buddha was very carefree, but there were too many people in this world who couldn't let go. I have a way to suppress the victorious Buddha and seal him into the celestial source. He can maintain this state. Whether or not he can extend his lifespan can be left to the future, said Yifan. I was sealed from the primordial era to this world. Life after life, such a deep sleep is like a dead tree. What's the point of it? I might as well just return now. The victorious Buddha saw everyone's sadness and said, everyone will die one day. I've experienced what I should experience, so what's there to be unsatisfied about? The most important thing for a person is to be satisfied. I have no regrets in my final years. He spoke very honestly. Then, he pointed out with his finger and a blurry world appeared. It evolved into a country of mortals. Time passed very quickly, and he saw the life and death of mortals. We are the same as them, just that our lifespans are slightly longer. Their joys and sorrows, as well as their joy and anger, are also present in us. Look at how peaceful that old farmer died. Isn't that also a blessing? They couldn't live forever and couldn't step into the celestial realm. In the end, they would all die. It was just a matter of time. The victorious fighting Buddha had experienced the extremely glorious era when his elder brother was alive, and also caught up with the turbulent era after his elder brother died. His wife and nephew were separated. 1,000,000 years later, in this life, he experienced and witnessed the most magnificent era. The flame of his life was about to be extinguished, but he had no regrets. I'll go with you. Princess Divine Silkworm wiped away her tears and said with a smile. In the end, the victorious fighting Buddha passed away. In the dazzling rain of light, Princess Divine Silkworm also passed away. Everyone wanted to stop her. Yifan stopped her body, but he couldn't stop her heart. In the end, he sighed sadly. However, Princess Divine Silkworm was very satisfied. In the rain of light, she walked with the victorious fighting Buddha. The two of them disappeared from this world together, causing the celestial court to be in great sorrow. Uncle, Auntie! Monkey shouted, tears rolling down his face. Uncle Master, my condolences. The victorious fighting Buddha passed away very calmly. The two of them passed away with smiles on their faces, Hua Hua advised. Everyone went forward together. Although they were sad, they weren't that sad, because the two of them passed away with satisfied smiles on their faces. Perhaps that was a blessing for them. Apart from Monkey, there was also the little silkworm crying loudly. In the end, it was dragged away by little Nan Nan. Half a year later, an old man came to the celestial court and offered flowers in front of the graves of the victorious fighting Buddha and Princess Divine Silkworm. He said, "We're all old, and it's time for us to take our leave. You don't mind me being your neighbor, right?" "You are, my name is Gu Tianshu." The white-clothed old man reported his name. When the Black Emperor heard this, he rushed over with a roar and said, "Old Gu." Yifan was also alarmed. He came out of seclusion and entered the ruins of God to see this famous senior expert. "Old Gu, tell me, did the great emperor really pass away, or did he fight his way into the celestial realm?" The Black Emperor asked anxiously, his large claws grabbing onto Gu Tianshu's collar. "I'm the same as you. I was sealed into the source by the great emperor and fell into a deep slumber." "How would I know?" Gu Tianshu sighed. "How could this be?" The Black Emperor was in a daze. The great emperor chose the Purple Mountain because he was waiting for someone, and that was the undying Sky Emperor. The great emperor has never been defeated or miscalculated in his life. I think he will never be defeated. He must have waited for that person. "You're saying that the great emperor and the undying Sky Emperor are together?" The Black Emperor said. "Yes, as long as the undying Sky Emperor doesn't die, the great emperor Wu sure won't die." Gu Tianshu speculated. Yifan listened quietly. When he reached this realm, the past was less mysterious to him. He could already guess some things. Gu Tianshu stayed, but he didn't have much life left. He left behind a few king medicines and gave them to the celestial court. 10 years later, he passed away in the ruins of God. There was a tombstone there, accompanying the tomb of the victorious Buddha. This was only a miniature version, but also a beginning. As time passed, old age, sickness, and death would appear on a large scale. A generation of the celestial court would pass away forever. Yes, the old madman and the human demon didn't have much life left. They would walk this path in the end. At night, Yifan stood alone on a cliff in the undying mountain, gazing into the distance. He didn't move the entire night. He was thinking hard. Was he really going to send them off one by one? This year, he was more than 2,300 years old. He had walked the path of cultivation for a long time, but compared to his lifespan, there was still a long way to go. "I don't want the whole world to be silent and leave me alone," Yifan said softly. He faced the rising morning clouds and sat down cross-legged to think about the path to immortality. Walala. He opened the immortal treasure map and looked at it seriously. It was as if he wanted to see through it and see a vast immortal world. 2 years later, a piece of news came from the Big Dipper. One of the 3 heroes of Merak, Elder Wei Yi, had passed away. Like the victorious Buddha, he didn't want to use divine medicines to prolong his life and wanted to pass away naturally. Yi Fan was sad. Another respectable old man had passed away. Back then, like the victorious Buddha, he had protected him. Now, he couldn't resist the passage of time and reached the end of his life. Yi Fan felt sad. From these people, he thought of the white-robed divine king and old man Gaijiryo. His eyes became misty. From now on, could it be that he really had to watch his friends and relatives pass away one by one? 30 years later, another new grave appeared. Yi Fan led everyone to pay their respects. This was the grave of killing Saint Chi Luo, the former guide of the Celestial Court. After seeing the prosperity and glory of the Celestial Court, the old assassin passed away with a smile on his face. The assassin erupted too early and unleashed all of his potential. His body was already empty. He had also been glorious before, but in his later years, it was destined that there wouldn't be any miracles. His cultivation in the Celestial Court wasn't very high, but he was deeply respected by the younger generation. Without him, there might not be the current Celestial Court. He was a respectable guide. Yi Fan rushed into the sky and roared loudly. Half of the universe trembled and many people were overwhelmed with shock. There was a type of pain in his heart. He felt a type of powerlessness. His strength was rarely seen since ancient times, but in the end, there was still a time when his strength was exhausted. He couldn't save the lives of the elders around him one after another. Seeing these respectable people pass away one after another, Yi Fan felt very sad in his heart. After a year of silence, Yi Fan came out again. He brought little Nan Nan along and left the Celestial Court. "Big brother, where are we going?" "We are going to search for immortals and some things related to longevity," replied Yi Fan. He unfolded the immortal treasure map and stared at it seriously. He held it as he traveled through the universe, trying his best to find something. This map was most likely something from the chaotic ancient times. As for the imprint on the back, it should have been added by later generations. Dang, when he found a certain place, he heard the deafening sound of the immortal bell. However, he couldn't obtain it. The bell melted into the void and entered an unknown chaotic realm. The sound of the bell faded away. After that, Yi Fan came to the Big Dipper. He went deep underground in search of the ancient Desolation Pagoda. This pagoda was the same. It had long become sentient. Even though he was a great emperor-level expert, he couldn't find it without its approval. The pagoda didn't leave a mark and melted into his domain. It's much more refined than the cauldron of a venerable emperor. Yi Fan could only sigh in admiration. "Big brother, where are we going?" asked little Nan Nan. "The place we're going to this time might be dangerous for Nan Nan." "Wait for me here," said Yi Fan. However, that place might also need little Nan Nan. "Nan Nan isn't afraid," said the little girl in a cute and innocent manner. Yi Fan shook his head resolutely. He then tore apart the universe with his divine sense and called Komatsu over. He told him to accompany little Nan Nan and to protect her well. He told him to wait outside the forbidden ancient land. He himself strode forward and walked towards the only life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. The 9 sacred mountains of the ancient desolate forbidden land had collapsed a long time ago, but now, this place was still lush with trees. There was a huge abyss at the center that went straight underground. In the past 2,000 years, the world continuously underwent shocking changes. The great forbidden areas were either flattened or disappeared. Only this last one remained. After so many years, no one dared to set foot here. They were filled with reverence towards this place. Many people already knew that during the final moments of the darkness chaos, the Empress in the ancient desolate forbidden land awakened. She forcefully suppressed it and completely flattened it. This was a great merit. Yi Fan's steps were firm. After entering this place, his expression gradually became a bit absent-minded. This was not the first time he came here. The achievements he had today were inseparable from this place. Without the divine medicine here, how could he dissolve the sea of bitterness? How could he repair the scars of the great Tao? When he came here in the past, he was prepared to die. It was because this place stripped away one's lifespan, making it difficult for creatures to set foot here. Now that he came here again, the essence energy in Yifan's body naturally flowed without a single strand leaking out. Someone at this level was finally unaffected here. Yifan requests an audience with the Great Empress. This voice wasn't very loud, but it clearly transmitted into the abyss and shook the entire eastern wasteland. Everyone was in an uproar. Yifan had come, and he actually entered the most mysterious ancient desolate forbidden land. Many people were shocked to the extreme. Were the two giants finally going to meet? No one thought that he came to flatten the forbidden area, because the Empress was the only master of the forbidden area who had protected the human race and suppressed the darkness chaos. Even though this was a dangerous place, as long as one didn't offend her, there naturally wouldn't be any danger. Everyone was afraid of her, but they also felt boundless respect from the bottom of their hearts. This really makes one look forward to it. The meeting between the divine physique Yifan and the Empress made the people of the world excited. They wanted to personally see what was going to happen. Unfortunately, they could only think about it and couldn't put it into action. Many years had passed. The plants here were still abundant, but the center of the forbidden area had become even more dilapidated. The abyss had exploded in the past and was covered in cracks that had never been repaired. After arriving here, Yifan didn't proceed any further. Instead, he sent another message, requesting to meet with him. Silently, a desolate slave appeared. He was dressed in ancient clothes. He was ancient sage Xiaofeng, and he had paid an audience with the Azure Emperor many times in the past. In the end, he fell into this abyss. With a blank expression, he gestured to Yifan, inviting him into the abyss. Big brother. Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, little Nan Nan looked unworriedly. She had a strange feeling about this place, and her heart was pounding. She was afraid that something would happen to Yifan. Don't worry. Komatsu comforted her. He was very quiet as he pulled little Nan Nan along and waited quietly outside the restricted area. Yifan took a step forward, descending into the abyss. He immediately sensed a terrifying aura, and the essence energy in his body almost flowed out. He couldn't help but sigh. The central region was truly strange, actually affecting Great Emperor-level experts. It was shockingly mysterious and terrifying. Finally, one day, he stepped into this place. His emotions were complicated, and he didn't even dare to think about it in the past. Yifan was very curious about this place. He really wanted to know how the Empress had spent so many years underground. At the bottom of the abyss, there used to be large ruins, but now, they had all become ruins. What era was this left behind? It was hard to say. A huge stone door appeared in front of him. It was quiet and deep, as if it was connected to a vast celestial domain. A great empress seemed to be waiting alone on the path to immortality. This was a strange feeling that emerged in Yifan's heart. This place was so quiet that it made him feel uneasy. Moreover, the aura was even more astonishing, as if it could steal the essence energy of a great emperor. He glanced at Xiaofeng strangely. This old sage's state was a little special. He was like a puppet, but he seemed to have some intelligence. It was precisely this special aura that allowed him to exist for so long. The stone door opened with a rumbling sound, and celestial mist immediately surged out, revealing a strange world. This caused Yifan's eyelids to twitch. When he looked at it, he thought that he had arrived at the end of the path to immortality, the heavenly gate. There was an indistinct celestial realm up ahead. It was within reach, but when one truly stepped in, it felt extremely far. This was something that was produced through great magical force. This place was isolated from the rest of the world. Immortal Tao law swirled about, pure white immortal energy swirling about. The celestial domain was faintly discernible. A stalk of immortal medicine was casually planted at the side of the road. It was precisely that stalk 9 wonders. Now, it had already merged into one. It was a meter tall, like a tree, but also like grass. Its entire body was sparkling and flowing, 9 different types of leaves growing on it. Even though it didn't have any fruits, it already bloomed into flowers. Yi Fan stopped, feeling extremely moved. He stared at this stalk of immortal medicine at the side of the road, lost in thought. The reason he was able to have his current accomplishments was inseparable from this medicine. The fragrance of its petals assailed the nostrils, flowing with brilliant colors. The entire stalk was divine and illusory. The mother stalk that had merged into one was countless times more brilliant than before, surrounded by a type of great Tao profound mysteries. Yi Fan suddenly understood. This stalk of immortal medicine produced 9 stalks, and then merged into one. This wasn't done randomly, but rather the Empress deriving some type of great Tao. He walked forward. His mind was shaken, because he saw an enormous dragon nest. Chaotic energy surged, several coffins rising and falling within. Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. After many years passed, Yi Fan thought that they had already disappeared from Big Dipper. He never expected that the Empress would actually move them here. This further proved that she really was a vicious person. After more than 200,000 years, she had always been here, not dying. Now, Yi Fan truly felt that the Empress was unsurpassed. Was she going to compete with Huang in the Heaven and Earth trial? She definitely wasn't inferior by a single point. She continuously rebirthed, burying her past self, storing the coffins in the Primal Chaos Dragon Nest. Just how heaven-defying was this? The Primal Chaos Dragon Nest that was viewed by the 10,000 archaic races to be on par with Purple Mountain, the ancient Emperor Mountain, could actually only serve as her burial ground. A golden true dragon flew about. When it saw Yi Fan, it seemed to be startled, fleeing into the dragon nest like a wisp of smoke. Yi Fan was speechless. This was precisely the true dragon undying medicine that he almost caught back then. It was quiet the entire time, Xiaofeng like a ghost, not saying a single word from start to finish. After a while, they arrived at the innermost depths. A simple and ancient bronze palace appeared, standing in the midst of an immortal realm. It was accompanied by clear springs and decorated with wondrous grasses and divine flowers. The ancient palace looked very grand. Seeing the bronze immortal palace again, Yi Fan's heart rose and fell. He thought back to when he had just met Ji Ziyue and entered this palace together. Now that he thought about it, it felt like it was just yesterday. It made his heart ache. At that time, he was still a small cultivator who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Being able to come out alive was truly a miracle. However, he could no longer see the person who had entered this place with him. He felt bitter and hurt in his heart. He stood there for a while before putting away his disappointment and following ancient sage Xiaofeng into the bronze palace. After passing through several palaces, they arrived at a boundlessly grand palace. It was no longer as dangerous as before, and auspicious energy seeped out. It was very smooth. After arriving here, Yi Fan was greatly shaken. He saw more than 10 desolate slaves and recognized one of them. He was practically stunned. Xiling! Yi Fan cried out hoarsely. He saw a person he never expected to see here. Back then, they set sail from the other side of the starry heavens. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought them to the other side. A total of more than 10 people had crossed the starry heavens. More than 2,000 years had passed, and they had found nearly all the living people except for one person. Back then, they were forced to enter the ancient desolate forbidden land to gather herbs. When Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling fled, they had barged into the immortal palaces left behind by the ancient heaven. They had stepped into different formations and arrived in different starry heavens. The others had already found Zhang Xiling, but he was still nowhere to be found. Yi Fan never imagined that he would reunite with Zhang Xiling here under such circumstances. When Zhang Xiling heard the sincere call of friendship, he turned around, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded woodenly. How could this be? Yi Fan could never have imagined that Zhang Xiling would fall into the ancient desolate forbidden land and become a desolate slave. After so many years, Zhang Xiling was still young. Time had not left any traces on his body. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. Zhang Xiling's condition was very special. Although he was dead, he still had a bit of intelligence. Yi Fan believed that with his methods, he could reverse the situation. He was just afraid that after he returned to the world of the living, Zhang Xiling would immediately be reduced to dust by time. He turned around and looked at the center. He finally saw the Empress. She was sitting cross-legged in front of him. She was so beautiful that it felt unreal. She was otherworldly and indifferent. She was clearly in front of him, but it felt like he was in the celestial world. This was the ruthless great Empress. She was truly a peerless beauty. She looked so beautiful and graceful, but once she turned sharp, even the world would be destroyed. No one could stop her since ancient times. If it were 2,000 years ago, it would be hard to imagine that one day, Yi Fan would be able to meet this legendary great Empress at such a close distance. He did not know if she was still alive. She was filled with legends, and she was the most talented woman since ancient times. She was sitting there, alive and well. "Greetings, great Empress," Yi Fan said. At the same time, his heart pounded violently. The great Empress was shrouded in mist. Behind her stood two women. They seemed to be Taoist children. One was the heavenly jade holy maiden, whom he had seen before. The other one caused his emotions to surge up and down. It was actually Li Xiaoman. She had actually become a desolate slave in this world. Yi Fan opened his mouth and felt a wave of bitterness. Back then, he was the one who had personally knocked Li Xiaoman into the abyss. The great Empress opened her eyes. She looked a little dazed, but after a moment, her eyes became clear. She did not say anything. She raised her hand, and a praying mat appeared. It was completely made of Dao Qi. Yi Fan sat down very close to her. He restrained his thoughts. If news of him sitting opposite the ruthless great Empress like this got out, it would definitely shock the world. "I'm here to ask the great Empress for guidance. How to live forever. My friends are old. I don't want to watch them wither and pass away." "I know. The great Empress is the most talented person since ancient times. I'm here to ask you to teach me." Yi Fan said a lot, but the great Empress did not respond at all. Her expression was calm and indifferent, like a fairy carved from fine jade. After a long time, the bronze immortal palace quieted down. At such a close distance, Yi Fan could clearly sense the other party's strength and unfathomable depths. That's right. The bloody immortal character in the depths of the bronze palace was left behind by the great Empress after something went wrong during her metamorphosis. Although her body exploded, her essence spirit did not die. At this moment, Yi Fan thought of many things. Back then, the great Empress had an accident during her metamorphosis, and her body had disintegrated. That hole should have been left behind by her. Suddenly, the great Empress pointed at the desolate slaves. Yi Fan was stunned. Then, he suddenly understood. Giving his friends eternal life like this? They would rather die than agree. The path to immortality and the method to live forever. Is there really no such thing? Yi Fan felt sad. If there was a way, why would the great Empress turn these people into desolate slaves? Only such a strange state could allow them to live forever with the world. Yi Fan sighed. In this world, there was really no one who could be immortal. Even the great Empress herself had nearly died during her metamorphosis. How can one not die? How can one live forever? Is the path to immortality a lie? Asked Yi Fan. He was not doing this for himself. He really did not want his friends to die one after another. The path that every generation has taken to become immortal is the path to immortality. The great Empress finally spoke. Her voice was like the sounds of nature. However, when she heard it, it was like thunder in Yi Fan's ears. His body trembled, and then his entire body turned cold. The path that generations of immortals walked was the path of immortality. Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. This sentence made him think of many things. Was this the great Empress's definition and understanding of immortality? If she understood it this way, where did Ji Ziyue and Little Z go? What kind of place did they enter? Yi Fan clenched his fists, feeling cold all over. He couldn't speak for a long time and just sat there, unable to move. He only calmed down after a long time. He felt that he might have been overthinking. The great Empress had only said one sentence and it might not have meant that. Yi Fan asked for guidance again, but the great Empress ignored him. She was like a jade statue, beautiful and lustrous. She didn't speak anymore and treated her words like gold. The bronze immortal palace was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The outside world, however, was in an uproar. The eastern barren territory was shaking and the universe was in chaos. The meeting of the two giants affected everyone's nerves. It's hard to imagine that the divine physique has reached this step. He can enter the abyss to talk to that person. That's the great emperor. As someone from the same era as Yi Fan, when he looked back, he felt that it was unreal. What did the great emperor mean? There were too many legends since ancient times. Who could compare? He was unreachable in the hearts of the people. Who was the great emperor? He was even stronger than the people of the mythological era and suppressed the gods. Some people were sighing. Yi Fan used to be at the same starting line as them, but now he was far ahead of them. He could sit face to face with the great emperor and talk. At this moment, everyone was feeling complicated. This was especially so for those who had competed with Yi Fan before. Their eyes were filled with confusion. It was their fortune to be able to live in the same era as such a person because they had witnessed a legend. It was also their misfortune. The stars were bright, but who could compete with them? Under their brilliance, all the other stars dimmed. Are there immortals? Under the abyss, Yi Fan's eyes were clear and he finally asked this fundamental question. Yes. Towards this question, the eyes of the Empress finally lit up. She opened her red lips and only said a single word, concise and to the point. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently. It was as if a flame had been ignited in his sea of consciousness. It was like a celestial lamp illuminating the road ahead, dispersing the fog and making his gaze firm. He stood up and performed a great bow. It was just a single word, but for him, it was worth more than 100 ancient scriptures. The great Emperor Vicious had broken through the fabrications and pointed out a path for him. Immortals really did exist. This answer was like a lighthouse that flickered with radiance throughout the ages. The significance of this answer was profound and significant, and it strengthened his heart and Tao. If it was anyone else, it would only be a guess. Even if they said that there was an immortal, it would not be convincing. Only merciless great emperor's words could have such great influence. Yi Fan sat there quietly for a long time and didn't speak anymore. He was thinking hard. He knew that the empress didn't want to talk too much. Some things could only be comprehended by oneself. The bronze immortal palace was silent, but the outside world was in an uproar. Experts from all over the universe were alarmed. Zhang Bairen, Dao Yi, and the others all came and stood outside the forbidden area of the desolate antiquity. No one knew why it was like this. Almost everyone rushed here at the same time. They felt that the meeting between Yi Fan and the ruler of the forbidden area, who was suspected to be merciless great emperor, would definitely have far-reaching effects. In the end, the emperor, Yin Tianda, the divine silkworm Taoist, and all the other experts had all arrived. They had a premonition that a great change was about to occur, and everyone wanted to understand it. The Big Dipper was stirred up again. Why didn't the great emperor enter the immortal domain? This was another question that Yi Fan asked. It was a probing question, carrying a trace of apprehension that he had only felt after becoming a matchless expert. The Empress' expression was calm, and there was not a trace of fluctuation on her beautiful face. Her eyes were as clear as water as she stared at Yi Fan. This was the first time she looked at him so carefully, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Yi Fan suddenly calmed down and let go of everything. He looked at her face to face, and the bronze palace was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan saw some scenes in those clear eyes that made his heart tremble. It was as if a huge stone had been thrown into the lake of his heart. There was a little girl whose clothes were patched and tattered. Her face was dirty, and only her big eyes were like black gemstones, making people feel pity for her. They had no parents and only a youth to rely on for survival. Even though they were poor, they were very happy, and they smiled every day. The devil mask was their only toy. They didn't have any extravagant jewelry. In order to make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very crude, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, the youth was discovered to be a genius and was forcefully taken away. In the end, he was even brought to the five-colored altar. The little girl cried loudly and ran away in her tattered little shoes. She begged bitterly, and the group finally agreed to let her see him off. In front of the five-colored altar, farewell. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring, leaving the little girl crying and falling to the ground alone. Her little hands were full of blood. Later on, a great emperor rose up and shook the ages. She didn't have talent and couldn't cultivate, but she defied the heaven and earth and became a celestial emperor. Her glory surpassed the past and present, and she became a legend. Yi Fan sighed and looked at the empress in front of him. In his heart, another figure appeared and overlapped with the empress. Tattered little clothes, and even her little shoes had holes in her toes. When she was scolded, she lowered her head and retreated timidly. Her big eyes were filled with tears as she left alone with grievances. Her little back was very pitiful and lonely. Little girl. Yi Fan couldn't help but call out. At this moment, the empress's eyes were no longer clear, but deep and flowing with nine-colored immortal light that penetrated Yi Fan's body, including his sea of consciousness. Yi Fan didn't resist. He always felt that he had taken away too many things from the empress. The 9 wonders medicinal fruit, the myriad chi, the immortal treasure map. If she wanted to make a move, then let her. He called out like that, but the empress was as calm as water and didn't respond. The 9-colored immortal light flowed and finally disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze, not knowing what she was doing. At this moment, the empress's eyes were as deep as the starry sky, unfathomable. At this moment, Yi Fan was sure that little girl was also the empress. Was she the Tao fruit that the ancient supreme spoke of? But he thought that it was the empress's happy and satisfied childhood. Although she was poor, she had no worries. She had always been in the world of mortals. The elites, even the peerless geniuses, couldn't become emperors because of their obsession, let alone immortals. However, the merciless emperor rose because of his obsession and achieved the peerless body of an emperor. His glory shone through the ages, and no one could rival him. There was no sound in the bronze immortal palace. The empress was like a suet jade statue again. She didn't move, and her eyes were like the sea and the abyss. No matter what Yi Fan asked, she didn't open her mouth again. In the end, Yi Fan stood up and bowed to her. Apart from relatives, perhaps only the empress could bear this. After walking out of this palace, he could look down on the heavens. When he reached the door of the bronze palace, Yi Fan stopped and said, "The life of the great emperor makes people sigh. This kind of life after life, what are you going to do? Wait for your return." Contrary to his expectations, the empress spoke again before she left, and this time, she said such a sentence. Yi Fan's body trembled and froze on the spot. He remembered that in the blurry image he saw just now, the youth was no different from him. After standing there for a long time, Yi Fan's heart calmed down. He knew that the person the merciless emperor was waiting for was not him. That you was only one person, and it was that youth. As a great emperor, he thought for a moment and saw through the truth. It was right to say that. The merciless emperor was waiting for him to reach the peak of his glory to see if they could reflect the same flower soul. How strong of an obsession was this? After thinking deeply, Yi Fan's heart moved again. The empress's gaze was too deep. What she wanted to see, was also related to the extreme secrets of immortality. Not for immortality, but to wait for her return in this world of mortals. Yi Fan turned around and left in large strides. He leapt into the ancient abyss and walked out of this forbidden area. There were many people waiting there. Everyone felt that a great change was about to happen. However, when Yi Fan came out, although they felt that he was different, nothing special happened. Everyone was startled. After this experience, Yi Fan's temperament was different. His gaze was unprecedentedly firm as if he wanted to see through the past and present. "Brother Yi, did you gain anything?" Huoliner also came. After not seeing her for many years, she was even more elegant than before. Her figure was slender and extremely beautiful. Immortal. Yi Fan only said this word without hiding anything. However, everyone felt a wave of suspicion when they heard this. They looked at each other in dismay. Everyone was gathered here and had a premonition, but they didn't expect it to be this one-word answer. Many people didn't understand, but Yi Fan didn't explain anything. Outside the ancient forbidden area, Komatsu led the little girl. The little girl's pure and flawless eyes were filled with happiness. Seeing him return safely, she waved at him with a faint smile. Yifan walked over and picked her up. He placed her on his shoulder and left with Komatsu in large strides. The true experts watched quietly and didn't say anything else. In the distance, a few small cultivators revealed strange expressions. Was there still someone in this world who could sit on the shoulder of a great emperor? Perhaps it was only the relatives by his side. Master, did you gain anything? Komatsu asked when they arrived outside this region. Yifan sighed. His eyes dimmed. He had a great harvest. There was a divine lamp lit up in front of him, and he was unprecedentedly firm and confident. However, this path was too difficult and needed time. Could those people who were about to die of old age afford to wait? The demonic old man doesn't have much time left. I feel like he will pass away in meditation within a few hundred years, Komatsu said in a soft voice. If I forcefully take action, will they be angry? Yifan asked softly. After this day, Yifan sat cross-legged in Undying Mountain. There were no distracting thoughts in his heart, only thinking about longevity and immortality. The Emperor's path was the final point. All supreme beings since the ancient times had reached this point. The path had already reached its end. There was no other path ahead. If there is no path, then we'll just step on a new one and continue it ourselves. Yifan knew that this was very difficult. There were so many heroes since the ancient times. The celestial being of the legendary era, the archaic emperor, and the great emperor of the ancient era all seemed to have failed. He was very strong, but could he defeat everyone? However, if he didn't do this, what else could he do? That almost illusory path of ascension needed another 1,000,000 years. In this world, apart from relying on himself, what else could he do? This was an extremely resplendent era, an unprecedented flourishing era. There really were too many heroes. The accumulation of endless generations erupted in this era, the brilliance leaving everyone sighing in admiration. In this era, bloodlines appeared one after another, and geniuses rose up one after another. If this happened in his world, it would definitely be a great shock. However, in this era, the stars shone resplendently. Everyone had seen too much. Even the children of restricted regions were killed one after another, and even the children of ancient emperors couldn't escape. Everyone became numb. I was fortunate enough to be born in this era, witnessing the extreme brilliance. Even the great emperors of the present age were defeated. Experiencing this type of era truly makes one excited. I was unfortunate enough to be born in this era, encountering too many geniuses. Even someone as strong as me has faded into the crowd. What kind of sorrow is this? If I was in another world, I would be unrivaled under the heavens. These were two different sides, representing two completely different types of people. It was enough to explain everything. Time passed quickly, and several hundred years had already passed. Yifan was already 2,700 years old. In his long life, this wasn't much. This period of time wasn't long, but many generations of people had changed in this world. During this period of time, many things happened. In the past, the word immortal from Yifan made many people's hearts flutter. In the end, there were supreme experts who couldn't hold themselves back. Relying on their strength, they imitated him and entered the ancient desolate forbidden land, seeking an audience with the Empress. However, they didn't receive a reply. They took the initiative to jump into the abyss, wanting to pay their respects. In the end, a sparkling jade palm slapped out, blasting that supreme expert into a bloody mist. Quasi-Emperor, someone from the 9th layer of heaven, yet he couldn't even take a single blow. The people of the world were shaken. From then on, even those who were stronger than him didn't dare to come and seek an audience. The ancient desolate forbidden land recovered its peace, and no one disturbed them. Everyone knew that there was only one Yifan in this world. He was unique, and not everyone could have an audience with the great emperor. Ah, a loud roar sounded. In the depths of the cosmos, a white-haired elder rushed into the sky. During this process, he continuously transformed, from an old man to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. His 5 great secret realms were all shining, and within each secret realm was a miniature version of himself. They sat cross-legged, their eyes wide open, and beams of light rushed into the heavens. He was an old madman who wanted to forcefully achieve the Tao. Boundless lightning tribulation struck down. The resplendent sea of lightning drowned him. This was a boundless heavenly tribulation. He didn't have much time left. He refined his spirit, refined his void, and refined his Tao. He had to accumulate the last of his essence blood for this final battle. If one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would be 10 to 20,000 years. If one failed, one would turn to dust, leaving nothing behind. Master, will Grandpa Feng succeed? Xianxia asked. Yi Fan remained silent. There was someone who became a martial emperor first, and it was very difficult for those of the same generation to overcome this curse. Since ancient times, no one could break this curse. Monkey, Mountain Phoenix, Longma, Pangbo, Black Emperor, and many others came to watch quietly. Countless great tribulations flashed past, and in the end, the heavens collapsed. 10,000 Tao crushed down together, blasting towards the old madman. A single suppression, 10,000 Tao resonated. This was simply irreversible. Yi Fan's expression changed. Many people in this life had tried to defy the heavens and become a martial emperor, but none of them were like the crazy old man who suffered such a severe backlash. It was all because he tossed aside everything. If he didn't achieve the Tao, then he would turn to ashes. He was too domineering. Yi Fan took action, standing at the center of the battlefield. He used a supreme secret technique to take on the tribulation in the old madman's place. This was a forbidden secret technique, and all of the lightning radiance was drawn over. This was extremely dangerous, even more terrifying than the original tribulation. Yi Fan endured it all, taking on the unimaginable backlash in the old madman's place. Even someone as powerful as him was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely horrifying. Yi Fan could only do this because the old madman was truly too old. He was no longer the same as before, when his blood energy was still flourishing and he could roam the world unhindered. Now, the old madman was truly old, already more than 9,000 years old. If I can't die on the battlefield, then let me fall on the martial emperor's path. This can be considered the best ending, said the old madman. How could Yi Fan agree? Dai Jiuyo had left, the white-clothed divine king had left. In the past, he was powerless, but now, he had already dominated the world. He definitely wouldn't watch the old man pass away like this. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Yi Fan suffered the suppression of 10,000 Tao. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, but he forcibly withstood it and endured it. After this tribulation, Yi Fan felt that time was running out. The lifespan of the people around him didn't have much left. And this time, the heavenly punishment also shook the universe. Many heroes coexisted in this world, and they were all working hard to walk their own paths. They were all greatly moved. Someone is challenging Master again? I'll go this time, said Yi Tong. During these several hundred years, a few people came one after another. There were peerless experts, and there were also those who weren't that outstanding. The one with the weakest cultivation had just become a divine king, but Yi Fan only accepted this person's challenge. The others were handed over to his disciples. The reason was because he cherished talent. That person wasn't bad. Yi Fan's hand pressed down, feeling his will and Tao. He restrained his aura and flicked him away with a smile, bestowing him with a passage of scriptures. Not long after, Yi Tong walked in with a strange expression and said, Master, you should go and fight this yourself. Daoyi had come and wanted to challenge Yi Fan. This person had done Yi Fan a favor. During the dark age of turmoil, he had lent the Tao evolution divine robe to him to protect his life. In the end, the arch armor had collapsed. All these years, Yi Fan had been searching for the fragments of the arch armor, hoping to repair it and return it to Daoyi. Unfortunately, he had failed. He stood up and walked out with a bitter smile. Why did this person come? During the chaos in the Forbidden Zone, Daoyi had also helped him. Speaking of which, in these several hundred years, the Golden Crow the Arch had received even more challenges, even more frequently than Yi Fan. Batch after batch of experts went to challenge him and engage in great battles. If not for Yi Fan restraining him, Xianxia would have run over to join in the fun. It could be said that the Golden Crow the Arch could not bear to be disturbed. All these years, the Huasong planet had not been peaceful. Perhaps it was because Yi Fan had once defeated him and set an example for others. Brother Yi, there is no need to feel troubled. I am here purely to exchange pointers. If you want to fight, just fight. There is no need to worry, Dao said with a smile. All right. Yi Fan nodded. He knew that it was very difficult to improve at this level of cultivation. Some people hoped to gain something from this peerless battle. In the mythical battlefield, a great battle unfolded. The aura was vast and mighty, causing the surroundings to tremble. Dao had achieved the Dao in a different way. He had truly succeeded. Even Yi Fan was shocked and had no choice but to treat him seriously. This battle had a great impact. Experts from all over the world rushed over. Flames illuminated the sky and divine laws were matchless. The universe trembled and the world shook. This battle was incomparably intense, dazzling everyone who saw it. In the end, Dao was defeated. Yi Fan stopped at the right time and used his own blood essence to heal Dao's Dao injuries. He also evolved a part of the Dao laws to help Dao comprehend the Dao. In the end, I was defeated. Dao sighed. You were defeated by the shackles of this world, Yi Fan said. But you were not restricted, Dao said. After a while, I will invite Brother Dao to try to defy the heavens together, Yi Fan said. This battle had a great impact. It opened the prelude to a great battle. After that, many people began to challenge Yi Fan, wanting to fight with him. The Golden Crow the Arch finally let out a long sigh. He didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel sad. 100 years later, in the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was even stronger. Above his head, tens of thousands of Daos wailed. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everywhere in the universe felt an indescribable aura. They couldn't help but tremble. Was someone going to become the Arch? He hadn't even passed the tribulation, but there was already an indescribable aura enveloping the entire universe, causing the starry seas to tremble. It's from the Celestial Court. It must be the Saint Physique Fan. Is he going to defy the heavens? In an era with the suppression of Thearchs, he can actually reach this step. Is he really going to defy the Dao and become a consummate Arch? People simply couldn't believe all of this. The Arch, Zhang Byron, and Taichu were all alarmed. They woke up from their seclusion and opened their eyes. Brilliant light beams pierced through the sky. Master, did you really do it? You can defy the suppression of the world's Daos and truly become an Arch? Yi Tong was incomparably shocked. Yi Fan nodded, but his expression was very solemn. At this moment, Komatsu and Xianxia also rushed over. Then, the Black Emperor, Pang Bo, Li Tian, and the others all rushed over. On the Huasong planet, the Golden Crow Thearch's expression changed. He felt an indescribable aura that made his heart palpitate. His Daos and heavenly heart, which had fused together, were actually trembling at this moment. He simply couldn't believe that someone was going to become the Arch and coexist with him in this world. This had never happened before since ancient times. In the end, all the supreme experts knew that Yi Fan was going to defy the heavens and create an unprecedented miracle. He was going to become the Arch. The light of the great heavenly tribulation flickered and rumbled. As expected of the strongest Saint Physique in history. He's special. Everywhere was in an uproar. However, the Celestial Court was strangely quiet because Yi Fan said something that shocked everyone. Master, you're saying that, if we all transcend the tribulation together and become Thearchs, you will tear apart the shackles of the world for us? That's right. Yi Fan nodded with a solemn expression. This was the result of his many years of deduction. He had already reached the critical point and was going to defy the heavens and shatter the suppression of the world's Daos. Then, he would lead the few of them to transcend the tribulation together. At this moment, Yi Fan used his divine will to tear apart the universe. He summoned Dao, the monkey, and also asked people to invite the old madman and the human demon. The two old men lacked blood energy and should have died in meditation. However, they were forcefully cleansed by Yi Fan with his own essence blood. Thus, they were still there, but they spent most of their time in seclusion. No one expected Yi Fan to be so crazy and bold. He was simply too strong. This is too dangerous. Master, it's not a problem for you to transcend the tribulation alone, but if you do it for us, there will most likely be big problems. Komatsu and Yitong deduced together and came to the conclusion that it was extremely dangerous. Yifan's body and soul could be destroyed at any time. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. I also have a way to protect myself, said Yifan. Time was of the essence. This was the first attack on the path to immortality, as well as the first step. Yifan hoped that he could succeed. Dowie, the monkey, Jiangtingting, the human demon, and the old madman came. After learning of Yifan's plan, they were all shocked. There's not much time, let's begin, said Yifan. Boundless lightning flashed in the sky and was about to strike down. Very well, then let's take the risk and create an unprecedented legend. In the end, everyone agreed. How many risks could there be in life? Several emperors coexisted, appearing at the same time. If they succeeded, it would create a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. The path to immortality begins with this first step, Yifan said in his heart. Then, they disappeared from the celestial court. The group rushed to the desolate border of the universe and began to transcend an unprecedented great tribulation. Wait for me to break through the 10,000 Dao, and then you all can enter to face tribulation. This was Yifan's great roar. He then rushed into the lightning. This great tribulation was unprecedented. It was unknown just how vast the sky dome was turned into stellar ruins, the sea of lightning boundless. Divine laws were thrown into chaos, destroying all life. Yifan was going to lead a group of people to become emperors. This was unprecedented, rarely seen since ancient times. This matter truly left the world shocked. There had never been something like this before. This was a great emperor. How many people could achieve this since the ancient times? Now, there were actually so many. Who were going to break through together? When everyone heard this news, they could only stare with their tongues tied, speechless. This was just too inconceivable, a bit frightening. Those were great emperors, not some grass on the side of the road. It shouldn't be possible for a single one to appear in tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. The current situation was definitely not normal, too sinister. The aura in the cosmos was suffocating. Even though there was endless distance between them, everyone could still sense it. It was as if a million great mountains were crushing down on their minds. The desolate borders of the cosmos had countless death stars. At this time, they all turned into dust. Under the world-destroying lightning tribulation, there wasn't anything that couldn't be blasted through. Primal chaos surged, the scene of heaven and earth being opened appearing. Everyone discovered with shock that not only were there Kuan Peng, Swan and I, Soaring Snake, and others in the sea of lightning, there were also undying medicines rising and falling. This left everyone shocked. What was different was that those undying medicines were different from before. Right now, they were incomparably terrifying, releasing the aura of immortal Tao natural laws, displaying tremendous divine might. Behind every single stalk of undying medicine was a face, both male and female, shocking the mortal realm. They were too powerful, that type of natural laws impossible to contend against. Of course, this was something only people like Zhang Byron, Absolute Beginning, and the Emperor could see. They revealed looks of surprise, silently watching from the distance. In the sea of lightning, Yifan's power broke through the heavens, currently at the center. Divine radiance, lightning radiance, natural laws, and others all rushed at him, boundless and boundless. Stellar rivers exploded, the cosmos opening up once more. This type of scene was too terrifying, the destructive power incomparable. Even if ancient great emperors revived, they would still be shocked. These heavenly punishments were too powerful, able to hack supreme beings to death. Yifan's entire body shone. The myriad chi cauldron above his head floated up and down, advancing and retreating together with him. He continuously charged towards the sky, wanting to shatter the heart of the sky and tear apart the suppression of the myriad Tao. On Huisong planet, the golden crow Thearch's eyes flickered, and his expression kept changing. Finally, he sighed. This is unprecedented. All the experts of the golden crow race were trembling with fear. After so many years, they had already given up on the thought of revenge. Even though their race had produced a supreme demon ruler, he was defeated by the most powerful saint physique in history. Is he really going to defy the heavens? He actually wants to become an emperor together with his friends. This kind of method has never been seen before since ancient times. Who would dare to be so arrogant when becoming an emperor? Across the universe, some peerless experts sighed. This is too unbelievable. His strength is beyond imagination. He's even more powerful than father back then. Huolin spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes flowed with brilliance, and her beautiful blue hair danced in the wind. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beauty shocked the world. At her side, the fire Qilin also revealed an unprecedented serious expression. He was like a dragon leopard, his body slender and strong, his gaze sharp like a blade as he stared into the depths of the cosmos. Is he really going to defy the heavens? In the god's organization, the white-haired sword god revealed a strange expression while carrying a long sword on his back. What a great saint physique. It's really unprecedentedly powerful. In the Tao Palace, the woodcutter old man sighed. Are we also preparing to undergo the tribulation? He has also informed us. Even though it's very rushed, it's not too late, the yellow-toothed old man said with a strange light in his eyes. At this moment, all the peerless experts in the universe were shocked. Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and the others were silent. This kind of strength was really beyond their expectations. Boom, in the Sea of Thunder, Yifan resisted. One after another, the immortal medicine unexpectedly became the most terrifying killing tribulation. Behind each medicine was a human face that emitted an ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for countless eras. As expected, the immortal medicine hides the greatest secret of the universe. No wonder even the Arch wants to raise one to study, Yifan said softly. Even though he was in the midst of a great tribulation, he couldn't help but be shocked. As he pondered, he did his best to resist the heavenly punishment. All the thunder and lightning interweaved. Even the vermilion bird, Chi Dragon, and primal chaos god's shadow couldn't truly injure him. Only the human faces behind the immortal medicine were monstrously terrifying, like immortals descending to the mortal world. Is this the highest level of heavenly punishment in the Arch Tribulation? The thunder became even more intense. Endless lightning tribulation descended to assist Yifan with all its might, wanting to stop him from becoming an Arch. In the end, the immortal medicine flew up, and the other lights flooded the universe. It was as if they were going to pierce through the past, present, and future. In the boundless sea of thunder, all kinds of palaces and pavilions appeared. 9 layers of immortal tribulation, primal chaos world destruction thunder, immortal spirit killing sea. Too many great tribulations struck at the same time. This scene was too terrifying and couldn't be resolved at all. The golden crow the Arch stood on the Huasong star in incomparable silence. What would have happened if he had encountered these tribulations back then? Kill. In the end, Yifan launched a counterattack. His entire body was drenched in blood. After so many years, this was the first time he had suffered such heavy injuries. His body even exploded a few times. He rushed upwards, smashing the heavenly heart imprint and smashing through all obstructions. He was like a demonic god, breaking through a resplendent light path and leaping into the 9 heavens. He wanted to compete with the heavens. At this point, who could injure him? He was already invincible in the world hundreds of years ago. Otherwise, how could he have flattened several great forbidden areas? But now, his body was exploding from time to time, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight to behold. His unparalleled physique was about to turn into a bloody mist, and pieces of bone shot out in all directions. The myriad chi cauldron had long since shattered into pieces. They revolved around him and were also reforming. Master, don't force yourself. Xianxia shouted. The monkey, Daoyi, and the others also clenched their fists. Yifan wasn't doing this for himself. He was mainly attacking the heavenly heart imprint, resisting the myriad Daos, and fighting against all the Tao laws since ancient times. This was truly heaven-defying. He wanted to shatter all the great Daos of the universe, penetrate the laws of the universe, and break through the shackles so that they could seize the opportunity to attain the Tao. On the Huasong planet, the golden crow Thearch's face was pale. His body was trembling, and his Tao was wailing. He was actually trembling involuntarily, unsure of what was going to happen. If he breaks through the heavens and suppresses all Daos, will the imprint that I have fused with the universe be shattered? Will I no longer be the arch of the present age? The golden crow Thearch's face was snow white, and he revealed a look of horror. Ah, Yi Fan roared. He had narrowly escaped death, and his body was covered in blood. He didn't know how many times his bones had been crushed. He wasn't fighting for his own attainment of the Tao. Instead, he was suppressing all Daos, clearing the sky filled with Tao laws, and giving Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others a chance to transcend the tribulation and become Thearchs. After so many years, he finally felt this kind of pain again. He was constantly facing the threat of death, and the entire sky was dyed with his blood. Master, don't be like this. You can transcend the tribulation yourself in peace. Komatsu shouted. His pure large eyes were already filled with anxiety. Yi Fan, don't do this. We appreciate your kind intentions. The monkey shouted. Now that things have come to this, becoming an arch isn't that important anymore. We just want to be able to sit with you and drink a cup of wine when we grow old. That way, we can preserve our lives. Dowie transmitted sound. The old lunatic, the human demon, and the others also roared angrily, telling Yi Fan to stop this kind of heaven-defying action and not risk his life for them. Yi Tong and Jiang Tingting even more so produced yin and yang energies, turning them into primal chaos. They wanted to guide Yi Fan back and not fight like this. They didn't want him to die. Pooh! Yi Fan exploded once again, and his body was blasted into pieces. Just like his cauldron, he was being tempered over and over again. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes became even more intimidating. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom, he had already blasted apart the heaven's core imprint, piercing through the 10,000 Tao and striking out a bright world. At this moment, the entire cosmos was shocked. They suddenly couldn't feel the great Tao anymore. Yes, all of the Tao marks seemed to have disappeared. The cosmos seemed to have been crippled. At this moment, everyone's hearts felt empty. This included the Golden Crow Great Emperor. He was shocked, and his entire body was contorting. His fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white, losing color. With a trembling voice, he said, I am going to fall from the Arch realm. He naturally couldn't accept this. He rushed towards the heavens, demanding an explanation. However, an even greater heavenly tribulation descended from the distance, making him immediately go rigid. That tribulation was an eternal immortal light. It hacked apart Yi Fan, turning him into dust. Master! Yi Fan! Everyone cried out loudly. They clearly saw that behind those undying immortal medicines, human faces appeared one after another. They each spat out a streak of light that turned into a tribulation, destroying Yi Fan. I've already reached this step. No one can stop me. An angry roar sounded from within the ashes. Yi Fan's blood and bones were formed in the void, appearing once again. Moreover, that cauldron also borrowed the lightning radiance to reconstruct itself, suspending above his head. I've already opened up the great Tao once, making the 10,000 Tao scatter. This path is feasible, my deductions are correct. Wait for me. Yi Fan was fighting with everything he had. However, after a short period of emptiness, the 10,000 Tao erupted, becoming even more terrifying. They suppressed over together, causing heaven and earth to explode. Even those who achieved the Tao through other means felt fear. Yi Fan was like a butterfly in a storm, rushing towards the heavens again and again. However, the great rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, striking him down again and again. He was even smashed to pieces, his blood splashing across the sky. However, he continued to resist, unyielding, continuously rushing towards the heavens. Enough, don't try to be brave anymore. If you continue to delay, you'll even waste your chance to become an emperor. There's no need to be like this. We appreciate your kind intentions, but don't risk your life like this. You have to be responsible for the celestial court. A roar sounded from below, telling Yi Fan to stop his suicidal actions. Ah, Yi Fan roared angrily, not willing to stop. The path to immortality was long, and this was only the first step. He didn't want to give up, and he continued to charge forward. Kill. He roared with his most powerful voice, disregarding the price, rushing upwards. His entire body shone, and even his primordial spirit began to burn. He shattered the 10,000 Tao, causing heaven and earth to calm down. Now is the time. I'll stand guard while you all go through the tribulation. Yi Fan's voice was calm, but it shook the great cosmos. He smashed out with fist after fist, resisting the 10,000 Tao, scattering them so that they couldn't reform, allowing Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others to go through the tribulation together. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't hesitate. They chose to believe him, because Yi Fan was using his life to buy time for them. They all began to prepare for the tribulation. How is this possible? He really did it? No, I think that after today, there might not be any more divine bodies in this world. How could a human do this? Who could make so many people go through the tribulation together? The monkey, the Daoi, the human demon, the old lunatic, and the others were all worried for Yi Fan, but they did not. Stop. This was an opportunity Yi Fan had exchanged with his life, so they could not waste it or hesitate. Han Long Long. Everyone scattered and began to face the tribulation. They wanted to use this opportunity to break into the highest realm their bodies could reach. Lightning radiance flickered and heaven and earth erupted. The group of people all displayed the most powerful methods they had in their lives, opening up their body's treasury in hopes of becoming a great emperor. They had already scattered to different star systems, each preparing to face their own great tribulation. Immortal light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks. It was incomparably terrifying. The entire world was shocked. No one had ever thought that this kind of scene would appear, but it really did happen. Several people faced the great emperor tribulation together. It was simply like a legend. The divine body is truly heaven-defying. How can he be so terrifying? It's too terrifying. All cultivators were shocked. Many people were trembling. This kind of aura was unbearable. This was the most inconceivable miracle in this world. Immortal light exploded. That was Yi Tong's tribulation. Blazing heat surrounded the great cosmos. He was surrounded by endless flames and a sea of lightning surged. Grating immortal light splashed in all directions, surging violently. That was Jiang Tingting standing in the cosmos like a peerless empress. She drew upon the power of the great cosmos to resist the greatest tribulation of her life. 5-element divine light rushed into the heavens, blasting the sea of lightning full of holes. The old lunatic was facing the tribulation. A miniature version of himself sat in each of the 5 great secret realms to resist the great emperor tribulation, shattering heaven and earth. An immortal iron rod tore through the sky, severing the ancient sky. The monkey attacked the 9 heavens above, killing the 9 hells below. He was unrivaled and his power was incomparable. The sea of lightning collapsed. Xianxia, the human demon, and the others were all doing their best to face the tribulation, hoping to succeed. They could not disappoint Yi Fan's intention of risking his life to open up this world. In the outside world, everyone's souls were trembling. This was simply unimaginable. Even their hearts were pounding. Divine laws flickered and lightning radiance erupted. The desolate edge of the cosmos became stellar ruins, a land of destruction. Who could have imagined that several people would become emperors? Lightning radiance was endless. It was just too terrifying. Even though they were not together and were not connected, the aura was still vast and mighty. It shocked every place, as if several seas had burst their dikes at the same time. How could this be? Holy body, is he still human? This is too shocking. This type of inconceivable thing happened, something that had only happened once since the ancient times. No one had ever done something like this before. The cultivators could only sigh in shock. Boom, Yi Fan was in an extremely difficult situation. His blood dyed the cosmos red as he did everything he could to resist. He punched the heavens again and again. Divine laws burst forth, rushing out from the top of his head and from his flesh to resist the myriad Tao. He used his own strength to resist 10,000 Tao, establishing an undying legend. This was a legend that was so glorious it made one's hair stand on end. However, he really was exhausted. He wasn't like this even when he fought against supreme beings back then, feeling like he might die at any moment. The heavy injuries he suffered were too terrifying. However, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. If he was not a match for Xiao, losing his old friend's chance of becoming a martial emperor was small. What was more frightening was the fact that their lives were in danger. Even though his body exploded, his flesh and blood were still shining. He used divine laws to block the myriad Tao, not allowing them to suppress this part of the universe and buy time for everyone. If you succeed, what am I? The golden crow the arch stared at him expressionlessly. However, he couldn't get close. Even Yi Fan was dying, so if he went over, he would definitely suffer a disaster as well. He definitely couldn't hold on. Yi Fan firmly believed that even if the supreme beings in the restricted regions learned that he was in danger, they still wouldn't dare come over. As long as they entered, they would suffer the attacks of 10,000 Tao. Everything he endured would be experienced by them. Wu, he really is powerful. The reputation of the #1 holy body in history is not in vain. Now, I truly believe that he might become someone like Heavenly Emperor Huang. What are we still waiting for? Since the opportunity is before us, we should also cross tribulation and strive to become martial emperors. Yi Fan blasted apart the 10,000 Tao, making the great cosmos suppression completely disappear. This was a chance. The others who had hopes of becoming martial emperors were all moved, also wishing to use this opportunity to break through. Sure enough, a few mysterious auras appeared. There were others who wanted to become martial emperors, resolutely breaking through. This was a glorious flourishing age, a resplendent age. Groups of stars flickered about, heavenly geniuses appearing in large numbers. At this moment, all of this was vividly displayed. Yi Fan defied the heavens, smashing apart the 10,000 Tao, resisting the world's suppression with his own strength. He was going to carve out a world for his friends and disciples, help them achieve the Tao. Right now, many people were borrowing this light, seizing this opportunity, wishing to become unmatched supreme beings. Emperor Tribulation rose, shocking all parts of the cosmos. What a glorious flourishing age, truly the best age, unprecedented. The holy body Yi Fan established a miracle. Correct, if everyone succeeds, then he will become the supreme among emperors, all emperors will have to respect him. It was he who established everything, truly an unmatched divine being. Many people sighed with astonishment. Unfortunately, this had nothing to do with them. Even though Yi Fan blasted apart the 10,000 Tao, there weren't many who had the chance to break through. No matter how glorious the flourishing age was, there was no way everyone could stand at the peak of the quasi-emperor 9 great heavens. Today's opportunity was prepared for unmatched experts. If they truly become martial emperors, who will be weaker than who? When the time comes, we will see who will be the supreme among emperors. Someone said softly, starting to cross tribulation. Everything will be different after becoming martial emperors, able to compete with that person. There were supreme experts who firmly believed that after becoming martial emperors, they would stand in the same domain, and everything would be different. Something's not right. Even though the 10,000 Tao was blasted apart by the holy body Yi Fan, the region with him at the center is the easiest to achieve the Tao. There is still a bit of suppression elsewhere. Everyone discovered this fact with shock. However, that region was already occupied by Yi Fan's disciples and friends. He had long deduced this type of situation, dividing up the regions for them. This left everyone shocked and helpless. No one dared to run over to seize the region, or else Yi Fan might take action, guiding the 10,000 Tao to kill those who didn't follow him. However, not many people would give up. Even though they were far away, making it extremely disadvantageous, they still chose to cross tribulation. It was because they knew that if they missed this opportunity, then they might truly lose this opportunity. A single person becoming a martial emperor was already enough to suppress heaven and earth, resonate with 10,000 Tao. If several martial emperors coexisted, just how terrifying would the suppression be? Just the thought alone was enough to make one tremble. This was especially the case when Yi Fan would definitely become a martial emperor. Right now, only he could support the 10,000 Tao, opening up heaven and earth for his disciples and friends. If he himself achieved the Tao, could it be that he could still go against himself and the natural laws of the universe? That was simply unimaginable. Within the great cosmos, all types of lightning radiance flickered about. Great tribulations erupted from time to time. Everyone did their best to resist. Yifan's entire body was covered in blood, but he still persevered. However, his martial emperor's fist was already trembling, his body covered in cracks, already unable to stand steadily. It was extremely strenuous. The path he was about to take, the attacks he suffered were terrifying and incomparable, making one tremble. What made it the most difficult for him to resist were the undying medicines that would appear from time to time. The immortal light that those human faces spat out was unmatched, blasting him apart. His situation was extremely difficult. Time flowed on. Yifan's matchless precious body was blasted apart many times, reforming within the bloody mist. He was bombarded by the 10,000 Dao, but he still wasn't willing to relax, continuing with great difficulty. In the end, he was on the verge of collapse. However, many places in the cosmos erupted with divine light, and the number of people undergoing tribulations increased. They were all doing their best to break through. Master, don't force yourself. If you continue like this, you will walk towards self-destruction. Yi Tong shouted loudly. Master, please stop. Komatsu also said. The monkey, Jiangtingting, and the others all spoke up. Even though they were undergoing tribulations, they had always been paying attention to Yifan. Seeing him struggle on the line between life and death, all of their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. If this continued, Yifan would definitely be destroyed, and he would walk towards the end of his life. Yifan was silent. The 10,000 Dao revived, and at this time, the laws of the cosmos continuously suppressed him. This path was far more terrifying than he had imagined, and it was truly difficult for him to persevere for a long time. He could open up an emperor's path for himself, but it was difficult for him to support everyone for a long time. I will hold on for a bit longer. If I can't, I will give up. He wasn't willing to give up so easily, and he continued to persevere. Even though his primordial spirit was split into pieces and burned several times, his roar shook the cosmos, blasting back the 10,000 Dao. Time flowed on, but there was still no one who became an emperor. It was because the Great Tribulation needed quite a bit of time, and it was difficult to immediately leap into that domain and reach the consummate level. In the end, Yifan roared out angrily. Was the first step of the long life path deduced for everyone already this difficult? If one didn't become an emperor, how could they take the next step and become an immortal? Master, please stop. Komatsu shouted while crying. Stop. The others also shouted loudly, unable to bear to see Yifan like this. Yifan released a light sigh, nodded, and said, all right. After seriously analyzing it, he knew that he had failed this time. It would be difficult for him to blast through the 10,000 Dao. His face became dim, unable to help everyone become emperors, and his own injuries were too severe. Even his primordial spirit was almost extinguished. Yifan released a loud roar, displaying an unmatched secret technique, taking on the tribulation in everyone's place. He gathered everyone's heavenly punishment, and he endured it alone. It was because the 10,000 Dao were about to appear, and at that time, it might be extremely dangerous. He didn't wish for anything to happen to everyone. I will withdraw and no longer obstruct the 10,000 Dao. Those who are undergoing the tribulation, please restrain yourselves and prepare yourselves. Yifan transmitted his voice, warning the other supreme experts in the great cosmos. What? Many people's faces turned pale. However, in the end, Yifan notified them in time. Many people were very decisive, immediately enduring the tribulation, enduring the pain of having their bodies torn to pieces, intensely resisting. However, they didn't try to become emperors and sever their karma. Even so, the existing heavenly punishment wouldn't disappear and would still strike down. It was just that there wouldn't be an even more dangerous great tribulation afterwards. Yifan held on for a while longer for them, but in the end, he was powerless to defy the heavens. He exploded there, allowing the 10,000 Dao to rush over. He gasped for breath in the sea of lightning and reformed his body. In the end, a Dao sound shook the ancient heavens, tearing apart the 10,000 Dao and piercing through the heavens. At this moment, that beam of light became the only thing in the universe. Everyone trembled in fear, and their bodies trembled. It pierced through the heart of the heavens and ascended higher than the heavens. The golden crow Thearcha's heart, which had just calmed down, contracted. He let out a long sigh and said, "What a great sacred physique. You're really capable. Even so, you still want to create a miracle?" At this moment, Yi Fan broke through the shackles and no longer attacked the 10,000 Dao. Instead, he penetrated through them and stood above the 10,000 Dao, trampling all the laws beneath him. He was transcending his own imperial tribulation. The golden crow Thearch's imprint and the 10,000 Dao were below, while he was above them. He didn't merge the imprint with this universe and surpassed the heavens. The aura of the arch was released. However, it was also because of this that the heavenly tribulation he encountered was even more ferocious, shocking the universe. The Great Tribulation continued, and the immortal medicine appeared. This time, it wasn't faces that appeared, but people walking over one after another. There were otherworldly women and imposing men, all of them like immortals. This was a great battle. Yi Fan exerted all his strength and risked his life. He stood above the 10,000 Dao and couldn't be seen by the world. He could only feel a terrifying aura spreading out. The golden crow Thearch's expression changed again and again. He could feel that person transcending the tribulation above his imprint and the 10,000 Dao, standing above them. It's a little similar to my father's aura when he became a war immortal in his later years. The monkey revealed a shocked expression. After an unknown period of time, the world became quiet and the 10,000 Dao stopped trembling. The old golden crow's imprint gathered again and merged with the world once more, slowly reforming. What happened? No one knew. The universe shattered and the demon emperor's imprint reassembled. Above it and the myriad Dao, the lightning tribulation had already stopped, and there was a deathly silence. Suddenly, the heaven's core imprint and the myriad Dao split apart. A body fell from the unreachable heavens, covered in blood and broken. Yi Fan. The group of people turned pale with fright and quickly rushed over. There were specks of blood, and Yi Fan's body was covered in wounds. The myriad energy cauldron was also broken, and it followed beside him. "Master." Komatsu caught Yi Fan, supporting his dying body. This kind of injury was too serious, and it made them all frown. This was definitely a Dao injury. Upon closer inspection, his body was covered in Dao marks, the mark of suffering the backlash of the myriad Dao. What was even more terrifying was that there were palm imprints and fist holes on his body. The front and back of his body were bright, dripping with blood. His injuries are too serious. Everyone's hearts sank. They could guess that it was a Dao injury, but why were there palm imprints and fist holes on his body? Who was it that attacked? It was a bit shocking. Is it really those undying medicines? Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. The most beautiful and neglected things were the most dangerous. What did these things that appeared in the heavenly tribulation foretell? Just now, when Yi Fan stood above the myriad Dao, he even stepped on the heaven's core imprint. They didn't see the true scene of the tribulation and could only hear the thunderous sounds, but they could guess some clues. "Master, you have to hold on." Komatsu's eyes were filled with tears. He carried Yi Fan on his back, tore apart the universe, and rushed towards the celestial court. The others also had heavy hearts. They followed along, cautious and vigilant, because they knew that Yi Fan's situation was extremely bad. They carefully guarded him from the side. How could it be like this? What happened in the Great Tribulation above the myriad Dao? How could Yi Fan be injured like this? Everyone was anxious, afraid that something had happened to him. Yi Fan is too tired. He fought against the myriad Dao for us, and in the end, he dragged his damaged body to cross his unprecedented emperor tribulation. That's why something unexpected happened. Dao Yi sighed. Everyone became silent, all of them feeling uneasy inside, feeling a type of guilt. Yi Fan risked his life to fight against the myriad Dao for them, or else how could he be so exhausted, how could he be injured like this under his own great calamity? Those finger imprints, those fist holes, they were all Dao injuries, the most difficult to treat. Many people who suffered injuries like this were destined to be crippled. Dao injuries. Just the mention of them would cause one's expression to change. What they feared the most was its appearance. Everyone could still remember that when Yi Fan was still a small cultivator, he had suffered such injuries and was on the verge of death. He only managed to escape with his life after entering the ancient desolate forbidden grounds to pick herbs. Yi Fan's body was in tatters and blood flowed all the way. He returned to the celestial court on the verge of death and was carried into the undying mountain by Komatsu. This news shocked the universe. What? This is the result? Everywhere in the universe, the experts were dumbfounded and looked at each other. The powerful saint physique of Yi Fan was so heaven-defying, but the final result was that he might die. This is too much of a pity. Many people sighed. This type of ending was truly regrettable. He should have established a miracle and walked towards the peak of glory, yet in the end, he met such a miserable end. Everyone knew how troublesome it was to receive this type of Tao injury during the Emperor Ascension tribulation. It was extremely difficult to treat. This meant that Yi Fan was most likely crippled and might even die. He is too arrogant. Not only does he want to become an emperor, he even wants his disciple and friend to enter that domain. Since ancient times, no one has ever gone this crazy. Indeed, if not for this, how could he have ended up like this? Even if he became an emperor himself, he could still be considered to have established a grand event that has never happened since ancient times. He achieved the Tao under the pressure of a present-age great emperor. How amazing is this? Yet he is still not satisfied and wants to do this. The universe was in an uproar. Everything was in chaos. People had already predicted that a great storm would arrive. If the saint physique of Yi Fan was unable to recover from this setback, or even died, then the glorious celestial court might lose its luster. In this era, there were definitely many outstanding people. Tai Chu, Huang Shudao, Yin Tianda, and other outstanding people all flew through the sky like comets. If they rose up together, could the celestial court that had lost Yi Fan be able to stop them? Of course, the most important thing was that there was still a present-age great emperor. Would he continue to remain silent? Could it be that he would not take back the glory that belonged to him? The unrivaled Yi Fan had been injured and met with an accident. This would definitely have far-reaching effects. Perhaps the power structure of the universe would undergo great changes. In the following days, the eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court, waiting for the result. Some people laughed heartily, some were indifferent, some were worried, and some were silent. Everyone had different reactions. Of course, no matter what attitude they had, no one would show it. Everyone was waiting. Of course, there were also other voices. Some people were sad and indignant. This time, the tribulation had suffered great losses. Those who had the qualifications to undergo the tribulation and wanted to go against the heavens were all peerless and fierce people. But in the end, they had worked hard for nothing. Many people had almost died from the backlash. In reality, when the Tao returned and attacked, there were indeed people who died. Their bodies were crushed and their primordial spirits turned into ashes. This was originally an extremely serious matter that would have caused a commotion in the universe. But now, it was not as chaotic as imagined. This was because everything had been overshadowed by the incident of Yi Fan's Tao injuries. The eyes of the entire universe were focused on the celestial court. No one paid too much attention to whether others had gained or lost in the tribulation. In these days, the celestial court was gloomy and full of sorrow. Everyone was very quiet. Everyone knew that Yi Fan's Tao injuries were serious. His Tao foundation might have been half destroyed. All the important people and experts gathered in the undying mountain. They were all thinking of countermeasures to cure Yi Fan, but in the end, there was no way. This kind of injury was too serious. During this period, Yi Fan had only woken up once. He opened his mouth and then fainted again. His damaged body was dripping with blood. Those finger marks and palm holes had not yet healed. Saint blood flowed out from time to time. There was no way to stop it. His primordial spirit was even dimmer and almost extinguished. How could this be? She pulled at her hair in pain. She was full of regret. If she had known earlier, she definitely wouldn't have let her master pay such a price for them. Master, you must get better. Yi Tong also clenched his fists. Big brother, please don't let anything happen to you. Jiang Tingting's eyes were filled with tears. She was somewhat helpless and sad. The monkey, Dowie, and the others walked back and forth. They were all thinking of ways to protect Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The Qilin immortal medicine, Bodhi tree, immortal peach tree, and other things had long been prepared. They wanted Yifan to use these immortal medicines to prolong his life. But the only time he woke up, he shook his head and refused. Everyone knew that these medicines were useless against the Tao injuries left behind during the Emperor Ascension tribulation. Perhaps there is only one thing that can save him, said the human demon. What is it? Everyone asked in unison. The 9 revolutions immortal pill, answered the human demon. Everyone was startled. This was something from the legends. How could they see it in this world? It was too difficult to refine it. That's right. Perhaps only the 9 revolutions immortal pill can treat Yifan's injuries. The crazy old man nodded. I have the incomplete ancient recipe, but the materials required are too demanding, said Dowie. His hometown, the Eternal Star Domain, had the recipe of the 9 revolutions immortal pill. We have the main ingredient. 1 immortal medicine is enough. It's just that the supplementary ingredients are too difficult to find. The requirements are too great. A great emperor might not be able to gather them even if he saved up for half his life, said the monkey. Let's split up and search for the divine ingredients. We will definitely be able to gather them all. Good, let's move out immediately. Komatsu, you don't need to go. Protect your master. After everyone made their decision, they quickly moved out. They were all supreme experts and rarely met their match in this universe. They could travel everywhere in an instant. With such a group of people taking action, there was naturally nothing they couldn't do. That day, the universe was shaken. All the experts of the celestial court moved out to search for rare treasures. However, these divine ingredients were all extremely rare. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't gather them all in a few days. Some of these things were even harder to come by in many lifetimes. The only thing that made them rejoice was that back then, they had accumulated many divine items to extract the evolution fluid. Now, they could all be put to use. However, this was far from enough. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The people of the celestial court were anxious. All the celestial soldiers and generals were sent out to offer rewards to the entire universe. As long as someone was willing to provide any of the required divine ingredients, they would be rewarded with ancient scriptures and supreme secret techniques. Everyone was moved. The entire universe was shaken. Many people took action. Everyone knew that the celestial court didn't lack immortal scriptures. Perhaps this was an opportunity. As expected, when someone provided a piece of origin divine stone, they obtained half a Tao scripture. This shocked all the cultivators. The celestial court wasn't just joking. They were really willing to pay. From this day forth, a storm was set off in every part of the universe. Many people were searching. No matter what, this was an opportunity to befriend the celestial court. Moreover, they could obtain ancient scriptures, so they hoped to grasp this opportunity. The feather origin earth has appeared. That's one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. An astonishing piece of news spread. If this item was found, there would be hope to refine the 9 revolutions immortal pill. This was because this was one of the most difficult divine ingredients to find. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. However, bad news arrived. This item was stolen by someone. The person who first discovered this item was torn to shreds. The smell of blood assailed the nostrils. There were broken limbs everywhere. It was unknown how many people had died there. This was targeted. Someone wanted to stop Yifan from recovering. They didn't want to give him a chance and ruin this process. The feather origin earth was a divine ingredient that couldn't be missed. The person who came was a peerless expert. He successfully robbed it and disappeared without a trace. Even if we have to turn this world upside down, we have to find him. The monkey roared angrily. The peerless experts of the celestial court moved out and searched frantically. Meanwhile, the Black Emperor, Gu Lin, Gu Fei, Flower, and the others laid down a great formation. They were prepared to deduce the mysteries of heaven and find out who it was. The universe was greatly shaken. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was coming. Who exactly was it? Right now, there were many suspicious targets. It was possible that some peerless experts who had enmity with Yi Fan didn't want Yi Fan to recover. Is it Xianxia? Say, if it's a demon emperor, wouldn't it be even more troublesome and terrifying? The cosmos was in great chaos. Everyone was guessing. Someone had stolen Yi Fan's life-saving divine ingredient at this critical juncture. This was a great enmity. If they were found, there would be a great battle like a tempest. The human devil, the old lunatic, Yi Tong, and the others were all surging with killing intent. These people were furious. Moreover, the people of the celestial court were also mobilized. They searched the cosmos and wanted to find this person. Just some tricks. Saint Physique, you're finished. Within Undying Mountain, a shadow appeared and silently rushed into the depths. Then, it suddenly erupted and slapped towards the mountain peak where Yi Fan was sleeping. This was the aura of a supreme being. The large black hand immediately covered the mountain peak. It was incomparably terrifying and overflowing into the heavens. This was going to smash Yi Fan into a bloody paste and completely destroy him. On the mountain peak, Komatsu was furious. He retaliated with the most powerful method to face that large black hand. However, without a sound, another person appeared on the mountain peak. He was so powerful that it made people tremble. A fist smashed towards the space between Yi Fan's brows in an incomparably tyrannical manner. Master! Komatsu roared. His other hand reached out to face this attack, but he felt incomparably strenuous. He entered a strange forbidden region. He knew that things were bad. His master was in a desperate situation. There's no rush. However, right at this time, Yi Fan sat up. Even though his body was covered in bloodstains, he still revealed a smile towards Komatsu. He was extremely calm and unperturbed. Then, his palm smashed outwards, slapping down on the fist that was about to strike the space between his brows. A blast of bloody mist erupted. That person was shocked and fell backwards. His fist had already been broken. You. The Supreme Being was alarmed. On the stone bed, Yi Fan got up. His calmness and calmness were terrifying. If I wasn't injured, how could you all dare to come? If you all didn't come, how could I search for the absolute beginning and high heavens? I've said before that I will flatten you all in my lifetime. Saint Physique, you motherfucker, cunning and vicious. To be able to make a supreme being erupt with such vulgarities, one could imagine just how angry he was. You even schemed like this when crossing tribulation, your heart is too black. The other person was also resentful, finding it hard to continue speaking. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but his expression was incomparably cold, without the slightest bit of warmth. He calmly said, "Am I black-hearted? If you all didn't come to kill me, how could things be like this? It was clearly you all who wanted to slaughter, yet you still blame it on me. Don't you find it laughable?" The two great supreme beings glared at each other, feeling extremely stuffy inside. Right now, the entire cosmos was discussing Yi Fan's injuries, never thinking that everything was fake. However, how many people could tell that great calamity was something anyone could see with their own eyes? Yi Fan resisted 10,000 Dao, suffering unimaginable injuries. In the end, he exhausted all of his energy to cross his own emperor tribulation, truly entering a dead end. In the end, he ended up with his body destroyed and Dao crippled. This wasn't unexpected, but rather reasonable. It was because anyone who saw that tribulation would think that this was how things should be. He was too arrogant. However, who would have thought that he was actually scheming? Not even the world's most terrifying calamity could cripple him, yet he was used like this, calmly waiting for a great enemy to come knocking. This truly was a bit terrifying. At this time, the two great supreme beings both clenched their fists, feeling extremely dissatisfied towards this type of setback and falling into a trap. They truly wanted to kill that person with a single palm. However, they knew that the current divine body Yi Fan couldn't be compared to the past, truly unmatched under the heavens. Even if they fought in their prime, they still wouldn't be able to win. Master, be careful, they have a forbidden artifact on them. Komatsu reminded. Just now, he felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. This wasn't a normal magical artifact. The so-called forbidden artifact's power was extremely great, exceeding normal weapons, but it could only be used a few times. the lifespan of a magical artifact was limited. A forbidden artifact refined by a great emperor was naturally no small matter. They came for the sake of killing Yi Fan, so it was definitely a great killing artifact. At this time, this mountain peak became quiet, isolated from the outside world. This was the effect of this forbidden artifact, trapping Yi Fan, turning this place into a lawless land. Nothing. Yi Fan calmly said, staring at the two great supreme beings. The person whose fist had been shattered had a bloody wrist. After regrowing his broken hand, he calmed down and stared at Yi Fan with an incomparably cold gaze. You're pretending to be calm. In reality, you must have suffered serious injuries and won't be able to live. Do you think you can scare us off like this? After releasing that strike with everything you had, do you think you can still take action again? The other supreme being also narrowed his eyes, revealing killing intent. Then you'll know once you try. Yi Fan scoffed coldly, looking like he didn't care. Kill. One person took action. Restricted artifacts shown, descending, about to surround Yi Fan, restrict this place's laws and Tao, wishing to temporarily restrict Yi Fan's cultivation. Boom, however, what made their faces turn snow white was that Yi Fan's palm reached out, grabbing the forbidden artifact in the sky. With a kacha sound, it turned into fine powder, making the restrictions on this place collapse. At the same time, Yi Fan moved, fast to a shocking and inconceivable degree. That supreme being backed up, but he couldn't compare to Yi Fan at all. Yi Fan reversed the long river of time, immediately arriving, clashing intensely with him. They had just exchanged blows, yet an arm was already torn off, half his body blasted apart. A roar of anger sounded from the heavens above. That person was shocked. The Tao traces on Yi Fan's body, the injuries from the backlash, shouldn't be fake. How could he still be so terrifying? He did everything he could, quickly evading. At the same time, the other person also attacked, immediately igniting his divine flame, rushing to the peak state of his life. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly die, unable to resist the enemy. Komatsu wanted to come over, but Yi Fan waved his hand, having him stand guard at the side. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Fan's body, shocking the human realm. This was the methods of what great emperor? Even though his entire body was covered in bloodstains, that type of power, that type of radiance, was incomparable, about to crush heaven and earth. A true great emperor, his power above that of the golden crow. In every part of the cosmos, supreme experts all sensed this type of aura. They all trembled. Who was this? Soon after, they understood that this was the divine body Yi Fan. How could this be? Wasn't he seriously injured and on the verge of death? Now, he actually turned into what great emperor? This is too shocking. At this moment, it was unknown just how many people in the world were stupefied, all of them stupefied. Yi Fan was on the verge of death, yet in the end, it developed into this type of situation. It truly was a bit strange. He is waiting for a supreme being to come knocking on his door, how bold. Someone said with a sigh, finally understanding. I don't believe it. He is definitely injured. Back then, when he fell from the endless Daos, could the bloody holes and Dao wounds on his body be fake? The most obvious point is that I didn't see his imprints merging with the heavenly heart. Wrong, his Dao is different, his true body stepping on the endless Daos, so there is naturally no need for this. He has definitely become an emperor, the aura now has already been confirmed without a doubt. The various parts of the cosmos were greatly shaken. A few supreme experts hurried towards the celestial court, hoping to get to the bottom of this. Sacred body Yi Fan, half of a supreme being's body disappeared, sliced off by Yi Fan's palm, and his weapon was also smashed into scrap metal. His palm and fingers flowed with a golden color, unstoppable. At this moment, the supreme being was terrified. This type of method was something he couldn't compare to even when he was in his prime. Was there really someone comparable to an emperor about to appear? After an intense great battle, not even two supreme beings that had ascended were Yi Fan's opponent. Even though there were traces of blood on his body, he was still calm and unperturbed. A person was covered by Yi Fan's palm, and then he was actually grabbed over. This was a decisive battle to the death. The time they exchanged wasn't short, nor was it long, yet Yi Fan captured someone alive just like that. How could it be like this? That supreme being was stupefied. Even an archaic emperor like him was defeated in such a shameful manner. He was previously unmatched under the heavens, looking down on the world with disdain, shaking the past and present, yet now, he suffered such a great defeat. Even though he returned in his most powerful state, he was still destined to shed blood. Could it be that there really is a heavenly emperor that rose up? He was dazed, unable to accept this reality. He struggled with everything he had. In the end, Yi Fan forcefully grabbed out. His palm was sparkling and resplendent, turning him into a bloody paste. His body exploded, unable to escape. Then, his primordial spirit was captured. The other person felt his blood run cold. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? The divine body Yi Fan was unmatched, and now, killing them was no longer as strenuous as before. This was especially the case with that type of calmness, as well as that type of chilly gaze. It made his heart tremble, and he couldn't help but back up in alarm. Yi Fan's entire body shone. Even though there were injuries on his body, ghastly to the eye, as if he was ill, he was still incomparably powerful. He immediately rushed over murderously. "I refuse to believe that you aren't injured." The ancient supreme being shouted loudly, frantically attacking, carrying out a great confrontation. Yi Fan's hand streaked across, and then the other party's blood gushed out. This supreme being backed up, staggering about. Both of his hands were covered in blood, revealing a look of horror. However, he discovered that there was also blood flowing out from the corners of Yi Fan's lips. His injured body wasn't fake, giving off a type of sickly feeling. "Kill." He attacked crazily, wishing to exhaust Yi Fan to death. "What a pity, you all misjudged. Even though I am injured, it isn't that serious. It's enough to kill you all," Yi Fan said softly. With a hong sound, unmatched magical force erupted. Irregular scenes and heavenly emperor fists were released, blasting through all things, blasting through the heavenly domain. An expanse of blood erupted in front of him. "Ah!" This supreme being released a loud cry. His body was blasted apart, blood flowing out from the space between his brows, flying outwards. He couldn't stop Yi Fan's domineering attacks, about to die. In the end, Yi Fan's large hand reached down, also crushing him, only leaving behind a primordial spirit. He was going to find origin ancient mind and high heavens from their sea of consciousness, and then head over to wipe them out. Divine body became an emperor. This was like a tsunami, shaking up the world. At this moment, everyone realized that the effects of this matter were too great. Not only did he become an emperor under the current world's great emperor's heavenly heart imprint and the suppression of 10,000 Daos, he also had another identity, a divine body that couldn't achieve the Tao. Now, he broke through in one go. All of the bones in Yi Fan's body released pie-paw sounds, blood energy burning. His injuries were quickly disappearing, the fist holes in front and behind him closing, and the traces of 10,000 Tao backlash on his body were also erased. The only thing that wasn't harmonious was that there was a trace of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth, a bit sickly. It was clear that he really did have some Tao injuries. Komatsu walked up, handing over a stalk of medicine king, a worried expression on his face, fearing that something unexpected would happen to Yi Fan. "I'm fine." Yi Fan laughed, and then he looked into the distance, his expression cold and serious. "Did Tao friend come to help me?" The golden crow the arch walked out from the darkness, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Tao friend is absolutely brilliant. You've broken the curse of the divine body lineage being unable to achieve the Tao, shocking the past and dazzling the present. You are truly invincible in the world and can be called the celestial the arch." The demon the arch sighed. Yi Fan's strength made him lower his head. He felt that this was someone like celestial the arch Huang. Whoever met such a person in this lifetime and competed for the Tao was destined to be sad. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Tao friend, calm your heart and cultivate your character. In this life, you are still of the arch, destined to leave your name in history." What else could the golden crow the arch say? Perhaps he should be glad that he didn't attack, or perhaps he should be sad. Under the intimidation of this person, he could only put away all his thoughts and cooperate with him. Just as Yi Fan had said to his disciple, as long as one was strong enough to suppress the world, even the demon the arch had to be obedient, work hard to shine, and do their best to help. At this time, the monkey, the human demon, Yi Tong, and the others all returned. There was no need to say much. Yi Fan only had one sentence to say, to sweep through the forbidden areas. He took the lead and tore open the universe, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Some experts rushed over and looked at the celestial court from afar. All of them sighed. The Saint Physique had become the Arch, and this would be his glorious era. A celestial the Arch had risen. Celestial the Archie. Suppressing the golden crow the Arch, slaughtering ancient supreme beings, sweeping through the forbidden areas as if he had entered an uninhabited land. A celestial the Arch has finally been born. Everyone knew that whether they admitted it or not, Yi Fan really did have that kind of heaven-defying strength. A great battle broke out. Although high heavens had long hidden in advance, Yi Fan forcefully deduced it and found Heaven Burial Island to carry out a massacre. There were two supreme beings here who were extremely glorious in the past, but all the glory was buried in the passage of time. Now, Yi Fan had ascended to this place and began to sweep through. Even the monkey grinned. Yi Fan's current strength was too shocking. He had swept his way in, and even the two great ancient emperors who had ascended couldn't stop him. They exploded one after another in the fierce battle. What a high heavens! Yi Fan had his hands behind his back as he stood on this magnificent and strange island. It was like a coffin that was connected to the 9 dragon veins. It was as if he was about to ascend to immortality. This was exactly the same as the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The bronze coffin that had once carried him into the starry sky was now unknown. This place evoked his memories. The archaic emperor isn't the true master of this place. He only chose to reside here after accidentally discovering it. This is an immortal island left behind from the chaotic ancient era. It is even more ancient than the legendary era and cannot be followed, said Dao Yi. High heaven's destruction shook the starry sky and every place trembled. Yi Fan had swept through another life-forbidden area. Celestial the Archie. What a powerful Saint Physique. He can truly be called a Celestial the Arch. An existence comparable to Venerable the Arch has appeared in this era and risen in this golden age. Every race in the universe was shocked. There was a great commotion. When the news spread everywhere, many places of life in the universe cried out in surprise. The two words Celestial the Arch seemed to possess a strange magical power. High heavens was empty, thus wiped out. Yi Fan had his hands behind his back, standing there. His black hair scattered about, his clothes sticky with the blood of supreme beings. Wiping out 4 supreme beings in a single day was definitely a shocking battle accomplishment. Master, Origin ancient mine can't be found no matter what. Yi Tong returned to report to him. Yi Fan nodded. Wiping out high heavens was already enough, wiping out a restricted region today. As for the final source of disaster, they could slowly search for and deal with it. 9 dragon veins stretched out, truly in the shape of a dragon. It was as if a true dragon was raising its head, wishing to soar into the 9 heavens, rush into immortal domain. Why is it so similar? Yi Fan stood in high heavens, already observing for a long time. This type of mountain range terrain was rarely seen from past to present. The most inconceivable thing was naturally the island in the back. That was a coffin-shaped divine island, formed naturally, connected to the 9 dragon veins. He already carefully examined it. This was the product of nature, not man-made. It really was an uncanny workmanship that left one sighing in admiration. Perhaps this is the initial form of a coffin, someone from the ancient times using this as the original form to create a coffin. Dao Yi said. This conclusion was a bit laughable, but no one laughed. It was because this was the remains of the chaotic ancient era, before the legendary era, even more ancient than all of the civilizations of this world. There was an ancient cave at the center of the coffin-shaped island. Immortal energy swirled about, multicolored light swirling about, looking mysterious and strange. Yi Fan and the others searched around here. This place had experienced countless great calamities since the ancient times, as if it was a divine land that buried high heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that could slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long life energy that could give one life force, prevent them from declining prematurely. No wonder it became a restricted region, truly a precious land. Yifan released a light sigh. What left him shocked was that he saw a few traces on the ground. He carefully measured them, comprehended them, and then became horrified. The size and shape were similar to the bronze ancient coffin he had previously seen and entered. This left one shocked. Yifan was a bit distracted. Had that coffin previously appeared here? Finally, he left. He immediately displayed the secret method from the Vedas, tracing back to the source, hoping to see what was going on. Unfortunately, he failed, because many supreme beings had previously slept here, all karma and heavenly mysteries erased. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This place really was strange. When they carefully sensed it, they could vaguely sense a type of immortal Tao natural law aura that could slow down one's aging. I can't figure it out, I can't figure it out. That mysterious chaotic ancient era is truly awe-inspiring. The Black Emperor sighed. In the end, they moved the heavenly burial island back to the celestial court, turning it into another stunning courtyard for Crazy Ol and the demonic humans to live in seclusion. High Heavens was destroyed. This news shook the great cosmos. Yi Tiandi's name rumbled through the human realm, his glory reaching its peak. No one dared to oppose him anymore. Master, are you all right? When everything quieted down, Komatsu asked worriedly. I have a bit of a Tao injury, but it won't stump me. You all don't have to worry. Yifan said. A strand of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips. He used his hand to wipe it away. The center of his palm was extremely bright. This? Everyone looked over, feeling even more worried. Don't worry. If there really was a problem, why would I go to High Heavens and make a big fuss? This won't affect anything. Yifan smiled. Then, he warned everyone again that they couldn't blindly pursue combat strength, to avoid being too unyielding and leaving behind hidden injuries. Otherwise, they would flare up sooner or later. Yifan sighed. His Tao injury was the root of an illness left behind a long time ago. Back then, when he was at the Saint King realm, he had continuously coughed out blood and was extremely ill. Later on, when he broke through to the Great Sage realm, it seemed to have been suppressed and he was fine. However, this time, when he broke through the suppression of 10,000 Tao and became a celestial emperor, that small flaw became the root of disaster, completely flaring out and collapsing, resulting in his current injuries. If it wasn't him, anyone else would have long been wiped out. This was a celestial emperor's injury, related to the suppression of 10,000 Tao and the immortal void image. No one knew what kind of serious injuries he suffered when he crossed the tribulation, making it through with great difficulty. However, the Tao injury didn't pose a problem for him. It was truly suppressed, showing signs of improvement. This also reflected his great achievements: Undying Mountain, Divine Ruins, High Heavens. These types of restricted areas became the courtyard of the celestial court. It truly was shocking throughout the ages. Who could compare? After several battles, no one in this world could contend against him. 100 years passed in a flash. Yifan was already over 2,900 years old. Meanwhile, there were some people in the celestial court who had truly aged, full of weariness. Time was extremely merciless, not moving according to one's will. It would cut down everything. Even the most powerful life would reach its end one day. Grandpa Human Demon, Grandpa Old Madman, they can't hold on much longer. That day, Xianxi's mood was heavy. He arrived at Undying Mountain's cliff, reporting to Yifan. Yifan sighed and said, if there really is no way, I will just seal them up. However, they don't agree, not willing to take the undying medicine, only wishing for a natural death. This is especially true for the human demon Grandpa, who has been sealed since the archaic era. He has long loathed it. Xianxia said. Yifan stood up, remaining silent. He gazed towards the horizon, feeling a wave of sadness. The path of immortality was difficult to tread. Time waits for no one. He hadn't even made any crucial progress, yet the people by his side had already passed away one after another. More than 10 years later, the human demon and the old madman reached the end of their lives. They smiled as they slept in an ancient cave. The autumn wind swept past, causing yellow leaves to flutter about. This autumn was exceptionally cold, causing people's hearts to feel cold. Fine raindrops scattered down. The celestial court was in mourning. Everyone missed the two elders. This late autumn was filled with sadness. Even the most powerful inheritance will come to an end one day. Even the most glorious flourishing era will come to an end one day. Who in this world can avoid death? Even if you are a peerless genius of heaven, even if you are a peerless talent, in the end, you will still become a pile of yellow soil. This year, this autumn, left people with an indelible sadness. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years had passed. Yi Fan was already 4,000 years old. He had reached the peak of his life. At this moment, his Dao injuries were no longer evident. His blood qi was like the sea, and a single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He was unrivaled under the heavens, the celestial emperor's name shook the universe, and there was no longer anyone who could rival him. The celestial court was heading towards extreme glory. Not to mention that there was no force in the world that could contend against it, even if one looked through the ages, they would not be able to find many who could rival them. Now, it had almost recreated the glory of the era of venerable sovereigns at the end of the myths. God's organization merged with it, and the white-haired elder god led the crowd to join them. All of this was because of the existence of Godchild, which made them acknowledge the legitimacy of the celestial court. Godchild was sealed into the celestial source by Yi Fan, hoping that he would shine in the future, and not in this world. Now, Yi Fan's magic power was unrivaled, and he could smelt all kinds of origin liquids. He did not lack such divine treasures. I, Great Emperor Yu Feng, will return one day. This little fatty gave himself a name, and the meaning was clear. He wanted to stand at the peak of the universe. The Dao Palace organization also ceased to exist. The woodcutter old man, the yellow-toothed old man, and the dragon-bearded man passed away one after another. Before they passed away, they left all their people to Yi Fan. The yellow-toothed old man's granddaughter was sealed into the celestial source. She was a stunning little girl. In the past, people always thought that she was a boy, and they had high hopes for her. Otherwise, that old man would not have asked her to deal with the chaos body and the egg laid by the sky blade. At 4,000 years old, Yi Fan stood at the peak of human Dao, and it was difficult for him to be defeated. However, he had regrets in his heart. He had been working hard for so many years, wanting to find the way to live forever. He kept searching and searching, but it was easier said than done. Now that things had come to this, he could only take that step himself. Then, he would look back and judge everyone. One old man after another passed away, and it made him sad. Boom! On this day, a wave came from the depths of the celestial wilderness. Others might not be able to sense it, but Yi Fan opened his eyes in a flash. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan descended outside the Big Dipper, watching as an expanse of chaotic immortal earth broke apart. Lightning radiance overflowed into the heavens, shattering that ancient immortal earth. There was a mortal light that flew out. The lightning was extremely powerful, but this wasn't the main point. For Yi Fan, it wasn't much. What was shocking was that there was immortal energy seeping out from within. It was extremely rare. Immediately afterwards, he knew who this person was. Great waves appeared in his calm state of mind, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He took a step over. Ah, it hurts like hell. Is your grandfather's heavenly tribulation going to end or not? It hurts like hell. Villainous heavens, be a bit more gentle. I still want to live a few more years. I finally broke free and crossed a quasi-emperor tribulation. Could it be that you still want to hack me to death? Motherfucker, you're still trying to climb all over me. This young master is annoyed. If you don't end it, I really am going to be done for. This person clearly lacked confidence. Yi Fan laughed. This person's personality was still the same, and his big mouth hadn't changed. Even when he was crossing a tribulation, he still didn't stop. As expected of a great Lama. I beg you, heavens, be gentler. Come, kill my gentleness. Please don't be so violent. A person whose flesh was split open, and his body was covered in blood and lightning, jumped up and down, wailing continuously. That person was Tu Fei. He had disappeared for almost 4,000 years, and he had only reappeared today. In the past, in the North Pole, Yi Fan had already found him, but after they parted ways, they hadn't seen each other again. It was as if he had disappeared from this world, without a trace. Even after Yi Fan made all sorts of deductions, he still couldn't find him, and it was difficult to find him. Unexpectedly, he had crossed the Quasi-Emperor tribulation today, and had reappeared in this world. Woof, that person is the brat that I lost? The large black dog also came, and he was a bit guilty. When Yi Fan left the celestial court, they were all surprised, because he hadn't stepped out of the Undying Mountain for more than 1,000 years, so they all followed him all the way. Tu Fei. Li Heishui shouted excitedly, tears filling his eyes. Now, only 2 or 3 of the small bandits were left. Pang Bo laughed loudly, both excited and sentimental. He said, "We haven't seen each other for more than 3,000 years, and we still have a chance to drink together. This feeling of reunion is so good. I missed you so much, and you're all still alive." Awoo. Tu Fei shouted like a wolf. He had been suppressed for so many years. Be careful when crossing the tribulation. Yi Fan reminded him. With this group of people here, he naturally wouldn't have any problems. He smoothly ascended and became a quasi-emperor. He quickly rushed over and hugged them. His face was full of tears, but he was laughing loudly, crying and laughing at the same time. F***ck, after you crossed the tribulation, you lost all your clothes. I'm a man, let go of me, Longma shouted. Everybody laughed loudly. When he hugged the large black dog, Tu Fei's eyes straightened immediately, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth. I have something to do. You guys talk first. I'm leaving. The large black dog was slumped. He wanted to run away, but it was the first time he didn't have the courage to do so. Stop right there. Tu Fei grabbed his tail and didn't let go. Men shouldn't touch each other. Let go of me. The Black Emperor's big eyes rolled. In the end, he squeezed out such earth-shaking words. Everybody laughed. Tu Fei was so happy to reunite with his fellows. He started to tell them about his experiences over the years. With tears and snot, he told his story. To him, it was a dark history. He was trapped on the immortal path, completely isolated from this world. What? Everybody was startled. Unfortunately, it's not the immortal path of this generation. It's the path from millions of years ago. Granny dug the ancient path and broke the primordial chaos. We fell into the unknown primordial divine soil. Speaking of the old woman, Tu Fei was sad. That senior from the same generation as Crazy Ol couldn't resist the time heaven blade. She had passed away. However, she had taught Tu Fei many things. They had dug the vestige to collect the northern pole immortal light. Now, they were trapped on the immortal path. You became the quasi-emperor. You went against the natural order, Li Heishui exclaimed. With Tu Fei's innate endowment, it was impossible for him to reach the step. Yi Fan could see it more clearly than Li Heishui. Tu Fei had finished his transformation. His innate endowment was different now. It wasn't early to become the quasi-emperor at 4,000 years old. However, his foundation was solid. It's the Nirvana sky technique. Unfortunately, Granny didn't succeed. I died once and was reborn. Tu Fei didn't conceal anything and told them everything. Tu Fei returned to the celestial court. Knowing what had happened so many years ago, he couldn't help but sigh. The chaotic dark world and the golden age made people sigh. Especially when Yi Fan became the emperor, he was astounded. Then, he felt relieved. No matter what, he was the quasi-emperor now. Time flies. We've achieved so much. Tu Fei sighed. Then, tears welled up in his eyes. He would never see many people again. 3 of the 5 bandits were dead. He would never see Lu Kou, Wu Zhongtian, and Jiang Huiran again. Some of them were killed in the ancient tribe and the Killer God dynasty. Others were killed in the chaotic dark era. Ah! Tu Fei cried. Time flew fast. 4,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He would never see his friends again. Li Heishui and Yi Fan were sad. They patted his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Black King stooped his head so low that it almost touched the ground. He had sent Tu Fei Chuan away. After so many years, he had finally returned. However, it really couldn't be blamed for this. Back then, the situation was critical. Everyone was trapped in the undying mountain, and the headless horseman had appeared. It had no choice but to use the chessboard's formation pattern as an experiment to teleport people away. Saving one's life came first, accuracy second. Where's my grandfather? Tu-Fei shivered. The old man is still here. He keeps talking about waiting for you to come back. Soon after, Tu Tian was brought over. He really was too old, already entering his later years. In fact, if not for Yi Fan extending his life with his blood, he would have died many years ago. Grandpa! Tu-Fei screamed, his face wet with tears. Little Fei, you're finally back to see your grandfather. The old man's eyes were watery. He shivered and pulled Tu-Fei's hand, his lips shivering. He cried. He had lived for so many years, and he had also made a name for himself, yet in the end, he was only waiting for his grandson's return. He couldn't let it go, his heart full of grief. Grandpa, long live. I'm back. From now on, we will never separate. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu-Fei cried. He knew that only one or two of the 13 great bandits, whose names had shaken the entire Eastern Barren continent, were still alive. If they didn't die in the Dark War, they would have died of old age. It made him sad. His grandfather Tu Tian had survived because he had an obsession. He couldn't let go of Shi Yan and hoped to see him again. As I can see you, I'm satisfied. Even if I have to die, I won't have any regrets. Tu Tian's hair was white, his eyes empty. Tears rolled down his face. Grandpa, you can't die. I want to show my filial piety to you, Tu-Fei screamed. Foolish child, how can people not die? Several thousand years have passed in a flash, and the new generation will replace the old. This world belongs to you, and people like us will slowly die and disappear. Tu Tian seemed to be consoling him, but he also seemed to be deeply moved. I don't want you to die. I don't want my grandfather to die. Tu-Fei cried like rain. Yi Fan wanted to refine the peerless god blood to prolong Tu Tian's life. No need. Thank you, little Yi. It's been so many years. I feel guilty. If I didn't want to see Tu-Fei, I wouldn't have let you waste a drop of blood, Tu Tian refused. Everybody tried to persuade him. However, he shook his head persistently. How can I do that? The so-called peerless god blood is consuming little Ye's life. It's the origin of life. We can't waste it on me. It's okay. The Celestial Court has the king pharmacist. They can keep him alive, said Yi Fan. Seeing his grandfather die, he didn't feel good. I've waited for my grandson. I don't have any regrets. I'm satisfied now. I can go and accompany my old friends. We, the great bandits, can reunite in the underworld. I miss them so much, said Tu Tian absent-mindedly. He was absent-minded. The great golden era will come to an end eventually. Heroes will die. Time is like a knife. At that time, you guys will need the king pharmacist more than me. I can see a tragic era coming. It's better to leave the divine pellets to kids like you. Everybody was startled, then sighed. Half a year later, Tu Tian left this world. Tu-Fei had accompanied him for the last part of his life. The old man left contentedly without any regrets. Time flowed like water, and it could no longer be turned back. Another 1,000 years had passed. Yi Fan was more than 5,000 years old now. His blood qi was vigorous. When other people reached this age, it was a sign that they were about to leave the peak of their life, heading towards their old age. However, he had just started. He had the saint physique, so he could live for 10,000 years. Today, he had become the heavenly king. It was hard to say how long he could live. However, time was merciless. It couldn't take away his youth, but it was harvesting the lives of the older generation. During this time, old Saber Hancho, the grandson of the killing Saint Qi Luo, passed away. His life had come to an end. Not long after, the Big Dipper sent the bad news. The Red Dragon Daoist, who had helped Yi Fan, passed away. Then, the Peacock King and the Crow Taoist also passed away. The 5,000 years old Yi Fan was unrivaled in the world. No one dared to challenge him. However, he felt great sorrow in his heart. The people who had helped him passed away one after another. It made him sad, but he had no real solution. He wanted to prolong their lives, but he was rejected. The saint blood was like a divine medicine, especially when he had become the heavenly king Saint Physique. His blood was even more precious. However, it was just like what the people who rejected him had said. Blood Qi was his life. To prolong the lives of others, it would consume a part of his lifespan. When the elders passed away, they would rather die than let him consume their lifespan. The Qilin medicine and the peaches of immortality had ripened once. They were picked and preserved. The elders didn't eat them. They wanted to leave them for the next generation like Yi Fan, the monkey, Yi Tong, Xianxia, and Komatsu. When the golden era ended, they would need them in their later years. Although Yi Fan was unrivaled in this world, he couldn't do anything. He was searching for the path of immortality, but those people couldn't afford to wait. In these 5,000 years, it was difficult for him to meet a worthy opponent. However, he couldn't do anything about the passage of time. He couldn't bring back the youth and lives of those people. Sometimes, Yi Fan would gaze at the starry sky alone. He often didn't move for an entire night. His relatives and friends passed away one after another. This made him sad and lonely. His wife and daughter had also left, and it would be difficult for them to meet again. Although he stood at the peak of human Tao, he couldn't change anything. After a few thousand years, would his peers all die? At that time, he would be even more lonely. From the earliest Uncle Jiang, Zhang Wuya, to the later victorious Buddha, Gu Tianshu, Qi Luo, and then the human devil, the old madman, Tu Tian, and now the Crimson Dragon Taoist and the others. They passed away one after another. If this went on, how could he accept this kind of sorrow? In the following years, large numbers of heavenly soldiers began to grow old. There were also heavenly generals who died. The generation of the celestial court began to grow old and pass away. As time passed, Yi Fan was already 6,000 years old. His unrivaled power flourished even more than in the past. Not to mention having enemies, it was already difficult to find someone who could take a single move from him. However, he became even more desolate. As far as the eye could see, there were many more tombstones in the celestial court. Large numbers of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals died, buried in the heavenly garden. There were also some familiar old friends who would never return. The autumn winds rose, the cold biting into one's bones. Yi Fan stood in the cemetery and looked at the tombstones. His heart was cold. He walked past step by step, becoming more and more silent. Now, the people of the celestial court were all old. Up until now, only the monkey, Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others still had blood energy surging like a sea, reaching the peak of their lives. Around 6,000 years old was their most glorious age. Their might shook the cosmos, intimidated the world. During these years, when they appeared, no one could resist them. They were revered in the heavens above and earth below, extremely resplendent and glorious. However, if time continued to flow on, they would be like the noon sun. In the end, they would tilt westward, gradually leaving their peak. Apart from them, the others had long since gone downhill. Like the setting sun, they were no longer in their prime. This year, an important combat power of the celestial court, the peak expert Shan Huang, reached the end of his life. He passed away in meditation in Undying Mountain. As for the other great demons who had escaped from the 18 layers of hell with him and followed Yi Fan into the celestial court, they had already died many years ago. In the same year, after leaving the underworld, the half-human, half-demon Gu Shinao's body disintegrated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, an end to this muddle-headed life. The peerless combat power of the celestial court began to pass away one after another. This meant that after the celestial court reached the peak of its glory, it would begin to wither like all living things in the world. It couldn't escape this law. It would fall into desolation and the curtains would fall. It wasn't just the celestial court. The entire world was the same. All bloodlines were showing signs of aging. After the incomparably glorious golden era developed to its peak, it began to decline. Everyone knew that the Great Era was about to wither. This law of change was irresistible. The development of all living things was destined to decline. The Jadefall monarch is dead. The Netherworld king Physique contended for hegemony in the Golden Era. Now, its old injuries have flared up and it has turned into dust. The Feather monarch defied the heavens and broke through. He died with his bones crushed. The Brahma battle Physique's old injuries triggered new Tao injuries and he has turned into dust. The void celestial body has aged and is sitting in the fossil chamber. News came one after another. One after another, world-shaking heroes reached the end of their lives. The Great Era was showing signs of decline. The so-called Golden Era was truly about to wither. There were even more tombstones in the celestial court. At a glance, the tombstones were like a forest. An entire generation of heavenly soldiers and generals had passed away. The wind blew away the fallen leaves, making this place seem very desolate. Yifan stood there, not moving for a long time. "Master, seal me." A voice came from behind Yifan. It was Komatsu. He was in the most glorious era of his life. He was still young, simple, and pure. Time had not left any traces on his face. "I want to protect the celestial court. One day, when even Master is no longer young, I will come out. I don't want it to wither. I want to let its glory continue," Komatsu said seriously. Komatsu had a serious expression on his face, resolute and decisive. The great world was withering away, making one feel a bleak atmosphere. Yifan looked at his disciple, sighed softly, and nodded, "All right." This was a major event that had far-reaching effects. There was no lack of outstanding geniuses in the next generation of the celestial court, but in the end, there was no one like Komatsu and Yutong who could fight supreme beings. The glorious flourishing era was about to come to an end. Many people were already old, the celestial court had no choice but to take precautions as well. At the very least, Origin Ancient Mine still hadn't been pacified, no one able to find where it was. Yutong and Xianxia knew that they were all here. Looking at Komatsu, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even though they were strong, they still couldn't find the longevity gate. "Master, seal me as well," Xianxia said. When Yifan heard this, he did not nod. After a long time, he said, "There is no need to rush. Go back and think about it carefully. We still have divine medicine that can allow you to live another lifetime." Yifan turned around and walked through the celestial court. Most of the people he saw were new faces. Thousands of years had passed, and the new generation had replaced the old. Now, the children of Li Heishui, Dongfeng Yi, Li Tian, and the others had already become the mainstay of the celestial court, and their prestige had shaken the region. However, their good friends were obviously old. Pangbo's thick hair was already mixed with white hairs. Although his body was still burly and his waist was straight, he was no longer young. "Pang Tao, you better work harder. Otherwise, I'll punish you by making you go into seclusion for 10 years. You won't be able to see anyone." Pangbo was reprimanding his great-grandson. He already had many grandchildren. There were a few children there, all of them strong and spirited, full of vigor. Under the old ancestors' berating, they cultivated with worried faces, winking at each other from time to time. Yifan smiled. Many of his generation were old, but when he saw the younger generation, he felt gratified. He thought of himself back then. Now, apart from Yifan's line of descent, the rest of them already had groups of children and grandchildren, and their homes were bustling with noise and excitement. The older generation continued to pass away, and the sadness was diluted by the vitality of the new generation. "Little Wu, stop right there." In the distance, a small golden monkey that was only a few years old ran over with a whoosh. It was as fast as lightning and grimaced in pain. It was obvious that it had just been beaten up. Suddenly, a large golden hand tore through the void and reached over, grabbing the little sacred ape, Lil Wu. The sacred prince appeared and grabbed his child. Yifan was speechless. Among all the descendants of the monkey lineage were the most troublesome. The fertility of the sacred battle apes was extremely low. Up until now, the monkey had finally had a child. The child's talent and strength were shockingly strong. Although it was not said that the child was the best among the younger generation, it was close. The celestial court also had high hopes for this little monkey, hoping that he could surpass his father's generation. The little sacred ape's mother had a shocking background. She was the six-eared macaque who had fought against the sacred prince for many years. When the macaque brought her back 500 years ago, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. There was no doubt that she was also a peerless powerhouse. She was so powerful that the strength of the celestial court was greatly supplemented. At first, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Huahua named the little sacred ape son Wukong, which was similar to the Buddha's Dharma name. However, it was strongly opposed by its mother. She once chased after Huahua for 100,000 miles and beat him until he covered his head and fled. "Brother monkey, you can't control the child like this," Yi Fan said. Little Wu nodded pitifully and said with tears in his big eyes, "I won't dare to do it again. Father, don't hit me anymore." When Yi Fan learned that the little monkey had made a mess in the heavenly palace and played with the descendants of a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, almost tearing down the main hall of the celestial court, he was a little speechless. Yi Fan left. He had already decided in his heart that he would definitely seal those old friends who were about to die in meditation in the future. Even if they didn't agree, he had to carry it out. When he walked out of the undying mountain, he just happened to see Longma taking a stroll. Although it was older than Yi Fan, it was still full of vigor because it had eaten more than one medicine king in the past. However, it was starting to decline. In the distance, the Black Emperor, accompanied by the two Silver Blood Emperors, walked over in a leisurely manner. It had also aged, and it had lost its wild aura of the past. Even its pitch-black, silk-like fur had started to turn gray. Yi Fan knew that this fellow had eaten the immortal divine phoenix medicine and also received the cleansing of its fur by Great Emperor Wu Shi. Its foundation was very strong, so it wouldn't be a problem for it to know its lifespan. "I'm too bored. Let's go out for a walk," the Black Emperor said. Yi Fan nodded, and walked out of the celestial court with the large black dog and Longma, entering the galaxy. Sigh, I really can't accept this. So many years have passed, and I've waited for more than half of my life, but I still haven't seen the birth of the innate saint physique. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, and didn't say anything. The galaxy was boundless, and they walked past one galaxy after another. A golden path was laid out under their feet, and they would soon be able to cross to another place. When the various races in the universe saw this, they were all in awe. They knew that this was the celestial Arch coming out. Although he hadn't appeared for many years, the legends about him had never stopped, and shook the world. The celestial Arch is immortal, and lives long in the endless tribulations. Long live the celestial Arch! Everywhere, there were people cheering from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Fan had flattened a few great forbidden areas, and his might shook the universe. He had dealt with the source of the dark chaos, and many powerful races admired him. Our generation is old. The Black Emperor was serious for once. He sighed, and looked into the deep galaxy. The frivolous years will never return. We can't return to the past, Longma said. Sooner or later, I'll see through the longevity method. I hope that at that time, I'll still have old friends by my side, said Yi Fan. The vast universe and the boundless sky were constantly receding under the golden path. Eh? Suddenly, Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He stopped and looked at the distant galaxy. Only his divine will could be so terrifying in this world. A single thought could shatter the 9 heavens. He sensed the abnormality in the extreme depths of the starry sky, and he opened his heavenly origin immortal pupil to take a look. The golden path spread out, carrying Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and Longma across the starry sky, and arrived at a desolate land. There was a vast expanse of mist there. It was boundless and hazy, and it was as thick as lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack, and it covered the sun, moon, and stars. What is this thing? Longma sucked in a cold breath. After the gray mist covered a large number of stars, it swallowed them. After the essence was sucked away, only dust was left. Yi Fan thought about it and remembered a scary thing he had seen in the past. Back then, when the Eternal Star area was fighting Big Dipper, they had encountered a mist like this. It destroyed many battleships and scared the saints. They did not dare to get close. It was called Devil Mist. The ancient books of the Eternal Star area had written about it. It was extremely scary, but as for what it was, the records were not clear. No one knew. It was a legendary forbidden item. It was an annihilation class item. It was difficult to determine whether or not it had a will and whether or not it was a living body. This thing is related to the undying Sky King, said the Black Emperor with a serious expression. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. Over the years, he had researched many unique books regarding the Great Emperor without beginning and the undying Heavenly Emperor. Today, let me see exactly what the Devil Mist is. Yi Fan said. He brought the two of them forward. Now that he was Sky King, nothing could stop him. Not even the things left behind by the undying Sky King could stop him. What a dense baleful aura. I know it now. It's really the same as recorded in the ancient book that Duanda dug out from the tomb that he gave me. This is a mutation of the corpse chi formed by the decay of the Emperor's corpse, the Black Emperor said. Under normal circumstances, even if an emperor died, they would not die. When they could not protect themselves, they would become the path. There had never been a case of an emperor's corpse rotting. But when things reached an extreme, there would always be abnormal things. Yi Fan broke through the mist and walked inside. His expression changed. This mist was very strange and scary. Someone as strong as him could resist it. However, if it was someone else, they would not be able to stay here for long. The closer they got to the core, the scarier it would be. This could definitely turn Quasi-Emperor level 9 people into pus and blood. This mist is so scary. Lanma was shocked. When they approached the core region, Yi Fan released radiance. The mist in this region was especially astonishing. It was like an emperor beast that could devour the essence blood of a supreme being. It actually wanted to seize his essence energy. Not simple. If this type of thing was used to deal with old supreme beings, it would be extremely useful. It would make their blood energy even drier up. Yi Fan said. It's actually this type of thing. The Black King was speechless. He brought out a green jade tortoise. This was something Yi Fan brought out from the ancient palace altar in the absolute beginning forbidden region, gifting it to the Black Emperor. After so many years had passed, it had long researched what it was. Someone used great magical force to seal a half-emperor corpse inside, nurturing corpse energy. This was a formidable magical artifact, but the people back then could not use it. The green jade tortoise had all types of formation patterns arranged inside. Its body rotted away, growing for endless years, turning into the most powerful rotting energy. Only now could it be used. Yi Fan's heart moved. He took the green jade tortoise and used great magical force to carve symbols on it. It had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Even a plant scripture could become a heavenly treasure by refining it like this. Then, he used the mouth of the green jade tortoise as a guide and sucked in all the grey mist. At first, it was like a roaring river, and then it was like a surging ocean. The world quickly became clear, and starlight shone in. There's someone in the distance. Lanma said. Yi Fan nodded. He still noticed it, and he saw another strange object. In the end, the grey mist was completely collected. Yi Fan handed the green jade tortoise to the Black Emperor and told him the method to activate the symbols. This had already become a forbidden artifact. A stone island floated in the air, and a deep pool was on it. Divine Soul Pond. Yi Fan had once crossed the bitter sea of numinous treasure celestial being and seen it in the Permitha divine land formed by the Tao Palace. There were 3 kinds of strange flowers in the world, the demonic god flower, the divine flower, and the Tao amalgamation flower. There were also 3 kinds of strange substances related to immortality, the reincarnation sea, the divine soul pond, and the flying fairy waterfall. The Permitha divine land had already been broken in the battle back then. After many years, Yi Fan had never thought he would see the divine soul pond again. It appeared here, and it was surrounded by demonic mist. I know. The divine soul pond is something left by the immortal emperor. It's too terrifying. His soul has completed a complete transformation. The Black Emperor was shocked. He combined the ancient books and restored the incomplete secret information. He concluded that the immortal emperor's primordial spirit was reborn. After the essence of his body or body was absorbed, it was abandoned and turned into gas. Above the stone island, there was an ancient palace floating. The aura of life that he had sensed before came from there. That ancient building was very mysterious. It floated in the universe and blocked all auras. Even the Black Emperor and Longma couldn't detect it. There's someone in there. Don't tell me that the immortal emperor is back. Is he reborn and going through a transformation? Yi Fan's divine will was extremely powerful. Even the palace built by the primordial emperor and the countless runes laid down couldn't stop him. He instantly knew who was inside. It's been so many years. How are the two of you? Brother Yi, is it really you? The door of the ancient palace was pushed open, and a man walked out. He was tall and majestic, and his body was as strong as a dragon. His skin was bronze, and his long hair was loose. It was very thick, but there were a few strands of white hair mixed in. Demon God? Lama was shocked. He had seen him on the ancient starry sky path back then. Southern Demon. The Black Emperor sighed. He was one of the geniuses of Big Dipper back then. It had been so many years since they met again. It made people sigh at the passage of time. At that time, Southern Demon was in his prime and full of youthful energy. Although his blood energy was still vigorous now, and he had become a peerless expert, he was already over 6,000 years old. Yi Fan also felt rueful in his heart. It was the last time they parted on the ancient starry sky path, and they met again today. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. If he was an ordinary person, he would have already turned to dust. Southern Demon was extremely powerful, and could be said to be this world's top combat strength. He was also an unconventional cultivator. Behind him, there was another person. She had a tall and graceful figure, but her black hair had already turned white. Although she used her magic power to maintain her youthful appearance, it was clear that she had suffered from the impact of time. It was Jihuashui, Princess Chi-Chi of the Southern Mountains. Meeting again made people speechless for a long time. Youth was fleeting, and beauty aged easily. When peerless beauties couldn't withstand the passage of time, they would grow old in the wind and frost. To them, this was the most cruel thing. Who could understand the feeling of watching their youth fade away and their gray hair take root? Yi Fan. Jihuashui sighed softly. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't open her mouth. She wasn't as powerful as Southern Demon. The marks of 6,000 years on her body were relatively more obvious, and her blood energy wasn't as vigorous. Southern Demon and his sister came over to meet. Yi Fan captured a meteorite and cut it into a stone table and stool. He took out good wine and reminisced with these two old friends. You've become a great emperor? The Southern Demon was astonished. Then, he understood. They had been trapped here for many years and too many things had happened. They actually didn't know that Yi Fan had already become a celestial large and that the ancient palace was isolated from the world. However, the Southern Demon was not an ordinary person and would not lose his composure. It's been so many years. It feels good to see you again, Yi Fan said. As the number of people he was familiar with dwindled, he would eventually be defeated in the passage of time. He cherished every single one of his old friends and did not want anything to happen to them. This is the soul pond left by the immortal Sky Emperor. I already know. Yi Fan nodded. The Southern Demon recounted what had happened. Back then, they had discovered that ancient palace in the void of the universe. When they entered it, they discovered that it was the place where the undying Heavenly Emperor had once comprehended the Tao. This had shocked them. The brother and sister were cultivating there, but they never thought that as their cultivation level increased, the ancient hall would be activated, and the divine soul pond would shatter the space and arrive. The demonic fog would also appear, surrounding them and trapping them. Fortunately, the ancient palace was special and could prevent the corrosive gas from approaching. As the Southern Demon's cultivation deepened day by day, in recent years, he felt confident in leaving. However, he sensed the wonders of the divine soul pond and was unwilling to leave so easily. Yi Fan sighed softly. The corrosive gas here was extremely powerful and could even injure supreme beings. It was truly astonishing that the Southern Demon could cultivate to this level. He had already achieved the Tao in a different way. Just as the Black Emperor had speculated, the Divine Soul Pond was the remnant of the undying Heavenly Emperor's soul after his transformation. Yi Fan stood in front of the pond for a long time. Then, he walked around the ancient palace and deeply felt how terrifying the undying Heavenly Emperor was. He was an unimaginably great enemy. They gathered here for a long time. Qi Huashui was very silent. She was once a peerless goddess, but now, her youth was gradually fading away. She felt sad and found it hard to speak when she saw an old friend. Only when it was time to leave did she sigh softly and say, "You haven't changed much." Yi Fan watched them leave. When they were about to disappear into the starry river, the southern demon turned around and said, "Brother Yi, this might be the last time we meet. Take care." Yi Fan was silent and sighed. If nothing unexpected happened, the southern demon would choose to seal himself and would only reappear after thousands of generations. Goodbye. On the way back, Yi Fan was very silent. Only after a long time did the Black Emperor say, "Let's walk around a bit more." "There's nothing to do anyway." Yi Fan nodded. Seeking the method of longevity wasn't something that could be comprehended through seclusion. Since ancient times, so many heroes had been stuck. He naturally didn't believe that he could break through the heavens just by immersing himself in Tao comprehension. This journey lasted for more than half a year. They passed by many star systems and caused a great commotion. The Celestial Emperor's tour caused all races to revere him. Many great races came out to welcome him and invite him in, but they were all tactfully declined. Along the way, they saw many things and sighed inwardly. This glorious era had reached its end and was truly about to come to an end. Zhang Biren, Tai Chu, and the others had long disappeared. It was rumored that they had already sealed themselves. They wanted to leave their hopes and ambitions for the future, hoping to defy the heavens and return. Soon after, they saw a few world-shocking bloodlines that were already declining in their later years. There were even more people who were also starting to grow old and show signs of fatigue. Ah, is our youth finally going to end in this flourishing era? Haha, the most resplendent era, the most glorious era. What did I see? Nothing more than this, nothing left behind. In the end, we just hurriedly passed by like this. We are just passers-by, nothing more. Someone was laughing loudly, tears even flowing out. The autumn wind rose, and the yellow leaves withered. This flourishing era was finally going to end. The stars were resplendent. They were so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. So many people with imperial talents fought for supremacy, but in the end, there was only a single celestial emperor who towered above the 9 heavens, overlooking the many generals. The stars grew dim, and the heroes were all sad. Since the legendary era, there was a prophecy that the true immortal path would open in this era. The glorious great Tao would lead to the other shore, directly reaching a world of immortality. However, this similarly came to nothing, leaving people with too many regrets. The immortal realm was just that high and distant. Supreme beings shed tears of blood and heroes grieved. All of this came to an end in this world's legendary era. Countless experts' blood splashed across the starry skies in the great era's struggle, dying. Too many heavenly geniuses were buried in the starry river. 6,000 years of great battles, 6,000 years of glory. Perhaps it would continue for another 10,000 years, but the curtains would still fall in the end. No one could stop it. I used my blood to write sonorous war songs. I used my life to blossom with brilliance, and in the end, I listened to the great sorrow of the world. Is this the end? Many people raised their heads towards the heavens. The heroes of the past were all full of vigor and vitality, but now, their hair had already turned white. Moreover, many of them died, and the remaining ones were already covered in the wind and frost of time. Is it going to end just like this? I am unwilling. What can a golden age do? Long songs were weeping, the tears of heroes flowing. How could they forget, how could they let go? A great era was going to end just like this. The heroes in their prime were all gradually growing old, their curtains were about to fall. After experiencing a great era, they watched as a world of prosperity blossomed like fireworks, yet they were going to wither just like this. Yi Fan continued forward, his words becoming less and less. The more he saw, the more silent he became. Was he finally going to send off this era? Look, the Heavenly Emperor is sending us off, haha. Someone laughed loudly, tears long flowing. Correct, the Heavenly Emperor is sending us off. He had previously competed with us in the same generation, haha, farewell to this era. Sorrowful laughter rang through the skies, staggering into the distance. Yi Fan and the others continued forward, arriving at the ancient land where they had previously fought. This was a star domain that had been shattered during the Dark Age of Chaos, a ruined expanse. At that time, Yi Fan still hadn't become an emperor yet, fighting completely out of hot-bloodedness, carrying the resolution of certain death. He threw himself into the battlefield like a moth flying into a flame. When they turned around, the entire path was mottled with blood. There were ruins everywhere, countless star ruins. The blood of all types of creatures dyed this ancient land red, but it still hadn't dried up. This was a dream-broken star Earth, the people of the past couldn't return anymore. GZ, how I wish for you to be alive so that we can drink a cup together. Yi Fan said softly. He thought of many things. There was also the father-like white-robed divine king, and the unparalleled sickly old man Gai Joyo. They had sacrificed too much. How can we forget that even though the Sun Saint Emperor was only left with a piece of human skin during the chaos, he still defied the heavens and returned to fight until his blood ran dry. Lama also sighed softly. Back then, in the Ziwei star domain, the human emperor's skin reappeared. Even in death, he still wanted to protect the creatures of an ancient star, and in the end, the last drop of blood flowed from his eyes before falling. There was also the Void Emperor, who spent his entire life quelling chaos until his death. In this era, he still had to shed his last drop of blood, and in the end, only half a broken mirror accompanied him. As they talked about the past, they all sighed. Even Yi Fan had great sorrow and found it difficult to control himself. Suddenly, the Black Emperor stopped, and Lama also turned his head. Only Yi Fan didn't stop, continuing to walk along this blood-stained battlefield. There was a figure there. It's you. Yi Fan recognized her. It was old man Gai Joyo's only disciple, Xia Joyo. In the past, she was a genius girl. At the age of 13 or 14, she was able to stand up to the little Pun King, Yao Guang, and Yi Fan, shocking the eastern wasteland. In the past, she was willful and unruly, but in the end, she was defeated by Yi Fan and taught a ruthless lesson. Many years had passed, and this genius girl had changed greatly. She had long grown up, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her face was full of sorrow. Xia Joyo was beautiful and moving. She had already reached the quasi-emperor realm several thousand years ago, and her strength was extremely astonishing. However, there were still a few strands of white hair in her beautiful hair. You, why are you here? Seeing her, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Gai Wudi. His heart was filled with grief, and he still remembered the tragic scene of the sickly old man straightening his back and shouting, "Who dares to fight me? I'm looking for Master." Xia Joyo said. Tears hung on her face, and she looked very sad. After so many years, she had actually been searching in the cosmos. She didn't believe that her master had died. That was her only relative, and she wanted to find him. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart, and his nose turned sour. Even though he was a celestial emperor, he still couldn't hide this kind of emotion. In the past, he had awakened 300 years after the darkness chaos ended. He had once searched like crazy, but he didn't find anything in the end. Unexpectedly, there was someone even more persistent than him. She had searched for more than 5,000 years, and she was still searching today. The old man doesn't wish for you to be like this. Yi Fan advised in his heart. Master is with me, and he will return. I found a part of him, Xia Joyo said mournfully. Unfortunately, I only found a drop of Master's blood. Xia Joyo's eyes were filled with tears. She carefully held up a divine crystal, and there was a bright drop of blood sealed within. Was it really left behind by Senior Gai? Yi Fan was greatly grieved. He looked at it for a long time, and then he walked into the depths of the shattered battlefield. He couldn't help but roar towards the sky, his heart filled with too much helplessness and unwillingness. It wasn't just Gai Joyo. So many people also appeared in Yi Fan's heart. Too many people and matters had passed away just like that. The past events, day after day, scene after scene, seemed to be right before his eyes. Yi Fan displayed the Emperor Fist. In this ruined battlefield, it struck the 9 heavens, releasing rumbling thunder. There was also a sad song that moved the stars. After the desolate era, the world moved. The Big Dipper beacons were thick. Time stopped, and the ancient race was in chaos. Sword chi rushed into the heavens, and blood dyed the rivers and mountains. Zither and drums sounded, metal spears cried, and cold light flickered, illuminating the starry sky. Unyielding and unyielding, asking who was the hero under the heavens. Immortal clouds rose, supreme beings appeared, and the path of immortality was fought for tens of thousands of eras. Fight, 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 the starry sky collapsed, and all life trembled. White hair dyed in blood, thousands of corpses, the resentment of young girls in pools of blood, the chaos and war of the mortal world. Blood splashed in the sky, and swords rushed into the heavens. The chaos of 10,000 ages, the lament of the end of the world. Mountains and rivers like blood, who could pull them back, all life called out, and the human emperor fought against the heavens. Blood and tears dried, the world was dark forever. It was hard to see in the void, and the night flower appeared and withered. A sad song could not bury the heroes of 10,000 ages, and half a broken mirror accompanied them. Time was like a knife cutting down the proud sons of heaven. The path of immortality sighed enchantingly. The opening of blood and bones was a sorrowful picture scroll. How many heroes were buried in foreign lands, and how many brilliants could not be seen again? 9 dragons pulling a coffin, stirring up chaos in the world. White hair whistled and sang, and the end couldn't be found on the path of heaven. The emperor's blood burned the starry sky, and the words of the immortal path were eternal. The beauty sighed, and the hero was in his twilight years. The mortal world lasted for 10,000 years, and the immortal path couldn't be seen. Battle! Yi Fan roared crazily, hair disheveled, blood energy surging. Emperor fists rumbled, making the stars in the heavens tremble, changing their trajectories along with him, all of them resonating. He moved the sun, moon, and stars, the 9 heavens 10 earths beneath his feet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't change anything. Those heroes had long passed away many years ago. Meanwhile, what was even more tragic was that the people at his side were also passing away one after another. He could only watch helplessly. Only after a long time had passed did he calm down. What was left in this life? There was only battle. A boundless long life battle diagram was laid out before him, needing him to use his entire life to battle. Xiaojiu's white clothes were like snow. Even though she was exceptionally beautiful, she was still extremely wooden. She had been searching for her master's whereabouts for so many years. Right now, she was completely dispirited, walking alone, extremely lonely, heading into the distance. Wait, let me think of a way. Perhaps I can make Senior Guy reappear in this world. Yi Fan called out from behind. When he saw the past genius young lady like this, it was hard for him to calm down. Is there a way? Xiaojiu turned around, her eyes carrying watery mist. Meanwhile, the strand of white hair within her fine black hair was especially striking. I am searching for all types of long life methods, just that they aren't all that mature yet. There is one method that I can give a try. Yi Fan said honestly. 6,000 years, most of his time spent comprehending the Tao. He walked quite far on this path, drawing on all of the Tao and paths the ancients could expound. What method? I wish to borrow the power of faith to make Senior reappear in this world. Yi Fan said. However, he sighed inwardly. He knew that the chances were extremely slim, almost impossible to succeed. Only, when he saw the genius young lady grow old, moreover in such a pitiful state, he hoped that he could find a type of spiritual sustenance for her. Of course, this wasn't to say that there was no chance of success. This was the great Tao of Amitabha, something that Yi Fan had previously researched for 500 years, producing many problems. During this process, Yi Fan had previously sighed. That old monk had reached great heights in this Tao, surpassing all previous generations. The Sakyamuni could be considered a rebirth of a portion of his divine will. Can it really succeed? Xiaojiu's eyes were filled with tears. After all these years, she felt helpless and sad, but there was nothing she could do. Yes, but I need your help. Yi Fan gave her faith. Good. Xiao Jiuyo's eyes flashed with an astonishing radiance. The group returned to the celestial court. After returning, Yi Fan personally built a temple and began to seal gods. This was a shocking move. In the name of the celestial arch, he established a grand temple in the cosmos. His voice rumbled, shaking the sea of stars and spreading to every region. That day, he was incomparably serious, personally presiding over the sealing of the 9 underworlds as a deity. The first wave of willpower that surged towards the divine temple was his celestial emperor will, making that place hazy with golden light, forging a precious body. The second wave of willpower was Xiao Jiuyo's will that was filled with sorrow. Even though it couldn't compare to heavenly emperor will, it was still radiant and holy, pouring in. With a loud explosion, streaks of lightning struck down from the sky as if they were going to punish such a heaven-defying action. After all, this was a great emperor who was trying to become a god and there was a high chance that he would succeed. Disperse! Yi Fan angrily rebuked. 2 streaks of blazing lightning erupted from his eyes, shattering the lightning tribulation and destroying the heavenly punishment. All of this was completed with a single thought. This kind of mighty power shocked the mortal world. The 9 underworlds' divine temple was grand and magnificent. It stood at the side of the celestial court. As soon as it appeared, auspicious light shone and multicolored colors filled the sky. The sickly elder's phantom appeared indistinctly. This truly shocked many people. The experts of the world were incomparably shaken. Everyone knew that Yi Fan definitely used a supreme technique to construct this divine temple and touched upon the forbidden domain. The monkey, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Dongfeng Yi, Li Tian, Yan Yishi, the Black Emperor, and the others all came. They couldn't help but sigh and pay their respects because the sickly elder was worthy of all of them paying their respects. That day, many experts rushed over from all over the cosmos, all of them sighing in admiration. On the hazy divine position of the divine temple, there really was a figure sitting cross-legged. Yi Fan's method was too heaven-defying. The many experts of the celestial court paid their respects like this, causing the entire divine temple to shine with golden light and all sorts of strange phenomena were triggered. Because they were all experts, their psyche power was naturally extremely powerful. Is it useful? The monkey asked in private. I don't know, maybe, replied Yi Fan. The inheritance of the flesh and blood was the continuation of life. The transmission of faith was also the immortality of the spirit. Yi Fan studied the Tao of faith and restored the various ancient techniques of Amitabha. The life imprints of the ancestors lived in the bodies of the descendants. And the faith of the experts who had been passed down by the people of the world lived in the hearts of the masses. As long as they were awakened, they might be able to return and create another Gai Jiuyo. This was the fundamental reason why Yi Fan tried this method. Xiao Jiuyo was the great priest of this divine temple. From this day onwards, he began to preach to the world. He hoped that more people would remember his master's kindness and have their psyche power surge over. Of course, this required more concrete and practical actions. She began to do all kinds of good deeds every day. She used her great magic power to appear in the major star regions, in the mortal world, in the cultivation world, to help others. After that, every star that had a giant city of the celestial court built a grand divine temple. It developed everywhere because truly becoming a god required a huge amount of faith power. In the central divine temple built by Yi Fan himself, a drop of blood was sealed in a divine crystal. It contained a powerful wave of life and was placed in the hand of the hazy divine body. With Yi Fan's current strength, he could naturally use this blood to revive Gai Jiuyo's body. But that would only be the body. It wouldn't have a spiritual sense. Therefore, he didn't do it. Uncle, my father wants to invite you over. On this day, Ji Qingdao rushed over. Although he was no weaker than his father and stood in the quasi-emperor's domain, there were a few strands of white hair on his head. Yi Fan nodded. He took a step out, bringing him back to the ancient star where the Ji family was currently located. This left Ji Qingdao horrified. Was this the methods of a celestial emperor? He felt that he should be able to fight against supreme beings, but compared to Yi Fan, he was still far inferior. After many years, Ji Haoyue's hair had already turned gray, gaining a type of dignity. He was truly like an unrivaled divine king, looking down on the world. Now, the Ji family was extremely glorious. The only flaw was that they lost Ji Ziyue. This made many people feel sentimental, missing her greatly. However, because of this, the Ji families might shook the universe. It was because Ji Ziyue became an immortal. She was of the Ji family's bloodline, the descendant of the Void Emperor. As such, she left behind an endless legend. The void mirror is shining, sometimes bright red and resplendent, as if blood is surging. Ji Haoyue took out that half-broken mirror. The mirror's surface was dim. Right now, there were no abnormalities, as if it was covered in a layer of rust. The ancient marks recorded the cruelty, glory, and achievements of the past. It had to be said that this was a legendary precious mirror that was dyed in the blood of too many supreme beings. It had a chance of becoming an immortal mirror, much more powerful than ordinary emperor weapons. It only lacked an opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't wait until the moment of transformation. Back then, Yi Fan had previously studied this mirror, even more so entering the flying immortal star because of it. Unfortunately, he didn't discover any abnormalities with this mirror. Later on, he returned this mirror to the Ji family. He didn't want to see this object and think of them, feeling emotional. This was the first time he held this mirror after becoming a celestial emperor. He immediately felt a wave of fluctuation, a type of life aura. The divine mirror didn't die, lamenting in loneliness. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't hear it. I will reforge you. Is there anything you want to tell me? Yi Fan said softly. He displayed matchless magical force, operating great divine abilities. This was the first time he explored the void mirror like this. Things were no longer the same as before. As a celestial emperor, he could do many things he couldn't do in the past. With a hong sound, Yi Fan opened up a hazy space in the void mirror. That was the location of the sealed void. In the past, no one could move it, unable to open it. Even the void mirror himself couldn't do anything, because it was half crippled. At this moment, the hazy void opened up, and a broken half of a bloody corpse fell out. This made Yi Fan's heart grieve greatly. Meanwhile, the usually dignified and steady Ji Haoyue couldn't help but cry out, "Little ancestor." What? He's little ancestor? Ji Qingdao also cried out. Everyone from the Ji family hurried over. They were all alarmed, and a huge commotion broke out. Ji Zi. Yi Fan trembled. He reached out his hands to carry this half of the corpse. His hands were full of blood, and the body was in tatters. There were injuries left behind by a supreme being everywhere. It really was Ji Zi. Yi Fan's heart was trembling. In the battle back then, he had watched helplessly as this broken half of the mirror left with this broken body. After that, he had searched for it for many years, but he couldn't find it. Today, he finally saw it. Before the Void Emperor disappeared in the end, he apologetically left his child's body and sealed him in the broken mirror, leaving behind a ray of hope. Yi Fan deduced the truth. Ji Zi was in the mirage where the deity born from the precious mirror should be sitting cross-legged. He was eternally sealed by a mysterious power, and this was also the reason why the broken mirror would occasionally emit multicolored light for so many years. It needed to circulate its essence to seal Ji Zi. On the half of the corpse, the head was still there. Under the situation where Yi Fan concentrated supreme blood essence, a faint fluctuation was actually transmitted over. Ji Zi. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He was so excited that he was trembling. Is little ancestor still alive? His sea of consciousness is already dead, but there seemed to be a bit of spiritual consciousness fluctuation just now. I must save him, said Yi Fan. He carried Ji Zi, and like a sudden clap of thunder, he tore apart heaven and earth and directly returned to the celestial court. On this day, he was in seclusion, and no one was allowed to disturb him. He used supreme magic power to defy the heavens and seize Ji Zi's life. Ji Zi, you must come back to life. We three brothers still need to drink to our heart's content. How can we not have you? The monkey rushed over after hearing the news. Even someone as unyielding and domineering as him almost shed tears. He thought about the past when he fought with Yi Fan and Ji Zi against the heavenly prince, Huang Shudao, and the 8 divine generals. Yi Fan came out of seclusion and carried Ji Zi's broken body. He plucked the Qilin immortal herb and refined it into Jizi's body without hesitation. He's Uncle Jizi. He's so pitiful. Uncle Yifan, you must save him. The little sacred ape said with a childish voice. It was rare that it didn't jump up and down and cause havoc in the heavenly palace. In the end, Yifan built a majestic temple and placed Jizi inside to seal him. Of course, it was different this time. He only sealed Jizi halfway because he felt that Jizi hadn't completely died yet. On this day, thunder rumbled in the celestial court. Auspicious light broke through the 33rd layer of heaven. Yifan used supreme magic power to construct the divine altar of creation, hoping to awaken Jizi in the future and bring him back to life. Kacha, on the same day, on the ancient Amaba planet, in front of a dilapidated temple covered in weeds, a stone Buddha cracked open. At the same time, a stone golden-winged rock appeared on the shoulder of the Buddha and began to shine. Then, it turned golden. End of chapter 1796. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.